Where's my damn microphone? Oh. I'm in my zone. In the zone, we in the zone. My whole team in the zone, we in the zone. In the zone, we in the zone. My whole team in the zone. I'm in my zone. Zone. We zoning out. I'm in my zone. Okay, well, welcome to MJ Victims, or as we like to call it, Surviving Michael Jackson tonight. And I welcome everybody here. I'm going to be honest with you. This is going to be a pretty, how shall I put it, intense live stream in a couple of different ways. And you're going to hear, I usually don't use salty language, and I'm pissed about a lot of things right now. And the main thing right now I'm going to bring up, and I think this is important, I'm pissed at our community. Our community needs to start pulling and getting our shit together. And I'm dead serious about this. I did a live stream, 4+ hours today. And I asked, hey guys, get as many people as you can in here. Show that there's listeners. I had 4 people that actually went into that live, at least that showed themselves. What happens when you do that, it makes us look like we don't have any support. And that is a problem with that. I spent almost close to 14 years of my life doing this. I haven't asked for a fucking penny to do it. I want to make this perfectly clear. I have not asked for a dime to do this, and I spent a lot of my home money and time. And I don't ask for much, but if I'm saying, guys, this is an important day because we have all this news hitting, and all I ask you, just click in the live stream. You don't, in the X Spaces, you don't even have to listen to it. But when they see there's no solidarity, and then I have to worry that the people that are in there, are they really there because they want to support the victims, or there is something else going on that I don't know of? I recorded that the whole audio was corrupted. So now I have to go and figure that out. And I've had a lot of things that for someone, now I don't even know if this stream will stay up. I have no idea. I don't ask for anything but support. And when we can't do that, and when we look like a bunch of literally a group of people that are just so disjoined, then they're winning. Period. They are winning when we don't do what we have to do. Share the links. Share the stuff. Talk to people. If it's not my content, Roxanne, Matt, whatever it may be. But you can't let up. I'm looking on, and I'm going to say there are a group of people that definitely post on social media, definitely go on X. There is no doubt I see them all the time. And I'm not talking about people like that. But what it says to me is, am I having to deal with bots, trolls that are monitoring this? You know, I had to deal with a very extreme situation about this whole situation. You know, that I have to worry about right now. And I'm not too fucking pleased. So you're going to hear a lot of swearing tonight. You know, when I have some people looking for me physically and sending me nice little things, you know what? And I don't get paid for any of this. I expect at least a bit of support. And I'm not talking about the people that always do it. So I'm not happy right now. And I thought I did an excellent live stream today. I thought it hit all the damn points. And I even tried to have some fun with it. But you know what? I said this in the live stream. I can't do this alone. So that's my rant for today. And look, I'm not trying to insult or get mad at anybody, but you got to realize this is not an easy thing. The people that do that put themselves at risk every single time we do this. We put ourselves at risk. And that risk isn't just having somebody knock on your door and have your computer effed up, or have to worry about where is this message coming from today, or nice little pictures sent to you. It's a lot of shit that you, over the 14 years, close to 14 years. And I'm sorry, but CSA survivors are strong, and we have had enough of your victim shaming bullshit. Enough of your harassment, bullying, and intimidation. You're a fan of MJ. That is all you are. You have never met him, and whatever decisions you have in your delusions you have in your head are just facts. Please retweet if you support CSA survivors, which I thank people for doing that on X, on Instagram, and now I'm going to start to really stop pushing the original page that started this all. You know, and there's going to be some things, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not going to be, it's going to sound pretty callous tonight. You have an expert, the people that go on these interview shows. I want to stress this to you, and I'm not trying to be a dick, but you have an expert that you can draw from. You have somebody that is a true ally, spelled A-L-L-Y, that you can actually, hey, what am I going to do in this situation? That, hey, look, you're on the phone or whatever it is, I can be on the other freaking ear saying, yeah, that's wrong, you need to correct this, you need to correct that. But when you don't prepare, guess what? They're going to walk all over you. Period. And that's not any fault of the people that have the guts to go on those shows. It's the fault of the people that go on there that have been doing it for so long that they will literally eat you up, spit you out, and go back in. I saw an interview today with Mark Garagos. It was Tom Mesereau, the Golden Girl, and Vincent Amon. And I felt so bad for Vincent Amon. I really was like, God, I wish I could just be there. I wish I could literally just get in there. It's like you want to just go in and slug it out. You know, literally, you had Geraldo Rivera reading from a fucking teleprompter. Reading from a teleprompter. And Mark Garagos sheepishly, yeah, I don't know, I don't believe the Arviza. Is that the best you can do, Mark Garagos, for people who've been raped that you support? Is that the best that you can do? And if you don't have passion, I'm going to tell you, it will show. You do not give them 1 inch. If they say to you, well, you know, Mr. Parziale, you know, what are you getting out of it? I'm getting whatever I'm getting. And what that is, that's actually making sure that you don't put out garbage information. But if you're asking for me money-wise, zero, nada, nil. And if I did get money, guess what? None of your fucking business. Geraldo Rivera, how much have you pulled in from your god-awful career? First question I would have said. And I would have looked at Mark Garagos. Mark Garagos, I know you get paid for what you do. I have inside information on this. And guess what? If someone's going to say to me, hey, look, we're going to pay you XYZ, fine. I'm not saying I would take it, but I'm saying I would never, ever, ever give them a effing inch. Do not cower in front of them. Do not look in one way at all. Do not look like you have any thoughts in your head except for, I'm going to rip these people a new a-hole. The time for, and I don't mean, I'm not trying to be cruel or mean, but the time for just cowering and going, oh my God, I can't say that, I'm worried if I say that, oh my God, if I say that, they're going to think I hate Michael Jackson. That's over. It's done now. The time for putting on your boxing gloves and saying, okay, now we're at the next phase. Because we got about 6 months before this civil trial hits. And it's going to be a sprint. You know, I'm going to be honest. I said tonight, later today, I called out of work. I said, you know what, I'm taking a day. I usually never do that. But today I was like, I'm taking a day. I need it. I really need it. And I'm going to work on a Sunday. I get better pay, actually. But I'm going to do that. But you know what? I'm doing it because I understand how important this day is. And again, I'm not chastising anybody. I'm trying to get everyone prepared. I really am. I'm trying to get people, because it's going to be a group of know-nothings that are going to go on these talk shows. You know, I'm going to make this as bold as I possibly can. So maybe, just maybe, somebody will treat it seriously and it might actually go viral. So if someone says, gee, there's a person who survived abuse who's been supporting these individuals now for, over a dozen years. And he knows more than any of these other people. Because that's how much he cares about them, and he cares about other people who have been raped as children and as adults. So it might be, for some people, this might be a great little gossip topic, or for some people this might be a great situation where you can sit there and it's salacious or whatever it is. It is none of those things to me. I have to sometimes make it look salacious because I got to get eyes on what we're doing. Okay, I gotta drink at least a little bit of my tea. I was so happy today. I started out in that live stream so effing happy, and now I'm the exact opposite. Okay. I posted this picture. This should be everywhere. This should be everywhere. Okay? That's a picture of Michael Jackson with James Safechuck. That's a picture of another man. And it's actually just an AI image of an old man, not Michael Jackson. It's just an AI image of an older man with James Safechuck. If it was reversed and that man was the pop star and that man was the and the other man was the neighborhood eccentric, I still think the man on the right would probably get heat. He would probably get, what the hell are you doing with that child? But because Michael Jackson looks like this, a deer in the headlights, a sort of doe-looking thing, a Disney creation, oh, that's so innocent. There's no difference between those two pictures. None. And what I mean that is, nobody really knows Michael Jackson. Nobody knows that AI creation. What we do know is James Safechuck. That we know. The other two people, no idea who they are. It's a very important picture, and I would copy, paste it, stick it everywhere. Go, not just. I love the Leaving Neverland and Leaving Neverland Reddit, but put it on other Reddits. Put it all over the place. I don't want to say spam, but make sure it continually hits the system. What if Piers Morgan had that picture? And he said, you know what, someone sent me an interesting picture. Let me think. Yeah, what if it was this person on the right? Would we be thinking the same thing? Would we? So, let me go here, and then we can listen to this jerk-off, Mr. Tom Mesereau and crew. And I don't dislike Piers Morgan, but I do dislike a lot of the people that, except for Vincent Amon, obviously. And I don't even dislike Mark Garagos, but I cannot stand when there's no passion. I really, really hear it. And the sad thing is, when you look at Mesereau, that man looks like he's probably fought a 12-round match But he'll go in there fighting. Now, John Carpenter, I think, is what Tom Mesereau, in the sense of not in what he was 20 years ago. That he's going to go in and he is not going to give an inch. But Tom Mesereau, he's there. He's there to win it. Okay, let's get this started. Now, like usual, I'll pause, I'll stop, I'll correct all the bullshit and all that wonderful stuff, because this is the world we live in, you know? Nothing's real, everything's just bullshit, and as long as you have a advertiser or sponsor or somebody that can push your garbage, then you'll get people watching your shit. And then if you don't and you actually just care about the topic and the people affected, you know, maybe I can try TikTok begging. Maybe that will actually get me more eyes on the screen. All right, let's go here and let me get this on. And let's.
This episode of Uncensored, as a new bombshell documentary re-examines Michael Jackson's 2005 child molestation trial.
Are there any secret rooms?
We gather those who knew him best to ask a simple question: was the King of Pop a sex abuser?
Well, the lawyer seen there in that clip was Michael Jackson's defense attorney during his infamous trial, Thomas Mesereau, who convinced the jury to find Jackson not guilty on all 14 counts. He didn't take part in the documentary, but he's agreed to join us for the first interview since its release. Thomas, a long time since I've interviewed you. Great to see you again.
Great to see you, and it's nice to be back, and thank you for the invitation.
It's a kind of fascinating moment of many fascinating moments in the world of Michael Jackson before, during, and after his death, because on the one hand, you have this blockbuster smash hit movie glorifying the wondrous performer, the singer, the dancer, the superstar, and then it stops before any of the other stuff gets involved, the child molestation trial and so on. And now with Netflix coming out with this documentary, that shows that side of it. So you have the two parts, really, of the Michael Jackson story. You didn't take part in the Netflix documentary. Why did you decide not to?
Well, first of all, this is a very joyous time for supporters and lovers of Michael Jackson. The biopic is setting all kinds of records. His memorabilia is selling all over the world. His music is streaming all over the world. Even his book Moonwalk is flying off the shelves. I mean, this is a great time to be a supporter and lover of Michael Jackson. So why do we need a biopic not a biopic. Why do we need a documentary in the middle of this that goes back 21 years in a case where he was completely exonerated? The jury deliberated for 8 days. They had seen almost 5 months of testimony. They had been in trial 5 days a week during those 5 months. They deliberated 8 days, and they came back with not guilty on every felony count and every misdemeanor count. 14 times they said not guilty. He was totally exonerated. So why are we going through a documentary on this? What's the point? I don't think we need a documentary on this. I think there've been enough, and I didn't want to participate in it because we don't need it. He was exonerated. The jury couldn't have sent a stronger message. And let me say this. Who was on this jury, Piers? We had a white civil engineer who described himself as conservative. We had a retired school principal with a master's degree in counseling. We had a mathematics teacher with a master's degree in mathematics. We had a head of a local social services agency who had been married to a police officer. We had a journalist. We had people in the military nearby at a base very well prominent in that location. We had 2 women who had experienced molestation in their own family. We had a majority women. We had no African American. Nobody could say this was a racially biased jury or a racial verdict. They deliberated. They heard all the evidence. The case is closed. We don't need to revisit this again. And unfortunately, you can't do a short documentary that does justice to all the evidence and witnesses the jurors heard, saw, and thought about. You can't do it. So I don't think the timing is suspicious. And I don't think we need another documentary on this case.
You know, I had two sort of direct involvements with Michael Jackson, both with him and then with his father. In 1999, I interviewed Michael for the Daily Mirror newspaper when I was the editor over there. And he said this to me.
I would slit my wrist before I would. Yeah. I could never, ever. I would love to live in London because I love it so much. It's just the press is so hard on me here, and I try to do so good. I go to their hospital, and I give presents to the children. As soon as I leave, the next day they go, Wacko Jacko left the hospital, and he ignored all the children. And it hurt my heart because I purposely, I flew Minnie Mouse and Mickey Mouse all the way from Euro Disney. I brought them with me to surprise the children. I brought bags. Yeah, I brought bags of presents and everything. And I spent time with the kid, and they made fun of me.
You know, it was quite a wide-ranging interview, but he got quite emotional and tearful when he was talking about the allegations against. Against him and was utterly emphatic he'd never do anything to hurt a child. And in 2013, when I was at CNN, I interviewed his father, Joe, and asked him outright if he ever had cause for thinking that Michael might be a danger to children. Let's take a look. You never saw anything that concerned you?
There's nothing concerning.
You never felt...
We knew Michael.
Right.
We knew our son.
Interesting to hear those again after all these years. But did you, just finally, before I bring the other panel members in, Thomas, did you ever have any cause for concern about Michael Jackson and children?
Well, when I got into the case, I didn't know who to believe or what to take into account. My mind was clear. I didn't form conclusions. I dug into the evidence. I I spent a lot of time with him, and I concluded there is no way this man ever molested a child, abused a child, hurt a child. No way possible. And I still feel that way today.
Okay, there we go. Oh, so I forgot to hit the microphone. God damn it. Okay, so that's the way we have to be. You see the way Tom Mesereau is? You see the fact that he is like confident. He doesn't. Oh, great! I'm so glad. At least I got some people in there. 8. Fantastic. Hey guys, do a favor. Why don't we get this out to people? Spam it. Send it. Whatever you got to do. Whatever you got to do. But guess what? You know what? Where am I? So make sure I can hear myself. Maybe I can't. Good, there we go. I can. Fantastic. Excuse me one moment, please. Where am I? Okay, sorry for the delay. That's what we have to do. Let me go back and play that again because I had a thought and now because I don't know. Tonight I'm topsy-turvy. I'm so fucking pissed. Let's go. As I said, I don't know if it was on there or not. I'm not sure, but I'm just going to repeat myself. Great fucking job, Piers Morgan. What a hard-hitting interview you did with Joe Jackson. You asked the child abuser who beat up Michael Jackson and his children, supposedly according to them, if the son was a child abuser, and he said no, and you believed him. Oh, fantastic job, Piers Morgan. Hard-hitting. Incredibly hard-hitting. What a way to stand up for victims there, Mr. Piers Morgan. You're fantastic. Phenomenal. You asked the child abuser if his son is a child abuser, and he said no, while Mr. Joe Jackson's denied his whole life that he is actually a child abuser. Fantastic. Now let's hear what Mr. Mesereau is going to say, probably with confidence, probably going to make it sound like it's right on the money. Let's take a listen. Hey, again, share the stream because you're going to hear a lot of a lot of that salacious sort of, pissed off type stuff. Share it. Share it. Maybe people will hear this and go, oh, wow, this guy's really pissed tonight.
About Michael Jackson and children?
Well, when I got into the case, I didn't know who to believe or what to take into account. My mind was clear. I didn't form conclusions. I dug into the evidence. I spent a lot of time with him, and I concluded there is no way this man ever molested a child, abused a child, hurt a child. No way possible. And I still feel that way today.
Do you feel there's been a kind of commercial whirlwind around this issue, that people have raced to make money out of it, to be blunt?
Well, that's what it is. The media, I'm not including everybody, the media tends to want to glorify salacious allegations.
Great. Now, here's a good follow-up question for you, Piers Morgan. The biopic's now at what, $850 million? Tom Mesereau just told you earlier, his merchandise is selling, his albums are selling, this and that. There's a renaissance of Michael Jackson, and all this money's being made. But yet, he then turns around and says, oh, no. It's the media. It's the media that really makes money, trying to bring up, God forbid, they even talk about, the possibility of Michael Jackson raping children, for 2 minutes on a quick clip. And that's somehow making lots and lots of money. Don't challenge him, Piers. Don't challenge him. Just let him walk all over you.
Dramatic, disturbing, salacious allegations and doesn't do justice to the problems with the prosecution's witnesses and the prosecution's case. For example, there's no mention of Chris Tucker, who was our last witness, the famous comedian and actor. He testified as our last witness. He said that he knew this family, he had experienced them, he had concerns about them, and he told Michael to be careful. And he described the accuser as cunning. I called Jay Leno as a witness. Jay Leno testified that the accuser and someone in the background, he thought it was his mother, called him. He got on the phone. The accuser sounded scripted. Something seemed off. He thought they were after money, but they didn't ask for it. And after that phone call, he told his staff to never put them through again. Comedian George Lopez testified that people in the accuser's family accused him of stealing from the accuser's wallet, a couple $100. We had a witness who ran a local newspaper nearby the location where this family was operating. And she said that she was approached by the mother. The mother said they were out of funds. They needed money for their child's health care. And she tried to raise money through the newspaper, only to find out that they were using insurance through the Teamsters Union. And she said, I was duped.
And fantastic. I'm sorry, guys. You might hear me stopping and starting. I'm right now, I'm just all over the place. So let's listen to that one more time because I totally screwed up my rant.
salacious allegations. They don't like to spend time on the counter argument. So the media and this documentary spends time on very dramatic, disturbing, salacious allegations and doesn't do justice to the problems with the prosecution's witnesses and the prosecution's case. For example, there's no mention of Chris Tucker, who was our last witness, the famous comedian and actor. He testified as our last witness.
You mean the famous Chris Tucker that flew with Epstein to Epstein Island? You mean that Chris Tucker? Oh, okay, yeah, just let that one go. Why not?
He said that he knew this family, he had experience with them, he had concerns about them, and he told Michael to be careful. And he described the accuser as cunning. I called Jay Leno as a witness. Jay Leno testified that the accuser and someone in the background, he thought it was his mother, called him. He got on the phone. The accuser sounded scripted. Something seemed off. He thought they were after money, but they didn't ask for it. And after that phone call, he told his staff to never put them through again. Comedian George Lopez testified that people in the accuser's family accused him of stealing from the accuser's wallet, a couple $100. We had a witness who ran a local newspaper nearby the location where this family was operating. And she said that she was approached by the mother. The mother said they were out of funds. They needed money for their child's health care. And she tried to raise money through the newspaper, only to find out that they were using insurance through the Teamsters Union. And she said, I was duped.
Wow. You mean a mother that's trying to fight so her child can survive cancer, who lives in a studio apartment with her, 3 children? Who was a domestic violence survivor who was beaten daily, I'm sure. She dares to maybe get an extra $300, $400, $500 to maybe take her family out for something special, or maybe to buy that extra thing that Gavin wants just to cheer him up so he doesn't die. Oh my God, what an awful thing. Well, Tom, what an awful thing. This is a multi-million-dollar freak show on display. A multi-million-dollar man that looks like literally a platypus with a wig. That man right there, he's going to sit there and shame a woman who is a domestic abuse survivor trying to provide for her cancer-ridden son and her 2 other children who are probably now not getting the amount of attention they should because they're worried about Gavin dying. What an awful thing, Tom. Oh my God. What a grifter. What an absolute grifter. You know, the only thing that I could think of that's possibly worse is shaming that woman who claims that her son was raped so you could get a couple of little digs in. Fantastic. You're wonderful. What a wonderful human being you are. Absolutely wonderful. I mean, I feel like I'm living in Bizarro World when that thing somehow gets a platform just because, he might have done this or that, and nobody challenges him. Well, I respect the man. I can't ask him difficult questions. It's Piers Morgan Uncensored, but God forbid I dare ask the man some serious questions. Let's go further, because again, I haven't heard this whole thing. So Fantastic job, Tom Mesereau. You really showed up for the team. I can't comment on Jordan Chandler, probably because you're defending another case that Piers Morgan doesn't even bother to ask you. I know there's a civil trial coming in November. Because I only have about 50,000 researchers. They're not going to tell me that. Are you worried about the upcoming civil trial? Don't even mention it. No, don't. Make sure you walk on glass, you walk on eggshells to protect Mr. Tom Mesereau. Instead of saying, yeah, I heard it. What do you mean, Jordan? What do you mean you can't comment on it? Because his mother was part of the case. His mother was actually in the 2005 trial. What do you mean you can't comment on it? You need to comment on it. He can't comment on it because he doesn't have an effing answer. That's why he can't comment on it. And he also can't comment on it because he knows that there's an upcoming trial. Sweet effing Jesus. But I do love Jesus. Okay, so let's take a look at this. You've got 2 against 1. You have 2 and the fossil in the middle, Geraldo Rivera, who's now like 80 something. I don't know what he is. And you're going to see him reading off a teleprompter, just to let you know. And the other thing you really should know is, if I was here, the first thing I would say to Geraldo Rivera, I would say, because I know this story, I would say, Mr. Rivera, you know what really bothers me? Especially because I was a CSA survivor. You did a groundbreaking show. You had one of the first survivors, a man, who actually was getting sexually harassed, and I think he was even raped, if I'm correct, by another man, a very powerful man, and nobody believed him because at the time, nobody wanted to believe that man was actually homosexual. And that man was extremely powerful. He ran so many networks, I can't even tell you. That man was named Merv Griffin. And the man that I'm talking about is a guy named Danny Terrio, who did a show called Dance Fever. So Danny Terrio comes on, and he then tells a story about Merv Griffin, and the whole audience erupts. They pan into people laughing at him and giggling at him. And then Mr. Geraldo Rivera there then sits there and sneers at him and starts going really, really difficult questions. And, because he wants to get to the bottom of it. No, it was because Merv Griffin was so effing powerful that he could have wiped out Geraldo Rivera with the stroke of a pen. That's why that happened, in my humble opinion, of course. But the reality is he could have made that story. He could have made it so groundbreaking and said, you know what? We finally know that men can be victims of other men. Let's really dive into this. And he made it a effing sideshow. He made it a sideshow. But that's what I would have done. But hey, that's just me. You were representing the Casios. You know how serious your allegations is. Why bring up how famous Michael Jackson was? Seriously. Let me make sure that. Okay, I just want to make sure people can hear me. So why bother to say that at all? Who cares? Everyone knows that Michael Jackson was famous. I don't give a flying F he was famous. Don't care. Talk about the victims. Talk about the people you were representing. Don't even get into that. Stop playing into that. Stop thinking that Michael Jackson is any different from any other predator. This is the mistake they always make. They go down some nostalgic way. Oh, you know, and if someone, Piers Morgan says, yeah, but, do you remember, I don't give a shit what Michael Jackson did as a performer. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the man, Michael Jackson, and we're talking about the people he raped. I don't give a shit about any of this other stuff. You want to wear glitter glove and go moonwalk, go right ahead. Trust me, I'm sure that Tom Mesereau, when he gets in court, probably once after he eats his rice pudding, is probably going to be walking backwards anyways, not even knowing where the heck he is. I'm telling you, I've never seen Tom Mesereau look that bad. He looks pretty awful. But I digress. Let's just keep on going. So look at Mark Garagos nodding his head. Yes, yes. Let Geraldo Rivera take over the interview. You know, what pisses me off is everyone says, Michael Jackson, the poor media was out to get him. Does this look like the media is out to get Michael Jackson? Are you kidding me? Does this look like the media is actually out to get Michael Jackson? Because guess what? I don't see that. What I see is when Geraldo Rivera did that interview, he gave him a softball question. He allowed him to make a statement. Most people that were being accused of child rape usually won't get that. They'll get a hard-hitting interview. And for those who don't remember, let's go back to 1995 when Diane Sawyer interviewed Michael Jackson and Lisa Marie Presley. Again, everyone says the media is out to get them. How many celebrities do you know? R. Kelly, I don't know, Jared from Subway, oh, you know, who knows, Jimmy Savile. How many of those celebrities got to do a hard-hitting interview, which really wasn't hard-hitting at all, about child rape? And then shortly after, got to promote their new music project. Think about that. How many got to do that? And you know why that was done? Exactly why Michael Jackson, why that was done. It's the same reason Michael Jackson walked in pajamas in the trial. Distraction, because Gavin Arvizo was going to have his day to speak. Couldn't have that. He had to have the center of attention. Diane Sawyer asked some really tough questions. Oh, real hard hitting. But make sure as soon as that happens, you have the audience forgetting about it. And now we get the amazing Geraldo Rivera, fossil of the millennia, sitting there rewriting it while Mark Garagos, who is the attorney that was representing the Catskills, heard all those hours of testimony, nodding his head. Here's a suggestion. Here's what I would say. Really, Geraldo, you met him? You spent how many hours with him? Wow, that's interesting. And then he went to Neverland. Oh, wow. And you didn't see anything happen. That is impressive. You know what? The Cassios, they spent 2 effing decades with them. They know them inside and out. He lived there with them for 3 months. I would go on and on. And you don't believe them. But hey, you had that, day and a half at Neverland? I hope you enjoyed the amusement park rides and the free effing popcorn. You effing victim-shaming fossil. My opinion, of course. Wow! You're telling me a mother who had a child dying of cancer, she admitted to welfare fraud? No, that's awful, Geraldo. That must be really, really terrible. Well, how many people accuse you of things, Geraldo, just out of curiosity? I don't think any of them could be ever as bad as a mother who has a child dying of cancer, 2 other children to take care of. She was beaten by her husband daily. How dare she? How dare she commit welfare fraud? That is just unreal, the poor welfare system. Oh my God, that's un-effing real. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. You know what's even worse is a pop star who takes little children to bedrooms over and over and over again. You turned a blind eye because I didn't see anything at Neverland. Oh my word, all I saw was lollipops and snow cones. That man, you are willing to look the other way on everything. But a mom who's trying to have her child survive from cancer, trying to make the best way she can, that's the evil one. A child that went up at the age of 13 having to discuss some of the worst things that have ever happened to him, that's the grifter. The family of grifters. If you want to look up Geraldo Rivera, Danny Terrio, Look up that video. Maybe they wiped it by now because I kept on spamming that to, again, Mr. Geraldo Rivera. I have a safe you want to look at. 80-year-old fossil. You know, and again, victim shaming, victim shaming, victim shaming. Never someone saying, shut up, Geraldo. You have no idea what you're effing talking about. You are nothing but a paid effing shill, and you probably have been for years. You know, this is a man that had he had literally the Jerry Springer type show in the 80s and 90s, and that's the expert. I'm living in bizarro world. I'm living in effing bizarro world. But I digress. Oh my God. Oh, you are talking about getting paid for his efforts. You are a multi-millionaire 20 times over. Do you not get paid for your information, Geraldo? Do you not get paid for your experience, your life experience? How dare Vincent Amman get paid for his life experience? Oh, that awful, awful man. You guys should go out there and flog him right now because he dared to work in a capitalist society that we have lived in while you are making probably more money than anyone on that effing panel. But you're going to shame Vincent Amman for daring to act as maybe some sort of advisor or whatever to this particular documentary, trying to stand up for victims. What an awful human being. And you are the paragon of virtue, Mr. Geraldo Rivera. And anyone that doesn't know Geraldo Rivera, go up and look at some of his controversies. You victim shaming piece of human garbage. That's what you are. That's what you need on these shows. You need the rage. You need someone to say, I am not putting up with any of your effing bullshit. But I digress. And during this live stream, this is going to be a long live stream, because when I take a day off, and I kind of do stuff like this, sometimes I'll go on and on and on because I want to make sure I cover all the bases. So I might say, hey, we're going to take a 15-minute break, play a little goofy music, and then we'll come back and do it again, that sort of thing. That's kind of what I did on the X Spaces. But maybe we can do it here. And one of the last videos I'm going to play is from a really, really big victim shamer. My personal opinion, of course, but what do I know? I'm just a CSA survivor that's been trying to fight for these men for I don't know how many years. Her name is Natalie Morris, and her wonderful, wonderful husband, Clayton Morris. They have a show called Redacted. And this one thing that they said, I think is probably one of the most heinous things, but Piers Morgan will never cover it. God forbid you actually say something. You stand up for people who've been raped as children. You can't do that. You've got to make sure you have those connections to Tom Mesereau and Geraldo Rivera and Mark Garagos. Vincent Amman, you don't really, I'm just going to get his information for now, and maybe we might use him again, maybe we don't, but you got to make sure the other connections are solid. Again, when people talk about independent media, let me explain to you. There's something called independent media, and usually it's small channels trying to put out good information, and then there's something called corporate media that is masquerading as independent media. This is what I think we have, and I watch Piers Morgan all the time. Sometimes I think he does a really great job, and sometimes I think he just sort of, he literally kisses ass to the semi-celebrities that are in the gallery over here. When did that ever happen, Geraldo? Let me go down the list. The Oprah interview, where it got one of the highest ratings ever. The primetime interview with Diane Sawyer, where it got the most highest ratings ever. The interview that he did with you, which was, it got okay ratings, but look who's hosting it. And then you also have the Living with Michael Jackson interview. Then you also have all the interviews that he's done over the years on MTV, and I can go on and on and on. Poor Michael Jackson. And then the other time he bought satellite, he bought satellite time so he could give his wonderful speech about, oh my word, I'm going to fight this to the end. Oh, I will. And then, of course, he pays him off. Yeah, Michael Jackson, really. He didn't have a microphone. Man, oh man, a multi-million-dollar pop star who is one of the most famous people in the world, knows Bill Clinton, knows Ronald Reagan, knows and almost every single leader on every single continent and country. That man silenced. Oh my God. And my God, and those mean, awful Gab Arvizos that maybe got what 1/1000th of the media time. How dare they? How dare those people get even a little bit of attention and take it away from Michael Jackson? Because Michael Jackson, my God, he's been absolutely tortured. The man that fed stories to the National Enquirer, him and Frank DeLeo. The one that fed the hyperbaric chamber story that has now been confirmed. The man that supposedly, that also helped him to feed story, said, oh, you heard about Wacko Jacko? He's giggling around like it's the funniest thing ever. That's the man that's somehow, he's so tortured. Oh my God, Jeffrey Epstein, that poor man too, what a tortured individual. God forbid anyone say anything to stand up for people who've been raped. Again, the multi-million-dollar pop stars, the victim. Oh, that poor, awful man. You were going to sit down with Michael Jackson. I think you were going to talk about how you had a bet that if he was convicted, he's so certain he's innocent, I'm going to shave my mustache off. Wow. Oh, my word. I would have paid to see that. Geraldo Rivera with that god-awful porn star-looking mustache on his face. Man, I would really go crazy about seeing that crap, that shit on television. Everyone wants to see Geraldo Rivera shave off his effing porn star looking creepy mustache. Oh, wonderful, Geraldo Rivera. Fantastic. Fantastic. Again, the perpetrator becomes the victim. Michael Jackson, who had more power than probably anyone on the planet at that time, he's the poor man that somehow he's being all these awful allegations. How dare anybody claim child rape against Michael Jackson? You know, the next time that happens, if we ever have like another Michael Jackson, we need to put that in our memory bank. If there's another clone version of Michael Jackson, he can do whatever he wants, but do whatever claim child rape because he gets to do whatever he wants. God forbid anyone questions him. Keep on going, but what a wonderful history Michael Jackson has. Wow, I saw him in blah, blah, blah. Oh, what an amazing man. Oh, keep on going, keep on going. And no one stands up and says, you know what, Geraldo Rivera, the whole world knows about who Michael Jackson was as a performer. Shut your cake hole for like 5 minutes so I can at least get a word in edgewise about how the victims were brutally raped over and over and over again, and how one family had to endure that while you're probably, smoking some Colombian cigars, drinking a glass of cognac while you're getting lobster served to you while you're in your god-awful bikini briefs. That's what needs to happen. You shut them down immediately. I'm not here to talk about Michael Jackson. I'm here to talk about his many victims. I don't care. You bring up his name, I'm going to continually go back to the victims. I don't give a flying fuck about Michael Jackson. I care about the children that he raped. That's what's important, not whether you have a grown man that can moonwalk and take little children into bedrooms and then somehow share beds, cots, limousines, jacuzzis, hot air balloons, whatever you want to do. You gotta grab the bull by the effing horns, Mr. Garagos. That's your job. You're not speaking up for victims of child rape. You don't go there and half-ass it. Piers, are you ever going to talk about victims of child rape? Are you ever going to? This reminds me of that primetime interview, which is nothing but an infomercial for Michael Jackson, and then, the children off to the side. And that's why I see Vincent Armand here looking at this, probably and said, what the F are they talking about? Because this is what reminds me of Michael Jackson. Oh, all these people look at them all stern and standing there, rich, wealthy, sort of elitist type individuals, and then you have Vincent Armand, who say he represents one of the children, in the corner, not allowed to say anything, and when you dare do, God forbid, if you even collected 50 cents to give some sort of quote over the phone. Again, this has nothing to do with Vincent Ahmed. My answer to you would be, Geraldo, shut the fuck up. I'm talking about victims who were raped. You might not give a shit, but I know these individuals and I care about them. You care about somebody that you met for 2 hours. I care about somebody that I've known for 30 years. So shut your fucking pie hole and let me actually talk about the children that were raped. If you don't care, that's totally fine to you. But guess what? I give a shit. So shut your mouth and let me finish. Is that understood? Do you get that through your head, or do you want to keep on victim shaming? You want to keep on victim shaming? You go right ahead, Geraldo. You keep at it. Find other victims you can find. Maybe you can find the Weinstein victims. Maybe you can find the Epstein victims. Maybe you can dig up some of the victims from 30 years ago. Maybe you can find the Fogel victims. Maybe you can find the victims of Woody Allen, whatever it is. And you can sit there and you can make this whole big soliloquy, a multi-million-dollar freak about how they're wrong. Oh my God. This is why you have to take these people by their literal horns, the reptile people, these reptiles. Get him by the horns, literally grab him to the ground. I'm not talking literally, I should say, grab him to the ground, figuratively, and keep them shut their mouths. That's what you have. That's your power. I'm here to stand up for victims of child rape. I'm not here to hear about your effing little escapades to Neverland Ranch. You know, when you have these individuals, and I got to keep on remembering to put the god-awful microphone on. When you have individuals, you have to look at who they are. Geraldo Rivera is not an angel by any way, shape, or form. My sort of, as soon as Geraldo brought any of that up, I would say, hey, listen, Geraldo, I'm not here to talk about that. I'm not here to go down a side road. I'm here to talk about my friend, Frank Cascio, and his family, and they were raped. They were raped brutally, the whole 5 children in that family. Now, you might roll your eyes, or you might say, oh, how could that ever be? You might sigh. I don't give a flying fuck what you're going to do, because you know what? I'm here for them. I'm not here to impress you. Now, go take your fossil, weird-looking self and get the hell out of here. No respect. 0. When you shame a victim, it has to be 0. 0. Okay, but I digress. Let's go further. Okay, it's confirmed by another person. It was Howard Weitzman and Michael Jackson that organized the payoff with Johnny Cochran and Carl Douglas. There you go. There's another person that was involved who loves, for some reason, oh, Howard Weitzman's such a great person. Don't bring up the fact, Mr. Garagos, that Howard Weitzman actually contacted or was in contact with the Casios, and the Casios claim that he said, oh, we believe you so much. Just gotta leave that part out. Talk about how wonderful Michael Jackson is. Go to Geraldo Rivera instead of saying, Geraldo, shut up. Just keep on doing that. Instead of doing, you know what? You were just representing them. You need to forget about what happened in 2003 or 4, whatever the heyday was, and you need to focus like a laser on what is today. What was, God only knows how many years ago, is over. That's over. But right now, you have 5 new accusers that need you to speak up clearly. Know your shit. Okay, listen to his amazingly forceful, strong defense of these victims. I want you to hear it. Listen closely, because this part I did hear. You know, great job, Mr. Garagos. Fantastic job. I really impressed. I mean, I'm just so unbelievable. You know, instead of saying, you know what, yes, Piers. Well, what's your answer? Yes, 100% guilty. No doubt in my mind, 100%, because I talked to 5 accusers that say they were raped, and I believe them 100%. No doubt whatsoever. You don't bring up the Arvizo because, well, let me sort of waffle on this. Yeah, with the Arvizos, I don't believe them, you know, because they're just a poor Hispanic family. I can kind of push them to the side. No one cares about them. What I care about is making sure that I can get on Piers Morgan again. real. And I feel so bad for Vincent Amon that had to sit there, because I have no idea how they direct these interviews. He probably has an earpiece. Okay, yeah, you might get ready to talk. Maybe we'll get you on for one more segment. Maybe we won't. I would have gone on there and I would have not even given two fucks. I literally would have taken over that interview. I would have literally gone after every single one of those victim-shaming pieces of human garbage. Every one of them. Mesereau especially. Mr. Mesereau, here's a question for you. Let me think about this. When Wade Robson first came out, let me think. I have this really important question for you. You came out and you talked about the allegations that the new allegations you made. You made a statement like, well, I really don't know about it. I haven't really looked into it that much. But then you said that Wade Robson was making it up and it was all for money. But yet you didn't look at it. Didn't see if there was any new evidence. Maybe there was a smoking gun. Maybe had a photo album. You have no idea. But you automatically jump to the side. Yeah, he's just looking for money. That would have been my first case. Hey, Geraldo, let's talk about good old Danny Terrio. Remember when you brought him on? One of the first male victims ever. And your audience was laughing and joking about it. And then you had your little smirk on your face. Well, that's how these victims feel right now. It's just now 2026. You're basically, one step away from eating a bowl of, tapioca. But guess what? Those individuals are really, really, really hurt. And and you probably should maybe think twice. I would have caught him off guard. He wouldn't, literally, caught him off guard, got him right between the eyes, get him flustered, go to the next one. Go to the next one. You cannot give them an inch. Now, with that being said, we're going to be going to another video. We're taking a short break after I tell my thoughts on, if I was a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer, but if I was a lawyer for, say, Wade Robson and James Safechuck, or if I was a lawyer, Mr. King, for, say, the Cassios, because you got literally milquetoast Garagos here, and I don't mean to insult you, Mr. Garagos, but that was one of the worst performances I've ever seen. Literally. The fact that you didn't go up and French kiss Geraldo and Tom Mesereau is beyond me. But that being said, that's just my own personal opinion. What I would say to them is, here's how Tom Mesereau works. Okay, picture a beach, a beautiful beach, and you're looking over that beautiful beach. Amazing, beautiful beach. Now you know it's a beach. Everybody around you knows it's a beach. But what Tom Mesereau does is, that macro view, you're looking up in a helicopter, he literally, microscopically, he goes deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, and then he says, oh, wait a second. I'm telling you, it's a beach. Look at it. How can you miss it? How can you miss this beach? It's waterfront property. You have an ocean. You have, oh my word, people throwing frisbees. Dogs running around, women in bikinis, men in surfer shorts. It's a beach. No, but look down here. See, look closer. Look closer. No, come closer. Look closer. See, there's a ring there. It looks like it might be like a silver ring, but there's a ring there. This isn't a beach. No. See, this is a jewelry store. But wait, no, it's a beach. Look, no. It's a jewelry store. Look, I found that ring. It has to be a jewelry store. No, well, let me think about this. Okay, well, let's go over here. Oh, look, it's a Pepsi bottle. You can't, this is a beach. How could there be a Pepsi bottle on the beach? That makes no sense. This must be a supermarket. Oh, look. Oh, there's a Frisbee. I heard Frisbee sometimes might go, people have on the beach, but look what this is. This must be a sporting goods store. So what happens is that direct look that you have now gets taken on all the side roads, and what he does is he then catches you. So here's my advice. I'm James Safechuck, and say the train station didn't exist. Say that I thought it was a train station, and it wasn't a train station. I thought it was 1991, and it was actually 1994, whatever the case may be. And Tom Mesereau says, hey, I looked into your allegations, and let me play this Leaving Neverland clip. Now, how could you so confidently say that you were raped in the train station? That doesn't really make so much sense. I mean, seriously, my answer would be, you know what, Tom, I really wasn't thinking about location when I was getting anally raped. I thought it was the train station. I saw choo-choo trains kind of going around. So I think my mind thought it was a train station. But, you know, when you're getting anally raped or you're getting sodomized or whatever it may be, some oral, you know, you're not really thinking about, you know, is it a train station? Is it a Home Depot? You know, is it Tom Mesereau's, you know, beachfront property? I'm just thinking, hey, look, I think that's what my mind tells me, but it's been so far long gone. Tom, hey, I have a question for you. What were you eating 20 years ago, say on November 1st, in 2005 when the trial was going on? What were you having? Do you remember? You know, because a lot of times people remember really good miss. Oh, you know your birthday when you turned, I don't know, 90? You know, what was the favorite thing you remember? What type of cake was it? You know, what were you drinking? And, well, I think it was, well, that's how I feel what happens when I get raped. You know, my mind isn't really thinking about, you know, gee, am I going to have to remember the location? So when I come forward 20 years later, I'm going to have to recall it. So the Michael Jackson fans say, oh, great. And that you say as the lawyer, oh, wow, I can't believe your memory's so good. Wasn't thinking about that. Next person, oh, Dominic Cassio, look, I'm sorry, Eddie Cassio, I heard you've been writing those tracks. That music, I heard that, gee, it was copyrighted in 2003 by one of your friends. Now that friend is married to your sister, right? Uh-huh. And you then brought it to the estate. Uh-huh, yeah. And you tried to pass off fake songs to the estate. My answer would be, really, does the estate say they're fake? Because I haven't heard anything the such. The fake brought in a lawyer to actually defend the tracks. I gave them the demos. They had more than enough time to make sure. And I was here. Michael Jackson built the studio in my house. He put harmonies on it. I had those tracks lying around since 2003, but I knew, hey, if I take those and Michael Jackson gets them, you know, a demo now can turn into something magnificent. And I could say, look, I had a part in history. I actually had something that I worked on that Michael Jackson constantly told me to keep on working on, you know, to play and to get better and make sure you don't need school, just put out your best talents. And he was going to be a part of it, and I was excited. So when I heard that Michael Jackson had passed away and the estate was looking for, you know, material to put out, I had these tracks. He put harmonies on it, and his vocals, whether they're there or not, whatever it may be, you know. So I gave it to them, and I figured whatever final production, it's their job. They bought him off of me. They had more than enough time to check the goods. I did my job. The rest is on them. They're the Michael Jackson experts. They have all the people that know his harmonies, know his dances. They have all the people, all the fans. They have all this resources, but yet even they couldn't figure out they weren't authentic. And to this day, guess what? They still think they're authentic. That would be my answer. Not a hesitation. And you say, well, it's a court of law. Oh my God, you're going to be contempt of court. Let's make it, you know, I was the lawyers or other people that, if you get a contempt of court charge, fine. We'll make sure you get bailed out. Get a contempt of court. If you get 20, as long as you get your story out, that's all that matters. Because guess what? If you finally show that you were a rape victim and you finally win your case, those contempts of court or whatever the heck it may be are going to mean zero. And that's what needs to happen. And that's what Mesereau would do. Well, what do you mean, Marina Cole? For years I heard that Michael Jackson only abused little boys. I can't believe that he would actually abuse a little girl. None of that makes sense to me. I remember the great heyday when I got the 14 acquittals and the doves were flying. And I was trying to get a role as, you know, B. Arthur's sister. And I just remember that whole situation. And I don't remember any girls being mentioned. My answer would be, really? Okay, well, let me give you some girls that were mentioned. Tatum O'Neal, he was 17, she was 12. Brooke Shields, hey, he talked about how wonderful, he could believe how wonderful she was. He was 22, she was 15. Jane Doe, you know that girl you guys don't want to talk about? She has all those checks totaling $900,000. That person. Oh, and guess what? Me. Yeah. Oh, so let me educate you, because obviously you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Now, obviously, you got to put in a way that the judge isn't going to throw you out of the court, but you got to make it so it's so in their face that he doesn't have any way to turn. You can't go on Elm Street because guess what? We're keeping you on the main highway. You're not going to take your little jalopy and try to drive it somewhere else. We're keeping you like an arrow straight to where we need to get you this time. Instead of you driving us around, we're driving Miss Daisy, Miss Mesereau there around. That's what needs to happen. There can't be any, and again, I said this in the live stream, and I said, you guys have your time to mourn, you have your time to cry, you have your time to sort of work as a family, work as a team, whatever it may be. Now it's your time to tell the truth. That not your truth, don't ever use the word your truth, the truth. The truth. Don't ever use the words your truth. It's the truth. Because they'll turn that around. What do you mean your truth? No, I'm here to tell the truth. Now it's my turn. And now I'm no longer a 21 or a 22-year-old Wade Watson that looks at you and says, oh my God, this man's so intimidating. No, I'm looking at a man that literally looks like he could probably be in the next installment of the Golden Girls, who's probably shuffling around in court, who correct me if I'm wrong, lost the Bill Cosby case, lost the Master case, something about Suge Knight, kind of, that wasn't even a thing, that kind of went up in smoke. So all those cases, I'm going to look him right in the eye and say, this man is not even 1/10 of what he was 5 years ago. That's how you look at him. He's not intimidating. He's not threatening. He's just somebody, I hope when he walks near me, he doesn't fall down on his walker. My personal opinion, of course, I could be 100% wrong. Tom Mesereau could be the most amazing male specimen on the planet, but that's what I see. I'm just going by visuals, and we live in the United States, and we have something called freedom of speech. And I'll be going a little over some of my other tips, because they need to be listened to. And I'm offering my services for free, no charge, zero, nada, nit, niet, nothing. If you want advice on how to get around the people you're going to be encountering, talk to me. Talk to me. That's all you need. You need someone that knows the ins and outs of this thing and knows every single play, these clowns, these frauds, these grifters, these human pieces of excrement with arms and mustaches. You need to know every move they have, because guess what? I said this in the live stream. I don't know who heard it. Maybe some people did. Some people didn't. Let me tell you about mechanics. You have mechanics just out of high school. Worked in high school. They can fix some things. Then you have a mechanic that's out of college. And he's a little bit more experienced. That's pretty damn good. Yeah, pretty good. Then you have the mechanics that have been there 5-6 years, and they're usually supervisors and things like that. And then you have the people that are really dedicated and know every car inside and out. They're called master mechanics. That's what I am when it comes to these allegations. I'm the master mechanic. I'm the one that can say, that's wrong, he's an idiot, that's wrong, no, sorry, that didn't happen, that did happen, that one you gotta be a little bit careful of, blah, 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 blah. And you need CSA victims to come out and support you. 1 in 6, RAIN, the people that are part of the Me Too movement. And you need people that now, the Epstein victims. You need to galvanize those individuals around you and say, look, I'm going to be facing a Goliath, and I need people that are going to speak for us. We already heard the Michael Jackson story over and over and over again. We don't need to see that play anymore. We don't need to see that show. We've already saw the infomercial. Why don't we start talking about the other side of his legacy? Why don't we get people that actually want to support us? Do not play in their hands. They will use, abuse, spit you out, throw you out. He will do whatever he possibly can do, because it's his legacy on the line right now. It's Mesereau's legacy. He wants to be the hero. Rah, 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 look, I'm an octogenarian and I won the second case. Again, think you have to look at what they're going to do way ahead of it. I know every one of their god-awful moves. I heard every one of their god-awful stories. I know all the myths, all the things they're going to try to do, etc. You can't give them an inch. This is literally, we're now at the 50-yard line. You cannot drop it at this point. You have to go, and now you're on the offense. Your defense was, I had to heal myself. I had to get those tears out. Do not show emotion unless you have to. If you don't, you don't. Everything's authentic. Everything is exactly what you're feeling at that moment. You don't stop. You don't cower. You look. And if you're going to cry, you cry through angry tears. You cry through a face that's looking right at that little weirdo, that platypus with a wig. You look directly at him. You don't flinch. You don't blink. You look right at him. Because that's what needed to happen. And believe it or not, that's what Gavin Arvizo did to Michael Jackson. And the problem was, the prosecution, that might not be a good look. No, that's a great look. Yes, that man sitting there raped me. That man did this, he did this, he did that, he did this, he did that. Okay, this is the Michael Jackson Corporation. Yes, this is where they brought me. This is this is every little thing you say without any hesitation. Literally, none, like a freight train. So, we're going to take a break because I need to get hydrated and I need to have a nice piece. I'm going to make a nice salad with some rotisserie chicken on it. So if you have something you want to drink, if you want something you want to eat, if you want to go and, I don't know, dance in the rain, don't care, whatever the hell you want to do, go do it. Because we're going to be coming back and we're going to be looking at some other videos. Long stream tonight. Definitely a long stream because right now I'm on a rant and that rant needs to be heard. And here's what's going to happen. This is going to be over. The live stream is going to be it will probably be over and then we'll get certain traffic. What needs to happen, and maybe people can do me a favor, take the link and share it everywhere. On X all day if you're off on the weekend, whatever you got to do. You go to Piers Morgan, you go to Geraldo Rivera, you go to 1 in 6, you go to Rain, wherever you got to do, and you let them listen to this live stream. Because I am a CSA survivor. I understand their stories. I know exactly what they went through. And in the very end, I'm going to mention one more time my story. Not graphic detail. I'm going to go over the peripherals, but you're going to hear it and why I'm doing what I'm doing. So the people that are there for just the fluff and the sort of window dressing, I'm not here for that. I'm here because those men and women need justice. We already got effed on the Epstein situation. We can't get effed on this one. All the energy that you have for Epstein, you need to start putting into Jackson. Perfect name, Jackson. Think about it. We'll be taking a break. We'll be coming back at 9:45. I'll be playing some music. Obviously, no copyright. Okay, I am back. I'm going to be checking the chat real quick, and then going back to this. This is a video by Natalie Morris from Redacted. I have, I think, possibly 3 videos with Redacted, maybe 2. I'm not 100%. Yeah, it's this one, Matt Fids, and then another Redacted one. This is the third video. Once we get into that's the one that angered me the most and really pissed me off. So let me take a look. Okay. So I'm going to check one thing. I have to check the technical aspect of this. Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure it's working correctly. Okay, it looks like it is. Okay, first of all, I know that the audio is coming in and out, and what's happening is that I'm so flustered tonight. I am playing some audio, then I realize, oh wait, because you got to switch microphones, and I'm hitting the wrong microphone or whatever it is. But I'm going to keep an eye on it for the next video. I'm a lot more relaxed at this point. But again, I want people to understand this is passion. This is something that I am passionate about. This is not me trying to say, oh my word, I'm just going to yell and scream and holler. This is about what is the actual reality of what we're facing. Now I want you to look at this. You need to understand most lives, usually especially lives about a topic that everyone's talking about in that day, usually will have more than 8 concurrent viewers, okay? What happens is that it gets thrown in, people look up, oh, I gotta see what's going on with Michael Jackson, and then you have a whole list of things. The problem is when you're at the bottom of the list, a lot of times people won't see that. They'll see something about, oh, well, it's Piers Morgan. Oh, I trust Piers. Oh, look, it's Clayton Norris and Natalie Morris. I trust them. This is the situation. I know, trust me, my health is fine. What isn't fine is what I'm seeing right now. And sometimes you have to show some emotion, because if you don't and you try to make it so, it's so sort of, it's so like sterile, people don't care. I've been watching a great channel, and this woman does nothing but TikTok beggar videos. They get millions upon millions upon millions of views because people are interested in what they're saying and the emotion that goes with it. And sometimes you have to show that. But the reality is this topic gets so suppressed that the only way you can get, maybe someone might say, wow, did you see this? This got sent to me. I didn't know who this person was. I never heard of this channel. I'm telling you, I listened to it and I was taking notes on it because I never heard these things before. I only heard what people were telling me. Okay? So I'm going to be looking at your comments right now. I'm going to go right back to the next video, and then before the video after, I'm going to be answering questions and then going to the next video. All right.
Them for years. This is how sensational it gets. At one point, one of the siblings says that Jackson drank his urine, said, I love you so much, I'm going to drink your pee.
Come on.
To show you how much I love you. He says it.
I think we're stupid.
Okay, so what you heard there, I just had to get a drink real quick. What you heard there was Clayton Morris saying, "Oh my God, they think are stupid. Someone drinking somebody's urine. Michael Jackson drinking someone's urine." Yes, Clayton Morris. I don't know if you'll ever hear this. I think you might. Clayton Morris, believe it or not, sometimes perverts do perverted things. I know that's crazy talk. I know that's strange. But gee, it was reported that Michael Jackson ate Jordan Chandler's semen, which is also a bodily fluid. So what would make you think that Michael Jackson wouldn't drink his urine? Coming, I hate to say it, from the same place, disgusting as that is. So what makes one more believable than the other? Clayton Morris, my question for you, are you really still believing in Billy Meyer, the man that threw like pie plates up in the air and took a picture, the man that met aliens, but it was actually like some shopping network? He took 2 pictures of like these Swedish blonde models and said, "Oh look, I met aliens." But just out of curiosity, I digress. Let me tell you something, Clayton. By the way, I was into UFOs probably before you even knew what UFOs were. Okay, so let's go next with the great Natalie Morris.
He says those things. I chose not to bring the clip. Now, can anyone prove that these are false? Well, Michael Jackson maybe could, but he's dead, so he's not here to defend himself. The Casio siblings don't provide any proof other than their own word, but their credibility and their financial conflict of interest is worth serious consideration, and which is why we should exercise extreme caution when we hear this. Unfortunately, the media pieces, both the New York Times and 60 Minutes Australia and various other sources, do not give you these caveats about their credibility, so I'm going to. Now, before we do this, I'm going to tell you what my mindset is in reporting this. Number one, every single Michael Jackson accuser, since he started being accused of sexual abuse of children in the 90s, was riddled with financial credibility issues. They had
Let's stop it there, okay? Falsehood number 1. Evan Chandler was fairly rich. He was a pretty well-known dentist in LA, and he actually knew Carrie Fisher. He knew a lot of celebrities. He was not hurting for money there, Natalie. And James Safechuck, his father actually owned a company still does, and he sold the company. And James Safechuck's wife, Stephanie Chuck, used to get like 6% of the profits, and they were like checks for, I don't know, $600,000, $100,000. These were people not hurting for money, but yet they're riddled with financial problems. Gee, I think they probably have more money than you do, Natalie. And they didn't have to move to Portugal. Oh, I can't say that, God forbid. But let me mention the other thing. The only people that really were riddled with money problems were Gavin Arvizo, who was a Hispanic boy with him and his mom that lived in a studio apartment, and Jason Francia, whose mother worked for Michael Jackson, who also took a huge risk to come forward because he worked with them for years to say what Michael Jackson did, and probably could have happened to her because you're dealing with very, very powerful people, but she decided to take that risk. And then, as for Wade Robson, he lives in one of the most beautiful places on the planet. It's called Maui. Maui's not cheap there, Natalie Morris. It's probably I know it's more expensive than your location. I don't know what exactly that is, but I have an idea. So, Natalie, so it's more expensive than where you and Clayton live. So how is he doing that? That's really shocking to me. And why don't we talk about who else? The Casios. Wow, they used to live in one of the most expensive areas in New Jersey. And they just sold a huge, very, very popular restaurant. And they're all now multimillionaires because of what happened with the estate. I don't think they're hurting for money or riddled with problems there, Natalie. But you know what? People who tend to grift and victim shame. And, I'm looking at, you have 2.8 million subscribers. And I think this video, I just have to go back to it really quick. Let me just take a quick look at that. Here. I don't know how many thousand? 51,000 on one, another 50. How do you have 2.8 million subscribers? and have like 50, 60,000 views. That's really weird, especially on a topic like this. 2.8 million. Can someone like in the chat before when I get back do like what the percentage of that is? Say round it up, 75,000. What the percentage? 75,000 versus 2.8. What is the percentage of that? I'm just curious. But let's go here. So let me go a little bit further. Now, this is actually the video. I put them out of order, but I'm going to go with this one. There's a statement at the end of this video that I've been trying to contact people and let them know that get your lawyers to listen to this. And it's not so much about, oh, did they say something that might be liable? But they said something that is so, in my opinion, so just absolutely disgusting, amoral, just, you know, words can't describe it. You're going to hear it. It was on my live stream, but you're going to hear it.
Financial conflicts of interest, and they had major credibility issues. Jackson's civil rights were severely trampled on in his 2005 trial in a way that should scare all of us. His legal team was raided by police, which is illegal. You are supposed to have lawyer privilege, or attorney-client privilege. An arrest warrant was issued on the
Wrong again now. Are you talking about Mark Garagos and the time they actually put microphones in the plane? Is that what you're talking about? How his attorney-client privilege was actually breached? Is that when? Because that didn't happen in '93. That happened in like 2003, 2004. So if what you're saying, I don't think I ever heard that before in 1993. I think it was in 2003. But hey, you are the professional podcaster. You have 2.88 million subscribers. Your husband was on Fox News. You guys are amazing journalists. So who am I to doubt? Who am I to doubt your knowledge, Natalie? Who am I to doubt that the raid somehow breached Michael Jackson's rights in 1993? That somehow Michael Jackson, who was overseas, they had to literally somehow do a deal with him to get him back from overseas. And instead of literally taking him off the plane, dragging him into the police department, putting him in handcuffs like every other human being did, no, they did the exact opposite. They coddled the man. And then we're getting further into that, but that's what she's saying. This video actually covers a lot of ground, so this is going to be a really good one. And neither is Natalie Morris accurately reporting. So Natalie, okay, I'm gonna give you the inside scoop here because I know you're a reporter and you want facts. Facts are really important to you. All your viewers look at you and they expect you to give them the actual facts. Not speculation, not what's dreaming in your little brain, not when you're counting sheep. Or you're dreaming about marshmallows and rainbows. No, actual facts. So, the timing is kind of peculiar. So let's go through the whole story. So, Leaving Neverland comes out, and she's going to discuss this, but I'm going to go this first to debunk a lot of her total garbage reporting. My humble opinion, of course. I love the United States because you get to have humble opinions. So in 2019, let's think about this. 2019, Michael Jackson has a documentary called Leaving Neverland. And, you know, if I was hanging out with Michael Jackson, or if I knew him and I heard that was on, you bet, and say nothing happened, you bet I'm watching that documentary. I'm watching that documentary. So more than likely, as a family, they're probably like, because none of them know they're abused at that point. They all know they have been abused, but none of them know collectively. So I'm watching and saying, oh, you know, all the lies they're going to be telling in this thing. Oh, my word. We know Michael Jackson would never do anything. You tell them that. Again, I understand disclosure, and I understand how your mind works and how it's important to safeguard your mind until disclosure is ready to happen. Usually it happens at the worst possible times. Usually it's not a very pretty experience. I will go over in the very end my specific experience, not with a whole lot of emotion, but with a whole lot of clarity. I already had some emotion on that, but let me go further. So you then have the youngest brother. So think of being the four other children who usually the youngest, because I'm the youngest in my family, you're supposed to look after the youngest. You're supposed to make sure, if you're a family of 5, that youngest child, anybody goes after them, anyone tries to tease them, anyone tries to put gum in their hair, or, you know, tries to give them a wedgie, or, you know, I don't know, you know, tries to hang them on a seesaw, whatever it may be. Your job is to make sure, if you're the oldest ones, to protect the youngest ones. So he watches that story. And then all of a sudden, that individual, Aldo Casio, who I think seems like a really nice, caring individual is now in the beginning stages, and I have to say, the beginning stages of the healing process. It was 2020. It's 6 years. Trust me, there's a whole lot longer to go. Okay, but he's in the beginning stages. But in 2019, that was when he first realized. He stopped, the movie's over, and then he thinks, oh my God. I saw Gavin Arvizo, I saw Jordan Chandler, but I never really heard the actual nitty gritty, the actual just down and dirty and graphic abuse that has been in my head and that I've been feeling guilty for 20 years, whatever it may be, and I was blaming myself for, and who the person I was trying to protect, I was having to deal with that, and now I hear someone else saying exactly what I went through. And you know the rarity of that? To actually see that on a television screen and have to know that that exact person knew the same person you knew and you went through the same exact process, it's extremely rare. It is extremely rare. It's almost as rare as Natalie Morris's B shirt. Oh, she has this amazing looking B shirt that everyone seems to love, unless you're freaking colorblind. But hey, who am I to say? I'm not a fashion expert. Anyways, what I'm getting at here is that they start talking, because now he probably has to get help. I know when I first disclosed, and when I first did it, I did it with a psychiatrist, real quick. Okay, here's what happened. I want to spend like 1 day on this, maybe 2 sessions. It was 1 session. I said, okay, got it on me. Done. Let's move on. And then I will get into later what happened. Right in 2013. So, anyways, now the siblings start talking, and now they realize, oh my God, his story matches my story matches their story, and they probably all thought, but at least Marie Nicole was saved. At least she was spared, because she's the female in the family. And then they probably looked at Marie Nicole and realized, no, she wasn't spared. Imagine having 4 brothers, 1 sister, you're part of that 4-brother team, and your sister was raped and used as essentially nothing more than Michael Jackson's sort of, oh, look, I'm going through puberty now phase. That's what happened. But hey, now they decide, you know what? All this stuff happened. They know probably Howard Weitzman. They probably know the lawyers that are a part of that estate. They probably met them, who knows, and said, you know what, maybe we should talk to the estate because we're going to need serious help. They are, they're really in charge of Michael Jackson. Maybe there's something they can do that can help us heal and maybe give us a future, because who knows what's going to happen at that point. Who knows? You might now have such a breakdown that you might have to literally give up everything and focus on your healing. So they go, and Howard Weitzman, this is in their court papers, Natalie. You know what court papers are, Natalie? Let me explain to you. So what happens is when you file a lawsuit, there's court papers, and it tells you all about the actual case. It's not like, clickbait, or I don't know what's on the inside of your bubblegum wrappers, or I don't know. I know you're probably still trying to figure out how to draw Winky on the back of the matchbook cards, but they're actually something called court documents. And what those court documents do, Natalie, is they tell you exactly what the side of the victims are, if it's those court documents, or what the side of the defense is. So if you look at them, you can actually gather information. And what that information says is, oh, look, they went hat in hand in the sense of, I'm going to go to them and see what happens. And when I say hat in hand, I don't mean looking for money, but hey, I need help. They said immediately, according to the court documents, Howard Weitzman said, we believe you. And there was another gentleman there that was a lawyer, I forget his name. And then there was the PI that was there. He was there. He had kind of worked with the Jacksons before, but he convinced them, at least if I'm reading this right, I'm on your side. I've been on the wrong side of history. Now I'm on the right side of history, and I'm going to help you, guide you through this. The estate then says, hey, look, you're not going to need a lawyer. We understand, we believe you. We're going to make sure that you get a fair settlement. Because that's what lawyers do. Lawyers always make sure that you get a fair settlement. Excuse me, a little parched. So then I think if I'm correct, there was like some, six-figure thrown around, and then eventually they got to like the 2.83 million each. Okay, so then there now has to be agreements. So what would you normally do? First, you encourage them. Hey, you should get your own attorney. Have them look it over. Here's copies of the agreement, which they don't have, Natalie. Isn't that strange? Don't you think if someone's going to settle with you, buy your life rights, that the least they could do is give you a copy of the agreement? The other thing that's really strange is it didn't get notarized by the estate. According to the court document, Attorney John Bronker, didn't notarize it for like several years later. I think right around like the 2024, maybe a little bit young. I'm not a reporter like Natalie Morris. I was never on Fox News. I don't wear, B shirts and really tacky glasses and, look like I'm Daria. I'm actually just looking at facts and information. I digress though, but I want you to think about this. So they go, and this is the story now. They go, and then they ask me, maybe we should have an attorney, and they were told, you know what? If that happens, the deal's off. So you got money in the hand, you got a family in crisis, and you have to say, okay, what do we do? Do we blow this up to the point of no return and say, you know what, take your money, put it where the sun don't shine, and we're going to go public? Or do you say, we heal our family, you guys are going to get roughly a nice chunk of change, 2.83 million, whatever it is. You can now maybe kind of put aside the immediate trauma and then figure out the rest of your lives. And what that does, Natalie, because you don't understand, how does money help victims? Oh my God, that's such a crazy question. How is they getting more money? How on God's earth does that help victims? Well, here's what it does. It gives you time, Natalie. It allows you to say, you know what? I don't have to worry about that mortgage payment right now. Or you know what? I can take time off of work and I can take 6 months, and I'm going to go to the nicest location I could possibly find. I'm going to hire a really amazing therapist, and I'm going to be in a beautiful location, and I'm going to heal. Because you know what? I was raped as a child by the biggest pop star on the planet. So maybe, just maybe, I deserve some time to heal. To actually take all the money that, because now you understand, the Michael Jackson estate, she said, what, $3 billion? You understand? That's a lot of money. And you know what the other thing I know that Natalie doesn't? Because Natalie, well, and her husband Clayton, literally, it's like, I was saying this in the other live stream, it's like literally, you know, when you have preschool children, and you have little children running around, you have that sort of, if you have like a niece or a nephew, it's like trying to teach them how to do like macaroni pictures. It's like, okay, well, if you use that piece of macaroni, it makes a face. And if you use that piece of macaroni, it can be the arm. And if you use that piece of macaroni, it can be the leg. That's what I feel like I'm doing in this particular live stream, because I'm trying to break it down so simple, stupid, that the simple, stupid people who I'm trying to get to listen might actually hear the truth and not what their little humble opinion, grifting, clickbait type of thing is. Because Natalie Morrison, she has passion. She has passion on this subject. Wow. You know what the difference between you and me, Natalie, is? I have passion, and I haven't made a fucking penny. Not a dime, not a nickel, not a shekel, not even a buy me a coffee. Never did send me the Cash App, or you know what, you send me $5 so I can get a scratch card. None of that. None. I put in thousands upon thousands of dollars and hours upon hours, because you know what? There's some people that like to study like the migration of like sea turtles, and they do it their whole lives. And people say, well, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to study that? Because they're passionate about that topic. Well, I'm passionate about this, and I'm like a bulldog with a bone. Your husband may be able to relate to that. Anyways, what I'm saying is, and I'm not talking about you, Natalie, by the way. What I'm saying is that you know what? What happens is that now that they got that money, they said, okay, well, maybe we can rest. So the biopic is up and running. They have advertising, Lionsgate. You got a huge director that directed Bohemian Rhapsody. John Bronk is happy because the first scene, he's going to be a scene stealer. Or at least Miles Teller is going to play it like a scene stealer. You have all this amazing, amazing things going on. And then I'm going to quote Candace Owens. Whoopsies! Oh, my word. Look at this. This is kind of shocking. Oh, my word. Look at this. There is an agreement that we totally forgot about. Oh, my word. That's crazy. There is a clause in the first settlement, probably of so many we can't even imagine. But the first settlement says you can't dramatize, you can't put in a documentary, you can't do this and that. Jordan Chandler. And the first saying we made sure got filmed, because we want to make sure that the person that's heading the state, front and center, you want to show John Branca. You want to show that 70s, Matlock looking, with the Lisa suit and all that. You want to focus on him. And then you find we can't use that footage, unfortunately. So now that's going to cost us X amount of dollars. I think they said it was $15 million. And what's really shocking to me, I think that was the bonuses they gave out to the director and the producer, I think. Roughly about $50 million. It's kind of weird. It kind of matches up. Again, I'm just reading the news. Sometimes news outlets are wrong. I'm just, not a researcher. I'm a researcher. I'm not a journalist. So take everything I say with a grain of salt. Take every piece of information I take. Do your own research. Because that's what Natalie and Clayton always say. Do your own research. That's what I'm saying. But the difference between you and me there, Natalie, when they do their own research on my shit, they're going to find out it's true. So, next step. So, now it's 2024. And the biopic, the whole Jordan Chandler thing happens. What do we do? Oh my word. What if the Casios come forward and now we're going to have to deal with that? Because the last payment's coming due. Now, granted, we kind of used again, according to the reports I read, LLCs and other companies to kind of funnel it and squirrel it around. So the heirs of the estate, again, these are reports I just read. They could be wrong. So they wouldn't know. So Paris Jackson wouldn't find out. Prince Jackson the First. I actually now know how to pronounce his name. B.G. Jackson. So that wonders if Barry Gibb maybe gave some of the seed for Blanket Jackson. That kind of, you know, if it's related to him, it was Barry Gibb, then that's a BG. Anyways, I never really thought about it before. So now none of them know this, and now you hear Paris Jackson's king. I want to know where all this money's getting funneled to. I want to know. I want to see the books. But so, anyways, I digress. They go back to the Cassios. It wasn't the timing that you're thinking of, Natalie. No. See, you got it wrong. Because I know how to read a court document, and I actually know the case inside and out. You don't. I don't even think you know really. I don't think you know how to tie your shoes unless you have two little bunny hoops. But again, that's just an opinion. I'm just making a yuck. I'm just making a little funny. But let's go further. I digress. So now it's 2024, and okay, you approach the Cassios. They then say, wait a second, something's not right with this. They just gave us almost $3 million each, and now they're worried that they didn't pay us enough? When do you ever get anyone coming back to you after the settlement? Liberty Mutual, you know that car accident we paid you for? We paid you like, I don't know, $8,000 for the car and for a rent-a-car. And, we didn't pay enough. I'm just thinking about it. We should have really gave you, I don't know, $50,000. Because we feel so bad. Well, what were we thinking? That really doesn't happen, Natalie. Not in the real world. It usually happens when there's something that they know is going to affect them. Because you know how much the movie made? We're going, $850 million? So say you have to pay them another, I don't know, $3 million or $10 million each. Think about that. Say it's 10. That's $50 million. Do you think that makes a dent in the estate or what the possible earnings are for the Lionsgate produced movie or the earnings are for the Michael Jackson estate? It's nothing. Absolutely nothing. But I know you're so concerned about Michael Jackson's estate's money. Man, I've never seen so many people concerned about an estate's money, about, oh my God, somebody might be taking money from a multimillionaire. Oh my God, that poor Jeffrey Epstein. When he died, all that money didn't go to where it was supposed to. It's going to victims. What an awful thing. How is that going to help them, Natalie? The Epstein victims receiving money? That's a shocker. An absolute, total, complete shocker. Why would any victim want money? So, and again, guys, for people that are hearing this, this is not about me going now totally in tangents and cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. This is about me watching this news cycle and seeing it play out. And I'm not going to allow it. Somebody has to come up and give the truth, not the bullshit. So, I know if you're concerned about me rambling, please don't. Please don't. I come from an Italian family. Trust me, we can look at a subject and argue it 6 ways to Sunday. If you ever seen My Cousin Vinny with the Joe Pesci character, that's our family. Okay. Well, I digress. So, what do? Well, my first thing would think they wouldn't let us have the lawyer the first time. Now we're getting a lawyer. And what the lawyer does is he gets to uncover a whole lot of stuff. And what they found is that person, Mr. Weisberg, the one that says, I'm going to be working for good, not evil, like he's from like a Marvel comic book. Wah, wah, wah. Oopsies. Guess what? Okay, maybe this would be as big as like, I'm thinking about Candace Owens like series on Brigitte Macron. Maybe this could be as big. I'll use that, her phrase. Oopsies. Oh, guess what? Mr. Weisberg's actually working for the estate. And the goal is that we can get them for as low as possible. Let's see how low we can go. And how do I know this? Because, see, I actually write down shit, Natalie. What I know is that there was a reporter. He kind of goes back and forth and back. His name is Stacy Brown. He's been friends with the Jackson family for eons. And what he did is he did a live stream, which I have a copy of, by the way. It was, it's trying to copy everything I have. And what he said was, in the live stream, and by the way, I don't personally have it at this point, just to give you a little wink, wink, nod, nod. So anyways, what he said was, he spoke to Mr. John Branca, and he was shocked how little money it took to pay off these 5 accusers. And you know what? I keep on forgetting to put this to my homepage. It's a very, very important quote. Very, very important quote. In fact, I don't know why I keep on forgetting to do this, but I do. I digress. Let me find that one quote that is one of the most important quotes, I think. If I was the Casio attorney, I would make sure that I had this. I would put it on a banner. I would find like a big, I don't know, I used to have those big, like, you would go downtown and you would see these big, like, posters of, coming soon, or I would probably even see if we can get maybe, in New York, how they have that, you can put almost anything up there. I would probably put this. This is one of the most important quotes in the whole thing. One more. Look, I've had this for so long now. Let me see if I can find it. Please, guys, just I digress. Just, I'm going to make sure I give you the correct quote. I don't want to misquote. I don't like misquoting shit. Where is it? Where is that beautiful quote of mine? I know it's here. Oh, wait, I got to be in screenshots. That's why. Let's take a look here. I'm just going to flag this one. Okay, it's down here somewhere. I got like pages and pages and pages and pages. My Lord. Just like absolute. Here we go. Financial Times. I took this February 17th. I forget what year. I'm going to have to look it up. But it says this. This is John Branca. We survived leaving Neverland, Natalie. But I'm not sure we could have with those additional allegations. Branca said his lawyers had told him, you have no choice. If those people come forward and make these allegations, then Michael is over, his legacy is over, the business is done. My advice to Mr. Mark Geragos, you should have that quote, you should have it poster made and stuck on your office wall. So the next time you meet Piers Morgan or some other, some other podcaster or whoever it may be, you have that handy. So you can literally rip it off on the poster board and say, I'm making sure I bring this with me. Because what that says to me, it's not an if, it's not an and, it's not a maybe. It's if they come forward, they're so credible that they are going to blow this whole thing up. So let's pay them for as little as possible, but make sure they're paid. Now, Natalie says that what the timing? They're all for money. I want you to think about this. Millionaires understand a bird in the hand is worth a whole lot more that's in the tree. So, if I'm going to be offered, say, another $3 million, or say $10 million each, guess what I'm doing? If I am a smart businessman, yeah, give me the $10 million. What do you want from me again? You want this? Well, let me tell you something. I will negotiate you my life rights, but I will never ever tell you that you're gonna silence me on child sexual abuse claims, because there's a law that blocks that. And I want to make sure the agreement is notarized, and my lawyer's here to make that happen. So we're going to negotiate. So what the lawyer does is says, hey, look, this is what their demands are. This is what you paid Jordan Chandler. This is what 20 years, 2 decades of abuse kind of figures out to, if you look at sort of what the cost of the economy is and all those sort of things. This is what we think is not a crazy amount, not an outrageous amount, a amount that kind of goes with what was paid before. So now you're the estate. Do we want to give them $200 million? What if this movie bombs? And it gets out that we paid $200 million. Man, Lionsgate's going to be pissed off at us. gee, the director probably will never talk to us again. All the actors and the crew, they're probably not going to be too happy about this. So you know what? Here's what we'll do. We'll claim extortion. That mean old lawyer, that awful lawyer, what he's doing is he's trying to get us to pay an exorbitant amount of money. And we're going to make sure we get ahead of this. So how do you do that? Well, you make sure you kind of leak it to certain organizations. And then, like I said with Stacey Brown, all you had to do was sort of give some hints. And then, whoopsies, I'm the Cassios. And guess what? Now I have to deal with a whole bunch of rabid fans that are going to be trying to hunt me down and literally try to do a moonwalk on my face. So that's what happens. And that's how the story went down, Natalie. Not the way you're telling it, at least from the court documents anyways. That's how that went down. So now you're the Cassios, and now they're telling you that not only you're not going to say something, you're going to go to arbitration and blah, 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 but you have a kick-ass lawyer that's going to say, that ain't happening. No, that ain't happening. We're going to leak it out. One person, and so he leaked it out, that woman, I think, overseas, had a little bit of attention. You got some, but now we're going to leak it out to a organization we know will make sure that it gets everywhere. And I'm going to show their question is going to be, doesn't 60 Minutes Australia pay for their interviews? I don't know, Natalie. When you're getting your PayPals and your Cash Apps and your, selling your gold and, selling your Kimchi One and whatever little things that you can sell that you think are just the best things in the world, because you have a right to sell what you want and to back what you want. Guess what? You're getting paid. You're getting paid for that because you're providing information. And guess what? Information is money. Information is power. So before you kind of say, if they got paid from 60 Minutes, wow, that's an awful thing. I wouldn't want to get paid to tell that type of story. You know what? If someone's going to give me $50,000 and all I got to do is tell the story that I've already told to my therapist, my lawyers, my family, to a journalist overseas, yeah, certainly. Where do I sign? Where do I sign? Because guess what? That's their story and that's their life. And they already had their life destroyed, ruined, broken into 1,000 pieces. They already had the power taken away, so guess what? I want the power back. And if they want to pay me $1 million, $5 million, I don't care what the freaking amount is. Abso-effing-lutely. No hesitation. So let's go further. I think that was a kind of a rant there, but hey, it is what it is.
Financial conflicts of interest of the witnesses and the accusers. During the 2005 trial, the accusers would repeat these salacious sexual details and the press would run outside to report it to their cameras, never hearing Jackson's own attorney destroy the credibility in their cross-examination.
I watch a show and she does something about, it's about beggar TikToks, people that beg on TikTok. She always says, hey fam, let me make some more corrections. I'm going to be stopping and starting this over and over and over again, because if you heard what she said, let me just repeat that. She said that the media didn't hear both sides. Well, let me think, Natalie. I know you have that really nifty Beast shirt, but all I got is knowledge. Gee, wasn't there like a reenactment with us done in the trial? Wasn't there don't we have clips of court TV showing exactly how the news coverage went? Didn't you even bother to watch the Netflix series, Natalie? Or maybe this is before the Netflix series, where they actually showed that both sides were shown. That's shocking. So how is your narrative correct, but yet video that actually proves the exact opposite is not correct? How does a poorly reenacted sort of court thing that you could watch, I forget what channel it was on, with really bad actors, how is that not on TV when I know I saw it? I know I remember the Fruit of the Loom sort of logo. I remember it with that sort of basket, but now it doesn't show the basket. But I remember it. I have to see if I have some old, not underwear, but t-shirts. I'm just curious if I can find one. But anywho, I digress. So I think you're wrong on that, Natalie. And I think if you watch the Netflix series and maybe if you actually talk to somebody that, actually supports the victims, like say a Diane Diamond or somebody that like a Ron Zonin or somebody that actually understands, you might be able to educate yourself instead of sounding like I don't know, like a high school student that's writing poetry for the first time.
Consider it's with that eye that I present to you these new claims. Here are the Cascio siblings. One of them is missing for a reason, their brother Frank, and we'll get to why in a minute. Now, they are among a group of people who say that after the Leaving Neverland documentary that was on HBO in 2019, they suddenly remembered being abused by Michael Jackson. Now, this show is so full of holes that I can't even go through them one by one, but I'm going to just sort of summarize a few inconsistencies that you would...
Really, Natalie, you can't go over it one by one because there's so many holes. Why can't I? Why do I know all the little holes that you probably think you know? Why do I know them and you don't? I'm not a paid journalist. I don't ask money from my subscribers, Natalie. I don't sit there and say, hey guys, I got 2.88 million subscribers. Come on, let's all band together. And you get 50,000, 70,000 views. But hey, what do I know? I don't know anything about YouTube or views or any of that. But you know what, Natalie? What I do know is information. And let's go see how accurate your information is.
With Michael Jackson, they should have recognized right away, not like, oh, well, if this is true, then I was abused too. First off, the two main victims of the movie, Wade Robson and James Safechuck, both were adamant defenders of Michael Jackson, both in 1993 and in 2005 when he was accused twice. They were vehemently against all of these allegations. They said, no way Michael did this. He couldn't have done it. We know him really well. Absolutely not. They were vocal and vehement. So were the Cassios. And in fact, Robson was the first witness who was called during the 2005 trial because Jackson's lawyer thought that his testimony was so strong. Now, Robson says that he just suddenly remembered as an adult that he had been abused as a child, which is possible, I guess, but it didn't happen until after he'd been paid to dance behind Janet. That's him right there.
Well, Natalie, didn't you just, after so many years realize that you're not a journalist? Didn't you come to that sort of apparition? So why can't Wade Robson realize that, hey, look, I'm going to now deal with my trauma and abuse. See, you're framing it as, oh my God, I just had a thought that popped in my head. Like it's some sort of abstract thing. No, what happened was he said, you know what? At this point in my life, I can no longer allow the trauma just to not have that release valve. And I can relate to what happened to Wade Robson, which I'll get into the very end, because I understand what it is to be a CSA survivor, Natalie. I actually understand, and this is why I've been dedicated so many years to this, because Wade Robson, the man that you're standing there saying, how can he dance with Janet Jackson? Gee, how can a victim do that? Let me think about an analogy here. Okay, now think about this for a second. You're a daughter, and your father has raped you, and you're in your eyes probably the only one in the family that he raped. So now all the years go by, and maybe it happened for 5 years, and the family reunions happen, and now you're say close to 30 or early 30s, and you decide to marry, and your father says, you know what, I'm going to throw you the biggest wedding ever. He goes all out, spends 6 figures, gives you the best food. He gives you a horse-drawn carriage. He gives you all these amazing, wonderful things. And the kicker is he even walks you down the aisle and gives you away. That's a man. Just picture that in your head. Picture like, I don't know, the Tom Cruise Scientology wedding, but on steroids, okay? Just picture that. So, now 10 years pass and you have a nervous breakdown. And then you then have to face, because now you're talking to a therapist, and the therapist is really good and says, if you don't deal with this now, guess what's going to happen in 20 years? Well, what will happen? Well, I'll be visiting your tombstone. That's probably what's going to happen. Because looking at the statistics, that's what you're really headed for. Now you have a baby, you have a new wife, and anyone that's seen Wade Robson's wife, she is a beautiful, stunning human being. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying that if I was Wade Robson, I would be like waking up every day saying, how lucky am I? A wonderful wife, a wonderful son. I'm in Maui. Everything's wonderful. But now you have to deal with this shit. Well, this is actually before he went to Maui, but you understand what I'm saying. So you then deal with it, and then you say, you know what? Now at this point, I have to face it, or I'm going to not be there for my newborn son. What do? What do you do? So let's hear Natalie go further, because she gets so much information incorrect that I'm going to have to stop and start, I don't know, more than a person that, learns how to drive a stick shift for the first time.
VMA tribute to Michael Jackson, or after he pitched tribute shows to all the dance shows on the major networks with himself as the choreographer, or after he applied to be a dancer on the Michael Jackson Cirque du Soleil tour. So he went out there to try and get all this money-making opportunity around his relationship to Michael Jackson. And then when all of that dried up, he suddenly remembered that he was accused by Jackson. Now, the film leaves all of those things out. It also has Robson saying that it discouraged me from trying to get close to girls because Jackson loved me so much. He was, possessive of me. Well, it leaves out the fact that Michael Jackson set him up with his niece, Brandy. They dated for 7 years, for most of their teens, until he cheated on her with Britney Spears.
Are you kidding me? Are you telling me that somebody in their late teens cheated on a girlfriend, or a girlfriend cheated on a boyfriend? Oh my word. That is the most heinous thing I have ever heard in my life. Are you saying teenagers? 2 teenagers cheated on each other? Oh my God. Man, I've never heard such a thing. I'm trying to think. Some of my friends that were teenagers, I could never see them doing something like that. That's absolutely crazy. But the one thing, Natalie, what a good reporter does? So Brandy Jackson, I'm sure you watched Square One or Surviving Neverland, or maybe you talked to Ian Carroll, or maybe you watched Candace Owens. Whoopsies! Her wonderful sort of take on this. But here's the situation, Natalie. I can't find, and I'm the person that has close to 14 years of research. I have more screenshots than I know what to do with. I try to keep as much as I possibly can. I can't find a picture of Brandy Jackson and Wade Robson dating as 15-year-olds, 17-year-olds, whatever it may, teenagers. I can't find one picture. I can't find one love letter. I can't find one gossip column. I'm a pretty fucking good researcher, Natalie. I really am. I don't just look at the back of a matchbook set and try to draw a winky. I actually try to look at documents and items and make sure I'm giving you good information. I can't find any. So shouldn't your first question, I'm going to be contacting Brandy Jackson, and I don't have to show a commercial where they're both 8 on a set of a commercial for LA Gear. I actually want to see you and him together, and I want to see that picture, and I want to be the first to show it. I want to be the first to show it. So then everyone can dissect it, make sure it's not AI, make sure that's what happens to the pictures that we put out with the Casios. Everything's a lie, everything's AI, everything's bullshit. It's just Epstein and the Jewish cabal trying to infiltrate the media, all that crap. I would think a good commentator, reporter, grifter, be-wearing sweater person would actually do their homework, Natalie, and actually look for that picture. I can't find it. But you know what? I can't find everything. Can't find everything. I can't find the, the marble that kind of fell out of your ear, but I'm sure it's somewhere. But hey, I'm all about humor, sarcasm. I'm all about that shit. I'm all about that because you know what? I fight for victims of rape. And I don't get paid a damn dime, so I have to have some fun, right? 12, 13, 14 years of this grinding, hard research. I got to have some fun, don't you think?
Would leave that out. That's kind of interesting and relevant, don't you think?
Right. Yeah, he's he's heterosexual, and I set him up with my niece, and he's been dating her for 7 years.
Right.
Like, okay.
And
the real question, though, Clayton, is with those glasses and kind of some of the outfits I've seen, my question to you is, are you heterosexual? Just curious. I have no idea. I know you're married, but nowadays, how can you tell? Man, the man looks like, I don't know. Like an Italian Clay Aiken? I'm just curious. I'm just making my observations there, Clay. Just making my observations because hey, I'm just making jokey jokes and yucks. You're actually shaming victims and calling them liars with very little evidence, and the evidence you're providing to your 2.88 million subscribers, that's a lot. Man, that's huge. Is not only wrong, it's disgusting.
Leave it out of the movie.
And I'm no Britney Spears expert, but reportedly Robson is the one who she cheated on Justin Timberlake with, although I think that's contested. I don't care about Britney and Justin. Someone else research that. The other accuser is named James Safechuck. He claims that he was abused in Neverland Castle, the train station, and the teepees that are on the premises in 1990. Those things were not built in 1990. Jackson didn't even contract an architect until 1990. The train station wasn't finished until 1994. Surely this dummy would have fact-checked those things before he...
Look, everybody, a victim of child rape is a dummy. But this genius, this Mensa candidate, this Dara-looking, Pearl-looking, probably multimillionaire, most of them are, she somehow... Oh my God, how can you not realize that it wasn't built? Well, you know what? I have a lot of information and you're kind of wrong in a lot of it there, Natalie. Neverland was, the construction went up pretty quick. But here's what I know that you don't know, Natalie. I know a couple of things. First of all, I'm going to give you a scoop. You know what a scoop is? It's something that a journalist takes. They take a scoop. Not like a scoop of ice cream, Natalie. Not like a scoop of ice cream. Not like, a scoop that you when you go to the beach and you have a little pail, kind of like that type of scoop. Not that scoop. No, it's a scoop where you can actually maybe contact somebody. Now he's going to tell you exactly what you want to hear, but I'm going to tell you what I heard that he put out in his own words. His name is Harrison Funk, F-U-N-K. Now when you think of funk, just think about your news reporting. That has that sort of funk to it. let me go a little bit further here now. You know, when I get wired, sometimes, guys, I get really, really sarcastic. You know, that is the 90s in me. That is the Italiano in me. That is, we're going to do the sort of, you know, sort of back and forth in our family who can do the best insults. That's who I am, okay? I don't mean anything mean by it. I'm just observations. I have to have a little fun. See, I don't ask for, buy me a coffee, please. Oh, you know what, guys? Gold's going up. Gold. Make sure you buy your gold. I don't do any of that crap. See, what I do is I just provide information and advocate. I don't do it the best sometimes. Sometimes I ramble. Sometimes I go off on tangents. Sometimes I tweet incessantly, or I do X's incessantly. But hey, when you're suppressed the amount that my channel's been suppressed, what other choice do I have? What other choice do I have? And Natalie, I tried contacting you. I tried to give you a heads up on this. I begged with you, let's do an X Spaces debate. Pleaded with you to try to get you to maybe salvage whatever little bit of dignity you have. I tried. I gave you that olive branch and you click. I don't want to see his nasty little tweets anymore. My word, I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe I can do a cosplay with Daria. Anyways, let me go further. So what this sort of, again, Mensa candidate doesn't realize is that Harrison Funk gave an interview. And what his job was he did a lot of, he was like his personal photographer, Michael Jackson, but he went around, took pictures of everything. And one big part of Michael Jackson's wonderful world was Neverland. And Michael Jackson made sure he was there and made sure he took pictures of Neverland. And he was going to do, I think, a big, wide photo spread or something was happening. But he told Harrison Funk, hey, I'm going to give you a little secret here. You got to keep it under lock and key. There's something else he kept under lock and key. I'm going to give you another scoop there, Natalie. Scoop. Get your little hat on, your little reporter's hat. You're going to love this one. Trust me now. You're going to love it. You're going to, oh, man, you're going to love it more than Clayton loves his love doll. So let me go a little bit further. So what happened, Natalie, is, let me explain this to you. What he did was, he said, I was instructed to take pictures, but problem was, I was also told, do not take any pictures of the train station, the choo-choo-choo-choo train station, because we didn't get the permits for it yet, and we don't want anybody to know. And anyone that understands, I don't know, the first thing about construction, here's what the rule is in construction. Always ask for forgiveness. And how do I know this? Because I worked at a location. I don't even know if the building has even has its permit. The permit, I think, when I left, it was 10 years. No permit. And then back and forth, I used to hear the owner fighting with the person who was supposed to be the inspector, and it went back and forth. Okay? So a lot of times things don't get built with permits. A lot of times that happens. And the other thing I noticed is that there was a red train. And that red train, and I'm doing some research right now on it, there was like these little castle things where it looked like it was like a miniature train station. And those little castle things, if I'm correct, had rooms. Now, the reason I mention this is now I'm going to explain something to you, Natalie. Now, I know this is all about, people making up lies in your brain. But when you get hit with trauma, a lot of the times when you're looking at Michael Jackson, who has full pancake makeup on, wearing a wig, eyeliner, blush, lipstick, and that man has his mouth around your genitalia, you usually, as a child, you're not thinking, man, oh man, I better get the location right, write it down in the book, because I want to make sure when Natalie Morris covers this 20, 30 years later, that she doesn't say, I didn't remember the train station. Man, you don't think about that. What you're thinking is, because I actually lived through this, you're thinking, what did I do wrong? Why, as a child, do I not know what's happening to me. It doesn't hurt, but there's some sensation I've never had before. What do I do with that thought? So what happens, and I can attest to this, your body goes out away from you. It kind of disassociates. So you're looking at the ceiling, you're looking at the floor, you're looking at a bubblegum wrapper, you're looking at Peter Pan cutouts in Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch. You're looking at all those things. But you know what you're not thinking is, gee, I wonder if it's the train station. That usually doesn't happen because you're asking an 8-year-old to somehow justify why he didn't remember, because that's when it happened. Now they're actually 10, if I'm correct, 11, 12, whatever the year may be. I'm not 100%. But you're asking a child, and I'm sure if it was your child, you'd be thinking differently. 100% you'd be thinking differently. But you're putting the weight on that child. You better fucking remember where you got raped. Because if you don't remember, these podcasters in the future, if I could take you in the future, they're going to call you liars. Because you don't have the wherewithal to say, man, oh man, why didn't I take my little my crayons and a coloring book and a notepad and write down, today I was anally raped in the train station. And write NM, Natalie Morris, just in case she ever asked me. That doesn't happen. And I can attest to that there, baby cakes. And the reason why I'm calling this woman baby cakes, because she's literally a baby and her brain is probably consistency of a Duncan Hines devil foods cake that hasn't been cooked fully. But I digress. Again, you can have the little yucks and the little laughs occasionally. So that's what happens, Natalie. And oh, the teepees, I don't think they were built. And this, I don't think it was built. Same exact reasoning, Natalie. You know, when someone's getting raped, they're not usually thinking. So when somebody says, that woman was raped, she was raped for a day. How did she not what house she was in? How did she not know the face? How did she get this man totally wrong in this lineup, but the real guy supposedly is right next to him? How could she make all these mistakes? Do you go up to victims like that, Natalie, and say, hey, you're stupid. How can you get that wrong? The guy's right fucking next to you. How can you not see the guy that's next to you is the rapist? How could you not know that happened to the Howard Johnson 20 years ago? Don't you remember that orange rooftop? My God, that person must be lying. So that's how I know that that is not only possible, the fact that it happened actually helps his credibility. It helps his credibility. And again, if I'm representing Wade or James, this is just my advice after studying the Mr. Crypt Keeper Tom Mesereau, the Golden Girl wannabe. My advice is that you get asked that question because all these people have now put it out in the ether. Even Dan Reed had to answer for this ridiculous ass question. Someone now, Tom Mesereau says, you know what? I saw a podcast. It was called Redacted. And it had this really cute looking woman that looks like Daria in a bee sweater. And I heard her say, my God, you didn't realize that you got raped in the train station. It wasn't built yet. You know what my answer would be? You know what, Mr. Mesereau? And with all due respect, I know I met you once before, but you know, when you're getting your penis sucked and you're a 10-year-old boy, and then he's trying to now give me analingus, do you think I really give a shit where it happened? Do you think I fucking care that it didn't happen in a train station, etc.? Excuse me, guys. I apologize, guys. I dropped my keyboard. So do you think that a victim really gives a shit where they were raped? And like I said, would you say that to one of the Epstein victims, Natalie? Because you're really big on Epstein. Would you go to one of the Epstein victims and say, hey, look, you know what? There was this blue temple on the island, but when you said you got raped, you said you remember the dome. But I have information that the dome had already blown off. And your recollection, oh my God, it's actually a week off. Ha, I gotcha. You're lying. Would you say that to an Epstein victim, Miss Natalie Morris? The Miss Natalie Morris that goes viral with her brilliant commentary? Would you say that to her? You probably wouldn't. Probably get your ass kicked. Now, I'm obvious. I am not a physical person. I'm not. But I'm saying if I was an Epstein victim and I had you in the fucking little bee sweater, call me a liar, and I was an Epstein victim and I was a woman, I would never ever touch a woman in my life. I would literally take you down and I would make sure that you understood what actually it means to be a victim, be called a liar. Okay? That's what I would do. But again, I want to stress, I don't believe in violence. I don't believe in any of that crap. That never solves anything. But you know what? Sometimes you have to get through people's head that rape of a child is violence. You have to explain that to people. They don't get it sometimes. So that's how I would play that. So if I saw Tom Mesereau ask me that question, look into his old little grizzly eyes and look at, pretend he's B. Arthur. Again, best thing, oh, here comes B. Arthur again. Look at her. Oh, one of the Golden Girls. She's going to be asking me a question. Oh, look, it's little Lord Fauntleroy. He's going to be asking me a question. You know what? Say, yep, look at him. Don't flinch. Yeah, Mr. Mesereau, I remember. I was your strongest witness. I remember you got to start strong and end strong. And you said that I said all these things under oath and I lied, and how could I have done that? You know, how could I have hurt Gavin Arvizo? But you know what? When I was remembering having somebody lick my ass, when I was looking at a Peter Pan poster, I really wasn't up to discussing that with the whole world. I apologize. I'm sorry. I wish I could have shared it earlier, because Natalie Morris and Clayton would now believe me.
A documentary, but okay, he insinuates that by 1994 Jackson had already moved on to other people, so he could not have ever been assaulted in the train station. This film is full of holes like that. You would think the Cassios, who claim to have been really close friends with Michael Jackson, would have recognized this immediately, but instead they said, oh, it jogged our memory all at the same time, all of us siblings, that we were victims.
So let me again correct her again, because her job is to get a narrative down. I'm really wondering, looking at these views and the amount of people that are watching these videos, I'm not making, I don't know this. This is just a thought in my head. Are these people getting paid to put this garbage stuff out here? Literally, these are intelligent people. You would think they would actually do some research. Are they saying, okay, look, here's the game plan. If you get a video on it right now, because something's going to hit, because the 60 minutes thing, here's it is. Make sure you use these words, this script. We're going to give you $100,000 to do it. But you got to make sure you get it out on this day. Because there's so many holes in your research that I'm wondering, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense. Why would supposedly people that have such an amazing following, people that are just so well respected, people that had Ian Carroll and Candace Owens on, oopsies, how could they get that so wrong? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Jackson was alive. Again, the Cassios defended him to the bitter end, and they profited handsomely from doing so. Jackson died in 2009. The next year, Michael Jackson items that were owned by the Cassios appeared for big money on eBay. And then in that same year, the Cassios claimed that they had unreleased music of Michael Jackson
I told there's going to be a lot of starts and stops in this particular live stream. So let me explain it to you this way, Natalie. You own property, don't you? You own that cute little bee sweater, and I'm sure you guys, that wonderful set you have there, and Clayton's wonderful goofy little glasses, and that whatever, that pearl necklace. All those things you own, Natalie. What if I said, you know what, Natalie? If you sell those things, I'm not going to believe a word you ever say. I'm going to say, if you ever sell your property, something that you own, you have physicality, it's yours, it's in your hand, then you're lying. What if I said that to you? What if I said, you know what, if you go to Portugal, I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't know the full story. I only know bits and pieces. Just bits and pieces. So my other question to you, Natalie, is, gee, who the fuck are you to tell people how they sell their property? So, you know, if say you have two parents and they pass away and they only have one child, and they say, here's the house, here's the cars, here's the jewelry, here's the blah, 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 blah. And you find out that they're selling the house, they're selling the property, they're selling the jewelry, they're selling the bee sweater, they're selling the tacky pearl necklace, they're selling glasses that look like they belong on, I don't know, Elmer Fudd, all those things. Oh, actually, no, that's another guy. I'm thinking of another guy. He looks like Elmer Fudd. Anyways, his name is, it will come to me. Anyways, so I want you to think about that for a second. So if I say, you know, I'm going to sell the house, how dare you? You didn't ever love your parents? What an awful thing to do. That is awful. That means anything that you tell me about them is a lie. Well, you know, I need the money. I have another bigger house, and my children want to go to college. So, that's a lie. I don't believe your children are going to college because you sold your property. That was their property, but hey, they lent it. They gave it to you. You should cherish that for the rest of your life. Yeah, but you know, the uncle that gave that to me, or one of them, they raped me, and I just don't want to look at it anymore. How dare you? That must mean you're lying, because you're profiting off the person that raped you. My, oh my, look, I can put a two-piece puzzle together. Wow, I never thought I could draw Winky, but now I can put a two-piece puzzle together. It's their effing property, Natalie. They get to do with whatever they want. So one rumor was that they sold Michael Jackson's underwear. Let me tell you something. If I could get $1,000 for somebody's old, nasty, tighty-whities that probably had, I don't know, urine stains, feces stains, who knows what Demerol stains, whatever it may be, you want to give me $1,000 for that? You want to give me, now granted it has the old Fruit of the Loom label, I would take that out first, but here, here's $1,000, you can have it. You can worship it, take it to the Michael Jackson church, the Church of Michael Jackson. You guys can put it in a big, have a whole bunch of pews around it, put it right in the center stage, and you can sit there and bow down to Michael Jackson's tighty-whities over and over and over again and say, how could the Casios sell such a precious item? You could do that, Natalie. But you know what? If it's my fucking property, I do whatever the fuck I want with it. That's what I do. And then if someone says, hey, Michael, you know the abuse you talked about? You're lying about it because you sold the property. I tell that person, here's what you need to do. You need to go find, I don't know, a latrine somewhere, grab a big spoon, find the nastiest one, and then chug it down. That's what I would say to that person, because you are that, and now you are what you eat. So that would be my suggestion. But hey, I digress. Tonight I'm just so, like I said, I gave people a warning. There's going to be some nasty words in here. There's going to be some triggering stuff. There's going to be swearing. I never swear. I think maybe in my whole lifetime, because I don't like, it's just to me, it's so simple. But maybe in my whole lifetimes, anyone that knows me could probably attest to this 100 times, 150 times. And a lot of the times, that's when I got hurt, or I was behind a driver that was driving me cuckoo for Kando puffs. You know, I would swear. Okay? But tonight I'm going to. Tonight I'm letting loose. Tonight I'm going to give all the information, unfiltered, non-redacted, Natalie, unredacted. I'm going to give it all the information. And trust me, there's a whole lot more you don't know about their baby cakes. She's a baby. Her brain's like a Duncan Hines cake that's partially cooked. So you don't understand why I'm calling it that. So that's what happened, Natalie. So that's what happened. So they sold the property. And now she's going to go about the Casio tracks. My God, she brought on Damian Shields. That first name. Perfect. Absolutely perfect for that individual. Damian. The Omen. Damian. Look, I found out something that's like the biggest thing in the world. Oh my God, you're not going to believe this. You know Michael Jackson, the estate that's worth, I don't know, like $2 billion. And you know Michael Jackson, who was always like a multi-millionaire? Guess what? I think somebody might have given them fake tracks. Oh my God, I'm a moonwalker. What do I do with the information? Oh my God, I got to run to somebody. Maybe Natalie Morris, but I don't know if she'll understand more than 5 sentences. So I got to go and I got to figure it out. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to the Michael Jackson because I know they're looking for tracks. So I'm going to give it to them. And I'm going to let them know. I've been a Michael Jackson fan since I was in diapers. And now I'm 8. And guess what? The tracks are fake. Guess what? The Michael Jackson estate doesn't need you to tell them how to run their business, Natalie. Neither does it Damian Shields. If I was the Michael Jackson estate, I would probably find out who Damian Shields is. And I would say, listen, Damian, hey, here, come here, puppy. Here, puppy, come here. You are making us look like total morons. You are making us look like we can't even, figure out how to make a Pop-Tart. And we are bringing our experts in, and we're saying that it's authentic. Now, we have all the people that knew Michael Jackson, all the producers. Frank DeLeo, who's Michael Jackson's manager, brought those demos and handed over to him. But if I was the Michael Jackson state, here's what we're going to tell you. Shut your mouth. Because now, that estate that's getting all this money, what you're doing is you're making us look like idiots. And you're making us look like we wanted to defraud the public. That's what you're making us look like. So guess what? That little podcast that you have, that cute little podcast that you have, if you don't shut your mouth, we're going to make sure that you're going to be, your legal life, you're going to be put into oblivion. So that's the great thing about being me. I don't have money. I don't do anything for money. It's all free. It's all advocacy. That's my life. So I don't have to worry about that shit. Damian Shields. But anyways, so if I was the Casios, and I would say Eddie Casio and good old Tom Mesereau. Remember, picture him as one of the Golden Girls. Picture him as B. Arthur coming up to you. Taking his colostomy bag and his walker, coming up to you and saying, well, listen, I heard that you defrauded the estate and you gave them fake tracks. And, all the fans were really, really mad at you. The last time I seen someone get that mad and put their hands on the hip was Shirley Temple when she was seeing animal crackers in my soup. I never seen them so upset. So why would you give fake tracks? I would say, you know what? Mr. Mesereau, with all due respect, I knew Michael Jackson a whole lot longer than you did. I known him for 20 plus years. And I would say if Michael Jackson ever insulted him, ever called him a geek, or looked and said, you know what, Mr. Mesereau, man, that man looks like a platypus, I would literally say, yes, he used to call you doo-doo head. But he didn't mean it in a nice way, Mr. Mesereau. Not at all. But anyways, doo-doo head. Those were my tracks. I produced them. I wrote them. I worked with another artist. Michael Jackson decided to lay down melodies or help me with it because I knew him. You didn't. See, he actually wanted to help me. He didn't want to help you. He just wanted to pay you and get you away. Maybe have you go to some sort of, I don't know, AI Lovebot strip club. I don't know where he wanted to put you, but And that's my property. And I know you don't think it's real, but guess what? The Michael Jackson estate has vouched for these for years now. So if you have a problem with that, maybe you should need to take it up with your bosses, because they, to this day, 2026, 6/4, they say they are authentic. And the only reason why they took them down was because the fans were driving them cuckoo for candle puffs. So they actually had to do something and actually make sure that they just shut them up, because they were tired of listening to them. You know, everyone thinks, oh my God, the Michael Jackson fans are great. If you think John Bronco is happy to see some guy in a glitter glove moonwalking back to him, asking for an autograph, he's probably like, oh my effing God, not another one. Not another one. No, I don't know anything about insurance company paying a settlement, blah, blah, blah. You know, but I digress. Let's go further. Trust me, the end of this is the part that really, really gets me going. I'm just working up to it. Right now, this is just a how should I put it? A teaser. Just a little teaser to get you kind of into what I'm talking about here. Just a teaser. Wait till you hear the last part of this video.
To Sony, they said Michael Jackson came to our house and recorded these in the basement, and they sold them to Sony, and Sony started putting them out. The problem is they were faked. We don't know how much they made from this, but we assume that it's millions, if not billions. It was a fan that recognized this is not Michael Jackson. The fan sued Sony. The Casios were dragged into litigation, but Sony settled the lawsuit. And the Casios were never actually held to account for having sold, presumably, what they knew to be faked songs. I mean, there is a person who recorded them as Michael Jackson. The Casios had to have known that. Now, in 2011, Frank Casio, again, who's not shown in this social media but does say he was abused, wrote this book called My Friend Michael. And again, he denies in the book over and over that Michael could ever sexually abuse anyone or that he was abused. And then in 2019, Leaving Neverland comes out full of holes, like I've talked about. And now the Casios are saying #MeToo. Now,
One of the most important lines in that speech that she gave, #MeToo. Her audience, and I used to follow them. Some of their information I thought was very good. It was actually well researched when they actually, you go to a restaurant and it's really good, then it doesn't get so great. And then you're like, what the heck happened to this place? That's my kind of opinion of Redacted. My only opinion. I'm sure people love it. Like I said before, there are 30 billion served or 50 billion served in McDonald's. Granted, it's still crap, but people like it. People like it. Who am I to tell them don't go to McDonald's? I mean, seriously. So, what she's saying is that, let me, I just want to do one thing here.
does say he was abused, wrote this book called My Friend Michael. And again, he denies in the book over and over that Michael could ever sexually abuse anyone or that he was abused. And then in 2019, Leaving Neverland comes out full of holes, like I've talked about. And now the Casios are saying #MeToo.
Okay, so hashtag, again, like I said, I think their audience is probably a lot of, personally, boomers maybe people that, again, I know people that believe that Me Too movement was nothing but a psyop, that the Me Too movement was nothing but a way to sort of show that men are all bad, and Harvey Weinstein was the same. You remember Candace Owens interviewed Harvey Weinstein. As soon as she found out that he wasn't going to blame Israel for something and it was an Arab country, that series ended real quick. Oopsies. But anyways, when we're talking about this sort of situation, we're talking about this particular situation, then what happens is now See, everyone was crazy. In 2019, people just were putting out allegations left, right, and center. How can you believe any of them? That's the whole point to that. But let's go further.
Passios say that they claimed abuse originally in 2020, right after leaving Neverland, and they did, in fact, get a settlement payout from the Jackson estate. According to the New York Times, they got about $16 million. But notice what it says there. The payments dried up in 2025. And now the Cassios are returning to the press saying that they want more. Now, again, they're saying we just are doing this for other victims. So I ask you, they already got 16 million reportedly. What will them getting more do for victims?
Well, my hope would be that they would make 100 million, buy your god-awful redacted show off, take the set, and literally, I don't know, find a group of, like, I don't know, stray dogs so they can literally shit all over it. That would be my hope. See, what I would do with the money is I would buy the Neverland Ranch, find a bulldozer, about 10 bulldozers, bulldoze it to the ground, and then I would do is I would find Bubbles. Because now this is what you probably don't know. Bubbles actually, according to the biggest expert on chimpanzees, Jane Goodall, she had a conversation with Michael Jackson. This is why I bring up Bubbles. She talked to Michael Jackson. I have this on recording. I played it many, many times. When she talked to Michael Jackson, she was looking for a small donation to help animals. And she had to hem and haw and try to get him. You know, Michael Jackson, I give to charity. Well, it's a but if it doesn't have a certain type of demographic in it, not so much. So anyways, he told her, you know what? Do you think it's okay to hit a chimpanzee over the head? And she goes, Michael, are you nuts? Of course not. Would that be okay? Have you ever had to do it? No, definitely not. No, I don't believe you should never ever do that. He goes, but what about smacking a chimpanzee across the room? With a little grin on his face. Whoopsies. That's what he said. Michael Jackson, the most amazing person. You know, when I watch This Is It, I have tears in my eyes. I cry and cry. Oh, my word, poor Michael Jackson. Oh, I remember I was 5 years old, and I was just like Natalie Morris. I didn't have a crush on Michael Jackson, but I said, oh, wow, look at that man. He can walk backwards, just like someone can talk backwards. That's so amazing. So that's the story there, Natalie O there, or whatever the heck your name is, Natalie Morris. Like, Morris the cat. So that's what you're basically bringing up. Let's go a little bit further.
That since
I forgot a very important point. You talked about how is money going to help. Well, let me tell you a story there, Natalie. You probably don't know this story because I think it was one of the biggest stories back in the day, and journalists that were real journalists knew this story inside and out. There was something called the Catholic Church. And there was a man named Cardinal Law. If anyone remembers this story, Cardinal Law. And what Cardinal Law did was he covered up a whole bunch of abuse. And the people that tried to expose it, the only thing they could get was cash settlements. They weren't huge cash settlements, but they got some. So what they decided to do was band together. They didn't have much cash, but they had each other. And then what they did is, kind of like what I'm doing here, they banged on the walls of the Boston Globe, sent them letters, I don't know, memos, whatever you did back in those days, to get someone to listen. Then someone finally listened and spoke with the person from the head of Snap. And he found out how many settlements were there, how much money did they pay you off, and then they asked the person, well, this settlement was only $10,000. Why would you take only $10,000? And you know what their answer was? That's all they would give us was $10,000. And because we were raped and we didn't have anyone that believed us, we thought at least it's something. At least it's something. But you know what happened with the money there, Natalie? You know what happened? Victim Shamer of the Year. Victim Shamer of the Year. I wouldn't know if I could crown you that, but it sounds good. you know what happened is all those settlements and all that money finally caught up with the Catholic Church because now they had billions of dollars that they were paying out. And you know what happened? Change. Not the best change, but some change. So they had to change their ways. That's what money does, Natalie. See, this is what you don't understand. The Michael Jackson estate is a machine. Like a machine, like a car. I don't know if you've ever driven one, seen one. I don't know. Maybe you still have your Barbie car in your dream house. But what a car is, it's a machine. And in order for that car to work, it has to have oil and gas. But here's what happens. You take away the fuel to that car, and then you try to run that car. Guess what happens, Natalie? It seizes up. It can't work anymore. It crumbles to the ground. That's like, if anyone saw the video I did, Machine, where, right before my channel got, again, an advocacy channel got taken down. That's amazing. An advocacy channel for victims gets taken down. And I was talking about Epstein in 2013, Natalie, by the way, long before you ever thought about it. Anyways, that machine seizes up. So if I'm a victim of rape, here's what I want. I want to make sure that machine that's calling me a liar, my people I know a liar, my family liars, the people I knew from Neverland liars, the workers liars, the people, the whistleblowers liars, the groundsmen liars, anyone that could possibly stand up for a victim liars, I want to make sure that machine has no fuel. And because money is the fuel, that's what you have to do. I don't want, if I was there in their shoes, here's what I want. Every single penny, past earnings, present earnings, future earnings, because people are making a whole lot of money off my back when I was being raped. That's what I would want, but I know you don't understand that because, money's only for bad people. Only bad people ask for money. Only bad people sell things on their podcast or move to Portugal. Again, that's just what I heard. I know it. I could be totally wrong on that. Totally wrong. I don't know. A rumor I heard. I didn't do any research. I just threw it out there, Natalie. I could be 100% wrong. I could be totally wrong. But what do I know? I don't do real research. I just kind of throw things out on the internet and hope that people actually make me go viral. Look at me. I'm a TikTok beggar. Anyways, so let me explain something to you, Natalie. So what happens is that at that point, if you can be successful with that. Now, the estate will always make money. The children will always make money. But when I hear Paris Jackson come forward, which you didn't mention, by the way, so shocking. One of Michael Jackson's own children says, you know what? I gave some input into the script. And they basically threw it out. And my input was I wanted it to be honest. I wanted it to be authentic. I wanted it to tell the full story. But Coleman Domingo came on and said, guess who's helping me? Oh, it's Paris Jackson. She loves what we're doing. And she's like, excuse me? Wait a second. Oopsies. Wait a second. I have something that, I need to tell you. My suggestions were thrown out in the trash. Don't say I have anything to do with this particular biopic infomercial. It's called biopic, by the way, not biopic. You're not going to an optometrist. So anyways, so the biopic, there's a lot of truth that's not in there. So her statement was, a lot of people will ask me about that. She goes, it's not my monkey, not my circus. She goes, this particular biopic is being catered to a specific part, and she goes, specific, just specific, puts her little fingers there, specific part of the fandom. And that fandom, that fandom wants to live in the fantasy. And I'm not about monetary gain, I'm more about truth. You would think, Natalie, with all your extensive research, Natalie, your 2.88 million viewers and $70,000, I don't know, dollars maybe, 70,000 views, you would think that, gee, how come I didn't know that? Why didn't I tell my viewers? Shouldn't they have the whole story? Why am I redacting certain information? That doesn't sound like what your brand is. Why would you redact shit, Natalie? Please tell me, Natalie. As someone who used to watch your podcast and respect your podcast, by the way, when you don't listen to people who know their shit, and then you basically think that you know more, when you think that you can perform, I don't know, a brain surgery, and then maybe the biggest thing that you ever accomplished was mixing and knowing how to make Jell-O pudding, well, it's a recipe, and brain surgery is kind of like a recipe too. You know, when that is your main accomplishment, and you don't trust the experts, but you just trust your gut feeling because you have a passion for this. That's what she said. I have a passion. You don't have a passion, Natalie. You have a motive. Difference. I have a passion. I have a passion. You don't. But let's go further, because the last thing that she says, I don't know when we're going to get to it, it's going to be coming up soon. This insulted me personally. Me personally. This insulted me personally. Now, I alerted some people to say, you need to listen to this very carefully. Maybe talk to your attorneys. Maybe get them to hear this. Because this is so egregious that if I represented you, I would make sure I sent a cease and desist, and I would demand an immediate apology for this. If I was someone from 1 in 6, if I was someone from RAINN, if I was from any organization, if I was from SNAP, wonderful organization, SNAP, fantastic, and I might even give them a holler. I know some people from SNAP. I've known them for years. I might give them a holler. I would be so fucking pissed. I would make sure that the next time you opened your mouth, that it had maybe a Tootsie Roll or a ding dong in it. And not the ding dong you're thinking of, because I think you're the person you're married to might be missing one. But I digress. It's a yuck. It's a joke. Ha 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 ha.
And out of court, and that the dollar amount that they collected was all that they would ever get. In fact, that is exactly what the estate is saying. We settled on this. How can you come back and do this again? That's what a settlement it is. You relinquish your rights to something in exchange for the money that you take.
Look how she put it. Like her audience is literally children. You relinquish your rights. You just had a settlement. Tomorrow, we're going to teach you about this great thing called a coloring book. And I'm going to teach you how to draw within the lines. Because that's how I talk to my audience. Like they are total, complete morons. See, that's what a settlement is, guys and girls. That's what a settlement is. But then again, I told you the real story. Why that settlement happened, why they went back. The full story. The redacted part. Natalie, I tried. I pleaded with you. Please, let's have a debate. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to pull a Nick Fuentes. Now, I don't believe in what Nick Fuentes' his views are on Israel and the Jews. Well, maybe Israel. A little bit off there. I maybe shouldn't have said that. But maybe, but his passion where he kind of like, when you get something so effing wrong, he's like on you, like, literally on you to the point of nth degree. And he doesn't stop. Picture him when his knowledge on politics. Picture me on the knowledge when it comes to this case. Okay, Candace-O. Whoopsies. Okay, Candace-O, because I tried to talk to you too. I, of course, never. I did a series on Brigitte Macron. Oh my, whatever happened to that? Where's the lawsuit? Well, what happened? It quietly went away. I haven't heard anything about it since. Can you please, Candace-O, give us an update on Brigitte Macron? Has she finally admitted that maybe she was a man or whatever? Because the most important part of that story, by the way, was the fact that Brigitte Macron groomed a child. Now, whether she was a man, a woman, a dolphin, I don't know, a furry, a chia pet, whatever she may have been, the most important part of that was that Emmanuel Macron was a child. And he had somebody that probably, 50 years his age, 30 years, I have no idea. There's such a huge age difference, I couldn't tell you. But that's the story. All the other little, well, maybe we can say there's a baby eating cult, or maybe we can say, hey, look, a man with Crohn was actually born a woman, now he's a man, now he's back to a man, or whatever crap that was put out there. And by the way, that was something that also, it's amazing how Candace Owens trusts the experts on the Brigitte Macron case, because that's what she did. All the people that really took the heat on that were French researchers. But yet, when you have a researcher that probably knows more than they do about the Michael Jackson case compared to the Brigitte Macron, that person gets dismissed, discarded, told to shut up. Let's go further.
Is so bizarre. Now, according to the reporting, the Casios allegedly accepted $16 million. And now that the payments stop, they want more. They're saying, well, we signed this settlement under coercion. We took that $16 million under coercion, even though it was them who brought the settlement, them who went to the estate asking for money with the intent of getting money. They got that money, and now they're saying they were coerced.
Look at her facial expressions, like literally. I mean, she's talking. Looks like she's talking to a group of preschoolers. Like, look at her arm, her shoulders kind of go, huh? What? Are you telling me that a whole family that was raped might be going asking for, I don't know, a monetary compensation for their massive injury? No, that's crazy talk. How could they ever do that? Wow, that's crazy talk. But then again, Natalie, I told you the rest of the story. Candy-O, you might want to actually take this information I'm giving you. You can do another, whatever, 10-part series. You can take, credit for it like you always do, in my humble opinion, of course. But let me tell you something, Natalie. I want you to think about this. So, they then give them that information, but the one thing you forgot is P.I. Weisberg. Like I mentioned before, name is Private Investigator Weisberg. He was the good guy. He was the guy in the white jacket. I know Candace loves stories like this. He was the guy in the white hat. He was there to save the day, befriends the Casios and say, I am now switching sides. I used to work for the state, but now I'm working for you. I'm going to make sure that you get every penny you deserve, as long as the estate doesn't say it's too much. Now, granted, they had no idea he was working for the estate, according to them, but when they found out, they made sure they got a really good attorney. That's what really happened, but you can't present the right facts, so how is your audience going to know anything? I really hope your audience, even one member, two member, gets a hold of this live stream and passes it around. I really hope. I've never made a dime off what I've done. Natalie and Clayton, I'm sure, living in a beautiful house, beautiful scenery, beautiful whatever they have. I don't know. And an AI love robot like Tom Mesereau. I have no clue. But that's the story. But so let's go further, because now we get to the really bad part. This was bad. Wait till you really get to the bad part.
Not enough. And, it's interesting that they see the Jackson estate raking in billions, not just from the musical and the film and the Cirque du Soleil tour, but also the fact that Jackson's music is now back in Billboard charts. Now, let's set aside for a minute who the executors of the estate are. That is problematic, but I don't want to get distracted. I do have questions on why the estate would settle with the Casios and not the other two men who are going to trial in November, maybe because their cases are just so bad that a judge reprimanded one of them for lying under oath. And their cases have been repeatedly dismissed. They keep using different types of legalese to bring them back up.
How many times have I stopped this video? I don't even know at this point. So what Natalie Morris is saying, look, they brought cases against a very wealthy estate. And somehow it kept on getting dismissed. I never heard such a thing. I remember, if I'm correct, what was her name? She had a reality show, and Anna Nicole. She was in litigation for I don't know for how long, but that's the whole point of the game. See, the idea is let's stall, delay, etc. Make as much money as we possibly can before the shit hits the fan. But here's the rest of the story that Natalie didn't tell you. See, Natalie, again, is it Redacted? Is it the name of your show? Or is it something else, Natalie? Because you're redacting a whole lot of shit. So, let's go a little bit further. What happened was, and I want to stress this, what happened was when the, I'm just going to play one thing here. Okay, now I'm back on my train of thought. So here's the deal. You know, Tom Mesereau, he's now going up against a guy named John Carpenter. And the lawyers that represented Wade and James, because you have no clue what you're talking about, have represented child sexually abuse victims for years. Now, when they got this case, it was a dog of a case, I'm going to be honest, because statute of limitations ran out. You have a semi-celebrity. You have the biggest, most famous person in history, but they took the case. And you know why? Vince Finaldi, that was his name. That's the attorney. You might want to look him up. Manley Stewart Finaldi. That was Wade and James's second attorney. The first attorney was an entertainment attorney, because when you're shopping for attorneys, a lot of times you have to shop around till you get the right one. So anyways, they carried that case all the way through, and then the man who had the most passion, Vince Finaldi, he probably, I don't know, has more intelligence in his, I don't know, his left ear than you do in your whole brain. He decided that, you know, I'm going to take this case because it's such an important case. I've been saying this for years. Foundational. Because people don't understand that, believe it or not, even people you love, you cherish, you worship, in your family or a friend or whatever, they are most often the people who rape. That's usually the person that rapes. So that went on for a while, and then he was smart enough to say, okay, he got it into an appeals court, a federal appeals court, Natalie, which you didn't mention, by the way. Because, hey, why would you mention something that's going to maybe hurt the income stream? If you know what I mean. Maybe I don't know what I mean. I don't know. So what he did was he brought it to a guy named John Carpenter. Not the director, John Carpenter, the attorney, John Carpenter. And what John Carpenter said, if you actually did your research, Leaving Neverland had a very short update. It was a 55-minute movie that Dan Reed put out for free. He didn't ask for PayPal or Cash App or, hey, buy my gold. He actually put it out for free. And he asked, the last thing he did was one of the questions he asked. Two very important parts of the movie. He said to the attorney, John Carpenter, you know, he looked at him, he said, look, because Dan Reed wanted, he's very diligent to get his information. He goes, listen, I wish I could tell you about everything I know. I wish I could tell you. He goes, well, do you think there, he goes, I'm 100% certain. And he goes, you know the other thing? I do not take cases I will lose, or I even think I may lose. Now, they're going up against Tom Mesereau. And Tom Mesereau is not the Tom Mesereau that probably good old Baby Cakes here remembers. He is literally, now she would like this, he reminds me of Joe Biden. You know the shuffling Joe Biden where, they have to, give him some rice pudding and put like one of those big things in his ears and yell in it. That's kind of Mesereau right now. From what I can gather, I could be wrong. Maybe he's as spry could be. Maybe he'll win the Olympics next year. But that's what I saw. So, he now has information. And one of the pieces of information, Natalie, because you don't follow the case, you just kind of follow wherever the wind leads. You kind of go outside and say, look, I'm stick my finger in the air. Okay, I think I'll go north this time. So what he said was that, and I remember this on Instagram, there was a picture of a nude boy that Michael Jackson supposedly hung out years with, absolute years with. And that boy somehow there was a picture of him cusping his genitals, like displaying them, like it was some work of art. Okay? I think it's disgusting, vile, and putrid. But hey, who am I? Look at the artwork that John Podesta likes. Who am I to? And his brother. Who am I to judge? And Maria Abramovich and all that. So he then, gets something called Discovery now. Now, what Discovery is, I'm going to explain it to you. This might be a tricky one. It might be on the test later on, Natalie, so take some notes. What Discovery allows you to do is go into all the nooks and crannies, wherever the judge allows you to go. And a lot of times, with the most important nooks and crannies, are the financials. The financials, like in Portugal. But I digress. The financials. So, what that allows you to do is says, wait a second, we didn't know about the Casio payouts. There's another payout, because in the Casio complaint, and this is something you completely missed, because I think you would probably miss, I don't know, an oncoming bus. Oh my God, what's that? Is that a bird? Anyways, I digress, and again, just more yucks. What was going on, the essence of this, was that there's information that now he's obtained. And when you get the financials, and I'm sure Natalie knows this more than ever, because she covers a lot of these stories, you track the money, and you usually know where the crimes occurred. Follow the money. Like Natalie follows like little ducks walking over across the street, that sort of thing. Oh, look, it's a duck. I think I'll follow that today with my little yellow rain hood. Maybe I'll splash like the little girl in the salt container. Look. Anyways, again, just yucks. Just jokes, people. I don't know if you ever watched Jimmy Dore. He kind of does this too. Little yuck. Little yuck, Natalie. She was once on his show, but I don't know. Jimmy Dore doesn't seem to really think. He was like, I remember people pushed him to kind of maybe call redacted, and he was like, oh yeah, I heard about it. Anyways, but hey, I'm sure they have the best relationship. I'm just telling you what I kind of see. What do I know? What the fuck do I know? So, that's called Discovery. But here comes the part, I hope, that people who are involved in this case, people that are passionate about this case, the lawyers, the legal eagles, the people that that want to see justice for victims, the 1in6.org, the RAIN, Roxanne, Matt's FTR, all the people that have supported me for years. This offended me personally. And if you listen to my jokes, it takes a lot to offend me. But this did, because it reminds me kind of my own story, which I'm going to get into. So let's take a listen.
Maybe because their cases are just so bad that a judge reprimanded one of them for lying under oath. And their cases have been repeatedly dismissed. They keep using different types of legalese to bring them back up. Now, I want to make one important point about these new allegations from the Casios and Robson and Safechuck. All of them make the case that they were young and that they consented to these sexual relationships because they loved him. They make the case that they were in love with Michael Jackson and he was in love with them too. They insinuate that he wanted to marry them even. Now, the two original accusers never made that claim. And in fact, the two original accusers have repeatedly declined to participate in these new allegations. Jordan Chandler, the first boy who ever came to light about this in 1994, he left the country to avoid being served by Robson. For people who say they care about victims, they really are harassing the other victims. None of them, by their own admission, have ever reached out to the Arvizos, who were the accusers in 2005. You would think that they'd want to apologize for testifying against him, but they say they haven't. So if they really want to help victims, they should start by being good to those two, who they now say they believe, but they didn't do that. And again, they're promoting this idea that, they were in love with him. Now, the first two accusers never said that. They have upped the ante on what happened. They're saying it was more than the first two have ever said. It was sex, it was oral, it was up the behind, that kind of stuff. Sorry. So, what does that mean? The fact that they're saying, no, we were consensual, we loved him. Well, this risks giving future abusers language to blur the lines between exploitation and consent in children. They're now promoting this pro-pedophilia narrative. So what does that mean? If they are lying, then they could be hurting future sexual abuse victims by promoting this pedophilia narrative that victims are into it. Now, all of this seems so obvious to report alongside these new claims, and yet the media is not doing that. You would think that the media would avoid what they did in 93 and 2005 to tell the full story, but they clearly have not. They have profited from doing it this way for decades, and so they are not being honest now. Now, you don't have to declare that Michael Jackson was an angel to recognize when media standards are collapsing. Credibility matters, consistency matters, context matters, and yet once again the audience is being asked to suspend all three. So that's the context that is not being reported in this new media round of allegations around Michael Jackson. So let me know what you think.
Thank you so much for watching Redacted.
So Natalie, you asked me to let you know what I think. This whole long live stream, you asked me to let you know what I think, which I have been doing this whole live stream. But let me tell you what I think about that last statement. So let me explain, as someone who survived this, here's what I hear as a victim. Not as your listener, Natalie. Not as your listener. My brain's not filled with bubble gum and raindrops. As a victim. And I apologize to the redacted views because I was one, okay? So I apologize. But sometimes you just got to say what you got to say. As a victim, here's what I hear. You, Michael, you are contributing to your own abuse because you might have loved that person that raped you, basically tore your life into shreds, and you cared for that person, protected that person for 20, 25 years because you didn't want to see everything get imploded and blown apart. You're to blame because you described, you know what? I really thought I cared about this person. And I thought that the abuse was somehow a expression of love and caring. And I didn't realize that the rape was what that person wanted. They didn't want the love from me. They didn't want anything from me. All they wanted was sexual gratification. And, I thought when the abuse was happening, it's something called compliant victimization, Natalie. That's when you think that you are participating in your own abuse. But if you're going to educate the public and you say, well, gee, what will Natalie Morris like and not like? Gee, I'm a victim of rape. Now, if I say this, I might get on the naughty list with Natalie Morris, so I'm going to describe it the way she wants to. Let me tell you something. You victim-shaming grifter. My opinion, of course. My humble opinion. That is the most disgusting thing I have ever heard. What you're actually saying is the children that were raped and who are now discussing it as adults and who have now the power to take back that power and to understand that, hey, I can now maybe educate the public to something that was been going on for years. You are saying not only are they complicit, but they're actually somehow in some weird, bizarro, sort of, dumber than dumb way that they are promoting the same abuse that happened to them. That somehow they're promoting pedophilia. The thing that happened to them, what you're saying is, see those awful people? They're actually for pedophilia. Because why would you ever describe abuse as love? Why would you ever describe the abuse as somewhat, like a consensual act? Why would you ever describe the abuse as something that you just, you thought that, oh my word, how am I ever going to leave this person? How could you do that? You are putting the blame on them, victim shamer. That's what you're doing. Do you get it? Can you hear me? Dara, can you hear me? Can you hear the idea of that is? Now I'm going to tell you my story. Little Miss Baby Cakes. I like baby cakes. She's a baby, and her brain is the consistency of a Duncan Hines devil fruit cake, not quite fully baked. Here's my story, and I'm not going to get emotional. I did once on this, but I'm not this time. Because now, I told you, sometimes there's a time to kind of get emotional and upset and sad, and then there's a time to take your power back, and a time to tell victim shamers to take their victim shaming and shove it up where it belongs. Take the redacted victim shaming, all the stuff that you left out, take it in a big ball. Take it and gorge on it, Natalie and Clayton Morris. Gorge on it. I want to make this perfectly clear. I wish nothing to ever happen to Natalie or Clayton. That's not the point of this video. The anger you're hearing from me is what victims have to live with every single fucking day. You victim shaming couple. You victim shaming pieces of human garbage. And I'm sorry, if those words are too strong for you, get off my live. If those words are like, oh my God, how can you say that? Get off my fucking live. I don't want you here. I'm going to make that perfectly clear. Because this is my story now. And when I tell my story, I'm not going to half-ass it. I'm not going to pull up fucking Mark Garagos. I'm not going to pull a fucking Geraldo Rivera or a Piers Morgan. Here's how I look at it. See, here's what happened. There was someone in our family, I'm not going to go into specifics, it was the immediate family, the extended family, whatever. In Italian families, there's lots of people. But it was someone that was revered in my family, revered. This person, female or male, whatever it may be, could walk on water. Walk on water. Okay, so this person, for years, abused me. And did it, I will never forget the first time. It was at my aunt's house, celebrating Christmas. I remember the first time, come here, sit on my lap, blah, blah, blah. And that's how it started. I remember that like it was yesterday. So that went on for years. So eventually, this person had to leave and go somewhere else, blah, blah, blah. But at that point, I was panicking, saying, oh my God, wait a second, this person's leaving. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? So I went up to that person and said, what can I do? What? Trying to get them back. Because I was scared that, oh my God, what did I do wrong? And is this person now going to say I did all these things that I really didn't understand? But when that person was leaving, I began to understand it. Person left. Went away, did his or her. Again, I don't want to. Her or his. I never ever want to give gender because you never know. So, did their thing, and guess what happened? That person came back, and they had their life, and that person, wonderful, really, really stellar. And every day I had to bury it inside Natalie. I'm not going to say a damn thing because if I say something, guess what's going to happen? My family is going to break apart. And again, very contentious, there's lots of fighting and yelling. That's why I don't usually yell like I am now. Very rarely. I like my home, nice peace and quiet, cool in the evenings. I like to have my little, I have a cat named Talk Talk. That's what he does. So that's my main sort of goal. That's my house. I want it to be like Zen, serenity. Finally, I'm getting to Zen and serenity. Maybe someday I'll actually get even past that. Who knows? So anyways, after all these years, I saw a story about Wade Robson. You know the man that you think's a liar, the man that you think, oh, he's just looking for money. He's just, all he's about is scamming people. He doesn't care. He just wants to make a quick buck. That man's story resonated with me. And the main reason it resonated with me, Natalie, Miss Natalie Morris. And you know what? I'm going after her more because the one that disappointed me the most was my mother. My father, I was mad at him. Trust me, I was. But he wasn't everyone has a leader in the family. He wasn't the sort of the leader in that. My mother was the matriarch, okay? So I do that, and then all of a sudden, and maybe, I don't know, several months into it, I have a massive, massive nervous breakdown. I have never been into the hospital in my life. Once I had to go because I had to do something, work on my sinuses, but that was literally the only thing, but never something like this. I thought I was having a heart attack. And I was in one of the places I worked. I had just left, but I knew everyone there. We were friends. We were laughing. And all of a sudden, I'm like, I think I'm having a heart attack. They rushed me to the hospital. And then I don't know what's going on. And then they said, I'm telling you now, there's something in you that if you don't tell us, I'm going to tell you something really bad's going to happen because your body is now interpreting this. Your body's saying, hey, look, we're not letting the mind deal with this anymore. No more funsies and gamesies. No more whipsies. Your mind needs to release this. And I said, there's only one person that I know I need to talk to. And that was the person that raped me. So I said, you know what? Here's what I need to do. And I'm screaming and again, I've never seen myself so like Candy O, Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but at that point I was screaming and yelling, oh my God, I need to talk to this person, angry, blah, blah, blah. And I spoke to my parents and I said, you need to call this person. You need to please, I'm begging you. What do you mean? I'm in the hospital. You don't understand. This is dire. I need to talk to this person. It's so and so important. Never heard back. And neither did really. My parents talked to me a little bit, but then I was there overnight. They said, oh, we're going to commit this person, blah, 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 blah. I then started talking to people at the hospital and then talking to the person that was basically the main psychiatrist. And they said, Mike, you're not going nuts. You're just dealing with a major, major crisis. And because you've dealt with this always on your own, you now have no choice. So my parents never called me, by the way. It was like 2 days later. I said, I got to do something. I got to go see them. And I saw them. And they said, oh, you're looking okay. You better now? I'm like, yeah. Now, you got to remember, I visited every hospital visit. Anytime, oh my God, I think I fell, blah, blah, blah. Always there. This time, nobody. So I looked and I said, do you want to see? He goes, well, why did you want to speak to this person? So I said, I was told I need to say this because if I don't, then it's all going to start over again. I didn't want that to happen again. Told the whole fucking story, Natalie. The whole thing. Whole kit and caboodle. Hopefully you can hear this or listening to this. Probably not because you guys are some fucking narcissists. But anyways, whole fucking story. And then they listened and they took blah, 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 blah. And yeah, and they said, well, we were worried about that. I said, what? I said, what do you mean? She goes, we're going to tell you something. And I said, okay, well, what? I'm thinking, oh my God, this happened to somebody else. Oh my God. They looked me straight in the eyes, both of them. And they said, you know what? We don't believe you. That was their words. We don't believe you. Now, for all these years, never went to them really, never brought any problems, always sunshine and lollipops and all that fun stuff. I allowed that person to really thrive because my view is this is why should two people suffer? And actually more than two, because now you have your siblings, you have your parents, you have all these people. Why should they, when I can maybe just deal with this? I tried. I was in Cambridge at the time, Boston to Cambridge, one of those places. And I went to a very, very renowned psychiatrist. And I said, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pay lots of money to see a good psychiatrist. I'm going to get it all out once. Walk away. There we go. I'm done. And I thought I was good. But what happened was that 20 plus years later, I realized, oopsies, I wasn't good. So you know what I did? I then had to bury that and say, you know what? Like I said, I have to deal with the shrapnel. I want them to be, I will deal with it's called a cut and paste life, Natalie. Not of, what designer outfit or what bearskin hoodie am I going to buy? And the people that, again, I'm not saying this, but if I was sponsoring a channel and they said this about victims of child rape, and they're covering Epstein, I would be livid. Absolutely livid. Because I'm telling you my story and the truth. And I'm not charging a fucking cent. So, what happened was that I heard that, and then the kicker was, and I said, well, why didn't he call me back? And they said, well, you know, we never gave him the message. And I said, what? She goes, well, we didn't really want to upset him. We figured, you know, maybe there's something kooky going on, but we didn't really want to burden him. Remember, walks on water. Michael Jackson walks on water. And I looked at them, and I didn't have nothing to say. I'm doing, what, a 5-hour live stream? I always have something to say. I looked at them, and I thought in my head, I did this for fucking nothing. I didn't say a word. I bit my tongue. I had, you know, panic attacks and banging my head on, you know, hands on the steering wheel, screaming at the top of my lungs, because I figured that way no one can actually see me screaming. I did all that. I wrecked relationships and you name it. I, you know, became this very, very promiscuous, all those things. I did that, and I did it for fucking nothing. You got to fucking be kidding me. I did it for nothing. Because the one time I needed to say, hey, you know what? Oh my God. That is, you know, I can't believe this. That didn't happen. And when I heard Wade Robson's story, and I heard everyone saying, you're a liar, you're a bloodsucker, you're not, because essentially what my parents said, you know, you're not really that successful. Because what I had to do is I had to go to, do 3 jobs, go to community college, stop. Again, cut and paste life, that's what happens. You cut and you paste and you hope that somehow you make a route for yourself. Somehow when you dig through the shit, and you dig through the trash, and you dig through all the bullshit like Natalie Moore spouted, it kind of reminds me of my mother. That's what you remind me of, Natalie. I'm not going to believe you, because the person that is being accused, it just cannot, it's impossible. So let me go further, Natalie. So that happened, but that wasn't the worst part, because I kind of looked at them and said, okay, I'm leaving. And at that point, I'm moving. They offered me they just sold the house. I don't know how much, you know, $500,000 I don't know what it was. They said, we're going to give you like 10 grand. That was kind of the parting gift. Here's 10 grand. Go start a new thing, and maybe you can forget all this silly stuff. You know, when we come back, we'll have a nice meal. You know, all the family, we'll have a nice meal. I said, okay. So I left, and I was there for maybe 2 years, and I wasn't making it. I was struggling beyond belief. I was pulling my hair out, and then finally what happened was that I got a call. Your mother's dying. You need to get here immediately. I said, well, guys, I don't need to break the news to you. I don't have money for a plane ticket. There's no way. I'm struggling. Well, you know, this one time we will buy you a plane ticket because it's so important. I get there, open the door, and the first thing I see is the person that had raped me sitting right in the chair over there, and there's only one other chair I can sit next to. I think maybe my mother's thinking, well, maybe if I can get them together, you know, this human that walks on water, he can maybe, you know, rekindle. So I thought to myself, you got to fucking be kidding me. So the last moments I'm going to see of my mother, who I'm not really too keen on at this point, I'm going to have to now sit next to the person that raped me and pretend it never happened. Because if I don't, then what happens is I look like a selfish jackass. I look like someone who's not respecting her last wishes or her last moments. I'm looking at somebody that wants to rabble-rouse and stop problems because I dare to actually say what happened to me. I dared to tell the truth, Natalie. That's what I dared to do. But unfortunately, she passed away thinking what she thought. And then I had to realize that when I left, and then shortly after my father passed away. He was very sick even before my mother, but he passed away. And then the kicker, because my mother was very generous with all members of the family, inside the family, outside the family, you name it. She had lots of sisters, brothers, all of that. What I found out is that I didn't even realize my father passed away until maybe several days later. And then I found out the one thing that they had made sure they promised all their children, the inheritance. The will got lost. And oopsies, my inheritance went down the drain. Nobody knows what happened to it. That's what I'm dealing with, Little Miss Princess. That's what I have to deal with. That's what Wade Robson has to deal with. That's what James Safechuck has to deal with. That's what Frank, Eddie, Marie Nicole, Aldo, Dominic, Jordan, Gavin, Jason, Jane Doe, and possibly another surprise person, which probably maybe might finally be the nail in the coffin, and another person, by the way. But that's what they have to deal with. They have to deal with you listening to them saying, gee, and that's what they had to deal with watching Mr. Mesereau and Piers Morgan. Maybe this can get to Piers Morgan. Maybe this can get to Redacted. If I was somebody, I would probably be spamming Redacted right now saying, hey, look, there's a live stream that's really, really compelling, and they're going over a video that you did, and this is a victim of serious, serious child abuse that is calling you out. You might want to listen to this. You might want to listen to this. So I understand what Wade Robson went through. And I understood so much that that's when I had my nervous breakdown. And that's when all that sort of stuff happened. Because the good thing about Wade Robson, he was believed. When I started that page and I had that breakdown, and then all that stuff that comes with it, it's probably like 2 years after the page, roughly, I know I wasn't. So my mission is to make sure that these individuals get believed, because I didn't get that luxury. I didn't get the luxury. I'll never have that luxury. I'll never know what that feels like. I have to kind of live my cut and paste life basically on my own. Holidays, maybe I'll go, maybe if I'm lucky, I might see somebody. But usually it's, me and in my house trying to keep this cut and paste life together. Not that I'm an unhappy person. I'm a fairly happy person usually. The great thing is that we have something called Netflix, and we have something that can sometimes get our minds off of things. And then, sometimes like I'm working on my lawns, you get distractions. But the reality is it never goes away, Natalie. It never leaves you. It stays there. It stays there, and it stays there like a fungus that you just know is there, and you got to take care of it every so often because you don't want it to spread, because that fungus spreads, and what happens is you end up going more into yourself, hating yourself more, and then what sometimes happens is people will kill themselves. I'm going to make this perfectly clear. No, in any way, shape, or form, of what I ever, no, I don't. I'm trying to make a point. So no, I'm nothing like that. Nothing like that. So that's what happens to people who have been raped, especially as children, especially when you're a male victim, because no one will actually take it seriously. Now, let me tell you the things you don't know. Hey, Clayton and Natalie and Candace Owens and all the group, let me tell you something. Michael Jackson started at a very young age. He didn't start, when he was 30. He started when he was in his teens. So at the age of 17, and here's another story, by the way, it just came out. Danny Bonaducci knew Michael Jackson. There's a video I played many times. Michael Jackson's talking about all the famous people. And he goes, I know Danny Bonaducci. So Danny Bonaducci gave a story. He goes, I worked with Michael Jackson once, and we kind of knew each other, but he never would speak to me. So once he went up to him and said, hey, Michael Jackson, hey, Michael, what's going on? He goes, you never say anything. And you know what he did? What he did is he asked him. He goes, I don't understand. He goes, I got to tell you something. He goes, why don't you ever say anything? And Michael Jackson looked, he goes, well, you remember, he was a devout Jehovah's Witnesses this person. Sorry, my throat's kind of parched. The last time this happened, I went to a really good concert. But anyways, so he said, he goes, yeah, I'm always thinking about God. He said, okay. He goes, I understand that. Hey, that's cool. That's great. Hey, that's wonderful. He goes, but I have one question. What about the chicks, man? What about the babes, the chicks? Michael Jackson looked at him like cockeyed and then just walked away. That's a 17-year-old. But you know what's happening when Michael Jackson was 17? Do you know this, Natalie? I have the book excerpts. I have Michael Jackson on, with Martin Bashir. He made a description once to Martin Bashir. He talked about how he was invited over to his girlfriend's house. And she invited him over, and she was going to talk about all that sexual stuff, is the way he put it. So he invited her over. Then she said, okay, come to my room. And then according to Michael Jackson, she said, hey, lay on the bed. And then she started unbuttoning his shirt. He's like, no, stop. But the one thing Martin Bashir forgot to ask, and this is why, hey, guys, if you need some info, I give consulting for free. I'll give you the info you need. I'm not looking here to make money. I'm looking here to make sure these men receive justice. So with that being said, the one thing he asked, well, who was your girlfriend? He said, well, the girlfriend was Tatum O'Neal. Main problem, though, she was 12. So 17 years old, Michael Jackson is describing a 12-year-old as being the seductress, as being the one that's initiating the sex. That's kind of like what you're talking about, Natalie. That's exactly what you're talking about. Oh, my God, the consensual. You know what Tatum O'Neal said? Next day, infuriated. Mr. Jackson has a very vivid imagination. And she wrote in her book, it's called The Paper Life. You might want to pick it up. It's actually not a bad book. And you can read the part about the Michael Jackson thing that you don't know anything about, Natalie and Clayton. What she said was that, yeah, I spoke with Michael Jackson when I was 12 on the phone for hours on end. Kind of like all the other accusers. That's all they talk, hours on end, faxes, these phone calls. What are these two people talking about? Because the main topic was sex. She goes, at 12 years old, I didn't know anything about sex. So I handed the phone over to probably a mature friend that just kind of say, oh, that's interesting. Oh, wait, great. That's her story. You don't know that. So at 17 years old, you have a man who's ready to face the world, who, like Danny Bonaducci, back then it was like, Dallas cheerleaders, it was like hot models. Hey, I'm a big star. You know what? I'm going to enjoy my youth now, because if I don't. But he went and found a romance with a 12-year-old. And then what did he do next? Oh, geez. He attended the Academy Awards, I think it was in 81, and he saw Brooke Shields. I think she was like right around turning 15. And he said to himself, in a recording, I have that recording, he says, when I saw her, doesn't she know how crazy I am about her? Oh my God, doesn't she know I have pictures of her all over my walls? Really? What pictures? Pictures of her in, in the Sugar and Spice magazine that her mother somehow shamefully put her in. She was literally in a Penthouse or a Playboy publication at the age of 11 called Sugar and Spice. And I think that was roughly around the year they changed the law on child pornography, by the way. And by the way, on that case, she fought to get those pictures back. She went and she did whatever she could to get those pictures back because they were going to be republished again. And guess what, Natalie, you might know this. She lost her case. That's amazing. More victim chambers. But what happened is that in that year, he saw Brooke Shields and thought she was unbelievable. 22, she was 14 going on 15, or maybe just barely 15. You tell me what 22-year-old wants to go backwards? What 17-year-old wants to go backwards? Here's another quote you probably don't know, Natalie, because, all you do is you gloss the sort of notes out of, a coloring book and say, look, I can color in the lines now. The other thing you don't know, Natalie, is another story that's really important. He was interviewed. He was 20 years old. 2 magazines, Soul Magazine, Soul and something. I forget what it was. Blues and Soul or something. And he was interviewed. First thing question was he talked about his India trip. Now, there's a story about Michael Jackson being friends with like an Eastern sort of guru, and that Eastern guru was all about child marriage. So Michael Jackson comes back for India, and they ask him, well, what were some of the fascinating things? He goes, you're not going to believe this. He goes, I was shocked that you could have a 30-year-old man marry like a 11-year-old girl. And the parents are more than willing to give their child to that 30-year-old man. I find that fascinating. They say they're wrong. We say we're wrong. But I don't understand. I think it's fascinating. This is a man that supposedly would slit his wrist before he would ever harm a child, Tom Mesereau. Man who would slit his wrist. But instead of saying, you know what? Because if I went back from India, and because I know I was abused, and I heard that because I really didn't know much about this. My mission in life is to abolish all child marriages Every country, every continent, every hut, every village, every townhouse, every Epstein Island, every single place, I don't know, every redacted studio, wherever it may be. Again, that's just a little yuck. I would make sure that I did that. He never did that. Not once did he talk about child marriage. Not once did he say, you know what? The biggest scourge on society is these poor little girls that have to marry these creepy, old, disgusting men. Because the 30-year-old, that's bad. But most of them don't marry 30-year-olds. They're marrying 60, 70, 80-year-olds. You know, they're carrying the colostomy bag or carrying the crutch or pushing the wheelchair. Okay? That's what usually happens. And then the second quote, very important quote, Natalie. He, again, just about turned 21. They said, you know, let's ask you about the next phase of your life. You're going to be a man now. Do you realize you're going to enter into manhood? You know what his quote was, Natalie? Again, think about the mind of a predator, of a pedophile, Natalie. Think long and hard. Because when you're abused by one, the most important thing you understand is why. So you try to read up on everything to try to understand why me and why did he choose this, and was I the cause? Did I do something that maybe he thought that was okay? That's what you do. Or she, by the way. I don't want to give everything away. So sometimes I might be putting a he or a she. But what happened is that he made a statement about manhood. And his quote was, what do you think about manhood? He goes, well, you know what? I don't really believe in manhood. I believe that you could have a 5-year-old adult man, or you could have a 30-year-old child. I just don't really believe in the importance of manhood. So you know what that says to me as somebody who actually survived this? Gee, if there's a 5-year-old that seems to be acting like an adult, and I'm the 30-year-old that thinks I'm a child, then that child's actually taking advantage of me. Kind of like Tatum O'Neal. Kind of like Brooke Shields, kind of like what Wade Robson said. So you don't follow everything. You just get the things that you hate about him and post it. I get the things that I think are relevant and talk about it. What he stated was that he was 7 years old and Michael Jackson drilled it into his head. Do you understand? This is your idea. These sex things, that's your idea. You're the one that wants it. It's your idea. Do you understand? I don't know any, but I did. And when he said to James Safechuck, you know the one with the choo-choo train? You can't believe, how can you not remember a choo-choo train station? That guy there, he told James, you know what? You're teaching me things I never knew. How could you teach me this? So he put the blame on the 10-year-old. Just like, I don't know, some people I'm talking about right now. Putting the blame on the victims. And you're doing his work for him. Congratulations. You're an ambassador for Michael Jackson. You should be the head leader of the church of Michael Jackson. Because that's what you're doing. And that's what Michael Jackson wanted. So you talk about minor attracted people. You talk about NAMBLA. You talk about all these things. But what you don't realize is Michael Jackson was a big influence on NAMBLA. And I'm definitely certain a big influence on minor attracted people. Because what he made people believe is, hey, if the child wants to come to my bedroom, who is the adult? Am I to say, no, the parents said it's okay. Here's what you do as an adult. Your parents said, what? Yeah, they said, we can share a bed together. We only known each other for 2 days. She said, it's okay. Yeah. Okay, here's what I want you to do. I'm going to have you, one of my helpers down there. I'm going to show you kind of the setup of the ranch and things. And then what I would do is I would call social services immediately. And I would make sure they knew the full story. And I would make sure that, you know what? Look, I think kids are the best thing since sliced bread. I want to make sure that every child has an amazing life. But these parents are bonkers. They think it's okay if this child sleeps with me. Oh my God, are they crazy? Why would they allow this? That's what I would do. I think as a parent now, that's what you would probably do. You would report it immediately. But see, what you put the blame is, what about the parents? How the parents could be it's basically, how could they be a part of this? Because guess what, Natalie? Just like priests, just like a story I'm going to show you later on about a Boy Scout leader, one of the most important stories I posted. Very, very important. They trusted him. And they thought they knew him because, unlike you, Natalie, I understand that Michael Jackson just didn't groom children, and he just didn't groom his family, and he just didn't groom the people around him and his workers and the producers and Spike Lee and yada, yada, yada. He did something even more. He seduced and he literally, he groomed the world. And guess who's part of that world, Natalie? You are. You're the dupe that fell for it. You are the person that was hoodwinked. You worry about them hoodwinking a $2 billion estate. Gee, you're worried about Jeffrey Epstein's billions of dollars and what they done with that billions of dollars on an island. Why don't you worry about what the estate's doing with their billions of dollars and where it came from, a ranch that was one of the most secluded ranches you can think of? Here's another scoop you might want to look in, Clayton, because I know you love conspiracy theories. You love pie plates and all that shit. Here's something you want to look at. I got a tip, and I don't know if it's true. This is just a tip. Heard a tip. And I don't have the resources to do it. But the tip was that Michael Jackson owned a lot of land, lots and lots, sprawling land, Neverland Ranch. And what they were finding was, it was like cattle or livestock. They were all congregating to one area. And they didn't know why. So they sent the proper people out there. But because now Michael Jackson didn't own the Neverland Ranch, these people didn't have to sign an NDA. They were free from signing an NDA. But according to the tip, I could be 100% wrong. I'm telling you what I heard. This was from somebody that is a writer. This is somebody who had a huge website. But let me explain. And it's public, by the way. I want to change this. Yes, it's public. So he's a writer, yep, huge website. He has now, his website's kind of not as big as it used to be, but it's still pretty out there. He stated that he got a tip, and that tip stated that when they went out there, they thought they were going to find wildlife, but what they found was bones. Human bones, somehow buried. And they were shocked, and that story, for some reason, never saw the light of day. That's really interesting, don't you think? I know you love pie plates, and I can see a Bigfoot behind you. Why don't you gather all the podcasters, all the big wigs, and maybe you can demand that, like they're doing that sort of thing at the Zorro Ranch, maybe they can do it for the Neverland Ranch. And see, or maybe track down that person was with the wildlife, EPA or something, that was given a tip that they found bones, and not adult bones, by the way. I know you guys love these little tidbits, not adult bones. Maybe you could check that out. Maybe that would be the gift I'll give to you from taking a tongue lashing. But that's what these victims have to deal with on an ongoing basis, day after day, night after night, and that's why I support them. That's why I'm always on X. I'm always looking for you little grifters. You're like whack-a-mole. And then sometimes you say something good, but then you pop up and get, oops, you're naughty again. Oh, you said so, oh, kind of good. Oh, no, there you go. And the one person you might want to talk to there, Miss Natalie Morse, is Megyn Kelly, who talked to Mark Geragos, who did a really piss job performance on the Piers Morgan show, but hey, what are you going to do? She's changed her tune. I remember raging at Megyn Kelly because, oh my God, I read it, and I heard that Wade Robson was going to write a book, and how can he do that, not tell anybody? Let me explain on that one too. If I'm Wade Robson, here's how I express that question. I look the guy that looks like he belongs in the Golden Girls, the fifth Golden Girl there, the man that has a platypus wearing a wig, or as some people call him, Little Lord Fauntleroy. I would look him straight in the eye. Oh, that guy that's kind of in that picture looks like George Washington. Kind of looks like Tom Mesereau a little bit. What I would do is look him right in the eye. If he said, well, I heard this on rumor that you had some emails exchanged and that you were going to write a book, but you didn't say anything. Well, why would you do that? Here's my answer. You know what my answer is, Natalie? You know what I would tell Mr. Tom Mesereau? Let me explain why. Because all these years I was raped, abused, called a liar, shamed by so many people. And you know what? The one thing I had is my fucking story. So if I want to take my fucking story, Natalie, what I'll do is, if I want to use it as toilet paper, if I want to use it and I want to literally paint the Taj Mahal with it, I'll do it. Because that's my fucking story. And if somebody wants to pay me for my fucking story, that's my business. So if you have a problem with it, or if you think it's an awful thing to do, then you better think twice. Because Mr. T. Mez, again, little Lord Fauntleroy, let me tell you something. I took a good look at you. You're not looking so swell. Mr. Carpenter is what you hoped to be 20 years ago. That's what he is. And let me tell you something, there's a whole group of us who've been doing nothing but gathering information more and more and more and more. We want to be a repository. Just like the fans have their repository, we want our repository. But guess what? Our repository actually has really good information. Not bullshit that you see on Square One, Natalie. Not bullshit that you see on the lies of Neverland. Not bullshit you're going to hear from the great Ian Carroll. Not bullshit you can hear from, Miss Candace Owens, look everybody. Not bullshit, because what these people do is they tell you what you want to hear, but they don't tell you the story you need to know. There's a difference. So when you sit there and you say, you kind of look at like, I'm giving you the real story, the mainstream media. Wake up, Natalie, you are the mainstream media. Don't you understand that? When you put out bullshit like this and you think you're actually an investigator, you're actually giving people good information, you're bullshitting them, Natalie. I gave all the correct information. Fact check me. Fact check me, because trust me, I will fact check you every day of the effing week. You best believe. You want to come after these men that I've advocated, and these women now, for close to 14 years, guess what? Little Miss Baby Cakes and your little sidekick there. You're going to go through me now. And I've had fucking enough. Victims have had enough of being shamed, humiliated, called liars, called grifters, called every single fucking name in the book. We have had enough, and we're taking our fucking power back. And if you don't fucking understand that, you better get a grip. Again, I haven't sweared in probably 10 years the way I'm swearing right now. Because that's how angry I am at someone telling a victim of child rape, guess what? You're now promoting it because I can't understand these big words like compliant victimization. I can't understand why anybody would describe it, but I can guarantee you, Natalie, if something, God forbid, ever happened to your child, the best thing that could ever happen to your child would be having an advocate like me. That would be the best thing that could ever happen to you and that Mr. Bear Hoodie, Clayton Morris. Because I wouldn't buck and run there, Little Miss Princess. I would back that boy or girl to the best of my possible fucking possibility. I have slaved, I have given time, I have given effort, I have given money, I have banged my head on the walls of silence and shame to get this story out for years. And if you think you, Candy O, Ian Carroll, Megan Carroll, whatever, fucking grifter universe is going to distort this, you got a fucking thing to realize. Ain't happening, bitch. Ain't happening. And if you don't like that word, then you try these words. Liar, failure, you are a grifter, you are nothing but a money-hungry pig, you are nothing, I wish you rot in hell, I hope you die the most painful death. You have somebody try to track you down, you miserable little wench. And you see how that feels. Because all you're trying to do is stand up for victims of child rape. You see how that feels. You see how you have to look over your shoulder 24/7. And you have to have somebody say, I spotted you. You try doing that. And you haven't done it for a fucking penny. Let me tell you something. Podcasters, people who have small channels, we need to start taking this platform back. We need to start taking YouTube, all the other platforms, Instagram, whatever it is, back. We need to say, you know what? We've had enough of your bullshit. We don't care if you think you're independent. If you're going to shame fucking victims and saying that they're somehow spreading pedophilia, then we're calling your asses out. Trust me, if I ever saw you anywhere, I would make sure I would run, get a poster board, and I would walk by you, victim shamer, victim shamer, victim shamer, down with victim shamers. We're finally waking up to Epstein, but the most obvious predator case in world fucking history. Oh my God, I can't picture him doing that. Oh my God, he just wanted to share a bed because that's what happened when they were children. You got to be literally, you have to have your brain so far up your behind if you think that is somehow a plausible story. Let me tell you something, Natalie. Here's the trick. You want to know? Because this is studying and understanding this so I can understand what happened to me. You know the biggest red flag is? I'm going to give you an offering here. I'm going to give you a tip that you should never forget and pass it down to your children. Biggest red flag. And this came from an expert. His name is Ken Lanning. Look him up. If any person takes more of an interest in your child than you ever would, there's your red flag. That person, like I said, could walk on water. That person could have pixie sticks flying out of their head, in their ears, in every orifice in their body. But guess what? That's the person you better get your act together and make sure immediately, every day, I want a full report. Is everything okay? Blah, 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 blah. Because what happens sometimes is, children don't know. Your children don't know. They think that, well, this person's so wonderful to me. And then we take that relationship, but they don't understand. But you have to, as a parent, you need to understand what's going on. And that's the other thing I'm trying to do. If someone takes more interest in your child than you do, if you're a single mother and you're starving and you're living on food stamps, you're living on the bare minimum, someone says, oh, look, I know you're hurting. Let me do this for you. Hey, I watch your little 9-year-old boy. So you can, look for work. I know you just got hired. I'll do whatever you can. You tell that person, take their offerings and shove it up their fucking ass. That's what you say. I will never, ever leave my child with somebody who I haven't vetted upside down, sideways, kind of like how I do my research. That's what you got to tell parents. Not like, well, gee, they asked for money. Gee, he couldn't figure out the train station. Gee, this person wanted to be a choreographer and do Cirque du Soleil. When you put that shit out, all the hard work that advocates have been fighting for the last, 100 years goes down in the toilet. Because you're more concerned about your brand, grifting, all that bullshit. You're more concerned about that versus actually protecting the people that you're advocating for. That's the difference between an advocator and a commentator. Advocator wants change. A commentator wants eyes on their channel. So I'm going to take another break because my voice is getting hoarse. But this isn't over yet, guys. I took a day off. I'm going to get something to drink. I'm going to rest my voice. 45 minutes. I'm going to leave this up. I'm not touching it, leaving it up. And my suggestion is you get people to this stream. All the information I'm telling you is from passion. And the people that are doing this, alert them. Because people that know these shows and people that have followed them or people that love drama, they probably should hear this. So, taking a break. It's now 12:15. At 1 a.m., I'm taking a 45-minute break. Because I need to get a nice, soothing, a glass of tea with a little honey, a little lemon. I have some nice bread and so I got a couple of things today that I'm looking forward to having a little snack. And I advise everyone take a little break, talk amongst yourselves. Any questions, please put it in the chat. But the other thing you could do for me, take the link button and share. Share with Redacted over and over again. All different people. See, if you get one person doing it like me over the time, oh, that person's just a troll. But if you get about 30 different people, all different names, kind of like what Michael Jackson does, but we actually will do it truthfully. We don't use bots and use multiple accounts. We'll actually use real people. And you keep on saying, victim shamer, you need to watch this. victim shamer, you need to watch this. Maybe, just maybe. And you do it to Piers Morgan, by the way, too. Maybe, just maybe, the person that actually knows their shit might actually get a chance to defend these individuals that are being now called every fucking name in the book. Again, guys, I apologize for my language. I don't like using salty, offensive language. But you know what? This is the real part of abuse. This is the real part of being a survivor. This is the real part that you have to deal with. And everything what happens when you're dealing with emotion, you never apologize for your emotion at that time when you're surviving through it. You say, this is who I am today. This is how I feel. Like it, don't give a shit. That's your choice. I'll be back 1 a.m. Have a good one. Oh, and Pearl Jr., maybe you get a chance to listen to this because I know you like this little saying, toodles, be back at 1. All righty. Okay, that was a nice little break. Welcome back, everybody, and I want to thank anybody that is watching or getting any information out of this. And again, I want to stress to people, this is not about, I want people to understand, it's very, very raw and real. And the problem is a lot of times people do not want to be raw and real. They just want to sort of tamper things down. And I've done that. If you look at my videos and you look at all the stuff, I might make stupid jokes, or I might make sure that, I talk about the Moonwalker crowd, or just be, always on X when I have a free moment to make sure and check up on things and kind of, call people out. But the reality is this is, for me, a cause. It's sort of something that it's important to me. But I also have a life. I have a full-time job, and I have a lot of things that, have nothing to do with this. But when I do this, it's important to me that I do it in the most honest and just, in the best way I possibly can. That's what I try to do. So let's go to this scene. So let me get out of this. I'm going to interact with that one. So I've already seen this particular interview. This is from The Art of Dialogue. What bothers me the most with all these podcasts is no one does follow-up questions, and no one actually knows enough to do follow-up questions. So they let this man, who supposedly was like one of the most closest people to Michael Jackson in the world, but according to the Jackson family, he didn't even really know him. Shut this fan off. And I'm going to play it, and if I think I need to jump in, I'm going to, but I'm going to play. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. And just take a listen. And hopefully you kind of see what I see. Then I think I'm going to let it, because it's not a huge, long video. But once it's sort of, I just want to make sure I got the right one here, because this might actually, well, we'll play it, because I think I know where this goes to. Okay, so it's a long video, but I'm going to put to the part that I think is one of the most important parts. So let's get to this.
Made it happen. For the people that's not familiar with you,
so whatever it would be, okay? And go near him because he's Michael Jackson, and the normal bodyguards weren't around then. A cough syrup. It was called Nytol, and it had some, and they would hear things were not right, and due to Michael Jackson's positivity. They say, this is so great how you've made this for the young children, and to help the Heal the World Foundation and Make-A-Wish Foundation. It brings tears to my eyes, Michael. But unfortunately, he didn't get the viewership like the initial documentary did. And Michael never really recovered from that. That was just devastating for him. And even I know people who were there at the time. I don't know if you remember the bit where he's holding Gavin Avizo's hands, who went on to accuse him of child, and he leant on Michael's shoulder. Michael would never allow someone to do that. But the person who was there, I can't name them at the moment because you're going to know exactly what I'm talking about. They're involved with legal action where they're suing the estate for money. But this person told me, Matt Bashir said to Michael, why don't you hold his hand? No one thinks you're a pedophile, especially if you're holding his hand on international TV. This is going to be huge, Michael. This is your chance to show them that you innocently want to help children. Then he'll say, Gavin, put your head on Michael's shoulder. Let's show the world how nice, and Michael's got nothing to prove to anyone. Because no paedophile is going to go and hold a child's hand and have it lay on their shoulder, are they? And talk about sleeping in the bed. But Bashir, this guy tells me, who's relayed back, instructed him to do this. And it's on camera. But there you go. Public are starting to realise now, I think. The tide's turned. TJ Jackson, Tito's son, very cleverly put out a tweet or an X, whatever you want to call it, the other day saying, mainstream media, you can no longer control the narrative. It's over for you. And it is. You cannot beat Hollywood. This movie, the next movie, the documentaries, the Netflix, it's over. The fans, the public has started to question things now. You know? They try their best, like the Epstein nonsense, that one picture. We were viewing houses, Mighty. A real estate agent lined up about 11 or 12 viewings that day. It was very boring as hell for me. On Palm Beach, because he wanted to be next to his best friend, Barry Gibb. They were recording music together, which one day I hope will be released, the Bee Gees album with Michael Jackson. And he wanted to be next to Barry Gibb. And he had a doctor who lived there as well, Miami. So he instructed an agent, can I view all mansions along Palm Beach? Epstein no longer didn't own the island at that point. We didn't know who Epstein was. He was not a name back in, this was 2003. No one knew who he was unless he was part of his financial world. So every house we went, the maids wanted a picture of Michael. The owners wanted a picture of Michael Jackson. They didn't know who was coming. We didn't know who this Epstein guy was. If you asked Michael today if he was alive, do you remember a guy called Jeffrey Epstein? You wouldn't have a clue. But he wanted a picture of Michael Jackson. They tried, and it's funny how the American government, of all the millions of pictures they got in the Epstein files, they put the most famous man out in the world, that one picture, and then they doctor a picture of Diana Ross with her children and Michael's children to try and look like it with Epstein, to try and make it look like there's a connection there. Epstein had no idea, Michael had no idea who that guy was, any of those people we viewed houses for that day. But Epstein was trying to sell his house to buy the infamous island now. So it's all utter nonsense. And Michael did not try and protect kids away from Epstein, like the social media. I know the fans want to believe that and so on, but he didn't know who Epstein was. None of us did. He was an unknown person. If you asked anyone in 2003 or 2004, do you know who Jeffrey Epstein was? They would know, the general public. He became famous because of what happened with Prince Andrew. So, but maybe he was inadvertently trying to help by helping underprivileged kids. I think there's about 20,000 kids were bused into Neverland per year and were financially looked after. Michael paid for their operations, their funerals and stuff. So maybe he did inadvertently help, but not because of Jeffrey Epstein. He would just do that for anyone, visit hospitals and stuff, pay for funerals. He didn't even know that he was behind it half the time. That's the kind of guy he was. But no, it's interesting how it works. I guess the media looked at the pictures and thought, well, this one will go viral. This will get us clickbait. Let's put Michael Epstein out. Bang. I went on Instagram in the end. I don't normally talk about it. I went on Instagram. It went completely viral. So guys were reviewing houses. Stop getting excited. That's all it was. A 10-second photo, handshake, gone. Next house.
If no one ever taught you how to manage your money, or you're secretly ashamed of where you're at financially, this is for you.
When you was around Michael, did he ever speak about Prince?
No, we never. I think that was a media thing created, and he just played with it. With me, he never spoke about Prince, but I know for another bodyguard, he got convinced to go to Prince's concert in Las Vegas, and Prince sat on his lap with his guitar, and the light came on, and Michael was deeply embarrassed, and then he left. But he admired Prince. Actually, do you know what? One thing he did for me, I forgot. I took a chance. I heard, like you, that there's a rivalry between them. Prince did 21 nights at O2 Arena in London in a row, residency. That was the reason Michael wanted to do 50 nights, to get in the Guinness Book of Records and beat Prince's record. So it's like a comical rivalry. But I wanted tickets to go and watch Prince live because he didn't perform a lot, and he was awesome, fantastic musician. So I said to my ex-wife, so I'm going to ask Mike and see what, just what have I got to lose. So I got Michael on the phone, easy that day. I said, Michael, I don't know how it is with you and Prince, but any chance you get me tickets, I don't care where it is, to O2 Arena, to the opening night of Prince's concert, because I want to watch it, you know, because my ex-wife was a big fan of hers too. And he's like, sure, consider it done. Leave it to me. Hour later, VIP tickets, front row. Believe it or not, lights went down. Who comes and sits next to me? P. Diddy and his bodyguards. Yeah, all on the throw. Me and my ex-wife, Prince was right in our face. There must be some kind of friendship that I didn't know about, connection between them both. And they just played along with it.
He was a Biggie fan, right? Because I know he had him on the Invincible album, right?
Yeah, Michael paid for... yeah, you're right. There's a track where he uses... A big Biggie fan, yeah. He used to play his tracks all the time, but he wasn't around in my ear. Obviously, he got shot years before. But yeah, when he met Biggie, I heard he was quite starstruck, and I was a huge fan of his. But yeah, an Invincible album. He paid for some of his music, didn't he, to be used?
How was Michael's financial situation?
Yeah. I can tell you what I know was reported in court documents and what I understood to believe and what his people around me told me. So I know royalties were around 80 million a year from music catalogs. But then in the time I knew him, he didn't really work, Mighty. So there was the 2001 shows, which one of his brothers, well, Tito told me he got paid $5 million per show that David Guest organised, and the brothers got paid $1,000 each, and a couple of them didn't receive it for the reunion. I don't know if you remember that show. It was the last public show Michael ever did at Madison Square Gardens. He did 2 nights, the 8th of September and the 10th of September, just before 9/11. He woke up to that morning. In fact, had he not slept in, Michael would have been in the Twin Towers, handing the necklace back, had the plane hits. He might have been, or he might have sent his assistant there, but the deal was that he'd be photographed handing it back at the Twin Towers, but he overslept. He was up all night talking to his mum after the show. Yeah, sorry, what was the question again?
Michael financially. I heard you used to help him with his bills, right?
Oh, so sometimes me and the other bodyguards would have to pick up the bills, either accidentally or because his credit card wouldn't work. Yeah, and sometimes I wouldn't bother asking him for the money, and other times it'd be silly things like we'd have to race because, like, he shut down Hamley's toy stop. Let me start again. He shut down Hamley's toy store in London, which is the biggest toy store in London, equivalent to the one that you've got in New York. Huge, on 5 floors, in the middle of the night. For me, my ex-wife, and my stepsons to shop in peace. And he wanted to buy stuff for his children too. And we're walking around, and then it gets messy. Outside we hear there's paparazzi like crazy. The fans have worked out we're in there. And if we don't go soon, it'll get dangerous. And since 9/11, the police won't longer help you unless you're royalty. So we had to weigh up. So we came up with this plan to get out quick. But yeah, I ended up picking up the bill on my card because I was last out. Once I got Michael in the car, I was last out and we went. And but yeah, he always paid it back and stuff. But sometimes hotel suites and stuff, I would pick up the bill. And not just me, other friends and bodyguards too. So he was cash poor but asset rich. He was asset rich over $1 billion in equity, but the loans that he was borrowing against his assets were getting out of control. There's some bad financial advisors. I think in my era, over 10 years of being his bodyguard and friend, he went for about 12 different managers, and loans, interest rates. It was a mess. And the only real asset he had was the Beatles catalogue, which you couldn't use anymore, I don't believe, and Neverland, which was mortgaged as high as you possibly could, and he had to sell that in the end. But he didn't want to go back there in the end anyway, because it was always, he got advised legally not to go back there, and he didn't feel right after it was raided in 2003. It was no longer a home for him. So, yeah, financially, things were bad. That's why he took on the 50 shows. He didn't ever want to do a moonwalk past 50 years old. That's what he used to tell us. But he was going to do 50 shows and then do it in Paris as well. This is it. And do it in Sydney. And then he wanted to be a movie director. And, you know, when I sat down with him for the last time, he was eating fish and chips on the Thursday night. He just went to watch Oliver Twist with Mark Lester. He thought it'd be quite funny to watch Oliver Twist with Oliver, the man who played the original guy. And then Mark called me, said, listen, he's flying out tomorrow. Why don't you come and see him? And I'm so glad I did. So we had his favourite meal, fish and chips. We sat on the floor and we talked about everything and stuff. And he just said, you know, I can't believe we've sold out 50 dates. They told me, well, I could sell out 100 dates, but I'm going to stop at 52 dates, I think it was. But my dream is, I just want to stop my children living in hotels now. It needs to come to an end. I want to be able to buy a home for us. And I was thinking, God, I think he earned like 7 billion, 8 billion in his lifetime. It was proven in the court case, 2004. And for him to have his biggest dream, to buy a mansion for his children to live in with him, so they don't have to live out hotel rooms anymore. I thought, wow, that's so sad, you know? You should have achieved this years ago. But people are just milking him for money, ripping him off, selling stories and just ripping him off. And I asked him once, where's the money gone? He just said, I don't know, that's an accountant's question. I asked that to his brothers too, because the brothers had situations too. And they said, I don't know. Where's the Jackson 5 money gone? Where's the Jackson's money gone? I don't know, Matt. That's for the accountants to answer for. We must have generated hundreds of millions of dollars, but got no idea. Michael would blame his record label. He said on stage that when I stood next to him that I've generated billions and billions for Sony and I've got nothing to show for it. And that he had talked with James Brown towards he died. And James Brown had to perform right up to the end. And he said most artists die broke. And sadly, it's well known, Michael died $500 million in debt. And he's now billions of dollars in credit.
So how was he supporting his lifestyle?
When you're that famous, mate, you, a bit like the social media age now, like you could say, I want to go on holiday, but I'm a star, I've got 1 million followers. I will blog my Instagram stories to stay at your place if you give me a free holiday. So back then, if you're Michael Jackson, he knew the value his brand would bring to the hotel. That it'll always be known that Michael Jackson stayed here. The media would camp out outside. So his people would barter with them to say, Michael will come and stay at your hotel if you give the hotel presidential suite to him free for a couple of weeks. It didn't work every time, but it worked 90% of the time. In Manhattan one time, we had 4 presidential suites on the go at the same time. Just in case it got recognized, we'll go to the next one. And so he would barter. He'd also, things were loaned to him or given to him. Like I'll be with him where phone calls will come in saying the latest Mercedes has come out. Would Mr. Jackson like one? And I said, Michael, would you like the latest Mercedes? He'd say, is it free? He said, yeah, they're hoping you're going to drive it and get papped in it. He goes, yeah, it's time to send it to Neverland. So yeah, you can send it to Neverland Ranch. And I'll give them the address and they'll send cars there and Bentleys there and stuff like that. Yeah, different world.
Could Michael fight?
Oh yeah, we didn't cover this. So one of the reasons Michael wanted to meet me is because Joe Jackson wanted to make sure all his boys were tough and that they could defend themselves and look after themselves. So he made sure they all trained in martial arts. So they've all got to black belt level. So Michael wanted to meet me, having conversations with Uri Geller. And Uri Geller must have said, listen, I know the guy who's got the biggest martial arts school in the world. And he's a multi-millionaire. He won't want anything from you. And you can trust this guy. And him and Mark Lester were black belts, his best friend. So the first conversations that we had was, can you train me and Mark to second degree black belt? I said, sure we can, Mike, no problem. We couldn't do it at my martial arts school, of course, it'd be ridiculous. So we used to pull the tables apart in hotel suites or in the middle of the night, go to the aerobic studio, and we continued the training. Yeah, but man, he could kick. And Will Smith once said when he did a cameo in Men in Black 2, Michael was doing spinning kicks above his head. You can see it in his dancing. If you watch Michael's dancing, he's doing the Bruce Lee, he copies the Bruce Lee stuff. And he used to say, copy the greats and make it better. So he'll take the stuff of Fred Astaire, Bruce Lee, James Brown, put it all together, Charlie Chaplin. And you see him do the Bruce Lee moves, and stuff. And yeah, he could fight. Tito used to come to my classes and fight. I tried to get Tito's fitness back on track as much as I could. There's footage online about that too. People can watch him in my martial arts classes. But yeah, Michael, I remember one time I grabbed his arm because we were in a paparazzi scrum, a real serious one. And the fans were there. And this was back in the day when media was so big that you're talking 100 cameras trying to get that face shot of Michael in his face. And one of the fans, I remember it really clearly, he said, there's a newspaper in England called the Daily Mirror, and they wrote a very terrible article about Michael. Completely fabricated, untrue. And one of the fans that Michael was aware of and believed said, Michael, that's the reporter there who's taking photos of you that wrote an article about you in the Daily Mirror. And he said, that's him? He goes, yeah. And then Michael swung his arm back, and this is on footage, and he went to punch him. I grabbed his arm like that, and I said, Michael, don't do it. This will be worldwide news. It will be terrible for your image. They will arrest you. They won't treat you like a normal person. You'll be in jail for hours. They'll charge you. Don't do it. It's not worth it. And when we got on the train, he said, thanks for stopping me punch that guy. I don't know what I was thinking. But he was so mad. He was going to punch the guy. I mean, Michael was a strong guy. He had the Joe Jackson side of Michael Jackson, then he had the Catherine side, the Karen side. Where Michael wanted to be ruthless, he was ruthless. He wouldn't take no messing around. He would not take no messing around. When he put those glasses on, just ready for business, he was ready. I always say to people when they think, oh, Wacko Jacko, he's a clown. You don't get to be the most famous man in the world for all those years, record album after record album, sell out stadiums without social media, if you're stupid. He had an intelligence above another level, which made him different to us. He was an absolute genius.
He also admired P.T. Barnum, and he also reminded me of Howard Hughes. So, yes, you can get to that level and be a little kooky. No doubt about it. Look at Donald Trump, just out of curiosity.
And not just with music, with art as well. When he died, they found his bunker, which we knew about, his escapism. He had an artist mentor. And when he wants some peace and quiet, he used to go to this air bunker, hidden away, and he used to draw and get coached on drawing. And they opened it up and he found millions and millions of pounds worth of drawings that Michael Jackson had done, which had been incredible, The film, it showed how he drew, how he wanted his face to be. He was just, everything had to be perfected.
Let me ask you this, Ray. Where do you think all this is coming from? People targeting Michael? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, I never heard him do anything to nobody.
And he used to say that. He used to say, why me? He said, do you know how many people, Matt, have got vitiligo in the world? He said, he used to say it on TV as well. How many people lay in the sun all day to make themselves brown or black? And they have a go at me because I've got a skin problem and I've gone white. They don't attack them. He said, everything seems to be okay unless it's Michael Jackson doing it. And yeah, you're right. He got investigated by the FBI for 15 years. They bugged his phones. They bugged his rooms. They followed him without him knowing. Zero evidence whatsoever. He got tried in 2004 under the most vicious district attorney. He tried to get him in 1993, but the accuser refused to bring criminal charges. And the law got changed because of Michael Jackson, because he got his money, and they changed the law. So you got to do criminal case, then you can go after the money. I scrutinized under District Attorney Tom Sneddon, the same legal team, the same people that represented Jordan Chandler. And they failed with 14 counts of child molestation and all different other things that are thrown in there.
So let's get the corrections. They didn't, represent Jordan Chandler. They represented the state. And as for the people that represented Jordan Chandler, that would be Larry Feldman represented Jordan Chandler. So again, they put these so-called experts on, and these experts never get challenged. They say, oh, wow, that's amazing. Oh, that story about him going to the toy store? Oh, wow, that's amazing. Oh, he had a Rolls Royce or a Mercedes sent to him and they didn't charge him anything? Oh, that's amazing. Instead of actually challenging him, what they do is just allow him to go on and on and on. But the problem is that Catherine Jackson was asked about Matt Fiddes, and she was like, I asked my son about it. I don't think he even knew who he was. And then he had some sort of run-in with, if I'm correct, Tito Jackson. And even he was like, thought that this man was a grifter. Those are not my words. Those are not my opinions. That's what's in the record. So I advise people to just go and look it up. You can go and look up Matt Fiddes, Catherine Jackson, and you can see the exact quote. But these are the people they put on because these people are multimillionaires. They have a lot of pull. They are very charismatic, and they have a lot of like stories they can sort of go after. But when you don't have that, and all you have is the truth, a lot of times that won't get the eyes of people like the Art of Dialogue or some of these bigger podcasters, and that's a shame, because the reality is, as a podcast, your job is to present really good information and take over for the mainstream media, which is basically bought, sold, and all they care about with the mainstream media is pushing a narrative for their investors. So when you are the alternative media, you need to do their job 100 times better, and you need to have every single follow-up question you can think of. You can't just let him ramble on and on and on. You need to ask him, hey, why did Katherine Jackson say this? Why did Michael Jackson kind of forget your name when you were being introduced? I could go on and on about Matt Fiddes, but let's take a little bit more listen. I don't know if he's gotten to the Casio claims, which I find rather interesting, or if he got into the insurance company. But let me go a little bit further.
They could not get him. But Michael used to say the bigger the star, the bigger the target. And he was the biggest, most powerful person in the world. They took him down. And yeah, he used to go back to the publishing. He owned half of Sony Music. And he was very powerful. He used to say, if I told every black American to overturn cars in protest because I disagree with this, they would all do it for me.
And for those that follow this channel, I spoke about Howard Stern. Excuse me. Howard Stern wrote a book called Miss America, and he talked about meeting Michael Jackson. And Michael Jackson wanted Howard Stern, one of the most probably at that point famous people on the planet, him and Michael Jackson probably neck and neck at that point. Personal opinion, obviously. But he wanted Howard Stern to basically grab all of his fans and listeners and do a march for Michael Jackson, which Howard Stern kind of was flabbergasted. He's like, I don't do that. What I want to do is a hard-hitting interview. I want to ask you questions. And the way I interview people, if they know that you can pass this interview, then they will trust you a whole lot more. But having a parade or having some sort of ticket-take parade where I'm sitting there saying, oh, we need to support you and vindicate you, that's not going to fly, because that's not what I do. But Michael Jackson thought that would actually be a wonderful idea. But when he was given the alternative, you literally let me ask any questions and then let the public decide, he declined. And that's what people need to understand. Every time that people say that Michael Jackson never got a chance to defend himself, Michael Jackson was given plenty of opportunities to defend himself, but he decided not to unless he, Mr. Jackson, can control the narrative. He could buy satellite time. He could make a deal with CBS and Primetime News. He bought some more satellite time, I think, in 2003. So unless he had that controlled in his hand, he wasn't going to allow it. And why is it important if you understand child sexual abuse? That is exactly what it is. It's really one word. It's called control. Michael Jackson was beaten as a child, and I believe this. So the only thing that he really could he cherished is his control. He can't control adult women. If you think he's going to control like a Claudia Schiffer, or he's going to control Noemi Campbell, if you think he's going to control them, he's out of his fucking mind. They will literally eat him up and spit him out. They don't put up with that bullshit. But the problem is that he realized he couldn't do that. So what did he do? He's gravitated towards children. And when you're 17 and you're saying, well, gee, you know what? Instead of dating a really hot 18-year-old or college co-ed, I'm going to go backwards and date a 12-year-old Tatum O'Neal. That has nothing to do so much with attraction. It has everything to do with control. Because you can control that 12-year-old. You can't control that 21-year-old who's in college, who's getting an education, who understands exactly who he or she might want to be. You can't do that. But you can definitely do it with a 12-year-old. You can definitely do it with an 8-year-old. And that's what he wanted. He wanted non-threatening type of individuals that will actually be able to allow him to control them. Let's go further. Matt Fiddes, I hate to say it, Everything I hear about him is nothing but he's a grifter. He tells stories. I think they said he might have been in Michael Jackson's life for a couple of years. What sad thing is he trains children. He trains, people to go to his dojos, I'm assuming, and go ask his services. But the reality is that anytime you have any children involved, and you find out there are men or women that claim that they were sexually abused, and you're working with children, your obligation is to say, I cannot comment on that. Because I might have students or my people that might go to my dojo or go to my karate classes or whatever it may be that might actually believe the survivors and might actually be surviving from child sexual abuse. And if I sit there and I make a bold statement, then what does that do to them? How does that make our interaction work? Because I'm saying I don't believe survivors, but I believe Michael Jackson, versus that person saying I believe the survivors and not Michael Jackson. That's why you should never, ever, if you work with any youth, you should never, ever take this position, because you don't know who in your class, who you're teaching, who's paying you probably a whole lot of money to take your class, Mr. Fids, that might be actually a child sexual abuse survivor. And if you're not willing to take that sort of responsibility for the people you're charging probably a whole lot of money for, then that means you might not care about the people who's taking your classes. Again, that's an observation, that's my opinion, that might be speculation, but that's why I live in America and not the UK.
Influence. Well, politicians used to call and try and get him to the White House, and he wouldn't go because in later years, because he knew he would clean up their image if he would go, I'll just tell you, it doesn't matter. President Clinton tried to get him to the White House, and he called us to speak to Uri Geller to say, do you think it's a good idea? It was just after the Monica Lewinsky thing, and because I don't really want to be attached to that, Michael said, and he decided not to go to the White House. But he went to the White House when Ronald Reagan presented him. But he'd only got one condition, that I'll come to the White House, but I know Mr. Reagan, President Reagan, a lot's in this for you, my profile. So if you present me with an award, then I'll go. And they gave him.
What Mr. Fitz doesn't comment on is the fact that there was a story that was really running rampant during that era, that Michael Jackson had inappropriate relations with 2 Mexican boys. And I have spoken to Ed Opperman many, many times, and he's told the story about how there was a story about 2 children in a limousine that Michael Jackson was caught red-handed abusing. And that story was, covered up, suppressed, etc. right around that same time period. And one thing, the reason why I literally just admire Ed Opperman and I respect him is because he actually looks at what the information is. He follows the facts. He follows the information. He doesn't say, well, gee, this sounds kind of outlandish. No, he will listen to you completely. And then he'll take that information that you give him, process it, and then come up with a really, really, in my opinion, a very informed decision. That's why I'm always pushing for people to go watch Ed Opperman, join his Patreon, join anything you possibly can. Because I don't ask for any money. I don't ask for, the PayPal or the Cash App or the Venmo or any of that crap. But what I do ask is, if you find someone that has good content, that is actually supporting our channel, and that is actually putting out good information, support them. His Patreon, I think I pay $6 a month. That's about, let me take a look, let me take a look here, $72 a year. $72 a year to promote my voice, because I usually am on there twice a year, to be promoting my voice to be on his show. $72 a year. Think about it. $72 a year for Mr. Ed Opperman to be able to actually show interviews in regards to the Michael Jackson case that most people don't know, that most people have never heard of. Many of the things I learned about Michael Jackson was from Ed Opperman. Ed Opperman is an amazing resource and a true ally, A-L-L-Y versus A-L-L-Y-S, to our channel and to myself. I'm very, very grateful that Ed Opperman is actually part of our group. I'm very, very. I find I'm extremely lucky to have a person that I absolutely trust and agree with his content, because he doesn't try to sugarcoat it, and a lot of times we'll have a conversation before we go on air, and he'll tell me things. I'm like, what? Where did you hear this from? And I'll research it and find out, oh my God, I need to cover this. But when we look at Matt Fiddes is basically giving an interview with The Art of Dialogue, but no one's pushing back. And when he gets to the Casios, and I might have to check it to make sure I think it's at the tail end, you will hear a lot of misinformation. And when he gets to Jordan Chandler as well. And what my job is to correct that misinformation, to call out Matt Fiddes and all the people at Art of Dialogue for not doing their jobs. I shouldn't have to do their jobs. I shouldn't have to go in and literally sit there and correct all the misinformation for the Art of Dialogue. The Art of Dialogue should actually have every single piece of information ready. So if the Art of Dialogue has producers, or if they have people that, want to cover the Michael Jackson case, I know it inside and out. I won't charge you. I will not charge you a dime, but I will give you the correct information. And all I ask is for when you do an interview and it's about Michael Jackson, let me listen to the other end. I will feed you the correct questions. I will let you know this person's completely full of bullshit. Why is Katherine Jackson saying that Michael Jackson doesn't even remember this gentleman here, Matt Fiddes? And she is the mother of Michael Jackson, but yet this man says, oh, well, don't listen to her, listen to me.
So he always makes sure there was something in it for him. He was a marketing genius. But yeah, where does the attack come from? Mainstream media. So when the movie was released in the UK, all the critics, it was like cut and paste, like a smear campaign. And it's like, literally everyone was the same. Dreadful, awful, terrible. When I actually went to watch it, I was like, they must have watched a different movie to what I watched. I don't understand it. And then the Rotten Tomatoes thing, the review thing, platform, gave it like a 28% review. I think it's up to 98% review. Now it's the biggest movie, set to be the biggest movie of all time, biggest movie in the world right now. His #1 album in the chart.
Well, Mr. Fiddes, well aware why it's receiving 28% or 38%, whatever it might be, on Leaving Neverland. The reason is because you have an army of fanatical fandom that will do exactly what Paris Jackson says. As long as they can live in the fantasy, they will do whatever they possibly can to make sure that the image of Michael Jackson is not tainted. When you're talking about the Church of Michael Jackson, which I compare to the Church of Scientology, you become not a fan anymore, you become a cultist. And unless you are willing to bow down to the altar of Michael Jackson, then what will happen is you will be literally excommunicated from that particular church. And Mr. Fiddes, as well as Mr. Mesereau, I think you guys are actually the high priestess when it comes to the Church of Michael Jackson. And again, I stated this tip, and I was hoping that Redacted might actually take advantage of this tip. This tip doesn't come from me. It comes from a man that has been covering celebrity scandals for years and years and years, and he's about a 60, 40, sort of, right on money, to a 30 to 40%, depending on, there might be some truth or no truth. But he reported a situation at Neverland Ranch. I don't know if Mr. Matt Fiddes knows of this, where they actually had the EPA and they had wildlife go out that actually looked at an area where there was rampant wildlife going nuts over this one area. They dug up this particular area and they found bones. And those bones were actually of children. And that was supposedly a report that was given to this particular individual that has covered celebrity scandals for years. And has no reason really to kind of throw that in at all. Because that can easily be fact-checked, that can easily be looked at. Unfortunately, I don't have the monetary resource to look that up, but I'm sure that anyone who's actually a true commentator, podcaster, wants to look into conspiracies, wants to look into things that might be way, 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 way outside of the mainstream media, might want to investigate that, might want to actually get the records of, did the EPA go, did people actually look at his land, did they find something? Because supposedly the people that found something are not under an NDA, and that they actually made a report. But unfortunately, I can't verify that. The other story that was made by the same exact person is that Michael Jackson actually had a bunker built. And it was technically right under the giving tree. Now, The Giving Tree, if you don't know, is actually a poem, if I'm correct. I think I've read it many times when I was probably in preschool. And that, what it talks about is how I can give and give, but there's one point where I don't have any branches left. I can't give anymore, which sounds exactly like Michael Jackson. I am the martyr. I am the victim. Look at me. I'm giving and giving, and everyone's taking advantage of me. But anyways, under that tree, there's supposedly, literally, part in the grass. If you look and you really, really search, you can find what they call a hatch door. And if you open that hatch door, there's actually a bunker that's built under there. And in that bunker was supposedly Michael Jackson's biggest treasures. So if I was maybe, I don't know, Attorney John Carpenter or Attorney King, I might want to do a subpoena to find out what's exactly on the Neverland Ranch. I would actually want to have police dogs. I would actually want to have people who can look at, sort of radar to go underneath to see if any of these particular claims are true. Now, I normally don't give my sources up. I usually don't like doing this, but in this particular case, I'm going to. And this particular source has a lot of what I call, a lot of backlash. And I spoke with Ed Opperman. I said, what do you think his accuracy rate is? And he says, honestly, it's about 60%. Good, 40% not so good. And that particular person is, if you go to Crazy Days and Nights, he has a YouTube page. My advice to them is, if I was maybe Attorney John Carpenter, or I was maybe the attorney that was representing the Casios, I would ask him. I would say, where did you get this information? Can you name the person who gave you this information? We want to see if there's any validity to these particular claims. And it's actually a good time to do it, because right now what's going on with the Epstein estate, they're looking at the Zorro Ranch. So they're actually looking at radar, sonar type of looking to see if there's any mass graves that were built. And according to this particular source that talked to the man that runs Crazy Days and Nights, he was told that they actually had a wildlife infestation that was actually going to this one area, and when they finally dug it up, they found bones, and those bones were children. Now, that could be a hunch, that could be something that's totally far-fetched, that could be way pie in the sky, but unless you get a subpoena or somebody to actually question that, then you'll never know. Unless you get someone that can do what we call sound radar to actually look underneath, you'll never know. But the reality is, I would not put anything beyond Michael Jackson. And the fact that they said that he had a bunker, and in that bunker he actually had a couple of children that he kept, that he would, I think, was going to be giving to, he either said R. Kelly or P. Diddy, one of those two. I would look into that. Is there a bunker? And supposedly Macaulay Culkin knew this bunker. Again, this is all speculation and just questions, but if you don't ask those questions, you won't get the answer. If you don't ask, if you're going into you're having a Thanksgiving Day meal and you're in the line at a buffet, if you don't ask for extras, you won't get them. So my suggestion is, what do you have to lose? Ask the questions. I'm giving you the information that I've accumulated over now close to 14 years. So you can take this information and throw it in the garbage, or you can trust me that I'm not here to ever hurt Wade Robson, James Safechuck, or any of the Casios, or Gavin Arvizo, Jordan Chandler. I would never hurt Jason Francie or Jane Doe, or the possible other Jane Doe that might be coming forward. My advice is to the people that are in that family. Paris Jackson, you seem very strong. You seem very like you are the person that's there to guard the legacy of your father. But you also know that your father's legacy is not a sort of one-page fits all. But your father's legacy is very, very in-depth. It's three-dimensional. The only reason I'm saying this is because I got wind of something with Paris Jackson. It might be actually sometimes listening into this channel, but I'm not going to go that far. But let me tell you something, Paris. If I were you, I would want to make sure that I talk to, and this goes for your brothers too, reach out to the victims, or what you might call accusers of your father. Ask to have an open dialogue. Ask to have a conversation with the Casios. The Casios were with you when you were children. Frank Casio watched you as a baby. I saw how Frank Casio treated you. He treated you like gold. Frank Casio, in one of my personal opinions, is one of the biggest heroes in this story because he had to go through all the motions with Michael Jackson. According to Vincent Amon, who I trust more than pretty much anyone, him and Ed Opperman are the two top people I trust. He stated that Michael Jackson introduced Frank Casio to drugs. opioids. And that Frank Castillo was under this mantra that if you want to be free, if you want to fly, if you want to float, like the clown from It, the best thing you can do is take these particular opioids, and then you can let go of your inhibitions. So, I know you're 12, but when I want to do some things that are probably the most disgusting things you can imagine, you're floating, you don't feel anything. And that's called disassociation. I talked about that in my own story, about disassociation. It's not real. It's not fake Natalie Morris or Clayton Morris. It's very, very real. And I remember the first day that it happened to me, that's exactly what happened. Come and sit in my lap, he or she said. Come on, sit down. And I sat on that person's lap, not knowing, okay, what are you going to do? Okay, are you going to pull my ear again? Or we're going to play hide and seek? No. What that person decided to do was grope me. I had no idea what was going on. Zero idea what was going on. But one thing I did think is, oh my God, I don't know what's happening, but this person is giving me attention. She or he is giving me attention that he's giving to no one, or she's giving to no one else. That to me, it was so important. I actually treasured that moment because I thought that I was something important. And then when that person decided to buck and run because they had something else to do, and then decided not to even bother to check when I was in dire straits for help. When that person decided, I'm not going to pick up the phone call, my parents thought, I'm not even going to forward the phone call because you're not worth that particular situation. You're not even worth a call, is what they said to me. I will never forgive them for that. I think about that probably once or twice a week. And I try everything I possibly can do to not find out exactly, because they were cremated, but I also know I think they were buried as well. And unfortunately, my family won't give me that information because they know how angry I am. And they also know that they took my inheritance, but we won't go. 6 figures inheritance, what am I going to do? It was my retirement, but hey, I know how to make do. But my suggestion is, my comment's this. My comment's this, is that when it happened to me, I didn't have parents as responsible as the Cassios, as responsible as Joy Robson. Joy Robson, I think, is a hero. A lot of people don't think it, but I do. Because when Wade Robson broke down and came to his mother knew she was going to take so much effing flack from him and his wife. Because if I was his wife, I would say, why didn't you protect your son? This is my husband. She was willing to take that. And then she came on the other side and now is standing up for her son. If my mother or father could actually do that, I would be so grateful. So every time I hear about Joy Robson and Wade Robson, I say, thank God there are some parents that will listen to their children and say, you know what, I believe you. It might be the biggest pain in the ass to believe you. I might really be pissed off at myself or you for going through all that crap to deal with Michael Jackson. But you know what, I believe you. And that definitely goes for Stephanie Safechuck. And that definitely goes for Wade Robson's wife. Wade Robson's wife, I give her credit. Because the first question she asked, and I wish everyone would ask this question, she asked her, Wade Robson, do you have any thoughts about your son? Now that might seem insulting, that might seem rude. If it was asked to me, I would say absolutely not. The only thing that I have in question about my son is what am I going to fucking do to make sure that anyone who ever does this gets nowhere near them, and if they do get near them, that I don't literally take a baseball bat and make sure they never see the next day. Because if that was, again, everyone says, well, what you would do. In most cases, 99% of the people don't know what they're talking about. But trust me, I know in this situation, I know what we're talking about. The first time I ever saw a father, there was a man that had raped his son. He literally took out a gun and blew his brains out. Now, some people say, oh, that's gruesome, that's awful, that's horrible. In my particular situation, where I understood what that son was going to have to deal with, I said, you know what? Whoever this man is, give him a standing ovation and make sure you do a ticket tape parade. So every single fucking pedophile, predator, whoever, whatever they are, MAPS, MAP, Minder Tracker Person bullshit, or all these people that seem to think that, oh, well, I can cosplay like I'm a 5-year-old. No, you're not a fucking 5-year-old. What you are is a 30-year-old person trying to pretend that you are actually a child because you can't deal with real life. You can't deal with the fact that you might have a relationship and you might argue, fight, you might go back and forth, you might throw some plates, you might and like in my father's case, throw a lasagna over my mother's head, cold lasagna. If you listen to my X Spaces, you would have heard that story. I'm going to say it one more time because I love this story. I tell this story all the time in our family. This is my family. We tell the story every single holiday, usually Thanksgiving, sometimes Christmas. So what happened was my mother, who I loved to death, but I also was angry, very angry at the very, very end. And I'm still angry. That anger doesn't go away until I say it goes away. You know, when you tell your son that he's lying and he's trying to tell you something that's one of the most difficult things in his life, and you literally turn your back on him because it's easier. It's really hard for me to forget that. But this story isn't hard for me to forget. So what happened was my father, who loved lasagna. My father was a typical Italian. He owned a pizzeria. He can make pizzas, calzones, you name it. And that's why I respect the Casio family so much, because they are also Italian American. I understand Italian families. Watch My Cousin Vinny if you want to understand yourself. And that seems like an exaggeration. Trust me, it is not an exaggeration. That is how families in Italian communities go down. Arguments are literally a sport. But what happened, again, I'm going to tell the story. What happened was that this person abused me for many years, from 7 to I want to say he or she left when I was about 14. I think she or he, or again, I'm not giving specifics here, but they left. And the problem was when that person left, this is what sort of starts everything. I was trying to grab this person and say, but wait, we have this thing. I thought you really cared about me. You said that I was so special, and that we can only share this, and that I've always looked up to you, and I think you're the best person in the world. Again, this could be someone in my immediate family, my outer family, or a friend of the family. I want to make it as vague as possible, because a lot of people will just assume something. But I will say it was not my mother or my father. So I went and I pleaded with this person, and this person turned around and walked away. So I thought I was really smart, so I decided to go to, I think it was Harvard, it's in Cambridge, a psychiatrist. And I told him everything, and I smacked my hands and said, okay, I'm done. I spent the hour and a half. I spent a whole bunch of money here, but I'm done. I said what I had to say. I did good, and I'm leaving. I'm never coming back. And that worked for a while, but then 20 years later, I heard Wade Robson's story. And I know a lot of people think, oh, Wade Robson. I haven't spoken to Wade Robson. And when I speak, I mean actually sent an email. When I first started the Wade Robson supporters page /Facebook. So that's the only way you can get there now, because I'm working with a new server. MJVictims.com will be up. I just want to make sure it's strictly MJ Victims, not www, because that was a huge problem. But that will be up very soon. I just bought, I think, another couple of years. But what I'm saying is, when I heard his story and I heard what he had to say, I said, that's exactly the way I feel. Now, some people say, what if Wade Robson's lying? I have no control of that. I have no control if Wade Robson's telling the truth. If he's lying, if the Casios are lying, if Jason Francis, I have no control of that. All I know is what I know. And what I know is I believe every single one of them. When Marie Nicole described her situation with Michael Jackson, and then I had to deal with Pearl Jr., who put up the video. My advice to you, Marie Nicole, if you ever get a chance to listen to it, look up Pearl Jr. And she describes your meeting with Michael Jackson and says, oh, look, she's describing Michael Jackson, and Michael Jackson was going, oh, look, I want to look in your coochie. I want to look in your coochie, like it was a big fucking joke. Pearl Jr., I tried to debate you. I had you on X Spaces, but the problem is you're such a fossil, you couldn't actually figure out how to use X Spaces. That particular, if you want to take a good look at, her name is Pearl Jr., look it up on YouTube. She thinks that Michael Jackson's still alive and that Michael Jackson's faked his death. And I told Pearl Jr., I said, why would you want to push that theory that Michael Jackson's still alive? She goes, well, I have this clue and this clue and this. I've done research. Okay, yeah, I'm sure you've done research. I'm sure you looked in your coloring book and maybe there was some sort of arrow that was pointing to you, whatever you wanted to point to. But with Pearl Jr., And I would be calling her out. She said she'd done her research and she knows blah, blah, blah. But what she said about Marie Nicole was, Michael Jackson abusing a woman, a girl? I thought it was always young boys. Why am I hearing about, not knowing about the Jane Doe accuser, not knowing about Tatum O'Neal, not knowing about Brooke Shields, and all the stories I've told for many, many years. And she made it so disgusting. She said, oh, that Marie Nicole said, oh, Michael Jackson bent down. And he goes, look, and she's putting her hands up like she's twiddling her hands and going, oh, look, he's trying to find my coochie, like it's a big fucking joke. Pearl Jr., and now I know why you pretended you couldn't do X spaces. Because if I got you in an X space, I would literally dissect you, vivisect you. I would literally take whatever knowledge, little knowledge and delusions you have, I would turn it inside out. And I would take that particular look that you have that makes you look like you're a mushroom from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Literally, that's how your haircut is. It's supposed to be a Cleopatra haircut. But let me tell you something. I've seen pictures of Cleopatra. You are absolutely nowhere near that. And I appreciate beauty of all types. You know, especially if I see someone who is a beautiful person that's not only outside but inside. I absolutely appreciate it. I think that is the best thing in the world. One of my favorite artists, her name is Amy Grant. I followed her for years. And when I was in my late teens, 20s, I followed her. But the reason why I thought she was one of the most beautiful people on the planet is because literally whatever was inside went outside. And I could see that. I thought this, to me, is an amazing human being. Amazing. That also goes with men. That also goes for women. I'm not saying that only women can be like these amazing, beautiful human beings. Also men can. Men can be amazing, beautiful beings. Now, I'm not going to say it's about Wade Robson. I don't want him to think that in that sense, I'm like, oh my God, you know, I don't want to get those lines crossed. But I will say he is a amazing, beautiful human being because he was willing to stand up to everybody. And he was willing to take all the shrapnel for all the people that came after him. So the people that say, well, you know, Wade Robson could have stood up and he could actually, you know, stand up for Gavin Avisa. But what they don't understand is I understand what the early news reports were. If I'm incorrect, Gavin Avisa was asked about Wade Robson and they said, would you ever want to testify if Wade Robson ever got his case heard in court? And he said, yes. So when I hear people like Natalie Morris, or I hear these other grifters, I don't know, like this guy here, Matt Fiddes, etc., sit there and talk about these cases, they don't know what they're talking about because they don't know the other part of this, which is a huge amount of victims that were literally brutally raped by this man over and over and over again. And as soon as they decided to come forward, they were told to shut up, be quiet, and if you dare to speak out, you're going to be called every name in the book. When I saw Aldo Casio went on 60 Minutes Australia. And again, I wish I could be a consultant because I would have cut this clip immediately because I know how the Michael Jackson fans are and I know how these, what I call grifters are. So he's on there talking about a very traumatic experience. He goes, imagine sitting there, putting your backpack on, you're like 8 years old, and you have this weight on your head saying, oh my God, I just had sex, which I don't even understand what it is, with the most popular person on the planet. And I always compare that to the story I had. And the story I had is very, very similar. And I had that weight on my head for about 4 years. So I was in 6th grade, and we were talking about venereal diseases. Now, at that point, I was being abused pretty frequently. So what happened was they said, if you have this, or this, or you see this, and for some odd reason, I looked at my genital, oh my God, I think I see this. And they said, but here's the situation. Back then, they said, if you have one of these symptoms, you have to tell us who you are, obviously. We're going to talk with you. But you also have to tell who your partner is. Now, that would seem like normal common sense. Hey, look, you know, my name is Mike and my partner is, I don't know, Jessie. And she's like, I don't know, she's a grade above me, but, you know, I'm so happy to be with Jessie. I'm just making an example. So if I came forward and someone said, well, I would want to make sure Jessie knew that I had a disease that she might be seriously, you know, hurt by over the years. But in my situation, I couldn't do that. Because in order for me to do that, I would have to then go, give my name, and give the person who was abusing me. Now, there was a risk to that, because if I did that, what would happen is I would literally destroy all the people that I knew, both my family, both my extended family, a lot of friends that are around that situation. I would destroy that. So what I did is I decided to keep my mouth shut. I monitored my genitalia. In most cases, I want to say once a month. Because what happens with syphilis, usually there's bumps, it almost looks like acne. It isn't really acne. And that's what I think I saw, and I didn't really. I was like 12, 13. So I monitor that. And I would monitor, oh my God, I think I see something. My understanding when I was getting into 12th grade, I said, I'm not going to make it, because there's a lifespan with syphilis. I said, you know what? I might make my graduation. But I have a sinking suspicion it's finally going to get me. I'm finally going to probably have to give up to the fact that I have syphilis and there's nothing I can do because I can't tell anybody. So I ended graduating, and then one thing I had to do, I was going in for an operation, and they had to take blood tests. And they said, do you want us to test you for venereal disease? And I literally, this is what I asked, is it free? And she goes, well, yeah, it's part of your panels. We can take that test for you. I said, yeah, I guess. So they came back with the blood work and all that. And then they went over all sort of, the typical blood work, your cholesterol, all that sort of thing. So they know that you're okay to go under anesthesia. So she goes, now when it comes to your venereal disease, I literally put my head down and said, okay, I'm now going to hear what happens and what's going to happen next. And she said, yeah, you're totally fine. You have no venereal disease. So I literally wasted 4 years of my life checking myself for 4 years because some fucking creep decided that it was fun to molest me and rape me. And I had to have that burden on my head for 4 years. For 4 years thinking, I'm going to die. And if you know, look up syphilis and see all the side effects. I would do that weekly. In some cases, I would go every other month, and I would go to the library and sit there for 6 hours. Literally studying what happens to you when you get syphilis. Because you got to realize the time frame I was in the town I was in, it was not such an easy access to get to. So I knew whoever I told, even if it was a friend, or even if it was a counselor, or even if it was something that's supposed to be private, I knew if that ever came out, as Wade Robson said, my life would be over, but not only their life would be over, my whole family would be over. And so I had to make a decision. I made that decision. I sucked it up for 4 years, thinking I was going to die probably by the 5th. Again, look up syphilis, look up the side effects of it, and think of yourself as a 10, 12, whatever year old child reading this, thinking, when is it going to happen to me? When is all that crap going to happen to me? So I understand what Wade Robson says exactly. Well, Michael Jackson told me if I say anything, his life will be over and my life will be over. When James Safechuck says essentially the same thing. Now, Natalie Morris, I didn't have a chance to address this. She talked about how the first two accusers said they weren't in love with Michael Jackson. Well, unfortunately, she doesn't understand how to read victim testimony. Jordan Chandler described Michael Jackson. He described in many ways, how he basically did fall in love with Michael Jackson. And how do I know this is even somewhat true? Because there's a book that I can't stand because of the man that created it. I think he probably belongs in NAMBLA. That's how far I can trust him. Diane loves him because supposedly he's the premier source. His name is Victor Gutierrez Was My Lover. Now, if that serious commentator broadcaster did her homework, she would know that there was a book called MJ Was My Lover. Okay? And that comes from the perspective of Jordan Chandler, and also comes from the perspective of all the particular people that were surrounded by Michael Jackson. And there's no doubt in my mind, if Victor Gutierrez was an inside source, and he was also a part of NAMBLA, then maybe that was how Michael Jackson was introduced to that particular organization. Which, for the most part, if I'm correct, is totally gone. And what's replaced it is minor attracted people. And they have a special flag, and they have a special mantra. And the mantra really should be is, if you ever come to our towns, if you ever come to our city, if you ever decide to march in a gay pride parade or a St. Patrick's Day parade or whatever the parade may be, we will make sure that you will never, ever march again. And I would make sure that that ever comes to your town and they're marching, you have literally a wall full of parents and children. And literally every single time they pass is, we are going to make sure you never ever march again. That's what advocates do. They don't sit on the sidelines. They don't sit there and say, oh my God, there's nothing I can do. Bullshit. They get involved. They actually try to make a difference. Now, for people to say, well, Michael Parziale, that's obviously most people know my name, Michael Parziale, but you've been doing this for 14 years, and I looked at your website. It hasn't really grown that much, and I looked at your YouTube videos, and then you might get maybe, if you're lucky, 5,000 or 10,000. My biggest video, by the way, which again the channel is taken down, was on Kevin Spacey. I broke down a video he did, his Christmas video, and how I felt that it was actually a message to people that might come after him when it comes to child rape. The other story I tell all the time, which really, really relates, and maybe I can contact Nathan Forrest Winters, who I think he's one of the biggest heroes of my generation, okay? Nathan Forrest Winters, in my opinion, because like Michael Jackson, he went up against one of the biggest directors on the planet. He directed The Godfather, and he directed Apocalypse Now. He directed so many amazing movies. If you go to any Italian sort of bistro or restaurant, you will see pictures of all of his movies kind of lined up in a row. You know, Scarface and The Godfather. I'll be honest, my father never liked those movies because he says, you know what, Mike? He goes, I want to tell you something. He goes, when I first moved to our town, we were one of the few Italian families, and what they did when we moved in, they literally took trash and they threw it over our yard, and they said, you know, get out, you greasy Italians. And they did that over and over again. So my parents, what happened eventually is Hispanics and black or African Americans started moving in, and they were like, I don't know. I said, Mom, Dad, remember exactly the story you told me, because I tell it to so many people. Do not make it so now I can't tell it to anybody. And they got the message, and they greeted the new neighbors, and they told them all the funny stories in the neighborhood and what to look out for. But the reality was that is what they went through. And they were Italian. They were white Italian Americans. But the problem is so many people that come, they end up having to endure this. But the other sort of what I call minority that deals with this all day, there's no color, there's no race, there's no age, there's no creed, there's no religion, there's none of it. They're called rape victims. And they might be women when they're raped, they might be grown men when they were raped, they might be toddlers, they might be teenagers, they might be tweens, teens, they might be in college, whatever. The problem is that when they come forward, they have to make sure that every single thing they say is backed usually by DNA or physical evidence. And if it isn't, you can guaranteed there's going to be a group of people coming after you. I'm going to take a quick, literally 2-minute break, and I'll be back. And so real quick, a lot of people ask me, because sometimes I'll talk to people, very rarely, about this topic, that is not involved with the community, the community that we have. In some ways, I'm really getting into huge arguments. But someone will say, well, why do you call Wade Robson a success story? I said, he hasn't even gone to court yet, because I tell him about the court dates and all this sort of updates. And I said, you don't understand. He's a success story. And he goes, well, what do you mean? I said, I remember in 2013, I think his young boy was, I think it's Koa, was 2 or 3. I said, now it's roughly about 13, 14 years later. So now he's basically in high school, probably trying to figure out what colleges he goes to and what his sort of life is going to be like as an adult. So what Wade did is, his now, even though it took a long time before anyone was going to hear his case, he did exactly what everyone should be. He done, his mother tried to do. He made sure his son went from infant to now a thriving, older teenager and soon adult. And if I was his son, if I was Koa, I would say, you know what, Dad? I would literally, there's going to be a court date. I would be there and I would be so effing proud. And I'd also be proud of James Safechuck. I'm also very, very proud of Jason Francis. I don't know if he has a child or extended family. He was one of the few that really went up there and gave testimony. And all the stories I hear, especially from that wonderful piece of work, Aphrodite Jones, was that, oh my God, people were laughing and giggling at his testimony. Oh my God, he got tickled over his pants, and how is that supposed to be traumatic? Well, here's what's more traumatic, is reading your book, Aphrodite Jones, and then seeing who wrote it. That to me is really traumatic. And then you have the Cascio family. Again, I have a special place for the Cascio family because I am Italian. That's really it. And I know New Jersey. I know that whole area. It's a very, very big Italian community. And where I live now, believe it or not, I'm not going to give you where I live, but where I live now, the people who were like one of the first people here were Italian. So there's a lot of Italian shops and restaurants and really good food. And the reason why that's great, because I can't cook. I mentioned this before. I literally cannot cook. When I take an Uncrustable, which is basically Smucker's Uncrustables, I don't get them often, but when I do, I'm like, damn it, it's still frozen. I should have put it in the fridge. How long did I put it in the microwave? That's literally my cooking skills. That's literally my cooking skills. And because of the schedule I have, a lot of times I am doing whatever I can. I try to make sure I eat a healthy meal, at least the first or second part. And I'm constantly, the particular job I have is incredibly challenging, incredibly interesting and exciting, but it's also can be very taxing because you're also, you're kind of looking at what you need to produce, and there's lots of people that are sort of seeing if your work is good and all that. But it's extremely exciting. But again, I'm talking about I'm trying to do what the Piers Morgan show refused to do, which is giving time to tell the stories of the victims of Michael Jackson. We already heard the story of Michael Jackson. We heard from rise to fall, how he was a little boy, then how his father beat the living hell out of him, and then how he went to strip bars, and then how he was trying to stop his brothers from meeting prostitutes, and then how he became a devout Jehovah's Witness, and then how he took that and kind of, during the Thriller days, would knock on doors with his mother, and then after that, how he kind of got the Neverland Ranch, and then after that, how the story sort of come forward. Even though his abusive children, from what I can gather, started probably anywhere from the mid to late 70s. And for people who don't realize, there is a clip of Michael Jackson, I want to say probably 8 or 9, and he's with his family, and they're just passing around a Playboy book. Now, again, when I was a child, the most coveted experience is finding a porno magazine. If it was Playboy, House, whatever it may be. And that gets buried somewhere where no one can find it. And then you sort of unbury it. And then you say, oh, wow, look. I think Sean Lennon said it best, and I think his friend said it best. They were in Michael Jackson's bed. They turn on a porn and say, oh, my God, Michael Jackson, look, titties. And that's the reality. And, so when you talk about these things, you got to realize that there's a sense of development I think Michael Jackson never reached. The other thing people don't realize is, again, the books. The books were very highlighted in the particular snippets of the Netflix series. Now, people say, well, Netflix, the series is a mixed bag. But let me tell you what, Michael Jackson, $850 million. So it cost him $250 million, at times that by 2, because essentially the cost of the theaters and all that. So it's supposed to be 350 to 400 million. Trying to do streaming, it might be 700 million is what I'm estimating. Netflix does that all day long. Now maybe 600, 700, but they do an amazing business, and their particular documentaries get seen by everyone. So there could be Michael Jackson fans who are hemming and hawing. I see them all day long today on X and saying this is a lie, when I know actually everything they're saying is not true, but they'll say it. But now with Netflix, they understand, well, wait a second. This is the biggest streaming company on the planet. So now all those little things about the books and about what Vincent Amon showed, the nature magazines and all about the nature videos, that's all going to be seen by a whole lot more people in a whole lot more countries. And it's going to be streaming. Netflix usually, a lot of times they might put something on stream and never release it, never take it off. So here's a smart thing Netflix would do. Netflix, my advice to you is you keep that on. Make sure you leave it on for about a year. Because if November goes the way I'm thinking it's going to go, you might be looking at, oh wow, Netflix, how insightful they were. They actually predicted the future. My advice is keep it on. Don't take it off. Put it on other streaming systems. Have other streaming systems come and pick it up for, a reasonable price, Tubi and Prime or whatever. But get it out there, because you might be the people that were finally able to break the trance that is the public right now with Michael Jackson. And like when I saw that Piers Morgan interview, and I saw how he was literally asking everything about Michael Jackson and his legacy, not realizing that the most important part of his legacy is what Vincent Amon was trying to do, but kept on getting cut off by the relic Geraldo Rivera, who also essentially did the same thing. Again, look it up. I think it's still there. Geraldo Rivera, his show, Geraldo's Show, and Danny Terrio, D-A-N-N-Y-T-E, I think it's R-R-I-O. It could be 2 R's or 1 R. And what he was doing was exactly what all these other accusers are doing. He was accusing probably one of the most influential power people on the planet, and that particular person's name was Merv Griffin. He ran Jeopardy, he ran Wheel of Fortune, he ran a lot of the sitcoms, news outlets. He was literally one of the most wealthy individuals in the planet, and then a lot of these talk shows, he had control over. So what happens if you're a Geraldo Rivera, and you have a Danny Terrio saying, he hit on me and he's definitely gay. And Geraldo says, no, he isn't. He was married to this beautiful actress, Ava Gabor, if you look her up. She was the sister of the girl from Green Acres. But he will say, no, he's not. He's totally straight. If you actually saw Merv Griffin, if you looked exactly about his story, he was literally probably one of the most obvious homosexuals on the planet. No doubt. I think the only other obvious one that might be a little bit is as Bruce Vilanch and Clay Aiken, who actually met, by the way. And at one point I worked at a Sears that his mother worked at, a long time ago. But I digress. So let's go I'm going to get rid of Matt Fitz, just because what Matt Fitz does is essentially he questions, let me see if I can get to that part. See if he actually gets interesting for a change.
He did 30 years ago. They can't even remember the girl. There needs to be a law in place that maybe after 5 years, if they haven't brought a case, they can't come after you. Or if the accused has failed to find him guilty, then they should be found guilty of extortion.
So that's the intellect of Matt Fitz. If the accusers find him guilty, then they should be fined with extortion. You mean if the jury finds him guilty, then the accusers that are making that claim should be fined with extortion. Here's the problem with that, Mr. Matt Fitz, because you don't give a shit about victims. You give a shit about yourself, your family, and your legacy. And oh my God, I got to meet Michael Jackson. Isn't that precious? The problem is that if you do that, then what happens is very few victims will come forward, because they'll say, if I'm going up against a powerful man, say like an Epstein, that person has so much money that whatever I try to do, they will literally bury me. and that I would be found responsible and liable. So, but the problem is if you're going up with really rich people, then they have really expensive lawyers. So if your lawyer cost might be $10,000 and their cost might be $2 million, you're going to owe back $2 million plus. That's why that's an awful idea. That's why you probably shouldn't be thinking about much more than what your little inner circle and dojo does. And my advice to you is if I had children in that dojo, this is just my humble opinion, and I heard you making these sort of comments about the accusers of Michael Jackson, and if any of my children are CSA victims, I would pull you aside and I would say, you know what, Mr. Fids, I really think you're probably one of the best in what you do. But I no way can ever have my child work with you because my child suffered child sexual abuse and my child was called a liar. And what you did on air is exactly what my child never, ever, ever wanted to happen. Somebody he liked and trusted, somebody he admired and looked up to, essentially said, well, these individuals must be lying because the person that is making the claims is so wonderful. So that's what happens when you work with children or youth. Whatever your thoughts are, that goes to the wayside. Your thoughts is who is in my class, who could possibly in my class, and I'm going to make sure that whatever words I use, especially if I'm going to do it on a huge podcast called The Art of Dialogue, that I make sure that if I was a student or a child looking at that interview, that I might find it offensive or not. Because you don't live their lives, you live your life. And though you might be enamored with celebrities and Michael Jackson, unfortunately, they don't live in that bubble. Absolutely at all. And then again, like I said with Catherine Jackson, she said she has no recollection of you. Her son has no recollection of you. The fact that you know Uri Geller, the spoon bender, who is actually literally showed on the Johnny Carson show, literally exposed. The fact that you and him together, and Uri Geller is still going on with his shtick, and oh my God, I saw this UFO, just because people are gullible enough to listen to him, is unreasonable. And the fact that you know that Michael Jackson was extremely angry with Uri Geller because Uri Geller introduced him to Martin Bashir. And Martin Bashir, according to him, ruined his life. The other thing I don't think you would like about Uri Geller, according to all the bullshit I hear online, and I'm glad you finally addressed it, that Uri Geller was Jewish. And all the new sort of bullshit that's out there is Michael Jackson because he wrote the song, they don't care about us. Jew me, sue me, kick me, kite me. And I'm gone, these are not my words. I do not endorse those words. That's what he wrote. Unfortunately, he wouldn't, if he was truly what everyone says he is, he would not be friends with Uri Geller. And the problem is that you have podcasts like The Art of Dialogue that literally doesn't ask any follow-up questions. They just look at you in awe. Oh my God, he knew Michael Jackson. Oh, isn't that amazing? Oh my word. Let me tell the people Art of Dialogue, look in your child's eyes and ask yourself, if my child was ever raped or abused and I had people literally continually calling him a child, would I want someone like a Matt Fids, or would I want someone like an advocate like myself or other people that support the victims of Michael Jackson? Because let me tell you, they will abandon you as quick as you can possibly think of if it affects their particular worldview and their revenue stream. So I'm going to go to, so he goes into the Cassios. Let me just kind of get that over with.
That's what should happen. I really believe that, and I think that'll happen one day. Look at Russell Brand's going. I don't know Russell Brand. I don't know if you know if he's famous in America or not. Russell Brand, the comedian, done some movie stars. He's been accused of something, I believe, that he did in 1994 or something. How the hell is he supposed to remember with a 16-year-old? The league.
Again, this is how little he knows. Russell Brand admitted to having a sexual relationship with a 16-year-old. And because, I think in the UK, that was the, age of consent. And for him to be in the UK, if I'm correct, I think that's where he is. And to say, how is anyone supposed to understand historical abuse when you have Jimmy Savile, one of probably the cases that literally encompasses that whole statement that you made, that after he passed away, there were hundreds and hundreds of victims that came forward. And there were people that were outraged. The fact that you can make that statement and not understand exactly what happened in your own country and how that affected your own country, it says to me that you don't give a crap about what you have to say as long as it keeps your worldview, your narrative, your sort of facade of, oh my word, Michael Jackson loved me. Let me explain to you, sir. If you actually looked at him cross-eyed, you would be gone in about 5 seconds. Michael Jackson was a collector of people. He wasn't a friend or a someone that you could actually chum up with. And you might say, well, he got me tickets. Yeah, true, he got you tickets. But let me tell you, if he thought, oh my word, there's something that I just don't like about him, and even though you could be the most amazing person and taught him martial arts and all this stuff that you know very well, if you looked at him cross-eyed and he just got that sort of feeling, you'd be gone. It wouldn't even take him 2 blinks of an eye. So you might want to get over yourself. And the fact is that if the family of Michael Jackson is calling you out, and I'm just someone who studied these allegations, and I'm not not in lockstep with the family of Michael Jackson. Couple maybe, but not most. Catherine Jackson, definitely not, certainly am not. But if she's calling you out, and it's not me calling you out, then what it says to me is that you probably don't have the same relationship, or the relationship that you're pretending to have. The only picture I could find of you is with a ponytail, with Uri Geller. There's a couple of pictures here and there. I don't see a whole lot of you. Here's what you should do, is like Brandy Jackson. Go through your photo album. Post every single picture that you have with Michael Jackson with dates. With literally dates, months, if you can, days and years. Because that's what the victims are going to have to do. Why don't you do that and show us a collage of all the days you spent with Michael Jackson? You know, because a lot of people say it might not even total. You might be not even to count it in 2 hands. This is not my assertions. These are the Jackson family and the people that, the Moonwalker crowd that continually say that you are not to be trusted. I could care less if you're trusted or not, because I think you're a victim shamer. And let's go further.
He can't remember. He's going to trial in July. He could face going to prison. And he can't be treated like a normal guy. He's one of the most famous men in the UK. You know, he's cancelled from all his platforms as well. And he's not going to get a fair trial. How's he supposed to remember?
You were around Michael when he had the balcony incident?
Yeah, well, I mean, from our point of view, initially, we were just hanging out. He was there for the Bambi Awards. Myself, Mark Lester, we had our own hotel rooms there, just keeping him company. There was maybe 1,000 fans outside of media. Okay, Martin Bashir was filming. I didn't realize filming was going to start so quick. So we thought legals must have took away, he was filming. Bashir didn't really communicate with me much, or Mark, or any of us. It was just Michael. I'm trying to say it in a way that there's going to be no defamation, but there was a medical personnel there.
Well, the defamation all depends if you're telling the truth. So I'm sure I can contact Martin Bashir and ask him, do you remember Matt Fiddes, and how prevalent was he in Michael Jackson's life? And was he really like a main security guard, or was he just a hanger-on? Was he maybe just a fan kind of, wandering around the halls looking for him? I can easily get that answer. And I can easily find out that answer. It's not that hard. So the problem with you is you want everyone not to believe the victims of Michael Jackson, but everyone to just believe whatever comes out of your mouth. And my opinion with most of you people, I don't believe you as far as I can fucking throw you. I don't believe you at all. I think when you're a victim shamer, and this is what I think you are, you don't really get that trust, because you rather put your sort of trust and your allegiance to a grown man who literally took little children into bedrooms. And this idea that you might not have seen it, well, guess what, Matt Fiddes? You might not see everything. And looking at this interview, I don't know if you can even see straight. That's just a personal opinion. But you know what? Most of the abuse happened way before even your time. When it starts in the mid-70s, late 70s, and goes up to where you are, there's already a whole line of children that were raped. You got on the tail end. You should consider yourself lucky. Your job was probably a lot easier. You weren't the one that probably had to clear out the limousines or the hotel rooms or clean up the messes. You just got to sit there and say, oh my God, I'm going to go to the O2 Arena and I'm going to see Prince. Isn't that going to be wonderful? I can just call my friend Michael Jackson and he'll send me tickets. Oh, I'm so important. It's amazing. I think your shirt says me on it, if I'm correct. Is it M-E or M-F? Either which way it works. Either which way. M-F or M-E. Me, basically, I'm all about me, and then M-F, you can kind of figure that one out. So, Matt Fiddes goes on, and then he talks about the Casios. Now, people say, well, why are you so damn passionate about the Casios? Why are you so concerned, and you want to push this because they're brand new? And everyone at this point is not quite sure because they don't know their full story. So you're going to get a lot of people that say, oh, well, I saw Aldo Casio on 60 Minutes. And again, they don't scan these videos like I do. So look how he's crying. There's no tears. There's no nothing. So what happens is the 60 Minutes kind of crops that. And then they kind of use that to get this. It's basically what it is. It's the draw into the interview. Let me just make sure everything looks good on this stream. It does. I just want to double check stuff, guys. I usually just go ramble on. A lot of times I'm literally not checking anything because I'm about information. Okay, good. So what happens is that Aldo Casio, who I relate to him because I'm the youngest in my family. And when I see Aldo Casio, I say, you know what? He was the youngest in that family, but he was the first to come forward. He was the first to come forward. And I can guarantee you, if there was any questions from his older brothers or sister, he was the one that probably said, don't worry about it. This is not about you. And his trauma and healing was what allowed all the other Casio children to come forward. The other one I really admire, I admire all of them. Frank especially. Frank, I think, when I see Frank, when I saw him in those interviews, what I saw is exactly what I was exactly feeling at that time. Glassy-eyed, sort of my head tilted to one side. Yeah, everything's fine. Why are you asking me this question? Why would you be asking me, oh my word, everything's fine? No, yeah, I heard you heard some sort of story. Ignore it. No, that's all just garbage. Because the reality is, if one gets abused, usually there's more. And the only, how should I put it? Solace I had, whether it's whether it's actually realistic or not. Was this person, like I said, male or female? So sometimes I'll say him, but don't be fooled because it could be a she. Either one. This person happened to have 2 daughters. And that was my, okay, well, at least it's 2 daughters. Not knowing now what I know, it could not have maybe made a difference at all. And unfortunately, I could not reach out to them because the problem is if I did, or if I even tried to, then what would happen is they would become shrapnel. They would become part of the overall canvas of what happens when you're literally a victim of child sexual abuse. So the best thing to do is kind of leave them away. And then eventually, maybe someday in the way in the future, I might at one point come to the point where I say, this now needs to be talked about with this exact particular person. But I can tell you this much. I've seen this particular person several times in specifically pictures. Take him, this particular person, at minus about 30 years. For me, minus about 30 years. And that's the difference. And we're not that far apart. You know, when it comes to 10, maybe I have to look it up. It's definitely not 30. Okay? So that's my also, yeah, you kind of look like shit. And again, it's these little wins that you get that sometimes helps you to say, you know what? Things can get better. So let's listen to the rest of Matt Fiddes. He's kind of dressed really sloppily. I'm surprised what's the point of this? No one wants to see your man boobs. Let's go further.
But Michael went away with a doctor, basically, with Bashir. And then he came back and he was very high. He used to take a drug before he would dance called ephedrine, which is not normal, okay? Last phone call I had with him, he said he took a drug called ephedrine. He would speak fast. Bodybuilders would take it. It helps you get that extra 20% on stage or in a workout. It's like the next level from caffeine. The downside to ephedrine, it's appetite suppressant and so on. It gives you tremors and things. So when you go back and look at that Living with Michael Jackson documentary, you'll see where he's got a blanket on his knee and he's like, blanket. And he's not right, you know? That's the effect ephedrine will give you. That was probably minutes before the balcony incident. So Bashir said, can you go and show Prince, the older son, to the crowd? Because they're all chanting for him. And he's like, sure. You think it's safe? He goes, sure. And me and Mark, I'm not a bodyguard role by this point. I'm just started as a friend with Mark. So he goes out the balcony and he takes Prince and Paris and shows the fans. And then they screamed. That was it. He comes back in. And he puts a curtain over their face. And we just thought it was a nice thing for him to do. Then they were shouting for the baby. And I think Mike Bashir saw an opportunity here because there's a bit of a delay. Now, if you look at the one picture that went around the world, it makes Michael Jackson look like a complete maniac, where he's holding a blanket over the balcony with his face like this, like he's crazy. So Mike Bashir said, listen, they're chanting for the baby, Michael. Why don't you go and show the baby? He goes, I'm not sure. Am I scared of the baby? Be terrified? He goes, no, go do it. But Michael was in his right frame of mind. He was on ephedrine or whatever the doctor had given him. I got no, or whatever he took himself. I got no idea. He gave in to Bashir. I think Bashir planted a photographer out there because there's no way anyone knew this was coming. The perfect shot, the perfect angle, showed him as a crazy man. He went out there for a few seconds, dangled the baby, came back in, shut the doors. Me and Mark didn't really think much of it because we weren't privy to how it looked outside. We had no idea. So Michael used to always go to balconies to wave at fans. So we just carried on conversation. And then fans, the media presence would grow. Helicopters were going over. And Michael thought, wow, they love my kids. We put German TV on, and Germany said, Michael Jackson shows his baby to the world. Very different narrative to the around the world tabloid stuff. Then America called and spoke to one of the other guards and said, do not let Mr. Jackson see any of the American TV. We got a crisis on our hands. That Michael Jackson nearly dangled and killed his baby.
Stop it there. So again, Michael Jackson's the victim. See, but this is what Matt Fiddes doesn't know. He probably doesn't know If I asked him the question, he probably wouldn't have any fucking clue. That's not the first baby Michael Jackson dangled over in that sort of reckless way. The first baby was Prince Michael Jackson. Now, I have no idea if Mr. Matt Fidz was a bodyguard. More than likely, he was probably, I don't know, dishwasher at that point. But the reality was Michael Jackson sat on a windowsill, and I have it in my videos. I've sold it. A lot of people have used it. Michael Jackson sat on a windowsill and decided, well, first what happened was there was a magazine called OK Magazine, and they had to goat Michael Jackson and goat him in. Oh, look, where you go. I'm just going to sheepishly show my baby. Oh, look, everybody. And then when they left and it became dark, Michael Jackson decided to sit on a windowsill. I want to say 3 or 4 stories up. And then what he decided to do, Debbie Rowe, that genius, so well, let me hand over Prince Michael I to you. And what does he do? He literally holds him out like the Lion King, 3, 4 stories up. Now, Matt Fitz, you know, you're a bodyguard. What's the big risk with that? The big risk with that is you might have some lone nut who doesn't have a camera but has a gun and decides to take out your first child. Just like they did with John Lennon and so many other, Ronald Reagan, he wasn't killed, but that sort of idea. Jodie Foster, I think, might have had something similar. But he wasn't shot at, but in that sense, similar interest. But you're okay with that as a bodyguard? You didn't say, what the fuck are you doing? You might love your fans, but you have no idea if there's a fan that's out there that is not your fan or a stalker. Let him go out there. Let him show the little baby. Oh my God, isn't it fun? I'm talking to the Oliver boy, and what you guys have in common is you both think Mark Lester thinks he's the father of Paris, and you think you at one point you thought you were the father of blankets. What I see is 2 grifters. And the sad thing is that Mark Lester was a child actor, and Mark Lester should know more than anybody how these predators operate. More than anybody. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that children went through acting 60s, 70s, when there was very few sort of guidelines there. They were literally being held up for offer for child predators. You should know that. And the story that Michael Jackson might have been in love with your, I think, 12-year-old daughter, you might want to investigate that from Conrad Murray. I don't know the truth of this. But he did date Tatum O'Neal at 12. Maybe that's his sort of favorite number. But the fact that these two, that he's sitting there telling these stories, and no one can actually on the fly. No, wait a second, that wasn't the first time, Mr. Matt Fidz. Well, as a security, why didn't you stop him? Why were you just sort of, shooting the shit with Mark Lester? Why didn't you say, wait a second, no. Let me tell you the risks involved. And if Martin Bashir was the bad guy, why didn't you warn Michael Jackson? Even if you were off duty, why didn't you pull him aside and say, look, this man's trying to get you looking like a lunatic. And his hope is that you're going to take your baby and you're going to show it to the world. But Michael Jackson just didn't do that, Mr. Fidz. You're well aware. He took his little legs and he made sure he pushed him over the railing. And he just got that specific shot. Well, if he was, any shot that was taken within 10 to 20 seconds probably would have got that same shot. And if anyone actually, I have a video, maybe they can clean it up, where it shows Prince Michael I being dangled by Michael Jackson sitting on a windowsill and pretending that he's showing, Simba, showing his child like the Lion King. Because that's what an adult does. An adult says, you know what, I'm going to reenact a movie where I'm going to put my child in harm's way. Now, even though I know I won't drop him, well, when there's a gunshot that hits you or his head, yeah, you're probably going to drop him. And as a security guard, you should know that inside and out. Shouldn't be excusing it, laughing at it, trying to minimize it. And this idea, well, he was on this specific drug, and this antidepressant, I know exactly what he's talking about. So what happens sometimes when you get off antidepressant, it doesn't happen overnight. It usually takes about 3 or 4 days. What happens, you get shocks. And what happens with these shocks is it will twitch. It's not like what you saw in the video. That's not how it works. If he was on Zoloft, anything where these particular drugs, they're all one family, Paxil, Zoloft, whatever. They all have that same effect, but it's not like that. It's just quick. It's like a shock. Electrical shocks. And what's happening is because he doesn't understand anatomy, he might be a freaking karate guy, but he doesn't understand how the brain works. It's what happens is your brain is trying to make connections and it can't. Because now you blocked that connector. So if you look at a cell, if you look at your body, it's almost like a puzzle. It has to fit together. If it doesn't, then that's when you get that. You get that shock effect. But again, we're not talking about the brightest person on the planet. Just very wealthy.
But throwing him off the balcony, that's what they were saying. And anyway, they had to break the news to him in the end. He locked himself away in the room and, after he realised that he did something wrong. He apologised that was that. I remember when we came through London on the way back, we went past Hyde Park, a very famous park. We had tinted windows in our limo, and there was a dad throwing his kid up in the air as high as he can, and then catching him, and then throwing him as high as he can. And then Michael wasn't trying to justify it. He just said, Matt, if that was me, Michael Jackson, doing that, I'll be all over world news. That's abuse to my child.
He's actually comparing the two. So you have a father that's throwing his son or daughter or whatever high up, right underneath him. So maybe if the fall, and again, if a fall, you might have maybe less than a foot fall, possibly. You might get a broken bone or an arm, versus probably a 3 or 4 story tall fall. Well, not only are you dragging your baby's legs over, you are now holding him so far out that you're worried about a man with a camera. What about a person with a scope? As a security guy, did you actually check the perimeter? Did you have a crew, or did Michael Jackson have a crew to make sure that the people that are outside his hotel didn't have a sniper gun or something like that? Because John Lennon, 1980, he got shot. Very quick. He was in New York, and it was right next to a hotel, and literally he went to go say hi or sign an autograph, and he was dead. So as a security guard, you would think you would know that. You would say, you are not going anywhere near that window. You're my client, and my job is to protect you and your child. So if you want to do it, I'm going to be standing in front of you. So if they shoot me, they'll hit my man boobs or my, protective vest, or my big head with a big ego, but they're not going to hit you or your child. You just said, I'm off duty. Oh, well, I'm having fun with Mark Lester talking about Oliver. I'm trying to, we're trying to sort of spice up our English accents. That's the height of irresponsibility. And that what shows to me is that you guys couldn't control Michael Jackson. Whatever he had wanted to do, he'd do. And whatever he said is okay, you're fine with. Absolutely fine with. But the difference is that there was a story from Judge Joe. He's had a show, Judge Joe Brown, where he talks about other security guys way before you that literally worked for him in Michael Jackson, who literally, I want to say after several weeks said, I'm done. I can't do it. And he looked at him, he said, what do you mean? He goes, there's things going on there I cannot endorse. And they literally looked and they left. And the reality is what they could have reported it, but they also knew that like so many people said, who is going to believe them? Who's going to believe them? When you have all these packs of wolves, like I showed you the Piers Morgan interview, who is going to believe an 8-year-old boy and their family over a Mock Fids or The Art of Dialogue or a Unredacted or a Piers Morgan or a Tom Mesereau or all these major podcasts? That's what I'm hoping to do with this after this live stream's over, is trying to get these sent to maybe some smaller podcasts, but still have a fairly good following that also covers similar topics to this, and say, look, please post this to your audience. Watch it. If you have questions, I will do a question and answer session with you, an audio, because again, I told you what has happened recently. I can't do video. I cannot, and I will not. But I can answer your questions, etc. So you know, okay, well, I was told this, well, this is the truth. I was told this, well, that's correct. I was told this, we can do that. And then you can even take your callers. Your callers can call in. If they want to give me every single question and sort of give me the riot act, they can. But when we listen to Mark Lester, there's no pushback. That's shocking. So let me go down to this. I said on the end.
Spoke to the doctor when he came out of jail. I read an article in a newspaper. The doctor brought out a book called This Is It. And we have the same agent that represents me for my martial arts fame, whatever. I'm not famous in America for that, but in Australia, we shared the same agent, a guy called Max Markson. And Max called me up to listen, Dr. Conrad Murray really wants to speak to you. I didn't want to know. But when they serialized the book in national papers, he mentioned me, Conrad Murray. He said, in the last week of Michael's life, Michael Jackson was asking, can someone please get Matt Fidesz or Mark Lester on the phone? And I read that in a UK newspaper, and it hit me hard. And I thought, geez, he was asking for me. Okay. So I called up my agent in Australia. I said, right, let's do a call, but record it. I want you, as my agent, and his agent, to be mediator. I didn't want to fall out here, because this guy killed my mate, right? And we talk, it's recorded. I heard him out. He had no remorse whatsoever. He blamed Arnie Klein. That Arnie Klein, he thought Michael was going for rehearsal in the daytime, but he wasn't. He was going to the dermatologist clinic and getting on a drip of Demerol. And Arnie Klein could not come to London and continue because you're not allowed to license that drug. It's very highly regulated in the UK. It's only used for women in labour. It's called Pethidine over here. And for short acting, certainly not on a drip. Maybe if people were dying or something. So Arnie Klein knew, Dr. Arnie Klein knew he couldn't come to London. So he was taking Michael off this drug fast. The side effects of that, Conrad Murray was saying, is that Michael could not sleep no matter what he gave him. And he was walking around. So Conrad Murray was trying to justify to me. But, you know, it's very hard to let Conrad Murray off the hook. But, yeah, he was the fool guy. I think Janet Jackson has gone on record to say that as well. There are previous doctors that got him hooked on this stuff that should be in jail more so than Conrad Murray. Didn't know what he was taking on. He was just a
let me shut this off. So again, what amazes me, Mr. Matt Fidesz, is you never put the responsibility on Michael Jackson. So instead of saying, you know what, like any drug addict that hits rock bottom or whatever they may be, in order for them to get better, they have to say, you know what, I was the one that caused this. I'm responsible for this whole sort of situation. And this idea of what you say, well, you know, Michael Jackson's not responsible. He had doctors looking over him. The doctors are only as good as the patient who's willing to actually accept that care. And if he's not willing to accept that care and he's willing to go doctor shopping or have, you know, drugs put in other people's names, which was highly reported. And the fact that, I don't know if you know, Matt Fidesz, I know you have children, but what if Michael Jackson was giving some of your children drugs? Because there's a report that's fairly credible that Michael Jackson gave certain individuals that I kind of researched and know in a sense of, just in a general sense, that and there's pictures that kind of look also like these particular children are high. What would you say to him? Would you say, oh, Michael Jackson, as long as you get me the Prince ticket, oh, my child's going to be fine. And I never gave him Demerol, but I did give him a little NyQuil. It's kind of the same effect. Or would you wring him by the neck and say, like Howard Stern said, I'm going to take off your fucking wig, and then I'm going to punch you in the nose, and whatever nose you have left will be gone. Because that's what Howard Stern wanted to do. And it's one of the few times I actually agreed with him. Not I agree with him a lot, but I agreed with him in that situation. Because he was talking about a different situation, how Michael Jackson and Brett Ratner, another really elite rich person. Everyone talks about Epstein, but, you know, there's another $1 billion estate. That's the Jackson estate that has a place called Neverland Ranch. So Brett Ratner and him decided, oh, Michael Jackson, let me call Brett Ratner in, 4 in the morning. We're going to have our limo driver, Kato, get in the limo, drive around, and then we're going to stop at a 7-Eleven. I'm going to be wearing a Hulk mask because I'm Michael Jackson. I can't be seen. And you can just wear whatever. We're going to fill up these 100+ water balloons. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ride around the road. And then when we see maybe a homeless person that's unsuspecting, we're going to take our water balloons and throw it at them. It's 4 in the morning. They probably don't want to be wet. Maybe more than likely it could be a veteran, or maybe just some person trying to get to an early day's job, or maybe it is a surfer that is just isn't paying attention, you know. But that's funny because it's Michael Jackson. He's a child at heart. So you're literally saying that at 4 in the morning, someone comes up, you see a limousine, stretched limo. They supposedly had the one, I think the biggest stretched limo, come forward in and a moonroof pops open and you see that guy in a Hulk mask, what I would say is, oh my God, they're just hunting people. The thing is, that's exactly what Michael Jackson did, except he did it with water balloons. And the thing was that all that person, what happened to that person is they're getting wet. But if you understand the symbolism, you understand the symbolism. I'm a rich, famous elite. You're just a sort of regular person walking down the street. I get preference over you. I'm better than you. So if I feel like I want to be like, Macaulay Culkin, I'll be like Macaulay Culkin and throw a water balloon or whatever god-awful, stupid, immature thing that he wanted to do. But I'm sure you're proud of that too, Mr. Matt Fiddes, because you got to be friends with Michael Jackson for a week or two. I do not think your relationship was that extensive. The research I've done, I said it's minimal. You might be a slight footnote in his life, and I'm talking really, really slight. But I don't think you're anywhere near what you claim to be. And when I even have Katherine Jackson, who I'm not a huge fan of, standing by my side, I kind of believe it's true. So let's go to this next video. He also went on about the Casios, which I cannot find. He called them liars and extortionists. And let me see if I can. Let's see if I can find this. So you were literally trying to compare Michael Jackson, who was accused of raping children, now to the autistic community. How many communities are you guys going to fucking insult before you realize that maybe you should just keep your mouth shut if you don't know what you're talking about? The other weird thing, this is what I was trying to find about Jordan Chandler. Let me see if I can find that. Just bear with me, guys. Let me try. Maybe it's in the beginning. I didn't.
And the guy next to me, Chris, he couldn't believe it. Like, he's like, wow, it's incredible, And then, I tried to get hold of Michael right away. That's what you were looking at. £250,000 just for a photo shoot with a celebrity at home, sitting on their furniture, showing. He would always have a doctor with him, because that's what Motown Records on the phone talking to his people, screaming and shouting how he was going to sue hundreds of millions of dollars, and that he wasted 5 years of his life, and he cried, and he would lock himself in his bathroom, sobbing that he'd been screwed over. And when he came out, I said, Michael, why do you feel like this? And he said, listen, Matt, I spent 5 years of my life in this album. I think it's something like 7 or 8 tracks on his album. He used to record about 150 tracks, he told me, and narrow it down to 7 or 8 tracks. And it's my greatest piece of work. But Sony Music, this is what Michael told me, are not promoting it like I used to. He's used to having statues down the River Thames in London, TV adverts, and, everywhere you look, it was Michael Jackson banners up and billboards.
Well, here's the situation. Oh, I got to play that again. I got to get this fucking audio correct. I apologize.
Fantastic, I just test you. I do it to my staff from time to time, and someone said something bad about you, and don't take it personally. I do it on other staff members too, my assistants and so on. And it was me. But you took a long time to get hold of me. I said, I've tried everything. And he shook my hand, gave me a hug, and I was like, wow, incredible. This guy was super paranoid. This was like 3 years into our friendship.
Was that a thing that Michael, he always dealt with? People trying to get inside information about him by using the people close to him?
Yeah. They were doing whatever they can to get to anyone around Michael to get private information, private pictures, information about surgery. I mean, he knew how to wind the media up with the mask and the sunglasses so they couldn't really get to know what the hell was going on. He did that on purpose. And the children... I mean, Michael Jackson made the media in the UK. He used to tell me he wanted to live in England, in London, but the media made it impossible for him because they were ruthless against him, absolutely ruthless, always negative. So rather than fight against it, he used to work towards them and feed them stories, and to get the publicity, to make himself relevant, to help sell albums, get interest for his concerts, which kind of backfired now in the social media age, hasn't it? But yeah, the interest in him and the people around us, not just me, but his family too, his brothers, his sisters, his mum, his dad, especially Joseph, especially, you know, they would go to with crazy offers. And people find this kind of hard to believe nowadays, but Marty, back then, if you're famous in England back in late 90s, early 2000, you would get paid £250,000 just for a at home with so-and-so shoot for the glossy magazines, like a Hello magazine, OK magazine. I don't know what you have in America, but that's what you were looking at, £250,000 just for a photo shoot of a celebrity at home, sitting on their furniture, showing around their house. It was a different world to what it is now. You're lucky now to get £100 for a story on the Mail Online. I got friends with celebrities now who were in the early 2000s making millions. Now they're lucky to get £300 for a little story interview. You know, it's totally changed and disrupted due to podcasts and the offline social media world we're in. So that was the world we're in back then. So £1 million is not unheard of. In fact, I understand the last picture of Michael Jackson taken was him in the back of an ambulance dead, and that sold for $500,000.
From food-grade lubricants to LED lighting and every product in between, all in one.
Pounds. So it just shows you, and that was back in 2009, to get that look. And if you're waiting to go out somewhere, like a public event or dinner, my greatest piece of work was all the time to.
So in this segment here, he talks about Invincible. And when he talks about how, oh, I can't believe that Sony didn't promote it. Oh, my word, this is my greatest piece of work ever. And if anyone actually listened to Invincible, it is not his greatest work ever. But the reality was he was mad because Sony had spent $30 million to produce, 30, 35, and another 20 to promote. And he thought it wasn't being promoted. Well, guess what? When you spend all your money in production, and then they give you another 20, 25 million, and a lot of the public now sees you as a pedophile, be grateful. Don't sit there and say, well, they're not promoting my album. Well, here's a suggestion. Maybe you shouldn't rape children. If you don't rape children and you don't pay 20 million to keep them quiet, maybe you'll be selling more albums. But when you do, and people hear about it, and they hear that you were going to fight it, and then you settle it, and you blame your lawyers, and then your lawyers, or some of them, the real shady ones, start blaming insurance companies. People say, you know what? I don't really want to be associated. And you know, what he doesn't remember is in tail end of Michael Jackson's life, they had auctions. They couldn't even give away his shit. Because the reality is, and someone said this in a podcast, the one sort of universal truth is that almost all cultures cannot stand pedophiles. That's kind of one thing, if we have to say everything. That's why Jeffrey Epstein's so big. But the problem is this is another billion-dollar entity. It's a Jackson Island, or the Jackson Estate, that's also did some pretty awful things, but now they're getting excused because people like Matt Fiddes can go on and kind of pretend that he knows everything. Whereas the Casios, I would say he probably has, I'll say it's 100%. You use that as a percentage. He might be 0.5% compared to the Casio's 100% in the amount of hours spent with him. But yet the Casio's lying. And this man here that happens to be a multi-millionaire who is an karate instructor who teaches youth but doesn't understand about why you probably shouldn't call people who are claiming rape liars. It's just unreal. Oh, he goes on about the Casios. I couldn't find that part. But he also goes on about something really ridiculous. It was his insurance company. And he says, oh, my word, you don't understand. He didn't pay that settlement. There was when you go to a concert, they have insurance. So if you have to cancel your concert or say something catastrophic happens, they will pay for it. So you don't have to worry about it. The problem is if you actually look at that insurance, what it usually covers is something catastrophic. A monsoon, a hurricane, somebody, a terrorist attack, or you get a really, really, really legitimate death threat, then usually it won't cover that. But if you say, I'm a drug addict and I need help, and I need to go in drug rehab for, say, 2 months, that's not catastrophic because you came in with that problem. Unless you presented that problem to the insurance company, they have no way of covering you because They don't know if you knew it and didn't tell them, or for somehow, some miraculous reason you just happened to become a full-blown drug addict at your age of, I think it was 35 at the time. So let's push him aside for a second. So this is one of the last from the wonderful podcast Redacted. And the only reason why I'm showing this is because they brought in a man by the name of Ron Ziegler. Now, Mr. Ziegler, people say, well, Michael Jackson was never convicted. He doesn't care if you're convicted. He thinks Jerry Sandusky was innocent and that everyone framed him and that his wife is an angel and that everyone's trying to torture her somehow. And now what you do is you bring that same person. So you're about evidence. Miss Natalie Moore's all about evidence, and you're all about, hey, he was never convicted. The man you're bringing on is making excuses for a convicted pedophile who had abused many, many children, including his stepson, who ran a charity just like Michael Jackson did with all his charitable so-called givings and tax shelters called Second Mile. He ingratiated himself with children just like Michael Jackson did. He would visit hospitals just like Michael Jackson did. He would basically, put together events and all that sort of thing, have special language with his children, just like Michael Jackson did. But he was convicted and he was put in jail, but the host that you have thinks he's innocent. And now you're hosting him to excuse another person who he probably wouldn't know his ass from his elbow. I have challenged Mr. Ziegler to debate after debate, but unfortunately, even through Ed Oppenheimer, I think once, he won't take us. I don't know who that person is. I have no idea who that person is. Well, I'm the person that could probably, with one arm tied behind my back, Mr. Ziegler, bury you. Literally. Bury whatever little knowledge that you have or you think you have. I would literally take it and I would destroy it. Because here's a situation. You want to fucking shame victims, and you want to call even the convicted pedophiles, their victims, liars, and how this is one big sort of conspiracy. Then you need to start going through victims. Because a lot of victims now are getting sick and tired of your fucking antics. All of your fucking antics. We are tired of having to listen to these people who wouldn't know, literally, how to read figure out the maze in the back of a Lucky Charms box, but yet they're the experts on these topics. Here we go, people. Buckle up. This might be a very interrupt, just so you know.
Why is the media still so obsessed with Michael Jackson, and why do they continuously refuse to tell the whole story when they report on this? Now, a new Netflix documentary is coming out on June 3rd. It's called The Verdict. Having not seen it, I'm skeptical that they will actually focus on the verdict of innocence. Recently, an online influencer asked this question: why Epstein and not Michael Jackson? Now, when you study the Michael Jackson case, you might have what I have is the opposite question. Why does the media ignore the real and gruesome crimes of the Epstein class and go so hard on allegations about Michael Jackson? Well, John Ziegler joins us today. He actually covered the Michael Jackson trial. He is someone who speaks out a lot about media malpractice around Michael Jackson allegations, and he joins us today. Thank you so much for joining me.
Natalie, thanks for having me on.
So you have the experience of having covered the trial, and you watch the media continuously tell a one-sided story, incredibly lopsided. So tell us your experience and how you are experiencing this now with this renewed malpractice of media reporting.
Natalie, I come at this from a pretty unique perspective because when the trial happened in the early 2000s, I was a radio talk show host in Los Angeles, California, and I hadn't really paid that much attention to the Michael Jackson story before this. I grew up as a kid in the 80s, and so obviously everyone knew who Michael Jackson was, but I wasn't a massive fan. And it was clear to me that he was weird, and I was very open to the allegations being based in reality. And I was presuming he was guilty because I'm a conservative, I'm a prosecution guy. It was my view at that time that the prosecution is usually right, that they're to be believed, that these are trustworthy people, that they wouldn't railroad somebody just for whatever agenda that they might have. And I kept thinking, remember this, I was at KFI Radio in Los Angeles, which was a very anti-Michael Jackson station. I mean, more so than just my time slot. And so I felt like I was kind of obligated to go along with this mob that was against Michael Jackson. And I kept waiting as we were covering the trial on a...
Okay, I'm going to stop it there. So if somebody sort of supports the victims, they're a mob. But if someone supports Michael Jackson, they're what? They're more intellectual? They're more sort of up with the allegations? Because I support the victims. And let me tell you, Mr. Ziegler, you wouldn't last 5 minutes with me. You would not last 5 minutes with me. That's if you're sober. But again, that's what I heard. I could be 100% wrong. I just saw some video I thought where you might be a little tipsy. But then again, I don't know. That might not have been you. You look like someone also very similar, maybe Jerry Sandusky. I'm not quite sure. But anyways, let me go further. The audio on again, guys. I apologize.
Totally fell apart. It was a joke. It was a humiliation for the prosecution. And people need to understand the context of that trial. And I'm so glad that you said that Netflix, the verdict, is likely not to actually pay much attention to the verdict. Because the verdict,
you said it. I don't want to take credit for being clever. You said it before we started.
It doesn't
filming.
matter. It doesn't matter who came up with it because it's 100% true. It's ironic that there's a very good chance that the whole Netflix documentary is going to be about avoiding the verdict, which is the title of the film series, because that verdict was remarkable in the context of what was happening at the time. You have to remember, this is still in the post-O.J. Simpson era in Southern California. There is an enormous amount of skepticism towards a celebrity case. There's a lot of anger towards the acquittal of O.J. Simpson. This is in Santa Barbara, not in Los Angeles. This is a non-black jury, a mostly white jury. The media was 100% against Michael Jackson.
Really? Do you have any clue what you're talking about? You remember, obviously, the LA riots. You think that the community that reveres Michael Jackson, that is literally their Kennedys, the Jacksons are their Kennedys, that if Michael Jackson was dragged into a court not treated fairly, or that verdict did not come out the right way, that there wouldn't be some hostile situations going on there, that you took the crown jewel of their community and you put him in jail. And you're saying that somehow, oh, it didn't really affect LA or this is Santa Barbara. It makes no fucking difference, and you know that. Just like O.J. Simpson. Right after the riots, unfortunately, there was so much tension. People were so much geared up because they knew what happened to the truck driver and all that sort of thing. So what the idea was Gilgar said he was going to clean it up and make sure we didn't have these racial tensions. But now you're talking about the 2000s. And if you think for 1 second that LA was rooting for Michael Jackson's guilt, you're a moron. Absolute unequivocal moron. And if you think Santa Barbara was rooting for his guilt, you're also another moron because he gave a lot of employment to that area. So that he's a very... That particular Neverland Ranch was a huge moneymaker, and because he paid a lot of taxes and he employed a lot of people. So again, you don't understand your history, and you definitely don't understand what was going on. You just understand the verdict. You just understand, oh, look, he got acquitted 14 times. The man with the little boys got acquitted 14 times. Oh, just like Jerry Sandusky. But he didn't get acquitted. But hey, he just took showers with boys. But he said it was innocent. Let me go further.
He and Tom Mesereau, a guy I've gotten to know pretty darn well, his attorney, were going into hurricane headwinds in this trial. The media was against them. The culture was against them. The OJ factor, I think, could have played a huge role. And despite all that, this jury didn't just acquit Michael Jackson. This wasn't like a hung jury or something like that. This was unanimous on all counts.
Let's stop it there. No. It took 7 days. And do you know what the foreman of the jury said, Mr. Ziegler? The foreman, see, this is what you, oh my God, it was a slam dunk. No, when the foreman comes out, and then you find out the foreman really wants something called a smoking gun, and it's usually not going to happen in child sexual abuse cases. When he comes out and says, you know what? Yeah, well, he probably molested boys in the past, and maybe more than likely this boy, but unfortunately the prosecution didn't prove their case, which is beyond a reasonable doubt, which is very, very high standard to prove. So what he was saying, yeah, more than likely he did it, but hey, I have to follow what my instructions are, beyond a reasonable doubt. So to sit there and say, oh, this was a slam dunk, no, it wasn't a slam dunk. When 7 days of deliberation, and in the beginning you have half and half, sort of going after each other, it's not a slam dunk. What it is it makes you happy to know that somebody that, oh my, you probably get a bet in your office, he's going to come out innocent, I know he is. I'm going to put $50 in the pool. Oh, and I was right. Good for you. Good for you. But if you have any clue, you think that was some sort of slam dunk, you really don't understand what the hell you're talking about. But most of them don't. Most of them don't.
That's almost impossible in that climate, in that context, unless you're talking about actual innocence. And now this revisionist history, this idea that we can go back because it's been a couple of decades, that somehow 2 decades later, this case that fell apart at trial is suddenly going to get better simply because the media has a fascination with Michael Jackson as a massive celebrity that's never going to be duplicated. There's never going to be another Michael Jackson. There's ratings when it comes to Michael Jackson on both sides, pro Michael Jackson, anti Michael Jackson. You're going to get ratings. But to also answer your question, Natalie, I think there's 2 things also driving this with regard to media malpractice. The news media can't stand admitting when they are wrong. They have massive amounts of arrogance. And so they bought into the case against Michael Jackson, just like I did, but I was willing to admit that I was wrong. And they can never let go of it because they can't admit they were wrong. And then I think there's another angle, which is that 20 years later, there's a lot of media members who don't have an experience with that trial, and they can be easily duped into believing that somehow this was a celebrity getting away with a crime. It's the exact opposite. This was a moral panic that somehow Michael Jackson escaped, mainly because Thomas Mesereau was a great attorney, and 2, the case against him completely and totally fell apart.
So now, Mr. Ziegler, you're sitting there and say, oh, yeah, these people don't get it right. But now do you realize there's 11 accusers? And the family you're talking about is a poor Hispanic family that lived in a studio apartment where the mother had to kind of, essentially be creative in ways of getting money so she could help not only your family, her son survive of cancer. And when I hear this bullshit insurance doesn't pay for everything. Sorry, it doesn't. It pays for some things, not everything. And I'm fairly well versed on that, by the way. But anyways, so she's trying to provide for her family, and this woman was beaten to a pulp. And you're going to sit there and you're going to tell me that somehow these people, that the Gavin visa was a slam dunk. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Word documents. That's it. I format them, upload them to Amazon, and collect royalties every month. No website, no ads, no social media. Amazon handles the traffic, I handle the files. Here's what I want you to do. Click the link below this video.
Right. And so maybe I'm one of those. I was, still in grad school during these trials. I was, not paying close attention. And then now I see the juxtaposition between the Epstein files, where the government has evidence of real sexual assault and demonic practices and pedophilia and human
Natalie, what proof do you have? What code words? You talk about satanic sort of situations going on that you say, oh, there's proof. What proof? There's no doubt, I think, Jeffrey Epstein raped women and little girls. There's no doubt in my mind, just because I covered this a whole lot longer than you did. 2013, I was talking about this on this podcast that I have. It's a different name because the Michael Jackson lunatics and probably some of your friends got it taken down. I don't know if you personally did, but that's what happened. But the reality is that if you're talking about evidence and you're comparing the Epstein raping children, and you're saying, well, look, he mentioned beef jerky and he mentioned muffins, and I think he really used the word pizza a lot. He did all these things. Oh, there was something talked about torturing a child. There might be this and that. Compared to Michael Jackson, who now has 11 vocal accusers, all children at the time. He now has 7 multi-million-dollar payouts, 5 that were done in secret so the children wouldn't know. And those 5 actually, they went back because they wanted to keep them quiet. I just read you that statement how the estate said they were told if they let this come forward, basically it's so solid it's going to destroy everything. And they wanted to keep it quiet, but you didn't know what you were talking about, so you just kind of spouted off. It wasn't, they didn't go to them in 2024. The estate went to the Cassios. But of course you have no idea what you're talking about. And then you want to bring up, well, the Epstein. Well, I heard there could be videos. And I heard that, oh my word, that there was a, I think 12-year-old girl that might have been, maybe 14, might have been essayed by Trump. Well, guess what? The person I really work with, but the person that I've talked to for many years, Ed Opperman, knew that a whole lot sooner than you did, Natalie. He actually was a PI on the case. He understands it left, right, and center. He's not pretending. He's not cosplaying in the sense of him being a private investigator and a podcaster. He's doing the real thing. Unlike you, Natalie. This is why when I see this woman, I think of, you know what, she looks so like just a typical soccer mom. Like I said, Daria looking, sort of, matronly type, typical sort of soccer mom type woman. But the reality is you can't trust these people. Because these people will literally say, you know what, if I have to sell out and I have to say, go a little pro MJ, I might go a little pro MJ. But I don't know that because I don't know your finances. But there's no real reason for you to be pushing this bullshit. But let me hear more about your Epstein theories. And I'll then ask the people that actually know what they're talking about.
Trafficking. And the media has blinders on. Like, well, that's just, he was prosecuted, he got a sweetheart deal, it's fine. And then for this case, they indict right out of the gate. And I cannot make heads or tails of this.
Really, so in 1993, they indicted right out of the gate. In 1993, Michael Jackson was going all over the world, hiding and saying, oh, look, I'm in a drug rehab in the UK. Oh, look, I'm in a drug rehab over here. Oh, look, now I'm in Taiwan. Red alert, etc. And then I'm in a drug rehab here. And then when he finally gets back to the United States, instead of having the police, the LAPD, go up to that plane and say, okay, now, yeah, we said we were going to have you just kind of come. No, the deal's off. We're taking you in handcuffs, and we're going to interrogate you. If you have a lawyer and you don't want to speak, that's up to you. But you know what? You are not going to just fly all over the world and try to escape. And then when you come back here, we're supposed to treat you like you're some sort of king. I don't think so, but that's what happened. So that man that you say, oh, we're so tortured, you tell me how many other people, Natalie Morris, get accused of child rape, that get to sort of go around, take a trip, you know, take a plane, you come back, take a vacation, and say, oh, look, I'm back here. You might say Epstein. You might say Epstein. But what's the difference between him and Michael Jackson? And if you say, well, Michael Jackson was acquitted. He wasn't acquitted in 1993. It's one accuser. And he wasn't acquitted for the other 9. The only one was Gavin Arvizo. And even that was not a slam dunk, as I just showed you, or told you. Let's listen further to the wonderful Mr. Ziegler.
So going back to study the Arvizo trial, and we don't know if they're going to focus on the Arvizo trial. I assume they are, because that's the only one that actually went to court. It was such a flawed case that the judge allowed the prosecution to tack on lesser charges so that they had a chance of winning, and they couldn't even win that. Would you like to explain that?
Well, you said a lot of things there. First of all, with regard to Epstein, you and I have a little bit different view of the Epstein thing. I actually think the media has covered Epstein probably more than it deserved to be covered. I mean, I don't think you want to get into a discussion of Epstein. I agree that he was a horrible guy and committed crimes, and he admitted to those crimes, pled guilty. But I think that there's been a media narrative around that is not based in reality. I think he was mostly hiring prostitutes, some of whom were underage, which is a very different thing than the allegations against Michael Jackson. But as far as the case against Michael Jackson, I think the number one disconnect, and it really shows a lack of critical thinking among those that still want to believe that Michael Jackson was guilty, is this inability among these people to understand what the level of evidence should be in 2026 if Michael Jackson was guilty. There should be no question about it at this point. There should be a mountain of evidence, because he's been dead now for almost 2 decades. We've had all sorts of opportunity with a media hurricane wind at their back, and every lawyer in the country wanting to represent someone who's an accuser of Michael Jackson. If he was guilty, can we just for a second put on our thinking caps? If Michael Jackson was actually guilty, at this point, there would be no ambiguity about this, because there would be hundreds of credible accusers that would come forward trying to get a piece of his estate, and now no longer afraid to come forward because he's been long dead and because the media is very willing to take their side of the story.
More bullshit, Mr. Ziegler, because I know what you don't know. No, they're not. I just played a Piers Morgan clip where Piers Morgan was talking to Geraldo Rivera, Mark Garagos, and the one Lone Ranger there, which was Vincent Amon. They pretty much said, wait, didn't they, you know, when you went to the Netflix, didn't they give you a little bit of money as sort of a consultant or whatever it may be? Didn't they give you a little bit of money? Didn't ask that of Geraldo Rivera, a multi-millionaire. Didn't ask that of Mr. Mark Garagos, who actually represented the Casios. No, or Tom Mesereau, the Golden Girl. Didn't ask him anything. Mr. Little Lord Fauntleroy, reincarnated, but a lot older. You know, more so Golden Girl at this point. So again, so you're saying, oh, everyone, no, you are living in a dream world. And if you know anything about social media, you are totally living in a dream world. So what happens is oh, the Epstein kid's another apologist. Sandusky, he's innocent. The Epstein, oh, it's just probably prostitutes and maybe a couple of tweens. Yeah, you just throw them in the mix. You know, I don't like the way it's being covered. You know, oh, why don't we just let all these men just rape everybody? Because why not? You know, it's a pain to cover it. You know, and I have my Sandusky thing, and look, I know about Michael Jackson because the idiot that brought this person on the show, Natalie Morris, doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. So what she wants is an echo chamber. See, I looked at all the other side. I know their arguments, and I know their strong points, which isn't a whole lot, by the way, and their weak points. This man just knows what he wants to hear. And it looks like, does he have a flower in his ear? I don't know if he's Hawaiian maybe, or that's just a flung back. Looks like he has a little flower there, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's an umbrella for a little drink or something.
Instead, what do we have, Natalie? We have a handful of scam artists who are clearly financially motivated, whose stories make no sense. They don't hold up under scrutiny. The Leaving Neverland, quote-unquote, documentary was debunked in every possible way. I was a big part of that. I played a pretty significant...
So if it's been debunked, Mr. Ziegler, so why don't we have a debate, a discussion on X Spaces? So you're the expert. You're the expert. Oh my God, it's been debunked. Oh my God, I think I'm a little tipsy. So you're the expert, Mr. Ziegler. So why don't we actually go toe-to-toe, and we'll have a debate and see how much you know. And you can even include the little Natalie Morris, the little Girl Scout. You two can actually pair up. Or even get Clayton. I don't care. Make it 3-on-1. I don't really give a shit. And see how well you do. Because I'm telling you, you are a blowhard. You are a paper tiger. You are a empty suit. An Etch-a-Sketch. That's all you are. And because you've been so prevalent in the Michael Jackson community that's going to blow smoke up your ass and say, oh my God, Mr. Ziegler, you're so good. Oh, you know all the insides about Leaving Neverland. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And your little holes that think you punch through it, you have no clue of what's coming down. You want to talk about a choo-choo train and about the missing train station? There is a train that's coming down that track that doesn't give a shit about you, Mr. Ziegler. Doesn't care. There's a train coming down that track, and if you want to stay on that, you want to sit there and you want to stand on those tracks and say, I know I can stop this train, you go right ahead. You go right ahead. Megyn Kelly, who is pretty much exactly like you, Mr. Ziegler, she said, you know what, I'm going to take a step off this track and kind of step to the side. You know why? She had Mark Garagos on. And if you don't think Mark Garagos was telling them, because they were both lawyers. If you don't think Mark Garagos was telling her pretty much everything that's going down and what's probably going to happen to Tom Mesereau in November. Oh, he's the great Tom Mesereau. The man looks like a golden girl. This is my personal opinion. He looks like he probably should be having, literally a bowl of rice pudding, a little shawl on his back, a walker, and, maybe we could get him a nice little hearing aid. And if we're really, really good, we can get him, if he has a good day, we can give him a night of bingo. That's what I see. He is not the man 20 years ago. The man he's going up against, take Tom Mesereau 20 years ago, times it by 100. Times it by 100. And what he said, by the way, because you have no idea what you're talking about, the man who's representing John Carpenter, all these cases, none of them make sense, oh my God, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, so of course it doesn't make sense. Literally, I would think probably, Mad Libs would probably be difficult for you to figure out. Seriously, like I said before with Natalie, I think literally you're still trying to figure out how to draw Winky on the back of a matchbook cover. That's still a challenge for you. I'm almost there. I know I can send it in. I know I can do it. That's your level of intelligence when it comes to these allegations. Now, you might have other cases that you cover that you might know a whole lot more than I do. But let me let you know, Mr. Ziegler, you best believe, take your knowledge, times it by maybe, I'll give you 100. That's maybe 1% of where I'm at. 1%. I could literally just talk you, I would literally be sitting there having, tonight I had a really good blackberry brandy. It's great for colds, by the way. Nice little blackberry brandy, sitting down, literally just, what did he say? Okay, yeah, that's wrong. I could literally, not even trying, I could destroy your pathetic arguments. Because anyone that likes to victim shame and thinks that they know better than anybody else, who wasn't there when Michael Jackson was sharing a bed with a little boy, and you say, oh, everyone's mad and everyone's out to get him, and I was too, but man, I was wrong. No, the problem was that you allowed this sort of idea, the rebranding of Michael Jackson, and it gave you a little, claim to fame, especially after Sandusky, that now you don't want to give that up. So you have a lot of sycophants that they're going to sit there and sort of essentially, basically, fan you and feed you ring-dings all day. And you're going to say, wow, See, they know I'm super intelligent. I've been doing this on my own now for close to 14 years. I have some supporters. I get a lot of well wishes and people that, really I think have supported the victims. Because I'm a messenger. I'm not really the person who's affected by this. But you have all that glory, but no bronze and no brain. So I challenge you, Mr. Ziegler, Mr. Expert, Mr. Oh my word, I know so much more than you do. And the fact that you have this know-nothing that's sitting there going, you're nodding your head and saying, oh, you're telling me all the things I want to hear. Do you guys have scripts when you go on? You just kind of compare notes? Because I have a sinking suspicion. I think that Epstein thing was, let's pretend we kind of disagree a little bit. I don't trust you people as far as I can throw you. I think it's disgusting. But none of you guys will take up a debate with me. Even that 80s left back, sunglass wearing, the guy that looks like he wants to be a Judas Priest lead singer in every way possible, probably, receding hairline, razor fist. Even that little guy, he has his little quips. Okay, I got another little quip. Oh my God, it's like it's the 1990s, late 90s, 2000s. Look at my sarcasm. Oh my God, I'm so incredibly smart. But when you take out all the fucking stupid sarcasm, like he's literally a 13-year-old teenager, whatever garbage that man puts out, it's as hollow as his head is. It's as hollow as probably his nose is. But I digress. See the difference between me and Razor Fist? I give a shit about the victims and the people affected. He pretends to give about Michael Jackson. I think he just pretends. Because that's one person that doesn't need Razor Fist's approval. He probably wouldn't even give Razor Fist a second look. Let's go further.
Roland debunking a lot of what was in Leaving Neverland. Those two accusers, Wade Robson and James Safechuck, are total, complete frauds. I feel totally comfortable saying that. They are lying. In fact, I think a strong case has been made that they know they're lying. There are clips from that film where they're clearly holding back laughter because they can't believe people are believing them. I mean, and yet,
So that's your proof. You literally will isolate a clip. Now, like I say, I'm Mr. Ziegler. I think you're drunk. I think you might be a little tipsy. Look at this clip here. Your eyes a little bit sunken in. You got those, that hollowed out eye look, and you got the wrinkle in the middle of your head, and that hair that looks like it's really receding. You got that sort of drawn out look, that sort of the tipsy sort of thing going on. So what if I said, you know what? I can tell that you're drunk. And that you're an alcoholic and a tipsy little, a tipsy man. I just said that. No proof. I'm just looking at a picture, just looking at your mannerisms, and so the way you're acting like a little giddy schoolgirl. And I said, that man's a drunk. He's a fucking wino. Why is he not in the street, literally with a paper bag and a bottle of Ripple? Why is this man not there? What if I said that about you without any indication of what I know what I'm talking about? Just put it out there. You think they're fucking frauds. Oh my God, because I know everything. You don't know jack shit. The little that you think you know, like I said, I'll give you a times by 100. And I'll take my 1% any day of the fucking week. You are a victim shamer. Just like your host of this victim shamer. And again, the definition of victim shamer is somebody that will say, I'm standing with the accused, but then when they go talk about the case, it's all generalities. They're frauds. Oh my God, I'm telling you, I was helping the guys in the Michael Jackson team and all the Moonwalker that loved me. And I said, oh look, the train station wasn't there. Oh, write it out. Oh look, the teepees I think might have been there, but weren't there. Oh, write it out. And all that information comes, especially Mr. Smallcomb. I keep on asking a simple question. Did you get that from a French site called MJ's Footsteps? Because the article that Mr. Smallcomb put out and the plan that he actually used to show, well, this is when it came out, looked identical to what was on MJ's Footsteps. Identical. And I took a screenshot. I have it somewhere. I'll have to find it. Identical to it. And then sit there and say, well, I waited and I got the actual plans. And maybe you just had somebody that actually just gave you a tip and said, take all the credit. I won't tell anybody. MJ's Footsteps. Go on there now and see if you can find that exact same plan. Or Google it. It's probably in the Wayback Machine, or I'm sure there's a picture of AI somewhere. You probably find that. And you know what happens when you actually go to, say, the planning board and you get a copy? All copies are going to look different because it depends on the copier, the type of paper. Is the ink running out? Is it not running out? Is it fresh ink? The reason you can tell a screenshot is because when you compare the two, they're almost identical. There's like no difference to the two. So if you have somebody that's a big reporter like Mr. Smallkins, I broke the story, and then you find out, well, Jay's, wait a second, looks like it was lifted off of this French website that's been there for years, MJ's Footsteps, with this Jing is probably never even heard of. He's probably still trying to figure out, you know, probably taking that flower behind him and pulling the petals off. They love me, they love me, dum, da, they love me, they love me, dum. They love me. Someone please give me a lemon drop. So there's going to be a lot of yuck-yucks tonight. Lots of anger and just really frustration, but a lot of yuck-yucks.
No one wants to think this through, especially the critics of Michael Jackson, and think, okay, what level of evidence, when you have this kind of scrutiny, a massive FBI investigation, a criminal trial? By the way, why no civil trials at this point, Natalie? Why have we never to this point had a civil trial involving Michael Jackson facing allegations of child sex abuse? It would be the easiest thing in the world to do. Not one. Now, we might get one with Robson and St. Chuck, and I'm hopeful that the justice will prevail there. But the reality is he's been dead now for almost 2 decades. When he was alive and after his death, not one civil trial. This is completely contradictory.
I literally think I'm watching an episode of Sanford and Son where Grady is sitting there going, I can't understand there. And okay, guys, I'm just, trying to give it to my best impression. You don't understand. Why wasn't there one civil trial? But wait a second, there's one coming up in November. Oh, but I know that's going to be me. If you don't know Mr. John Carpenter, Mr. Ziegler, you might want to bone up on that. You might want to actually take some time and bone up on it. Because Mr. Ziegler is what Mr. Mesereau was times 100 20 years ago. So Mr. Carpenter would look at you and probably say, man, oh man, there's 2 letters that probably you should be going to. Again, my personal opinion, obviously. I don't have proof. But now this is Mr. Ziegler. So, who cares if we shame victims and we shame everybody around the victims, their families, and we do everything we possibly can because you know the inside scoop. It's literally, I feel like I'm watching Corky sometimes when I look at this man. The difference between Corky, the man who played it, he was just a wonderful human being. And he was a great actor. This man's neither.
What we should be expecting if Michael Jackson was really what we were told that he is, the serial pedophile who would have had hundreds of victims, and instead many of the so-called victims that the critics of Michael Jackson want to believe were victims, people like Macaulay Culkin and Brett Barnes, are very strongly supportive of Michael Jackson.
Again, wrong again. I'm probably one of the top people that has this opinion. Macaulay Culkin, here's why I don't think he's a victim. His father was a big dick and probably would have pummeled Michael Jackson into the ground. And he understood that his golden goose, which was Macaulay Culkin, if Michael Jackson wanted to diddle him or fuck him in the ass or whatever awful things that man wanted to do, Mr. Culkin, as much as Macaulay hates him, probably would have found him somewhere. And like Lisa Marie Presley said, what probably would have killed him immediately. Because you know what? Bad parents sometimes, as much as you hate them, also understand what is their own. Who is their child? And when you fuck with that, Mr. Ziegler, they're usually not too kind. Now, Brett Barnes, I keep on asking. He never answers. I am Brett Barnes. There was a grand jury that Flo Anthony and a PI was talking about how there were 2 other boys. One that she didn't really know that well, but one that she did know that went on the Dangerous tour. And it was right around, I want to say, the whole year, maybe up to Christmas. And the mother was praising Michael Jackson and loved Michael Jackson, but somehow when they were in the this is what she reported, the grand jury, it was the exact opposite. And the private eye at the time, we think it was, I spoke to his father, the son, by the way. I got to kind of correspond with him, because he's the same person that was discussing Danny Terrio, I believe. But anyways, what he said was that, that person, those 2 people, that the mother was once really, really just unbelievable, and then all of a sudden, once they were under oath, that whole thing crumbled. I'm wondering who those people are. I really am. And my question to you, Mr. Ziegler, is if Brett Barnes comes forward, or Omar Bhatti comes forward, are you going to say, you're liars? You guys all have money problems. You're all frauds. Hey, if it was true, we would figure this out 20 years ago. How long did it take for them to figure out Jimmy Savile, genius? Really? How long did it take to figure that out? How long did it take to figure Epstein out? I was talking about him since 2013. 13 years now, and we still haven't gotten even close. How long for him? How long for a lot of these predators, Mr. Ziegler? You just happen to think, well, it's 20 years, so that must mean nothing must be true. At the Catholic Church, how long did it take to crack that nut, Mr. Ziegler? Because there were people complaining about that church for hundreds of years. But in your la-la land logic, it's 20 years. They should know it by now. They should have all this evidence. Yeah, because rich people keep evidence, Mr. Ziegler. Because Epstein keeps pictures and files and all those things that he's going to make sure that the general public gets a hold of. If you think Michael Jackson didn't know what the fuck he was doing in the 93, where he had his head of security, Bill Bray, who was actually tied in with the LAPD, if you don't think that they were tipped off, you're absolutely out of your mind. Absolutely out of your mind. And when the one witness that actually spoke with heard Bill Bray talk to Michael Jackson, his name was Jerome Johnson. You probably don't know, because I don't even know if you know what day it is, to be honest. But that man said that he heard Bill Bray, the head of security. He wanted to fire someone, Bill Bray, because he didn't like him and get along with him. Michael Jackson said, no, I can't have you. It was probably like maybe a 15-year-old, maybe, who knows, an intern or something. But I digress, maybe it wasn't. But he screamed at Mr. Jackson. He said, Mr. Jackson, I covered up for you in the grand jury, and you won't even fire this one person? That's what he overheard. That man took lie detector tests too, and passed. But you guys don't give a shit about that, because lie detector tests are only important when it's Michael Jackson passing or your side. Everyone else, you can't trust those things, right? Again, I would bury you. I would bury you. I would make you literally the Waldo-looking person that you are. I would make you literally try to find out where the hell you are. Let's go further with wonderful Mr. Ziegler.
And say this is a BS narrative. So that's my major point in all this. Think about this logically, folks. When you have someone of that level of celebrity with that much money at stake, there should be massive amounts of evidence at this point, and instead there's nothing but a little bit of smoke motivated by financial gain.
Right. So the case that Robson and Safechuck are making are that they were victims of a trafficking ring, and that Michael Jackson would host these meet and greets with children and then sort of draw them into his world, when the evidence for both of them shows that their mothers, they were dance boys. So boys who are made stars in their home dance studio and then are very used to being up-and-comers. And their mothers had both.
Another correction. No, Natalie. Wade Robson was at the age of 5, he was learning dance, and he copied Michael Jackson's move, and he was learning choreography, and he was so good, I think by the age of 10, he was teaching his own classes, without Michael Jackson, by the way. Because everything has to do with Michael Jackson. No one can ever do anything on their own. Everyone's connected to Mike. Whatever success they have, it's Michael Jackson. Whatever failures they have, it's them. Whatever success they have, Michael Jackson. Whatever money they make, Michael Jackson. Whatever homes they buy, Michael Jackson. Whatever sort of aspirations they have, Michael Jackson. And that's in your eyes. But you don't know what you're talking about. That's what James Safechuck. James Safechuck has said, simply somebody walked by and said, you know what, I think your child should be in commercials. So she says, give it a shot. And then as soon as she brought him in, she said, you know what, your child's a personality and looked at literally money in the bank. So he did a couple of commercials. And then one of them he landed. And this is what you don't know, Natalie, because you and Mr. Ziegler here, who probably, you look kind of, you really belong together. I think there's probably I would probably say a chair with a Dumbo hat somewhere lying around. But let me explain something to you. So what Mr. Jackson had, this is according to multiple witnesses, books and books and books of child actors. Talent. So he would go and look through them all the time. It would get sent to him all the time. And you don't think that he spotted James Safechuck? Right after we befriended a boy named Jonathan Spence, who looked so similar. Blonde hair, blue eyes, that whole sort of thing. If you don't think that I want this person to play, the young me, but no, the fan. Instead of saying, I want one of my nephews to be the person he's going to play anything because I wanted to be about our family. No. He picked a Nordic-looking white child with blonde hair that kind of looked just like Jonathan Spence and just like Macaulay Culkin. You don't think that's strange? You don't think it's strange for a man to have books of child actors lying around that he can point out? Now, you'll ask Mr. Ziegler, I never heard of such a thing. I never heard of such a thing. God forbid if this man is in a car. I've seen some of those videos where you get these sovereign citizens and these people that say, I'm telling you, I can do the sobriety test. I can do it. This man, he's sitting in a chair next to a lopsided painting. And still is looking like he's in my humble opinion, looks like he can barely form a sentence.
Been very aggressive at creating a relationship with Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson did not try to draw them in, and so that...
Really, Natalie? Wrong again. How many times do I have to correct this woman? How many times do I have to correct the journalist whose husband's a journalist, the investigator? That's not what happened. No. You don't know the story because you probably didn't watch Leaving Neverland. You probably just covered your eyes. I don't want to see this. What happened was Michael Jackson. If you saw, I did this photo shoot that Michael Jackson did, by the way. The photo shoot, he's like holding his arms around him. There's a picture of Lisa Marie and Michael that looks identical. The picture of Jonathan, James Safechuck, and Michael Jackson. I apologize there. But he hired a film crew to go to James Safechuck's house. No apparent reason, but they were instructed, make sure you put Michael Jackson posters on the walls. Because when we send this back to him, he's going to want to see that James is a Michael Jackson fan. You know why that is, Natalie? You understand power and control? Because if that person now is enamored by the big star Michael Jackson, by the man that can do the moonwalk, the man that can say doo-doo head and apple head, blowhole, that man now can pull him into his orbit, because you don't understand this, and now that child's enamored with him. And then quickly after that happened, after the commercial, did you see the documentary? Oh, of course you didn't, because God forbid you actually do your homework. Seriously, God forbid you actually do your homework. So what happened was that he brought him onto a vacation to Hawaii, I believe it was. They were coming back. And it was just after the commercial, and there's a conversation here on a tape. You want to hear classic grooming? Well, you'll call it something else. Oh, it's just so sweet. It's Michael Jackson. I talk to my little children like that too. But it's not his fucking children. He says, and what happened is James Safechuck innocently asks, "Can I just get a interview with the? I want to show my friends at school, and they'll be really like so excited I interviewed Michael Jackson because he never gave interviews, except to Terry George, and that's the boy that Michael Jackson called over the phone, and then talked to Terry George in 1979 and said, "Hey, look, do you know about masturbation? What are you talking about? I thought we were talking about. No, yeah, I'm doing it right now. Ha 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 ha." That's the Michael Jackson you're supporting. But anyways, I digress. So we get back to James Safechuck. He sent a film crew, had to put posters up. He had to pretend he was dancing like Michael Jackson. And then nobody knows what happened to that film. Why it was even commissioned. Because he already worked with James Safechuck. He already knew him. He already knew what his talent was. Why would he have to hire a film crew after he just worked with him to go into his home and film him? You don't find that strange at all. That gives you no pause at all, Natalie. The other thing that he did, which you don't know, because obviously anything that requires maybe a notepad and probably 3 lines is beyond you. What he did was he talked to James and they asked about Hawaii. And he goes, "James, what was your favorite thing about Hawaii?" And he said, "Oh man, I love this and that and the waves and all this sort of stuff. Oh, this is so cool." And he goes, "What did you like about Hawaii?" You know what he said? "You, James, you were my favorite part about Hawaii." This is like a 30-something-year-old man talking to a 12-year-old boy. You know, if he was a really heterosexual man like Mr. Ziegler believes or you believe, or even a bisexual man, most people say, "Yeah, I really like that hula girl in the skirt." The one that looks like she's probably like 27. That one there. That's what I like. Or if he's gay, you know that guy that was, on the beach and all jacked and blah, blah. Yeah, I kind of like that. Who was it that again? No. I am just making a joke. Yeah, no, I really loved the food and the fresh vegetables. No, but he said, "Jimmy, you're my favorite thing. You tell me." If I heard a grown man say that to my niece or my nephews, and I knew exactly the story I know now, that individual would probably be singing soprano.
That is just one of many pieces that falls through of their stories. Can you go through a few others from Leaving Neverland?
Well, what you just said is really important because it shows how their entire case is reverse engineered. Mm-hmm. Because the reason why they're doing this sex trafficking claim is that the statute of limitations ran out. Yes. And so they need a legal avenue to be able to get this into court. And in order to get that legal avenue, they have concocted this entirely new narrative, which is...
Mr. Ziegler, do you already know they already passed that sort of hurdle? They have a trial date. And there was a 3-panel judge unanimously voted that they want to see this go to trial. You know why? Because they don't want somebody who was a pop star and a multi-millionaire, who was the one shareholder in the company, be able to say, "You know what? I don't have to have a duty of care for the children that come around me." So Natalie, I'm sure that you would love duty of care for any people, adults that get around your children. If it's a teacher, if it's a counselor, if it's, a psychiatrist, if it's a mentor, whatever, you want that because you want to make sure that your children's protected. What the Michael Jackson estate argued, another thing, because you didn't watch it. Oh man, seriously, that man needs a helmet, like right now. What you missed is, and it's very crucial to this particular case, what you guys really, really missed is something that's so important to this case about Wade Robson and James Safechuck. And when we talk about duty of care, what the lawyers for Michael Jackson, Sanzapir was because you probably don't even know his name because you probably think everything's Mesereau. And, probably you're still thinking that Play-Doh's fun to play with. But let me tell you something, Mr. Ziegler. Mr. Zanzibar argued, because the argument was, it was, you know what? No one had a duty of care to help any child. No one not saying it didn't happen. And they weren't arguing about, it didn't happen. What they said is, no one could stop Michael Jackson. That was their claim. Nobody could stop him. And because he was the 100% shareholder, how was anybody supposed to do anything? And the 3-panel judges essentially ripped Mr. Zanzibar a new one. They said, excuse me. And he was arguing about this. She goes, excuse me, that's not what I said. And the reason they did that is called precedent. You know, not Pepsodent, Mr. Ziegler, precedent. The reason they did that is because now if you let Michael Jackson kind of do whatever the hell he wants, then look, I'm a child rapist and I'm going to be the single shareholder of this company, and I'm going to hire a bunch of people and I'm going to tell them, do not say a word, and I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. And no one's responsible because no one can control me. That's why they stopped it. And this idea that, oh, no, it's going to trial. It's going to trial. And this time there's going to be a jury. And like you said, oh, it's so easy to prove. Well, you're right, because now the burden of proof is a whole lot less. And when you have pictures, you know, there's a story, I don't think Natalie knows this. Natalie, I got to give you a scoop again. Kind of like I gave you the scoop about Neverland Ranch. The Neverland Ranch where, you know, you might want to check certain parts of the ranch. Anyways, but the scoop is there's a photograph. And not just one, by the way, because Mr. Carpenter was so pissed off with the way the MG State was acting. He was talking about how he had to look at photographs that he never ever wants to see again. But one of those photographs he kind of leaked. He said it was a child that was maybe 8 or 9 cusping his genitals, like putting them on display. Mr. Ziegler, you must think that's totally fine. That's art, right? Mr. Ziegler, that's art. You know, or maybe that's AI. Maybe they had AI in the 90s or the 80s. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You shouldn't be on any show. And Natalie Morris, you shouldn't be hosting anything. Literally, I wouldn't allow you to host a Tupperware party. But somehow you got on this platform. And so supposedly 2.88 million people watch you. That's really shocking.
As you've already implied, based in a fantasy. I mean, the reality is that Michael Jackson, here's the real world of Michael Jackson, Wade Robson, and James Safechuck. And I've had a long conversation with Brian Friedman, one of the Michael Jackson estate attorneys, who I think is actually relevant to other parts of what's going on publicly here, and about this, because after leaving Neverland.
Brian Friedman, how interesting you brought. You know what else Brian Friedman's also involved in? Do you have any clue? I know you had a conversation with him and he probably just kind of talked to you just to kind of placate you. Okay, let's have a quick conversation, get rid of this man. My personal opinion, of course. But what he did was he worked with the other, Howard Weitzman, another powerful attorney, to tell the Casios that their claims really, really they believe. And then found out some other way of getting a PI involved so they could pay him as little possible. That's the man that you think is, man, that man's stellar. You're going to trust that. No wonder why the Epstein case doesn't get solved. No wonder why. Because we have literally a town full of dunces trying to figure out seriously how to make, ice out of an ice tray.
And he and a couple of other Jackson attorneys wanted to have lunch with me. And I gave Brian Friedman, Jackson attorney, a state attorney, this assessment of what really happened here. I believe that Michael Jackson was the greatest thing that ever happened to Wade Robson and James Safechuck. He made their childhoods almost magical. In fact, probably were magical at times, beyond any kid's wildest dreams. He made Wade Robson a celebrity. It was the best moments of James Safechuck's life. But then they became adults and Michael Jackson died. And now all of a sudden they have to live a boring life as an adult with no connection to this massive celebrity of Michael Jackson.
Mr. Ziegler, will you stop slurring your words? That picture keeps on getting more and more tilted, keeps on getting more and more off kilter. I don't know if you're getting off kilter or the picture is. I can't figure it out. But if you look at that picture, it's moving slowly to the left. Maybe there's the spirit of Michael Jackson playing around with you saying, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You have no effing idea. Their lives got boring without him. And now I'm going to sit there and I'm going to make it great because my life without Michael Jackson, wow. I have a new child. I'm living in Hawaii. I got a beautiful wife. But without Michael Jackson, man, it's all just crap. This is what happens when you have cultists. They think that everything that the cult leader does, that once that cult leader goes away, that means that everyone's life is ruined. You don't know what you're talking about. As for Mr. Safechuck, he wanted to get rid of Michael Jackson way before he died. No clue what you're talking about. He didn't testify in 2005. He was probably approached several times. He said no. He didn't want to have anything to do with Michael Jackson because he thought he was a chomo. You know what a chomo is? A diddler, a rapist, a Jared Fogle, a child abuser. Do you have any idea what that is? Do you have any clue, Mr. Ziegler? The man that still looks like he has a flower in his ear. You might, when you do like live streams, you might actually want to check what's behind you. You know, my suggestion is whatever bottles, I have no idea. Well, I'm seeing Evian water, probably. I would probably get rid of those too. I would just probably get rid of those. But again, you don't know what you're talking about. You're willing to shame them and laugh at them and pretend you know what you're talking about because maybe someone's finally listening to you. You know, for pretty much the last 10 years, it was just literally your Rice Krispies that were listening to Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Was listening to, but now you have a captive audience. Shocking. And the captive audience literally is a seal that you're throwing chum to and fish to. Good job, guys. Good job. This is a fucking freak show. It is a dumpster fire. But yet, they'll put him on the air and Shogi on the air and everyone will sit there and say, you're so wonderful. I love that little bee sweater or bee shirt or whatever the fuck it is. Seriously, it looks like it belongs like, I'm trying to think. You know what it looks like? It looks like it belongs in the Goodwill bin.
And now they have to live with their crappy life that's nothing in comparison to what it was when they were a child in the glow of Michael Jackson. And weirdly, I actually think they have taken it out on Michael Jackson. I think that they have punished Michael Jackson for setting themselves up for a life of boredom and disappointment.
So let's correct him wrong. So Michael Jackson really taught Wade how to dance. Wade busted his ass, Mr. Ziegler. This is why you don't know fucking shit. I'm sorry I'm swearing so much, guys, tonight, but, you know, sometimes you just gotta, you gotta get the point across. He trained himself. And when he went to California, the wonderful Mr. Jackson, the guy that you think is the best thing since sliced bread, oh my God, he's Gandhi. He's Gandhi. You know, he's the new Messiah. Let me bow down to him. He convinced him to go. They left everything they know in Australia, and when they got there, she wasn't even sure that the apartment that they were going into was paid. Back before then, why he was raping Wade Robson when he was 7, 8, 9, limousines, get big treatment to Neverland, eat whatever you want, sort of caviar and lobster. But when they got there and he found another child, no, it wasn't you, Mr. Ziegler. I know you wish, you hope, you pray that somehow you were Michael Jackson's little fantasy, even though you were probably 30, looking at it, maybe 40 at the time. Mr. Jackson, I'll wear a hat with a little pinwheel. Please just acknowledge me, Mr. Jackson, please. That's what you remind me of. You're a sycophant. And this is why child rapists continue to rape. Because they have people like you. He's just the best thing. Oh my word. That Jerry Sandusky, man, I love Penn State. That Jerry Sandusky, he's such a great guy, and everyone tried to frame him. Oh my God, so what, they saw him in the shower with boys sliding around, slapping towers against each other. That's just guys being guys. When you're dealing with somebody who probably is on the spectrum, I'm thinking of the plant. Maybe you should think twice. You might want to water the plant or the flowers. They're probably fake or plastic, kind of like I won't go there.
And that is part of how they justify this BS lawsuit, which it makes no sense legally, and from a factual perspective is absurd. Wade Robson, I could talk for hours about what a fraud Wade Robson is. But here's
well,
what you need to
make sure that you include the fact that he dated Michael Jackson's niece for 8 years and cheated on her with Britney Spears.
And I played a fairly significant role in that becoming public. I'm the one that interviewed Brandy Jackson for Mediaite, and to me, it sounds like you understand where I'm.
Wow, what a great reporter you are. Did she show you pictures, Mr. Ziegler? Or did she just kind of take a screenshot of the LA Gear commercial that she and Wade did? Did you say, hey, look, I'm an investigator. I know you said you dated him for 7-8 years, but can you show me some pictures, some love letters, some, back then teen magazines were really, big at the time. Can you show me like an article where you two are pictured and it kind of talks about your relationship? Can you show me anything except for when she was 8 and Wade was 8 or 7 or whatever the heck it is? That's not a relationship. What that is called is a camera angle. That's what that's called, Mr. Ziegler. That's called a promotional shot. Do you know what promotional shots are? You go on a commercial set. Let me explain it to you because I don't think you even know really. I know you understand what Rice Krispies are, but I don't think you understand the recipe. You pour milk in and then you get that, sort of snap, crackle, and pop. And, I know you think it's a fork. It's a spoon. Trust me. Natalie, too, it's a spoon. So anyways, let me go further. So what happened was that she's claiming a 7-year relationship. Now, I've had relationships, and I've had friends, and I have pictures. I have pictures. And you know what? My friends have pictures. And my friends' friends have pictures. Not hard to come by. Not hard to come by at all. But yet, this Brandy Jackson, this mysterious Brandy Jackson, haven't seen one picture, one slide, one photochrome, one daisy, one rose petal, I don't know, one snowflake wrapped in a in a napkin. I haven't seen jack squat, but you're willing to accept it, literally. Well, Jackson said it to me, so it must be true. What does this remind me of? Well, Mr. Epstein said this is okay, and he's a multi-billionaire, and he knows a whole lot more than I do. So you know what? He must be telling the truth. Let's build him a wing off the police station so he can comfortably sit, and then in the mornings have a limousine come and pick him up so we can find his next victims. And you, Mr. Ziegler, you can't even get the basics facts. I can talk about Wade Robson. I don't even think you could probably recite the alphabet. Forward, maybe if you do a little sing along. Backwards, I think you probably get stuck at Z, which is your initial. Last letter of the alphabet. Sometimes things just happen for reasons. Last letter of the alphabet.
I'm going with this. To me, this was a smoking gun. That leaving Neverland is a joke, because how do you leave out, if you're a remotely credible documentary, how do you leave out the fact that your star, Wade Robson, dated Michael Jackson's niece for many years during critical teenage years, because Michael Jackson set the two of them up together?
The man's on helium, and if he's not on helium, trust me, it's something else. And I don't know what that is. Probably his age. I don't know. Ben Gay. I'm not quite sure, minus the Ben. But let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about Mr. Ziegler. How do you not know? You can't produce pictures. You can't produce any evidence to prove that. But you think that just because a teenage boy dates the niece of his rapist, that somehow sort of that negates that? I was just watching. Someone did a really good video. It was about a son and his girlfriend and his father, who's like in his 40s, real creepy, blah, blah, blah. But anyways, he introduced this girl to his son. And then what happened was his son kind of went on go to the convenience store. And then when he came back, the father was abusing the 14 to 15-year-old. But he introduced it to the son. Why would he introduce that girl to his son if he's going to abuse him when he leaves? And then the son ran away and didn't come back for a long, long time. And then they have a podcast that was pretty famous and kind of imploded. But how did that happen? Oh my God, how can you do it? I just don't understand. Let me tell you basic logic, Mr. Ziegler, which you seem to lack. You seem to lack. Here's what happens with Michael Jackson. Everything stays close-knit to Michael Jackson. Everything's real close to him because he's a control freak. And if you don't believe that, look at his dance moves. Everything is choreographed perfectly. Oh my God, I missed that step when I did the Motown 25. Oh my God, I missed that half step. Do you think he's going to miss a step when he's raping children and he's trying to cover it up? Do you actually think he's going to miss a step, Mr. Ziegler? Do you have any clue what you're talking about? So what's the best way to do is, hey, I know, he's getting into girls now, and, I might not be able to get that analingus anymore. So, okay, oh my God, Brandy has such a big crush on you. Oh my word, and she really likes you. She really likes you. Hey, Brandy, if he says anything, just tell me real quick, you know what I'm saying? I want to know all about your relationships. Because according to Wade Robson, he was obsessed with Britney Spears. And he wanted to know all the inside scoop. Maybe Michael Jackson thought it was a turn on to have him date his niece. Maybe that was the thing. I don't know. See, when you have perverts, you can't predict the perverted behavior. Like Natalie Morris cannot, look at that face, by the way. My Lord. Only a mother could love. Look, let me tell you something. When you have a pervert, because she couldn't believe this, they do perverted things. So when she says, drinking somebody's urine, that's crazy talk. I can't believe that would happen. But eating his semen, no, that's totally fine now. That's within the realm of possibility. But you think your smoking gun, maybe I should leave out the gun and change it. But anyways, your smoking gun is Brandy Jackson. A man who's a woman, I'm sorry. Oops, I almost did I did a Candace Owens there, and I didn't mean to. Anyways, a woman that is close with the family, and obviously so close, he's willing to actually put out there that I was a girlfriend of Wade Robson. I don't have no pictures. I don't have any notes. I don't have any of this. I don't have any of that. Maybe she's saving it for court. Or maybe she just can't find the Lucky Charms box that she put it in 10 years ago. I have no idea. But I haven't seen it, and I'm pretty fucking good at researching. See, I'm not a cosplay researcher. I actually do my shit. I don't sit there and say, PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. Remember, gold's really good this year. Look at my cute little bearskin hoodie. It's really great. It helps. And all these people that support this channel, are any of your supporters victims of child rape? Any of them? Do you think any of your supporters that sort of support this brand? When Natalie Morris said, and I played it to you already, she says, you know what bothers me is the way they describe their rape. They describe it as love and consensual, and I think even Eddie said he was head over heels in love with Michael Jackson, and that, this sex wasn't sex, it was love, blah, blah, blah. And what they're doing is if they're lying, they're spreading pedophilia. They're encouraging it because they're using those keywords in language, kind of like the keywords you sort of focus on in Epstein. Kind of like the keyword that your husband probably does in a crossword puzzle that's probably on the back of a Cracker Jack box. So that's sort of, we're talking that sort of level. But the problem is when you do that and you sit there and you kind of make these sort of things, what happens is you keep on allowing the perpetrator to get away with everything. So when you doubt everything when it comes to victims and you accept everything when it comes to the abusers, then you create the environment to flourish. But you're blaming the victims. Because how dare they describe the abuse that they don't want? How dare they not check with the wonderful Natalie Morris and her husband, Mr. Pie Plate, I believe in. There's a pie plate. Let me, sometime maybe I'll meet them somewhere at a podcast convention, and I'll throw a pie plate in the air and say, hey, Clayton, look. I can't believe that. It looks like it's an orb. Oh, maybe it's lost in space. That's the intelligence we're dealing with, people. And this is the people that think, oh, I know better than you do. Look at my little schmuck and my big glasses. I wear really big frames because that makes me look super smart. Let me tell you, this woman's still trying to figure out Blue's Clues. I'm telling you, really, my personal opinion, I think she would still be trying to figure out Blue's Clues. Her child probably, Mom, you haven't gotten it yet? Seriously. It's a show for like 7-year-olds. You're still kind of trying to figure it out. Hey, what are you going to do? Kind of looks like Barney there, right? But what do I know? But let's go further because this genius has even a whole lot more to say. I'm taking it piece by piece by piece. I want to savor all their fucking garbage and crap and bullshit and all their stuff that is totally wrong. All the bullshit that gets put out for the last God knows how many years. That they maybe, took out looked at maybe a 1-page article, or Natalie's case. I watched Square One and I'm really super smart now. Guess what? I watched To Leave in Neverland. And I know Michael Jackson. He's he's a super guy because I had a crush on him when I was 5. So that's what happens when you go back. You regress. When you're an adult and you have children, you say, you know what? I rage against anything that might put a child in harm. Now, I might be completely wrong, I might be completely off base, but if a man takes a child into a bedroom alone, selects him, you understand what that is? This is what Natalie in this brilliant, cross-eyed picture, whatever he is, doesn't understand. Michael Jackson, according to the other brilliant Mr. Popcorn Planet there, Andy Ziegler said he had thousands of children around him. It was a potpourri of children. But how come there's only 10, 11, 15, whatever it is, victims? Because guess what happens? When I have maybe, if I want to go out and say, you know what, I have so much of a budget to spend. I have $50 and I go to the supermarket. I really want lobster. I can't afford it. But they have imitation crab meat. It's not as good, but hey, it's something. And I really would love to buy that. Really vintage wine that sounds so good. Or like I said, my really good bottle of blackberry brandy. And I want this, XYZ, but I can't afford it. So what you do is you settle. And you kind of say, well, I guess I'll kind of go with this. But when you're Michael Jackson and you have thousands upon thousands of children, you can pick whatever the fuck you want. And if you have parents that trust you and believe in you and think that, gee, a pop star can't abuse children, kind of like Natalie, literally, someone has to make a bobblehead of this picture. I'm going to freeze frame this. I'm going to do a screenshot. Someone make a bobblehead. Literally, I know you can do it. I'm going to screenshot this picture. I'm going to see if I can somehow get her a bobblehead of this particular picture. And then she can look at it and say, look, it goes back and forth. How is it doing that? But anyways, when you do that, so what happens is that you sit there and you make it so it's incredibly difficult for anybody to come forward with abuse because you doubt everything. I made this analogy, I'm going to make it again. If I'm a lawyer or if I'm working for Carpenter or King or whatever, whoever they are, what I would do is I would say, look, they want the micro, we want the macro. The micro is, like I said before, you're in a plane, you see a beach. What they want to do is they want to take that plane, have you jump off, and then they want you to crawl on the ground with a magnifying glass. And then say, look, see that? Look at, what's a penny doing there? This can't be a beach, it must be a bank. Oh, look over there, look, I see a tennis ball. This can't be a beach. This must be some sort of resort or a tennis court. Oh, look, I think I see a Frisbee. Oh, this must be some sort of college campus. Because that's what they do. They take these side roads when everyone knows it's a fucking beach. And you can't play with these people. So when you have a Natalie Morris or this freak show, and literally watch these videos and practice over and over again, this is what this person says to me, laugh at them, and say, I'm going to now exactly give you the response that I know that is true. And when someone asks me, it's not going to deviate or change. Because if I don't, and I have these people try to trip me up, that's where you fail. Direct, honest answers. So your question is, oh my God, is my life ruined because Michael Jackson passed away? Are you seriously saying that Michael Jackson was such a narcissist and such a creep that he instilled in me that my life without him isn't worth living? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Ziegler? That my God, my life is so pathetic that as soon as Michael Jackson leaves the world, my whole world implodes because I can't live without him. Is that what you're saying?
How do you ignore that? That's not relevant to the allegation that somehow at the same time period Michael Jackson was sexually abusing Wade Robson? And oh, by the way, I think it goes even further because we have been told that when you are, and I understand this, I'm not objecting to this, but this is a big part.
Let me quickly say there's a show, I think it's called Plain Sight or In Plain Sight, I forget the exact full name. But what's happening is this guy was, he probably could have fooled Clayton Morris because at the very end, there was something about UFOs. But anyways, what he did was he ended up ingratiating himself to the mother, he ingratiated himself to the father, and then his real object of affection was the daughter. But guess what? He was having sex with the father and the mother. And then when the daughter was also getting abused, no one really was paying attention because the mother and the father are fighting for the man. So they're fighting with each other thinking, oh my word, there's sort of a three-way going here. I want to get the attention, I want to get the attention. But the attention wasn't really on those two, it was on the daughter. And then the daughter, he brought once, and they said, oh, they kind of believed him. He did it again, and then what he did is he took her in a van, and then he convinced her that guess what, there's a UFO invasion. He must have thrown pie plates up in the air like Billy Meyer did. My humble opinion, of course, and said, look, oh my God, there's a UFO invasion. Kept her in that van and abused her over and over and over again until finally, she got away. So you're talking about these type of stories like that's crazy talk? You have no fucking clue how grooming works. You have no fucking clue how abuse works. You have no fucking clue, period. And you are a victim shamer. I want people to understand that. I don't see people as victim shamers just because they go against a victim or they don't believe a victim. I call people victim shamers that go on, defend the abuser, and then don't know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to the accusers. They know all about the abuser. They know nothing about the accusers. And what they do know about the accusers is just things that are going to make their little happy dance in their head still go around. So let's go further because this is such a train wreck. I know I mentioned the train. Oh, it's the Ziegler. I know that's coming up.
Part of the narrative that when you are sexually abused as a young boy, it destroys you from a self-confidence perspective. It destroys you sexually. There's all sorts of damage. I have no problem believing any of that. Then how do you wash that with the fact that Wade Robson ended up cheating on Brandy Jackson with Britney Spears while she was dating Justin Timberlake? Yeah. How does that fit with the narrative of
how does that fit? How does the victim of child rape? I can't stop laughing. Oh my God, it's so fucking funny that somebody that might be raped as a child might actually have a girlfriend or a boyfriend. That's crazy. And how crazy is it that, that girlfriend, he might cheat on that girlfriend or boyfriend with somebody else that might be related to the abuser. That's crazy talk. I can't believe it. You are a moron. You should literally seriously be somewhere in some circus where someone throws peanuts at you because literally that's all you're worth. You could be like the town dunce and you can kind of do your little happy dance that you're doing there, playing with your hands. I think I'm going to do a bobblehead of this too. We all sit there going, I can't contain myself. Someone's actually paying attention to me. Please give me some rice pudding. This is the man you're dealing with, people. This is the people think, oh, they're so brilliant. These are the idiots we are working with. Now, I've been doing this live stream, 5, 6, 7, I don't even know any long. And I could go on and on and on, and I'm going to go on until I finish. Because I took the nice day off. I'm going to have a nice rest. I already had a nice rest before I even started this. So my energy's up, baby. My energy is strong and up. And I just had a beautiful, nice ice water with a little lemon in it. So I'm up for a while because I want to get all this information out. And then I have a couple of possible people that I can send this to. Maybe they'll make it go viral. because I think I've been providing some pretty damn good entertainment. I think my analogies are pretty damn spot on. I think when I call this person literally a sort of, happy Elmo doll, I'm pretty damn accurate. So let's go further. Oh my God, Mr. Ziegler, you're so happy. Oh my God, yo, my Lord, I guess I'm not gonna tell you. Wait till I tell you this. You know what? I heard about, Derek Fogel. He was raping these children. They say he was raping these children, but he can't. He's the subway guy. How can he rape children? He's the subway guy. This is the intellect we're dealing with, people.
What happens to a young boy when he's sexually molested by a man? I'm sorry, it doesn't. Especially when Wade Robson ends up as a pseudo-celebrity, as an adult, testifying at Michael Jackson's trial unambiguously that he was never abused by Jackson and that Jackson was the greatest thing that ever happened to him, something he reiterated many times publicly, including when Michael Jackson died. He wrote a chapter in a book that praised Michael Jackson up and down after Michael Jackson died. It all shifted when after Jackson died and his connection, this goes back to my theory to Brian Friedman, after Jackson dies, his connection to the estate is severed, and he doesn't realize that until he wants the job as the choreographer for this Michael Jackson Cirque du Soleil show, and he doesn't get the gig. And at that point, he realizes, oh crap, I have no connection to Michael Jackson anymore. The gravy train is over, and now, I'm left with nothing.
No, Mr. Ziegler, you're left with nothing, because usually when I say nothing, I mean what's between the ears there. But your sort of theory is so flawed because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Here's the real story. Again, I have to educate people, and I think if you look at Natalie Morris's face, even she is a little unnerved by this, saying, what the fuck did I get myself into? This man's giddily laughing to himself like he's, little happy cookies to clown there. Oh, this is so funny. What happened was Wade Robson got a really great job. He was going to be a director. First, he did the Cirque du Soleil, kind of signed up for that, but then, great job. He's going to be a director. You know what Michael Jackson told him he could see in the future? You're going to be a director. He told many of these children this because he usually gave them video cameras. Isn't that strange? A man that tells children that they're going to be a director gives them video cameras. What would they be directing? Because I heard a story. See, you guys don't know this. God, you're so out of the loop. I think you're, and I mean Fruit Loop. See, what happened was there was a story that Michael Jackson decided that he wanted to put on some sort of makeshift play. So what he did was he had two little boys. And I think it was a toddler, maybe too. And it was Michael Jackson's son, Prince, really young, and two other boys. And what they did is they filmed in a bedroom. And they had like lights like you would in Hollywood. And what it was this play that they went on. They went back and forth. And what the play was about was how, essentially they were talking about how, lots of swear words, even more than I'm using tonight, lots of curse words and all that sort of thing. And the other thing they ended up talking about was milk. And Michael Jackson says, do you want milk? And he goes, I don't want it from the bottle, I want it from the grizzle. And he said, no, do you want milk? I don't want it from the bottle, I want it from the grizzle. And kept on saying that. And then like the last thing they did supposedly is they got milk and they squeezed and kind of, that sort of thing happened. It was all sort of, play acting, but these are like 10, 11-year-olds. And that's what's happening with Michael Jackson. And I doubt that the people that left those children with Michael Jackson even have any idea that happened. So the people that went to Sun City, if you spent time with Michael Jackson in Sun City, and I think I want to say the 90s sometime, and you have two sons that spent time with Prince Jackson and Michael Jackson in Sun City, you might want to have a conversation, an honest conversation with, play this whole live stream for them. Maybe they'll get a little confidence if something did happen and say, you know what, I'm not playing this game anymore. But Mr. Ziegler, we can't let the happy clown here just sit there looking stupid. We got to make sure that he talks that way too. Let's go forward. Come on now.
For having me on. And disappointment. And that is part of how they justify this BS lawsuit, which it makes no sense legally and from a factual perspective is absurd. Wade Robson, I could talk for hours about what a fraud Wade Robson is. But here's all you need to
make sure that you include the fact that he dated Michael Jackson's
in chief of this outlet that put forward an article that Megyn Kelly embraced and others embraced that somehow revisits the trial and somehow it proves that Michael Jackson is guilty. And this woman who she used to follow me on X. I had numerous interactions with her about this article. She stopped following me, so I couldn't interact with her anymore. She seems to have like a basic block on just logical thinking. Like she's not even able to comprehend why it is that her argument is so incredibly weak. And I feel the same way about the male author of the original piece for the same outlet. These people are just not smart. They don't have the ability to think it through.
And so I don't follow this person, but it's in my For You feed, which tells me the algorithm is promoting this narrative. And I don't know why, because it's so illogical. And a logical look at these cases shows you how full of holes they are.
Yeah. Look, as someone who bought into the case against Michael Jackson early on, I get why people have suspicions. All right.
Follow this person, but it's in my For You feed, which
is that somehow.
And Michael's people are like, not a good time, dude. We're kind of on trial. It's a bad time. And he kept coming like, yes, I'm so sorry he's on trial for a sexual assault, but can I have my wedding there? Now, if you're trying to make the romantic commitment of your life, would you do it in a place that you had been sexually assaulted? Just that doesn't ring true to me. Second bit is that after Michael Jackson died, Wade Robson's mother called one of Michael's nephews and said, I would like custody of the Jackson children. I'm really worried about them. I think they should be with me. That's weird. That there was no indication that the kids were not okay with Catherine Jackson. She was like, I think that she was just continuously trying to insert herself into the Jackson narrative. What business does she have asking for custody of the 3 Jackson minor children? That's crazy bananas.
It is, and I think it.
But what you don't know, Natalie, because again, you probably didn't watch Leaving Neverland. It might have been because Michael Jackson wanted Wade to himself, and she actually talked to Joy Robson when Wade was 7 years old, and he said, "Can you leave Wade with me for a year, please? Can you leave Wade?" And she says, Absolutely not. I can't leave Wade with you for a year. He has things to do in Australia. And she goes, well, why not? He's my child. She goes, I might be able to share him. Maybe we can stop over for like a week or two. No, but can you, I can make him, get him ready to dance and all this bullshit. You don't see anything creepy about that. But children that Wade probably knew and that the Cassios probably knew, and maybe they were worried that something they need, because they know how isolated their life had been, that maybe they need some normalcy. And you're sitting there and you're saying, I just can't understand that. It's amazing how everything with Michael Jackson you can excuse, but this abnormal behavior you can't.
It goes to this narrative of the desperation in the Robson camp that they had hooked their trailer to Michael Jackson and realizing after he's dead, oh my gosh, this is all gone now. There is no connection to any of this. And it was already fading before that. So that's what happens when you are desperate. Crazy people do crazy things, and it's completely and totally inconsistent with an allegation of abuse. But the critics of Michael Jackson, they have this incredible block. And I honestly don't know, Natalie, is it because it's in their self-interest because of ratings and other elements that have broken the media? Or is it they're just this dumb? I don't know, because, for instance, you already referenced an article by the editor-in-chief of this outlet that put forward an article that Megyn Kelly embraced and others embraced, that somehow revisits the trial and somehow it proves that Michael Jackson is guilty. And this woman, who she used to follow me on X. I had numerous interactions with her about this article. She stopped following me, so I couldn't interact with her anymore. She seems to have like a basic block on just logical thinking. Like, she's not even able to comprehend why it is that her argument is so incredibly weak. And I feel the same way about the male author of the original piece for the same outlet. Like, these people are just not smart. They don't have the ability to think it through.
And so I don't follow this person, but it's in my For You feed, which tells me the algorithm is promoting this narrative. And I don't know why, because it's so illogical. And a logical look at these cases shows you how full of holes they are.
Yeah. Look.
Now, I spent, 6 hours showing everything that not only Natalie got wrong, not only the security or whatever the heck he was got wrong, not only Mr. Ziegler got wrong, all of them. But yet, for some reason, she can sit on her little perch and convince herself, because she got some really ugly big glasses, and she can, put her hands in there and say, oh my God, I can't believe it, that somehow she knows more than anyone else. And this other, how can they be so dumb? Mr. Ziegler, I challenged Natalie, and the problem with Natalie, she won't take the debate challenge. I will challenge you to a debate on X Spaces. We'll have to pick somebody that's a moderator we can both trust, and I will wipe the fucking floor with you. I will take whatever little hair you have on the top of your head, and I will use it literally as a Swiffer. And then when I'm done and you're giggling, I'll take that little giggle and I'll make sure we put a whole bunch of, lollipops and rainbows so you can giggle all the way home and maybe watch My Little Pony. Because that's the amount of literally how ignorant you are. You are an absolute victim shamer. Miss Natalie Moore, victim shamer. When you don't know, when you watch this, if they ever watch it, they probably won't. Because God forbid they take any fucking criticism. But if you ever watch it, you're going to see all the things you got wrong. Will you apologize for all the things you got wrong? Or are you going to sit there and keep on saying, I can't figure out why anyone thinks that Michael Jackson's guilty? Again, a grown man doesn't pick young children, specific children, over and over again, and then finds ways to isolate said child. And then somehow that child, you now don't have 1, you don't have 2, you don't have 4, you don't have 7, you don't have 9, you don't have 10, you have 11, and buckle up, because this might be a real big one coming your way. And you know what, Natalie? Let me tell you, my predictions usually have been pretty fucking spot on. I talked about the Casios a year and plus and a half ago. I talked about them. I talked about payouts, hidden payouts years ago. And we find out that the estate quietly pays off people, buys their life rights, and funnels them through LLCs. Hey, I guess if you're rich and you own an estate, you can do whatever. And all the other rich people say, yeah, that seems like logical to me. I got to make sure I pretend the Michael Jackson legacy. Let's go further.
As someone who bought into the case against Michael Jackson early on, I get why people have suspicions, all right? His weirdness made him incredibly vulnerable to these kinds of allegations. And as I always say to people now with regard to his weirdness, of course he was weird. He was one of the most famous, talented, and richest people on the planet, and he had no childhood. You put that combination together with anybody.
And I did a video on that. No, Michael Jackson had a childhood. He didn't have the child that he probably preferred, which was, if you look at him, there is a video that he sort of adored. I'm trying to remember it. And his son, he dressed his son just like this character. It was from a movie. It's like a foreign movie. I will see if I can put that back in my memory. But when you look at the movie, and it was kind of a real creepy movie, and then you look at Prince Jackson, how he dyed his hair and put him almost in a very similar outfit. you might get a better idea. But you saying, well, I can see. No, you can't see. Because you're just seeing it from Michael Jackson's side. He's eccentric. He's a brilliant artist. He's a millionaire. That's what they said about Epstein. That's what they said about Epstein. He's a genius. He's this, he's that. Guess what? He was also a rapist. I know that's hard to believe. Roman Polanski, probably one of the best directors people can think of, that and Woody Allen. But what, their crimes don't matter? Because they put good art? You know, one of the artists, if you want to look into, is a guy named Victor Salver and Francis Ford Coppola. You know, I'm going to give you a scoop there, Mr. Ziegler. Hey, get your little hat on, Mr. Ziegler. I'm going to give you a scoop. This is somebody called Victor Salver. You've probably heard of him before. He directed a movie, and I talked about this earlier, but it needs to be repeated. Did a movie called he did a movie called Clown House. And what happened was Victor Salver was discovered by Francis Ford Coppola. And Francis Ford Coppola discovered him through a contest. And what he decided was, he took Mr. Victor Salver, had him do like another small movie, and then he did a big movie, Clown House. But problem was the lead actor, which came from the movie that he won the prize on, knew Victor Salver for years, and he was almost like a babysitter. And I think he knew him since 7. But that poor child was being raped at 7. And then what happened is Victor Salver, on set, in Francis Ford Coppola's house, with cameras running that were from American Graffiti, what they did is that all the staff, because they weren't like you, they actually noticed things. They thought things were really, really off. So, when they saw like this man cuddling and holding, kind of like Michael Jackson did 24/7, they alerted people. And then finally, the whole thing bust open. Guess what? Victor Salver was raping 6'7". He took pictures of him, and he was raping them on set using the cameras that actually was from American Graffiti. That's a crazy story about who could believe that. But you know what's even worse? It was, we're talking about victim shaming, because I think you really fit that category. Perfect. That perfect little, my humble opinion, of course. But hey, I'm a victim, so I kind of understand these sort of things. So let me tell you, Mr. Ziegler. What he did was, Francis Ford Coppola, instead of literally walking Victor Salver to the police, Victor Salver went to jail, and he promised him, hey, look, when you get out, we'll talk. And then the child that was raped, where we had videotape of him, and there was another child actor that Victor Salver had pictures of, guess what he did for him? Kind of like you guys are doing. What he did was he said, you know what? The film is almost complete, and you're going to have to do overdubs because the cameras are so old, so you're going to have to come back to work. I know it's hard for you, but guess what? You're going to, like you said, why would I go do a wedding at Neverland? This is kind of the same thing, but actually I'm accurate, you're not. So what happened was, he actually made him go back, do overdubs. So he literally had to go back to where he was raped. And if he didn't do it, he was going to get sued, him and his mother. And the kicker is, you're going to like this, Mr. Ziegler, because you think all celebrities and rich people are so great. What happened was that after Nathan Forrest Winters did that, because he actually did, he did the overdubs, they hired a lawyer. And then they were hoping that maybe they got some mental help and things like that, but they also need money to live off of, and they, because who knows what would happen to a child that was raped continually and had it on film, and God knows what happened to that film. But the reality is that Francis Ford Coppola, instead of saying, you know what, pulling him aside and say, listen, whatever your needs are, whatever you go through, you will have, whatever sort of mental, psychiatric help for life, and then whatever you need, I'm going to give you, I think, it was probably like late 80s, 90s, mid 80s. So I'm going to give you like $2 million so you can start a life. And maybe you can, because you want to be an actor, I'm going to give you some people you can talk to, maybe you can sort of network with. No, he didn't do that, Mr. Ziegler. What he did was, he told him that, guess what? Behind his back, kind of like Michael Jackson. Gee, that's really strange. Behind his back, the 2 lawyers, one for Nathan Forrest Winters and one for Francis Ford Coppola, they kind of worked together, and they gave him the bare minimum. I think it might have been $100,000 if it was even that. And then all the lawyers' fees and all the crap that came out of it, I think it was $25,000 for being raped on film at Francis Ford Coppola's house with the cameras that he used for American Graffiti. He now has to remember that for the rest of his life. And you know what the other kicker was? They banned him from the premiere. So the child that was raped on the set of Funhouse, That child, guess what? The one thing that maybe he could tell his school friends, hey, look, I'm going to be in a big movie. Because you're not going to tell your friends that you were raped by the director. You're just going to say, I was in a big movie, and hope they can keep it quiet and the victim's name doesn't come out. What they said is, no, you can't come to the premiere. You're barred from the premiere. So they got the $25K or whatever is the little pittance, and then to add salt to the wounds like you guys are doing. Throw that salt on that wound, Mr. Ziegler. What he did was when Mr. Victor Salva came out, Francis Ford Coppola was there, and he made sure that he helped him get his next job. His next job was a movie called Powder. He helped him out with that. And more so, I'm assuming references or whatever. And then there was the one thing Nathan Forrest did is he actually protested because nobody knew. And he said, I don't care. I don't want to stop this movie. I just want to make sure there's nobody under the age of 18 on that set. That was all he cared about. He didn't want money, didn't want to film, kind of like what I'm doing here. All he wanted is to make sure the children on that set were protected. And then when, you know what, Francis Ford Coppola, he was interviewed about this. And he said, yeah, I heard about, but you got to realize there wasn't really a huge age difference. I think Victor was 28 and he was like 12. And then you find out Victor was in his 30s and it started when Nathan Forrest Winters was 7. And that's that famous director, kind of like Michael Jackson, that massive star, the one everyone reveres and loves. That's what his story was. Hey, Natalie, here's a suggestion. Why don't you invite Nathan Forrest Winters on your show? And then you can apologize for the victim shaming that you did on this show. Because I can guarantee you Nathan Forrest Winters backs the victims of Michael Jackson. Because their stories are so effing similar. But let's go on with Mr. Ziegler. He is just a wealth of knowledge.
They're going to be weird, all right? Weird does not make you a criminal child sex abuser.
I haven't stressed about breakfast in months, and it's because of this. I put Paleo Valley's bone broth protein into my coffee every morning, and it tastes just like a mocha. I know that sounds like a stretch, but it genuinely does, and I'm full until lunch every single time. I used to skip breakfast constantly because nothing felt quick enough or fulfilling.
And I just must interject because I too was raised a Jehovah's Witness, like Michael Jackson. It's very hard to know how to be in the world when you are no longer a Jehovah's Witness. You don't know how to fit into certain, I still am figuring out how to celebrate Christmas. It's not, so I just want to give him that little benefit of the doubt because it's really tough to reintegrate.
I think that, the biggest mistake.
You know what, Natalie? I'm a Catholic, but guess what? I know there were a lot of Catholic priests that raped a lot of children. And I got covered up for years. But you know what? I can say that. I don't say, you know what? That guy is a Catholic, so I can kind of relate to him. So, it's hard for a Catholic, to eat fish on Friday. So maybe I can give him a pass. No, I don't do that. I say, look, yeah, we're the same religion. Who gives a fucking shit? Don't take little children into bedrooms and share beds. That's not a hard rule. That's not really that difficult. Especially when you get caught in 1993. And this abuse probably started in 1979, even all the way back with Tatum O'Neal in 1976. But you guys keep on fighting the good fight.
In all of this. This really goes back to the original settlement that Michael Jackson made with the first accuser and how that, I was one of those that, I think understandably, misinterpreted that. When the average person thinks, my God, they spent, and there's been differing reports on how much, but up to $20 million you pay off an accuser. To the average person, they go, how in the world could that possibly be consistent with innocence? I get that. But when you understand the context of what was happening at the time, how much money Michael Jackson had, how much damage could have been done to his brand had that come out at that time, and they thought stupidly that they could keep this under wraps by paying this off. That was the biggest mistake in all of it because it ended up harming them in every direction possible. But you can actually understand why it made sense financially to make this go away. There was never any admission of wrongdoing. By the way, there was never a criminal charge related directly to that. That case never became part of the criminal trial directly. There was never a civil trial involving that. So
There was never a civil trial because Michael Jackson paid off and he didn't want to do a deposition. And the day before the deposition, Mr. Ziegler, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about at this point, I feel like I'm talking to a lobotomy patient that's happy on, like, I don't know, Skittles or something. You know, what happened, Mr. Ziegler, was there wasn't a civil trial because he settled. And the other thing you don't seem to understand, Mr. Ziegler, is if you actually listen to the lawyers in that case, if you actually listen to Carl Douglas, who was there, Natalie wasn't, you weren't, but he was there. You know what he said? He said the 600-pound gorilla in the mediation room were the pictures and the description. And we knew at that particular point in time that we needed to settle and silence the accuser to obviate a criminal hearing. That's his words. I didn't work for Michael Jackson did, but Carl Douglas did. And Carl Douglas also, this might offend Natalie, because I know her and her husband are just, so big on Trump. Well, at one point they were. Who knows what they are now? And they're probably, big on, I don't know, Barney for president, crackhead Barney. So let me finish this. So what happened is, Mr. Ziegler, is that they had to settle. And they had to do it pretty quickly because once that deposition came out, he was going to have to be deposed. And Natalie, here's something you might want to look at. Look at Michael Jackson's deposition when he was being interviewed by the Daily Mail. I'm giving you another tip, Natalie. And I wonder if I'm the one that shows up in your feed all the time. You know why? Because I'm probably the only one standing up for the victims. While you sit there and you and your little giggly friend here, who looks like possibly he's a Girl Scout, sits there and you call victims liars just because you think you actually are a little more intelligent than the average person. But let me tell you something, when it comes to these allegations, Natalie, you literally, you're not even preschool at this point. Because I can see when people develop and they get to know more and more and more, whether it's one side or the other, you're not even in preschool. So you're talking to somebody at this point, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I know my shit. You're talking to someone who has a PhD in these accusations, and literally you're learning how to color a UFO so you can show Clayton, he can clap his hands like, oh, it's so exciting. So literally that's what you are. But let me go further because Mr. Ziegler even embarrasses himself more. I must have stopped this 50 times so far, I think.
So I understand why at first glance you go, oh my gosh, this looks really bad. But when you think about it logically and you get into the details and you think it all the way through, I am exceedingly confident that Michael Jackson was never a child sex abuser. And it's really not that close.
Yes. And yet the media continues to give credence to Diane Diamond, whose main source was Victor Gutierrez. These are incredibly compromised people in terms of their credibility. And
Diane, you're comparing yourself to Diane Diamond. Oh, I can't wait to reach out to Diane Diamond. I literally destroyed you. You can go back and watch the whole thing piece by piece by piece. You're comparing yourself to Diane Diamond? Are you nuts? Literally, are you on Cocoa Puffs? You actually think you hold a candle to Diane Diamond at all? You wouldn't even be able, I don't think you could even, talk to Diane Diamond and have literally a conversation that she would even understand. You're unreal. And now you're going to say Victor Gutierrez. I never used Victor Gutierrez. I don't like Victor Gutierrez because I think he believes what Michael Jackson believed. That children, and you're talking about, children can fall in love and all that. That was his big deal. But you know why I think he did it? Because Victor Gutierrez thought, hey, it's going to be sensational. And then if he was in NAMBLA, he could show, hey guys, the NAMBLA guys, look, we're winning. Michael Jackson's one of us. That's why that's why I will not use his work. He can take it and use it for toilet paper. But you know who does use his work? You guys. Jordan Chandler was circumcised, and I saw the picture. That comes from Victor Gutierrez. So when you hear that, that's who started that whole thing going. The Smoking Gun picked it up and now has since dropped it. But the Smoking Gun said a whole lot of worse things about Michael Jackson. And so is Frank Castillo, but you don't know yet. Everyone thinks it's just one-on-one. Everyone thinks, well, gee, Brandy Jackson, they're dating Brandy Jackson. And, you know, he likes to keep, and I think what Wade was trying to get across is he likes to have his rape relationship separate. Because Michael Jackson I talked to somebody that knows pretty much in the know that Michael Jackson did have some relationship with women. I don't know how old they were, but he did. But they were very awkward. Very awkward. But the relationships we had with children, they were separate, and they were separate relationships because each child gave him something different. You don't understand that because you don't understand CSA. You don't understand how these predators work. You just enable them. Oh, my humble opinion, of course. When you don't know your shit and you talk lie after falsehood, after bad fact, after factoid, after what's on the back of, I don't know, a Sunny Burst bottle. I mean, literally, I got a fortune cookie and it says Michael Jackson's innocent. Oh, look, it's true. When you start doing that type of god-awful effing research, and then when someone that actually has knowledge of this, and I think I might be the one showing up in your post, by the way, how dare he support victims of child rape? What I'm saying is I want to challenge your dumb ass with those big glasses, Daria, and we can go head for head. But here's the deal. It's a 48-hour offer because you should already know everything to stomp me. You can even bring this little Pop-Tart over here, Mr. Ziegler. You can bring him as well. And even invite Andy Signor. He's another real piece of work. You three and your little husband, he can, I don't know, sit on one of those bouncy things and kind of look up at the sky. You can invite him too. But let me tell you something. You will have your ass whipped. You think Mesereau's good? You think Mr. Mesereau's good? He's nothing like he was 20 years ago. Let me tell you that. You best believe. Take Mesereau, times him by 100. 100! That's where I'm at, because you know what? I just don't look at one case. He was asked today about the Chandler case. I have nothing to say about the Chandler case. I'm not covering, because you know how damning the Chandler case was. He was asked about the settlement. And this genius is over here. Well, let me tell you, $20 million is a lot of money. You don't know rich people, do you? Rich people in cases will drive around literally a street block for about, 20 times till they find a parking spot, because they don't want to spend that extra $10. That's how they get rich, by the way. $20 million is a whole lot of money, and you think it's not that much because you don't have $20 million. But when you're rich and you have money, guess what? You know that $20 million is a whole lot of fucking money. And when you have to make excuses about insurance companies, and you have to make this sort of circus that you're putting on, that all these men are lying and all that crap. And when the Michael Jackson estate is so confident that the Cassios, their stories are so compelling. You gotta realize Frank Cassio is in the know. He knows Neverland. He knows all the little hiding spots and the little places where things may be. Michael Jackson had a huge, huge, huge storage facility. I want to say it was like a plane hangar long. My advice is to them is quickly get a search warrant. Whatever you have to do, go into that place. You hire 100 people. You have to have the accusers, have their family members. Whatever you got to do, get into where that place is, and you search it with a fine-tooth comb. And if the movie says Disney, pull it right out. See if that little clip that used to be in the VH test is cracked. Check it. Absolutely 100% check it. Do not let any piece of information get lost, because that's what they want. That literally, his storage is so massive that if he was going to hide child pornography, pictures, all these sort of things, the love letters have come out, by the way. But if he was going to hide that stuff, that's where I would look. And I would hire a huge crew. And I would get volunteers to go down and look for every single thing where you know Michael Jackson would put it. Every single little possible thing. And I'm telling you, Mr. Ziegler, your little smirk that you have on that face and the little flower that looks like it's coming out of your ear, you look like a little geisha doll, that's going to be really gone real quick. Real quick. If you know where my anger is, I understand where they're coming from. You don't. All you understand is you're getting a little bit of attention. The teacher has given you a lollipop and put a star on your forehead.
And in fact, didn't Michael Jackson win a judgment against them, right?
Yes.
If I'm remembering correctly,
Yes.
Can you please tell that story? Because you would know it better than me.
I'm a little hazy on the details, but I believe it was a couple $1 million where Diane Diamond was connected to Gutierrez, and yes, they were forced to pay. I don't know if it was a settlement or judgment or whatever it was, but that to me was the key moment in this trailer for this Netflix not documentary series or whatever you want to call it. When Diane Diamond is the star of the trailer, that's a massive.
Can we just
problem.
say who she was? She was a hard copy journalist who has relied on incredibly thin sources.
Oh,
just
beyond thin.
You are talking about thin sources. You literally, Daria, and I don't know, Barney Fife from the old Andy Griffith show. You two geniuses. It's very thin sources. You have no fucking clue because you don't know how tabloid journalism worked back then. See, back then, unlike your little podcast, your fun time sort of podcast where you wear the B shirt and you put a little hat in your head and you think that, oh, now it's playtime. What happens is back then you had to cross your I's and dot your T's because if you didn't, you were going to get sued. And if you were going to report on something, you better damn well get your facts straight because if your face is on that report and they get sued, you're not long going to have a job. That's how those media outlets work. And I would put those media outlets to a lot of media outlets like your little 2.8 million viewers and 35,000 views. That doesn't add up to me. Maybe I'm wacky. Maybe I'm wacko jacko. It doesn't make sense to me, Natalie, but you know what? I would put her journalism skills up to your little, seriously, your little preschool act any day of the week. She would make you look like a total retard. And as for this man here, Mr. Ziegler, are you comparing yourself to Diane Diamond? In any way, shape, or form? Do you really think the estate gives two shits about you? Do you think they care about you in any way, shape, or form? You're nothing but a tool, Mr. Ziegler. You better get that real quick. Because right now they have some really big trials coming up. And with the Casio thing going on, it's really going to be a tough one. So they're going to look, oh, we got Mr. Ziegler. Oh, he's Mr. You know what his name is? Which is probably the most ironic and probably the thing that's probably the biggest fraud. His sort of signing name is Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud. Mr. Freud, who was probably one of the pioneering psychiatrists in the world. This man named him after himself. Sigmund Freud. No, it's Sigmund Fraud. Let's say it again, everybody. Come on, Natalie, you can have a little tambourine. We have a little song going. Sigmund Fraud. Say it again. Sigmund Fraud, in my humble opinion, of course. And when I say fraud, all I'm talking about is your piss poor research and the fact that essentially every point you made so far, I have literally gave you the correct information, not your little happy-go-lucky. Now, here's what I think Mr. Ziegman Fraud is probably going to say, because everyone gets this wrong. He wrote a book and he got sued on the book and those two probably were working together and da-da-da-da-da. Let's see. I haven't seen this video. I don't like Ziegman Fraud because I don't like looking at people that look like Grady from Sanford and Son. Obviously, the Caucasian version of Grady from Sanford and Son. All we need is a paper bag and something else.
And she has an agenda in this case. I have dealt with her in other situations, and I found her to be frankly insane. And I don't say that lightly. I think she is an insane person. She clearly is crazed on this case. She has no credibility on this case. She has been duped. I mean duped by people who are frauds on this case. And for her to be put forward as effectively a star in this documentary, immediately I'm like, okay.
Well, Mr. Ziegler, let's do a debate challenge. I haven't taken a penny for my advocacy. I don't take a penny for my research. And I'm not just research this guy. I talked about Victor Salver. I can go into Ian Watkins. I can go into what happened with the Chili Peppers. I can go in with what happened with the Boy Scout case that I posted. A very interesting case about a Boy Scout that was convinced to kill his whole family because he kind of like Michael Jackson, he was told to sort of thing. I can go into a lot of those cases and not even blink an eye. Unlike you, with your little smirk, and you looks like your little, again, all you need is a hat with a little, pinwheel on it. And maybe a bowl of Life cereal and a big spoon. That would picture perfect. Picture that man with a beanie hat. Literally, a big bowl of cereal, a big spoon, and a little thing of Life cereal. He literally looks like that. He looks like he could probably be, you ever see those adult babies? Again, this is my visuals and my personal opinion, my free speech. He looks like an adult baby. He really does. Did someone change his diaper? I think it might have got wet. And hopefully it also didn't get intoxicated. But I'm just joking. Just a little yuck. Just a little funny so you can carry you through this very, very long stream. Because I have so much bullshit I have to sort of break down into simpleton speech. Okay, Natalie, here's what happens when a victim discloses. Okay, Mr. Ziegler, here's what's happened. All we need is Barney in the background dancing around. With Natalie, they're dancing with him. Then we can get the Blues Clues guys, and they can say, we're all happy because we got an opinion and we think we're right. Seriously, children, babies, adult babies, put a pacifier in this man's mouth, stick him in a big baby crib, and probably he wouldn't even know how to figure out how to take a crap. Do I do it in this big white thing that's attached to me, or do I, let's go further.
This has no credibility whatsoever. And so I don't understand how someone like that can continue to maintain some semblance of credibility in the news media, except for the fact that people don't remember the details.
Mr. Ziegler, I will make sure that Diane Diamond gets this whole live stream with your cute little comments and your little quips. I'm going to make sure it gets delivered in a bow, like the little flower you have that looks like that's coming out of your head. I'm going to make sure it gets delivered in a bow so she and any real journalist can look at you and have a laugh and say, oh my God, this man's calling me a fraud. He's calling me someone he is not a journalist. She knows more about that case than you probably know, what your alcohol level is right now. Trust me. Your IQ is probably close. But I don't have just an opinion. I'm just looking at his expressions and his weird affects and mannerisms. So, to me, he looks really, really happy. I watch a lot of those like police shows where they stop people and they're like, can you walk a straight line? And they don't even know what a line is. So let's go further. This is so much better than Pearl.
They forget this stuff. And the fact that we can go back now, 21 years later and pretend that the case didn't really fall apart at trial is ridiculous. I mean, the facts are the facts. The reality is the reality. If you understand the context, it was a miracle that Michael Jackson was acquitted on all charges. And it was because the jury believed him effectively innocent, not just we couldn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Quick question. Do you know who Paul Rodriguez is? Do you have any idea? Come on. Snappy. If you're watching this, snap. Quick. He was the foreman of the jury. So that man believed, and Diane Diamond also knows this because we actually know our shit. The man wanted the smoking gun. He wanted, kind of what you want, but actually a gun, a smoking gun sort of thing. And then he wanted a video or DNA evidence. He wanted something or, a big, I guess a big neon sign, something like that. But when he was done with the trial, they asked him, so what do you really think? He goes, you know what? Michael Jackson probably molested children in the past. And he probably molested this child too. But you know what? We were given strict instructions, and it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And then further, when you looked into it, because they talked to the other jurors, his main thing was he wanted a smoking gun. So this is what everyone wants. It doesn't exist unless it's not on video. It's not, it doesn't sit well in the ether unless it's on video, and I better have my audio. Some people like, now I want my pop-up book that shows me piece by piece. I can't stand this person. And I can't stand this person because you have children. And I can guarantee you if it was your child, and you couldn't help that child, and that child was getting called all the names you're calling these men and women, you would want somebody advocating for them. And let me tell you something, Natalie. As much as I think that you probably belong on the new cast of Sesame Street, I'm going to tell you this much. That if they need advocacy, and I believe what happened to them is real, and it's difficult, and it's disgusting, and it's nasty, I would make sure they got the best advocacy possible to make sure that people were hearing them and not calling them liars. But unfortunately, that's all you care about is your little circle. Everybody else around it doesn't matter. Your show's doing, I guess when this post, and I'm going to try to get people that actually have really big audiences to post this. I want this to everyone to see this, because I want people to understand what CSA survivors have to go through, what child abuse victims have to go, because they think it's just Michael Jackson. Do you have any fucking idea what people go through? Well, again, I keep on saying this because I have to bring this up. When you tell somebody that doesn't want to believe you, and that's usually most people, literally, you will have to go through this, but it's in a smaller scale. So now you're asking these men who are going through what I went through 1,000, 1,000,000 times over to now have to put up with your garbage research. That's what you're wanting, and somehow you're a big podcaster. You're frauds. You're grifters. You're lightweights. You are literally, you are what I would call, what's the word I should use for this? Not juvenile, but simple. Just remedial is the word I'm looking at. But keep on bringing people that are going to confirm your bias, Natalie. I look at all the information. And there's some information I'm going to tell you that I have to take a second glance at. But you know what? The amount of information that is on our side makes your side look like you literally, especially when Mesereau gets in that courtroom, you're going to wonder what the heck happened to Mr. Little Lord Fauntleroy, the Golden Girl left back. Platypus wearing a wig.
Right. And so something I saw Tom Mesereau give interviews recently, and he talked about, I thought this was fascinating, that he had an expert tell him, don't put women on your jury. Try to object to women being on the jury. And he said, no, my gut tells me to actually put women on the jury, because men will see this and be like, what are you doing hanging out with kids? That's weird. And it will trigger their evaluation of their own masculinity. I don't want to call it homophobia, but they would just be so uncomfortable with it. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Follow that trail.
This is a subject that I've actually become incredibly familiar with on other cases. And I think Tom Mesereau, who I've already said I consider to be a friend, I've had done several interviews with him. We've worked together on a couple different situations. I have enormous respect for Tom Mesereau. And Tom Mesereau is exactly right on this, because men lose their damn minds on this subject because of the idea of male on boy sex is just so understandably literally mind blowing. They lose their ability to.
So men don't care about men on girl sex? You're saying I'm a man. If a little girl was being raped, I would care just as much as if it was a little boy. And what you don't understand is female accusers. And what you also don't understand is his history, which I went over thoroughly. Tatum O'Neal, Brooke Shields, the girl that was supposedly on the Moonwalker set, that's Jane Doe, that hung around with Michael Jackson for years, I think. And she has checks and she has notes. Michael saying how crazy I am about you to a 12-year-old girl. And with Tatum O'Neal, when he was 17, he was talking nothing but sex to Tatum O'Neal. That's in her book, and that's in Michael's own words, how he described the incident. 17-year-old, you're looking to college, you're looking to, back then especially, it was literally Maxim type girls you were looking at, because that's what the trend was, big hair and all that sort of stuff. The opposite of Natalie, but oh well, what can you do? So what I'm saying is that in that situation, when he was in that position, he decided to go backwards. So at 17, if you see a 12-year-old that might, get a little puppy love crush on them, and you say, okay, yeah, that's cute, yeah, go find your big brother or something. I'm doing something else here. The other really impressive thing is that Danny Bonaducci talked about Michael Jackson. See, I can go on for this with no script. I have zero in front of me, Natalie. I'm not looking at notes or teleprompter or I don't know, whatever you're looking at. I'm actually using my information that I've studied. So what happens is that when he was doing with Tatum O'Neal, he basically made her into the victim. He described, she invited me over, she decided me to go to the bedroom, she had me lying in her bed, she started unbuttoning her shirt. The only problem with Martin Bashir is he didn't follow up. Who? Or Tatum O'Neal. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, she was the big actress. Everyone thinks of her now. No. That was Tatum O'Neal right during the Bad News Bears day. You remember that movie? Bad News Bears. I know it's a big 3 words, but I think you might know it. She was in that movie, and that's exactly what she looked like when Michael Jackson first started dating her when she was 17. It went on until he was 18 and she was 13. But you tell me what 17 or 18-year-old that is actually in their proper development stage wants to be anywhere near a 12-year-old. And if you think that's where it stopped, you are out of your effing mind. It went on 78, Leif Garrett, his story merges with the 79 story. Leif Garrett, oh, Michael Jackson, we were doing some sort of fundraiser thing, and he asked me if I can teach him how to jerk off. This is a grown, he's older, 19, Leif Garrett is 17. But Leif Garrett at that point probably looked, 14. But Michael Jackson wanted that. Like somehow, oh yeah, I'm going to be into that. Yeah. The magazines, he said, are upstairs, go for it. But then what happens the next year? He meets another guy from England, from jolly old England. And what he does, this guy, all he did was celebrity interviews, and he saw him, he said, yeah, you can tape me. And then he started calling him all the time. In some cases, collect. His family couldn't afford it, but he did. And then at one point, there was a conversation, and it kind of got a little awkward, and they was talking about whatever they were talking about. I don't know, Willy Wonka, whatever it was back then. So they started talking, and then Michael said, oh, guess what? Do you know what cream is? He's like, what? Do you know what cream is? He says, I don't know. He goes, well, do you know what masturbation is? I don't know. He goes, well, guess what? I'm doing it right now. So compare what happened to Leif Garrett in 78, then compare what happened to Terry George in 79. And you know what? I will put Leif Garrett up to any. And people, well, he was this or he was that. You know what he is? He's a survivor. He's a survivor. And I don't mean CSA survivor. He's someone that went through a whole lot of crap. And this is what we have to do. You know what happens is everyone wants perfect witnesses, perfect victims. They want all this. But the people that really know what's going on are the people that live through it and the people that have to go through bumps and bumps. So I would take Leif Garrett's word over any of your words. So 79, and then you had Jonathan Spence, and then after that there was that picture of with Michael Jackson where he had a Polaroid pic of a boy cusping his genitals. Oh, that Michael Jackson. Oh, that kooky Michael Jackson. And then you go into the mid-'80s where he's Jane Doe, love letters and checks. I think it was 3 or 4. What was really strange is the biggest check came after the first settlement. It was up $500,000. He sent her like total a little over $900,000. If you look at the notes though, I love you so much. I'm falling for you. I'm crazy for you. Natalie, if some, 35-year-old man was writing love letters to say your daughter like that, would you be like, come on, please? The man, the man could do the moonwalk. However, could you think that man might be doing something inappropriate? I think you would probably have the police on speed dial, and I think you would probably have social service or whatever sort of thing that deals with that bullshit. And you would want to make sure he's hunted down, and you want to make sure that you're there while they lock the door and lock the gate, and you want to be able to take the key and lock it. And then when it gets to trial, you would want to be there with your daughter, and you would want to see him squirm like the little pathetic pig, if he was raping the little girls or boys, is. But unfortunately, with this one, you just can't get over it. I can't get over this. Michael Jackson raping children? That's crazy talk. Look at this man and you tell me what's crazy talk. And if you guys compare yourselves to the people who researched this, I have just shown in this live stream, no script, no papers, I got nothing in front of me. And no Venmo, no Cash App, no buy gold, don't buy beer hoodies, no get some, Kimchi One, all these places that somehow seem to keep on thinking that this is a great podcast to sort of post. You know how many CSA survivors are in this country, Natalie? Both grown women, grown men. You know how many had to hear this shit from people like you that probably wouldn't know really what a stop sign is? Doesn't probably, does that say top? Or does that say S-top or POTS? I can't figure it out. That's what we have to deal with. We have to deal with sort of candy asses that don't know what the hell they're talking about on a daily basis. And we have to explain it over and over and over again. And then we have to have people like this little Looney Tune here, humble opinion, of course, call us liars and dumb and stupid and money hungry and you name it, they'll say it. Here's a challenge for you. Here's a choice. Look at my video. Look at all the information I've given you. Dissect it, vivisect it, put it in a blender. I don't care what you do with it. Cut it into 100 pieces and throw it up in the air and see if you can make a puzzle out of it. But I will tell you, that crazy puzzle that I'm putting together to you, that's probably, I don't know, a 10,000 piece puzzle. This man here, Mr. Ron Ziegler, if you gave him literally a Rubik's Cube that was pretty much finished except for one block, and you had to make just one turn, he would probably steal literally take the stickers off the block just so he can say, look how smart I am. I'm really good, aren't I? When you try to put round holes in a square peg, and then you try to put a square peg in a round hole, and then when you realize, wait a second, one hole is in my head and the other's in John Ziegler's, you might figure it out. So let's go a little bit further. We're almost done here, guys. Oh, this has been a wonderful night. You know what I liked about tonight? I had a lot of energy, a lot of sleep, and I just had a lot of really just good anger. Good old-fashioned, I'm so tired of people victim shaming. So people say, well, you don't understand. Why do you have to do with it? Because his story, Wade Robson's story, resonated with me. And when I decided to take on this fight, way back when the day, I said, I'm going to follow it through. We're almost there at the finish line. And I'm not going to have Looney Tunes here. You know, people that probably think that Porky Pig is real. These people sit there and shame victims. Your time's up. Remember that saying, time's up? I want this 10, whatever it was, live stream. I'm going to share it to all the people that, you know, have done videos on victims and shaming. I'm going to share it all with them. And I want everyone to see it word for word. Because you know what, the words I say, I might sit there and do some parody and I might make fun. I might all that sort of parody and all that sort of, like I said, yucks. But my facts, challenge them. Literally go back to it, Mr. Ziegler, and challenge it. You'll fail because you don't even know how to literally, like I said, put together a, I don't know, McDonald's puzzle and a Happy Meal.
To think logically, they become emotional, which is not normal for most men. And they also, in this day and age, they want a virtue signal, right? I mean, there's a lot of virtue signaling around this issue of child sex abuse because no one wants to be seen as being in favor of child sex abuse. Obviously, it's absurd. But I get accused of that all the time. But that's the way.
Well, Natalie accused the victims of kind of being in favor of it. You know, their descriptions are going to, their words are really bad, and it's going to, you know, spark pedophilia. There's going to be mad swarms of pedophilia. People are going to be saying, oh, wow, look at Wade Robson and James Safechuck. And look at these other accusers saying that they felt in some ways, they felt they loved their abuser because they didn't know what to think, that he really cared about this person who was a megastar. And then they described their victimization, not in the correct words that Natalie likes. So guess what? You know what's bad? Those awful words from the victims, not from Michael Jackson, not from doo-doo head and applehead. Look up the slang, Mr. Ziegler, what an applehead is. Look it up. Slang. I had to go really deep, and I had to go to places where I didn't want to look, you know, gay slang words and these sort of just disgusting type things. But it means penis. That's what applehead means. Because if you look at the outside of a penis, believe it or not, upside down, and then you turn it right side up, that's what an apple looks like. So that a lot of times people will use that. Now think of applehead and then doo-doo head. What do you think might go on the tip of that apple? If it's what I'm thinking. That's pretty logical, don't you think? Don't you think that's pretty logical? That sometimes these predators are right in front of your fucking face, but you're so busy worrying about your own little sort of, you know, righteous sort of bullshit that you can't actually do what you're supposed to do. Again, take Tom Mesereau, times him by 100. Tom Mesereau's not the Tom Mesereau he was 20 years ago. Tom Mesereau puts on a good act. I saw him today on Piers Morgan. I was shocked. I looked at that man and I said, oh my God. It's literally B. Arthur all over again. But the problem is, it's the last season of the Golden Girls. Will she make it? That or Joe Biden in a wig. I couldn't tell.
The public reacts to this now. If you were defending someone who's accused, somehow you're an enabler of child sex abuse. No man wants to do that. Women, I've always felt that, to be more specific, I think that middle-aged women who are maybe more conservative-minded and who have had teenage boys themselves are by far the best jury for this kind of situation.
Because teenage boys are really sexually active, and sometimes teenage boys, their hormones are going crazy. So you know what? It's their fault, because guess what? Their hormones are going crazy and kooky, and I know how that works. And that's what you're sounding like. It's called victim shaming. What you do is you turn it around. Misero is going to do that, but trust me, he has no idea what he's facing. Kind of like you and your painting behind you. It's crooked. It's really crooked, and it's annoying because it's a nice little tree scene. Did you get your watercolors out for that? Because it really looks, and I can see the numbers, I think, but I'm not quite sure. So, Mr. Ziegler, so yeah, I want to hear this point. This is going to be a doozy.
Because they understand reality, and they understand the nature of teenage boys, and sometimes the absurdity of some of these allegations. And I think they also understand that teenage boys are pretty unique in a way that men may not fully understand. So I completely agree with that assessment that if I was picking a jury in a case like this, it would absolutely be middle-aged women who have had teenage sons.
What an insult. Now, I'm going to make sure this clip goes viral. You're saying that middle-aged women with teenage sons understand how kooky behavior can be and understand what a pedophile, how they would think? And because their hormones are going crazy, that somehow they understand it and maybe invite it? Is that what you're saying? Is that literally what the hole that's kind of seeping out of your head there? Is that what it's thinking, Mr. Ziegler? Are you absolutely out of your fucking tree? Again, don't blame the perpetrator. No. Don't blame Mr. Epstein. Don't blame Mr. Salva. Don't blame Mr. Woody Allen. Don't blame, Polanski. Don't blame the subway guy. Don't blame one of the worst in history, Ian Watkins. Blame the victim. Because it's always the victim that, those crazy teenagers, they probably got Michael Jackson, and they said, why don't we have a circle jerk? And you might hear some more stories about that, by the way. So you think it's just one. A lot of times I thought it was a lot of one-on-one. You might want to buckle up. Because most of my predictions have been right. Almost all of them, actually. I talked about Casio's a year and a half ago. Let me go down the list here. I talked about private payments over a year ago. I talked about Paris Jackson and some of the Jackson children, especially Paris, being a little bit off with it because there's another boy, and this boy's named Omer Barti, or Omer. You probably know him, Mr. Ziegler. You're probably flying over to Norway to try to convince him to be a good little boy, just like you. Sometimes just like you are when they give you like a little cookie, but you're doing it for different reasons, obviously. Look at this man's face. Seriously, it looks like, oh my God, it looks like it's an 8-year-old masquerading in like a 90-year-old body. But let me go further, Mr. Ziegler. So, Mr. Omar Bhatti, he got some tattoos taken off his body of Michael Jackson. Paris Jackson is incredibly close to Omar Bhatti. Omar Bhatti was almost like a second father to those children. I know you don't know that because you don't give a shit. You just care about Michael Jackson. That's where the big money is. That's where your videos, Natalie, and your passion's gonna go wild. Wild. Cash App, Venmo, Cashmat, what's the other one? Cashmat, PayPal, Chime, Venmo. There we go. I'll make sure you buy that hoodie. Buy that bearskin hoodie. Because, real men who wear bearskin, they think Michael Jackson is just being framed. This is the tree. Okay, let me go further. So we're talking about this man here. So again, a lot of things you think you know, you don't know. You know, the big thing is this train, sort of the train station, but you got to realize there's a train coming on the track, Natalie. And I tried to warn you about this, but everyone thinks that because you have a small account and because you post all the time, I have to post all the time because I'm literally dealing with a barrage of shit every day. So when you're facing a tidal wave, you have to flail as much as you can because you want to get past that tidal wave. Because you know, once you get past that, it might be a lot more smooth waters. So that's what I'm doing, Mr. Ziegler. So I'm fighting and fighting and fighting. And guess what? The trial's coming down in November. And all this information that you have, you don't understand. Because there's so many pieces of the puzzle you don't get. So back to Omar Badi. She loves Omar Badi. Omar Badi now has distanced themselves. I have put several tweets to Omar Badi, some of which are pretty, kind of straightforward. They weren't deleted. Omar Badi put a very, very curious tweet out. And it was him as a child sitting on something. He says, the stories he sits on. That's Paris Jackson's, like a brother, almost like a father. So when Paris Jackson comes out with that movie you like so much, I'm surprised there weren't any cartoons to make you, did you have like a sippy store and that sort of thing where you're kind of like bouncing in the chair going, oh, I can't wait, Michael Jackson's going to do Thriller. I could picture you doing that. But you know what? The thing is, Paris Jackson said when she was actually questioned, because she knows the Castios now. I know you probably don't believe it. God forbid you don't believe anything that's, running into your brain. But the reality is she knows them. And because she was a rape victim, which I know you guys love just calling me shamers, I wonder what Paris Jackson would think of your antics, Mr. Ziegler. Giggling and laughing about, oh my God, you're not going to believe this, these guys, teenage boys and these other boys. I wonder what she would think of that, because she said the movie, she says, I tried to give them notes and they wouldn't take the notes. She goes, they threw them out. So when, Mr. Coleman Domingo says I'm not part of this movie. I have nothing to do with this movie. And she goes, because I want truth. And she goes, I'm not really about monetary gain. I prefer truth. She goes, but you know what? And she looked right in the camera, kind of pointed at it and said, you know what? She goes, this movie is catered to a specific section of my father's fandom. They're going to love it. And you know why they're going to love it? Because they still want to live in the fantasy. Kind of like you, Mr. Ziegler.
I am a middle-aged woman who has a teenage son. And when you look at the evidence of the Arvizo case specifically, it was that, yes, on the Martin Bashir documentary, Gavin Arvizo said he wanted me to sleep in the same bed and said, if you don't sleep in the bed, you don't love me. What was missing from the media telling of that story is that Michael did not sleep in that bed the one night that it was.
Oh, you're talking about the cot. It was in that Martin Bashir interview. When Michael Jackson, no, I always give the bed to the best company. See, and then Gavin Arvizo was giving, he said, no, but I was in like sleeping bags on the floor. I know the interview, Natalie. See, I don't have to sit there and look at some sort of, notebook you have, or maybe, some, I don't know, Etch-a-Sketch you're playing with. I actually know. I understand the allegations. You don't. I warned you. I asked you. I pleaded with you. I don't want to make your platform, I don't want to make it look like you guys don't know what you're talking about. And I'm not saying this is a threat or this is I'm just saying, look, I'm trying to give you the correct information that will make you look like you give a shit about victims. You talk about the Epstein victims, where you could say, we're going to break every effing myth that's out there. But I will also I want Megyn Kelly to see this. I really want her. She's going to say this guy just rambles on. He's out of his freaking tree and blah, 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 blah. But what I'm doing tonight is I'm going all through the garbage, because I put a big thing up that says, about victim shamers. We're sick of your bullshit. We're sick of your victim shaming. We're sick of all of it. We've had enough. And let me tell you this. The United States has screwed up a lot on the Epstein files. We are not going to let you hijack the Michael Jackson files. That's not going to happen, because guess what? The files are in specific hands right now, and you don't get to look at them. It's under discovery. So let me tell you, You worried about the Epstein files? You worried about all that $1 billion that Epstein had? Michael Jackson's estate, like the Epstein estate, is worth many billion. And he didn't have an island, he had a ranch. And that ranch was surrounded by a whole lot of woods. What's the difference? What water makes it different? Gee, this land's surrounded by water, so that makes it much more dangerous. Versus, gee, there's a big, huge compound and acre upon acre upon acre upon acre. Who knows? It's probably not even been sort of explored yet. Except for, like I said, where the wildlife guys came out and they found some strange things in there. Try to give your husband the scoop. Maybe he'll actually follow up on it. But what I'm saying is that you're willing to go through all these hoops to defend Michael Jackson you've never met. I put a great post out, I think. Sometimes I put out things, I'm like, that's actually pretty damn good. I said, you don't know, and I went down the line, you don't know Jordan Chandler, you don't know Jason Francia, you don't know Gavin Avizo, you don't know James Safechuck, you don't know Jane Doe, you don't know Wade Robson, you don't know Frank Cassio, you don't know Eddie Cassio, you don't know Marie Nicole Cassio, you don't know Dom Nicasso, the one that drank the piss that your husband was like, that don't make no sense. How can someone drink pee? My God. I believe it's actually probably more healthy than someone's semen. Because believe it or not, if you know anything about biology, but I know it's gross, but hey, that's biology. And then the last one is Aldo Cassio, which I'm sure you probably post a picture of him crying and say, I don't see no tears there, it can't be true. I'm making these baby talk because that's who I feel I'm talking to. I feel like I'm literally sitting to two infants. I want to give you both rattles, and I want you to sit there and shake them all night and go, I'm a good girl, I'm a good boy, I did my part. The other thing I really want to know, maybe the lawyers can figure this out, are you guys getting paid by the estate in any way, shape, or form? I'm assuming not, but your talking points are so similar to each other. I literally go after one, it's the same talking point. The second, the same talk. Third, I go one after the other, after the other. You guys all have the same script. And I know that when I was watching, when I got rid of mainstream news, that what annoyed me is every station had the same script. You all seem to be reading from it. And social media is now really one of the important part of marketing and PR. So my suggestion is that instead of having to put a huge ad and take out satellite time so Michael Jackson can say, I never did anything, and look at me, they don't understand. I'm going to fight this to the end until I realize that they actually know what my genitalia looks and where the markings are. Do you understand that, Natalie? Do you have any clue? Ask your husband real quick, maybe before you get to bed. You ask your husband, I want you to tell me all the markings on your genitalia. Erect. Ask him. I know that's gross and disgusting, but ask him. See if he knows. See if he knows all the markings on his genitalia and buttocks and thighs. Because that's what Jordan Chandler had to do. And he had to do it in front of a lot of people in a deposition, therapists, psychiatrists. And you know what happened to him when they were done? Because you guys don't know the fucking full story. You just know what the bullshit Square One puts out. What happened was that they were going to try to start a new life. And what happened was that Evan Chandler got bomb threats, and people tried to, he's rollerblading, try to roll him down with a van. You had a UK fan that I'm sure you would love, Natalie. You guys should, figure out who you are, and you guys could have, lunch together, and you could sing, ABC or Ben or something. She flew all the way from the UK and tried to track Jordan Chandler down. But the only good news is that Raymond Chandler caught to her first. And I need to find Jordan. I need to find Jordan. You don't know what he's saying about Michael Jackson. Now, just think about this. Because you think that everyone's lying. But just think if he wasn't lying. You're a child of 13 years old. You just have to say some of the most embarrassing things of your life. You have to now go back to school. Think about your own child. You now have to go back to school. And you have to realize that everyone's going to be talking about the fact that I supposedly, willingly, because I know you don't like that word, had sex with Michael Jackson. Because Michael Jackson spent the night with Jordan, I think it was 30 plus nights in his bedroom. Michael Jackson spent so much time with Jordan that Jordan at one point almost became like a jilted individual and said, get the F away from me. He had to literally, Michael Jackson was so on him 24, he would turn around and say, get the fuck away from me. But he wouldn't stop. So then what happened was that his father, everyone considers him the enemy. Let me tell you something, you have no effing clue what that man went through. That man got beaten to a pummel because people thought that he was trying to bring down your little hero, your little, wax figurine or whatever heck you have in your, I'm sure your very lavish bedroom with, probably a canopy and butterflies all over the wall. Let me tell you something. He had to go back, and what he had to do, Natalie, because you don't understand this, he had to then tell his friends had to ask him all these awful questions about, I seen Michael Jackson. How did you not fight him off? You must have wanted it, right? Knowing that no matter what he said, he was going to be looked at in that light. So he said, I don't want to be the Jackson boy anymore. So him and his father, they had to go into hiding because so many nutcases kept on trying to find them. They did several times. And then what happened, to add insult to injury, you have people like Candace Owens. Oh, the great oopsies. Candace Owens saying, you know what? You don't know. And she said it was so convincing. She looked at the Michael Jackson picture. I remember him moonwalking. You mean you remember somebody walking backwards that Fred Astaire did, 40 years later, and the people on Soul Train did 10 years before that? Wow, that's impressive. That's really impressive. Well, it doesn't take much to impress you there, Candace Owens. Well, unless it's a huge paycheck and you go viral, of course. But anyways, Candace Owens said essentially, you know what, when it comes to Jordan Chandler, his father got him into the dental office. And he was going to pull a tooth, and he put him under something called sodium amytal. She doesn't even know the freaking correct term. Sodium amytal is actually the generic name for that particular drug. But I don't want to confuse people that much. So he gave him that special drug that you can't get anyway. You can't get it on the street because there's no demand for it. Literally, hey, that guy that's kind of can you get me some sodium amytal? What the fuck is that? What are you talking about? Well, that's what she thinks, or maybe, I don't know. So anyways, in order to get sodium amytal back in the 90s, you had to have a triplicate form and had to be filled out. You had to have a copy on file, and one had to be filed with the DEA. Now, the person who put that theory out, which I believe was Harvey Levin, the great Harvey Levin, who has, I think, there was a story today how Harvey Levin interviewed Wade Robson. And Wade Robson was interviewed, and he talked about how he would share a bed with Michael Jackson when he got a little bit older. And they would sometimes be naked and talk about girly magazines and hot chicks with Michael Jackson. Thinking of that, I shiver. Looking at somebody, it looks like, what was that old movie where the old actress started melting? I forget. Sunset Boulevard. Looking at a Sunset Boulevard, Michael Jackson saying, oh my God, did you see that hot chick? I think she has chizzy gut milk, ha ha ha. Because that's what happened in that video I mentioned. The two boys that actually were on the bed, and then Michael Jackson talking about breast and grizzle, which someone's seen. Actually, several people have seen it. Maybe more might, actually. Maybe more might see that video. Because, Michael Jackson talking about women's breasts and saying gut milk is such a pleasant sight, especially when you're like 9 or 10. And then he's trying to act like a Jesus type thing, having them say how much they hate them and screaming at them. It's a really, really weird video. It's something for free, Miss Clayton. You can go to Dylan Howard. Now I know he's probably he's a tabloid guy. He knows more again about Michael Jackson than you probably ever will. He has a book called Bad. The first chapter is free, so that means you don't have to pay for it. The first chapter is free, and my advice to you, Miss Natalie Morris, is go listen to it. You can hear that story in full. But getting back to Jordan Chandler, so they left, and then they went into hiding, and then what happened was they got found again. They had to go in more hiding. And then, now they're running out of money, so the idea is, well, maybe if you emancipate yourself, because this is what Candace Owens doesn't understand. Again, I really don't think she probably understands how to do a doodle, but who am I saying? Candace Owens is brilliant. My God, she's brilliant. But she doesn't understand this. So anyways, what they did is say, look, let's even get into trust, because if you get into your trust and now you're an adult, we might even be able to get a little money out of that, and we might be able to get away completely. And then his father, oh, wonderful, he got Gaucher's. I think it's Gaucher's disease. And it's a blood disorder, and it's extremely painful. It also there's a lot of things that go with that disease. But because Evan Chandler was so paranoid, he was literally getting plastic surgery because he didn't want anyone to recognize him. Because he's gotten so many threats. And he had people literally try to find him and track him down, him and his son. Nobody reports this, at least any good reporters. Just, people that actually know the story, like Diane Diamond that you laughed at. You're broke ass, fake ass journalist. And I'm sorry, I'm just tired right now. You think you compare to Diane Diamond in any way, shape, or form. If you actually think that, then my suggestion to you is you and Clayton should probably get some kimchi one and roll it up into a joint and you can smoke it. Okay, that's my suggestion. But I do honest, kimchi one, to be honest, I think it's a great product because kimchi is one of the best fermented foods. And I know all about biology and all this sort of thing. Excellent food. So that's one thing I support. And Bearskin, I don't know much about that company. Or Gold, I know that's a big thing. Clayton loves talking about Golden Fridays. But anyways, I digress. So I'm talking about all that sort of stuff. So they moved, and then finally found out that awful disease. And then he got so sort of paranoid, and he became a recluse. And then he started attacking his son, because that's what's happened when you go through this sort of thing. It's almost like dementia. You get a little violent, so a dumbbell hit Jordan. And then that was all reported. Jordan stayed with his father, because Candace Owens says, if he left both his parents, he can't stand both his parents. Why? That don't make no sense. She doesn't stand it yet. That happened when he got emancipated at 16. He stayed with his father till he was about 25, 28, in his mid-20s. And then his father his son left, not for good, but he left because there was a huge argument. He ended up killing himself. And then to add insult to injury, Jordan has now the benefit of seeing all the headlines. Evan Chandler killed himself over Michael Jackson. Candace Owens loves repeating that line. He killed himself. He had so much guilt. Imagine your family being dragged through the mud. And you got geniuses like you getting fact after fact after factoid after period after comma after backslash after everything you can possibly do wrong. And all you want to do is tell the truth, but you know you can't because of an NDA. And then if you ever did tell the truth, because there's another big lie that Mr. Fizz, I forgot to play, put forward. He's claiming that somehow Jordan Chandler might be working with the estate. And that he's going to now say all the things that people thought he would want to say. Shame his family, shame his father, shame himself. That's something he threw out in there. How much do victims have to take, Mr. Fidz? How many do victims have to take? Natalie, I've been going on for this. I can do this all day at this point. I have a nice day off, plenty to eat, lots of cold ice water with lemon. So I got a lot I can do today. I might take a break and come back, but you know what? I can do this all day long. But the reality is that that's what their life was. And then when his father died, he then had to have the salt on the wound. And maybe Candace Owens likes the salt on the wound. I don't even know anymore. Your father killed himself because of Michael Jackson. No, his father killed himself in spite of Michael Jackson. And what happened was, it got to a point where he was in so much pain and had to deal with so much bullshit that he said it's not worth it anymore. So the man that saved his child, because what Candace says, I watched her video. I did a video, and I see what my hat was called Wacko Cando. I put it up with like pretty balloons and little clowns bouncing in and up. I might find that video. I did it months and months, maybe a year and a half ago, going all a lot of this stuff, because Candace Owens never saw it. If she did, she's ignored. Is this a troll that's trying to troll me? So I say, why don't I maybe watch it, learn something? Maybe I can make some corrections. Absolutely. Megyn Kelly did, though. You know why? She talked to the other person that flipped. Now, I didn't like his performance on the Piers Morgan show, and that would be the lawyer. It will come to me in a second. Mark Garagos. But more than likely, she had him on a show. He talked to her. And you know when you see like the ship going over the horizon and all the people that believe in like maybe that's it? That's where it's going. And you can either be on that ship and you can dance around in your Scooby-Doo underwear and sing lots of fun songs and eat lollipops and cotton candy and say, gee, I wish I was in Neverland. Just like who was it today that was so happy to go to Neverland? Geraldo Rivera. You got an 80-year-old at this point that if you ever want to see an awful video, look up Geraldo Rivera. This is my personal opinion, of course. One of the first male victims to ever come forward. Geraldo Rivera and Donnie Terrio, he was the host of Dance Fever, way back then. He came forward to talk about he was getting sexually harassed, but also kind of great, we'll put it that way. And the person he was accusing was an extremely powerful man, probably even more powerful than Michael Jackson at that point. His name was Merv Griffin. So as soon as he got on stage, the whole audience burst into laughter, kind of made him look like he was about 2 feet tall. And then Geraldo Rivera, that genius, that, again, another Mensa candidate, stood there and said, you know what, I totally screwed up with that freaking vault, so I'm going to give you the side eye. I'm going to ask you some really hard-hitting questions. But when it came to Merv Griffin, that man cannot be possibly gay. For anyone who knows Paul Lynde, from the Hollywood Squares back in the day, or Jim J. Bullock, or Lamar from Revenge of the Nerds, or Vance, Bruce Valanche. Picture that gayness, but even more. He just happened to be wealthy, and he married kind of like a beard, kind of like Michael Jackson did, Ava Gabor. So that's what happened. So then he's dead. And now what happens now is we now have new cases coming. And you think that, oh, this is going to be a breeze because you got that genius. Again, Mr. Golden Girl. He's going to be heading the case. Again, let me tell you, this is not 2005 anymore. Look at what happened with Cosby. I'm not saying it's his fault, but just look at it. Look at what happened with Masterson. And you know why the Masterson case is so important? Because it was about Scientology. And the way that people sort of look at David Miscavige from Scientology. See, Natalie, I know my shit. Don't need a script. Don't need like a little viewfinder. I know what I'm talking about because I studied this for so damn long. Because I want to open people's fucking eyes. Anyways, what happens is that Danny Masterson, who was with Scientology, he lost his case, but it reminds me so much because of David Miscavige. People, you cannot, I've seen Michael Jackson fans that say, don't watch the series on Netflix, don't watch the series, you're banned watching the series, because maybe if you cover your eyes and you count to 10, it will all go away. Maybe if I think happy thoughts and I see balloons flying up in the air, somehow it's all going to be better. It's not going to be better. It's going to get really fucking worse. So you can either be standing, talk about the choo-choo train and the train station. You can either be standing in the middle of that train track when you have someone that probably knows more, probably in this country. I would say I would put myself close to Diane Diamond when it comes to his knowledge and facts, probably more than Mesereau. That's not even I think Mesereau is still trying to figure out how to open a Twinkie. My humble opinion, of course. But I want you to think about this. I'm trying to say, hey guys, you're on a train track. The train's coming down that track. I used to do an old joke years and years ago. I got it from Benny Hill. And what the joke was that, he was talking about his mama. He's like, mama, mama, mama. He's screaming at the top of his lungs. The train's coming, and going on and on. Mama, mama, mama. It wouldn't stop. And then all of a sudden you see Benny Hill, and he screams at the top of his lungs, move! And the whole lights go up. Then Benny Hill pops back up, and they go, what happened? He moved. So that's kind of what I'm trying to tell you. The train's coming down the track. I can see it. Now, although that's a joke, I'm trying to give you like the warning. You can either be on that middle of the track and hope, gee, I can maybe stop it. Maybe Mr. Ziegler and I, we can hold a bunch, of bouncy balls, and maybe it will just bounce off of us. Look, see, that's how gravity works. That's how impact works. You guys can try that. But let me tell you right now, when you are on the wrong side of history, and I can almost guarantee it, almost, never 100%. You can never be 100% because you can never tell what a jury will do. But I'm trying to tell you, this live stream, if you listen through it, the whole thing, you'll understand. If you don't, then you just, all you care about is your own fucking words coming out of your mouth. Because I've listened to your show, Natalie. I put it on here. I've gone over it. I've done my due diligence. If you said you want to challenge or you want to question me, I'm giving you like an encyclopedia that I'm dropping literally at your redacted home. Not literally, of course. I don't mean it that way. God forbid, I would not want to go there. God only knows I've been to enough fun houses. But let me tell you something. I'm doing that. And you have a choice to either look at that or you can stick your head in the sand, put blinders on, count to 10, then hoping that train doesn't hit your ass. Because it's coming. And you guys have no fucking idea. This case is so important. It's a foundational case. And for those who want to fight for Epstein, start fighting for Michael Jackson victims. Because this we actually might have a chance of winning. This we might actually have a chance of finding, talk about really awful evidence. You worried about that sort of stuff? You might be getting it in this case. Maybe, maybe not. I know that there is a big tree called the Giving Tree. It's a really big tree now, huge, huge. It was filmed in the Martin Bashir interview. Someone was interviewed about that from Ireland. And they say, if you look close enough, there's actually a little door. It's like a latch. No one will find you. You get to really look for it, almost like with sonar. Go down there. But if you lift it, there's like a little sort of cubby area down there. And Michael Jackson told them, now this is not my words, this is in Dylan Howard's book, Bad. He told them that that's where all the good stuff is. All the stuff they were looking for, they're looking in the wrong place. It's under a tree that's named after a children's book. It's been around forever. It's called the Giving Tree. And you think that's cute. If that happened, but hey, I'm not that Irish couple that Michael Jackson stayed with. And I'm not Dylan Howard. He's usually pretty good at sourcing things. But hey, I'm not them. And that's what I'm trying to warn you about. But you keep on doing you. You keep on doing you, Natalie, because you got a passion. You got a really big passion. I'm going to explain, you don't even know what the word passion is. Because the passion for me is the fact that I understand it. And the person that first came forward, I promised I'm going to make sure I advocate. Because no one advocated for me, so I'm going to advocate for him. And I'm going to take all the crap that I know he's going to get. And I'm going to turn it around. And I'm going to take all that crap and I'm going to be so knowledgeable that when I see rubes like you on television, I'm going to literally just swat you around like flies. Boom, there comes another one. Boom, there comes another one. Oh, look, this one's in a bee sweater. Boom, there comes another one. Just swat them away. Don't even care. Oh, there's another annoyance. Okay, now, let's get to the last part of Mr. Ziegler's video, and then I'm going to take a break, but I'll be back again because I'm going to be contacting some pretty good podcasters. I'm going to see if they listen to the whole way through, and then we can maybe have a talk. And maybe we can do a campaign called Stop Victim Shaming Michael Jackson's Victims. Maybe we can do that. Because a lot of people believe the victims, Natalie. They're not like you. They're not like living in La La Land and thinking that Epstein might have had some sort of, bizarro, child-eating sort of, chamber somewhere. They actually look at facts and information, and then they base it on that. Now, here's another I'm going to give you a break, Natalie. You might want to talk to the guy that did the Pizzagate. The guy that did the Pizzagate. So I have a lot of inside information. The guy that did the Pizzagate that was on, that got fired. Well, he wasn't fired. He left, and he started his own thing. Ben Swan. Ask him to ask who Big Fish, B-I-G, and then think about the thing that swims in the water, Natalie. Kind of go boop, boop. The little bubbles come up, boop, boop. That sort of thing. His name is Big Fish. Ask him that. Who is Big Fish? Because he studied something that was right around the time I kind of got into this whole thing. And the people that were there who actually had really the spearheads of that movement, who wanted to get answers, we don't want to see anyone get hurt. We just wanted answers. We wanted to make sure people were protected. That man, he's the key to what Ben Swan might be looking for. But I can't get a hold of Ben Swan because my account's so small, Natalie. It's such a little guppy type fish. But you're a big fish. And there's a man named Big Fish who was a hacker. You know how we have the ethical hacker sort of thing? Kind of same thing. But that man, if I'm correct, I could be wrong, He had receipts. He had the back door to what they were looking for. But when when you guys find out that might be true, and then you kind of think to yourself, oh, or you know what? Look up somebody by the name of Titus Frost, Titus, and this thing, Frosty the Snowman, Frost. Think of Titus Frost. He was the one who interviewed him. He was at that point one of the biggest creators that actually covered that topic. Everyone thinks PG, like, parental guidance, kind of like that. So let's get to Mr. Ziegler, the final installment here. And then I'm going to take a little bit of a break.
It's documented that they did sleep in the room. His children also slept in that bed, his 3 children, on the same night. And that he had a 2-story bedroom. And there was a lot of evidence that he often either slept on couches or the floor. And that was just his way. So, the telling of this, when people come for me now on X, like, he slept in the bed with children, isn't that weird enough? Isn't that okay enough? That actually is not really the story, but it continues to be surfaced. Why? What do you make of that when it's so provably told falsely?
A lot of people want to believe this is true.
Yeah.
Both in the media and in the public, they want to believe this is true. They can't get over his weirdness, and the media has provided them with a fact pattern that, as I've already stated, can understandably lead someone to have suspicions. But you have to get beyond the surface, and we don't live in a world where substance really matters anymore.
Beyond the surface? You got to be kidding me! That's all these interviews been of surface. Literally everything you said is nothing but sort of this vague sort of pie in the sky bullshit. Beyond the surface. Oh my word. It's like literally talking to, I don't know, AI that's not even intelligent.
Details and facts don't really matter. It's much more about what you want to believe, what you feel. And that's why trials used to be about finding out whether or not the facts were valid and whether or not the story made sense. I'm not sure that's the case anymore, but back in 2005, thanks to Tom Mesereau, that's what happened in this case. And a jury that was not prone to liking Michael Jackson found that none of this had any credibility. And the case hasn't gotten any stronger 21 years later.
Wow, he's so intelligent. Did you watch the series on Netflix? Because there was a woman there that I think she's going to probably become a meme. Anyone that does memes, please, the woman, the juror that's on that, he's all over that Netflix series. Please, someone make a meme of her. Because she's so happy that she's talking about Michael Jackson. She talks about the Arvizos, but as soon as he talks about Michael Jackson, she's like Natalie, like a little schoolgirl. Oh my word. Let me tell you something, Natalie, and let me tell you something, juror, whatever juror you are. Michael Jackson might wave to you. He might blow you a kiss. He might even do a butterfly kiss with you. But as soon as you kind of turn around, he's gone. You best believe. And Mr. Ziegler, if you think Michael Jackson really would think you're a swell guy, you got him all wrong, mister. You don't know. You don't understand.
No, clearly not. And something, Megyn Kelly last week had this guest on who told a lot of half-truths and some untruths as well. I don't expect Megyn Kelly to be the one who is...
Let's see if she's right. How many people that are in the chat, I haven't looked at the chat in a while, but I will at the very end. How many people in the chat, you can kind of type it in, think that Natalie's going to get all those facts right? Now remember, this is a hard one. She might have a crayon and a piece of construction paper to help her. But still, I don't know. I say she probably gets, you can do it by percentage, 90%. Maybe there'll be like one sort of surprise thing. How a clock is right twice a day, that sort of idea. But you put your percentages in. We'll take a poll and see what happens.
Completely familiar and poke holes in them, but the audience certainly did. And so, this continues to be relitigated in a way that just doesn't tell the whole truth. And now Netflix coming up with this documentary. And I guess what they're trying to tell us is that in the year 2026, he might not go free. But I would submit if the case was the same, he would, because the case was so shit.
let me just address the last point first, but I want to get to Megyn Kelly because I'm fascinated by what's going on with Megyn Kelly, and maybe you can give me some insight.
I don't have any personal connections. I'm watching this in the same way. Like, why didn't she? Yeah.
Well, I'm going to tell you some things I don't think you know. So, but to answer your last question first, I actually do think that Michael Jackson would have a tough time being acquitted in 2026 because I think we have changed subconsciously the rules for evaluating these cases so dramatically in the last 21 years that it would be not impossible, but it would be more difficult. I really do believe that.
Well, the Bill Cosby case is one.
Yeah, I mean, so there have been many cases.
Yeah, you mean the one that Mesereau lost? The one that Bill Cosby was drugging women? Here's a little tidbit you don't know. See, everything you say, Natalie, I have like a little quip for you. Tom Mesereau, he did this with Wade Robson too. Tom Mesereau, I think it was MSNBC, it was one of those. I have the clip there, I have to see again, go through their archive and see if I can find it. But he was on there, and they asked him about Bill Cosby because obviously, he defended Michael Jackson, and Bill Cosby's another really big black entertainer, so there must be some sort of connection there. So you got Mesereau, which is probably the most, I think, I don't know, just sort of racist thing you can think of, but whatever. I think it's disgusting, but let me go further. So he went on, and they talked, and he said, well, Bill Cosby brought it up, and he goes, listen, I don't know much about the case. I'm not really a part of this case. I don't understand it that much. He goes, well, but can you give us a comment? What would you do if you were defending this case? Give us a comment what you think. He goes, well, I don't know much, but you know what? That Gloria, I think it was Gloria Constad, she wanted to get money. And this is the host looking at him, wanted to get money. And that was her main goal. And he had to stop. No, she wanted a criminal hearing. But the problem, the DA at the time didn't want it. There's a lot of politics involved with the DA, He didn't want that. So, okay, well, maybe I'm wrong. But you don't understand, once you go to the criminal case, if you win, it's just you walk over to the civil trial and you get your money. It's like so simple. It's like literally going from one room to the other. It's how simple he made it look. And then he's like, okay, but, it's just, and the other thing, what I don't really understand is how can a man his age, Tom, you might want to ask that same question. How can a man his age have sex with such a young woman? How could he even do it? I mean, there's no way. That's probably, he had to get stopped again because he was embarrassing himself again. I think it was time for his porridge and he was missing it. But what happened was that he said, literally, he stopped and said, no, you don't understand, Mr. Mesereau. Bill Cosby admitted to having sex with the women. He just didn't say it was consensual. So instead of Bill Cosby saying, you know what, this is about a very serious, not Bill Cosby, Tom Mesereau saying, this is about a very serious topic, and because it's so serious, I need to make sure that I know my facts straight. Kind of sounds like this whole live stream I'm doing before I say anything. Because when you do that, you're saying, I believe that a lot of times accusers are convicted incorrectly, but I also believe a lot of times victims are victims. You do that. No, he had to make sure he had his little moment. And throughout the whole thing, all he brought up was Michael. It reminds me of the Michael Jackson case. It reminds me of the Michael Jackson case. He kept on pushing. And you know what happened, Natalie? Let me tell you, shortly after he was hired. He was hired. And then he lost the case. But the way he lost it wasn't really super fair, but he probably should have known. But hey, it is what it is. Cosby did go to jail for a little bit, but no. Who cares? They're only women. Hey, that's what I'm thinking. I'm looking at Natalie. Well, who cares, Natalie, right? Because you know more about the Cosby case. Look at that little quizzical look. I know more about it than you do. I'm assuming you think he's guilty. That's what I would assume and hope. But I have a sinking suspicion that's not what you're thinking. I'm literally, all I can think is you're probably just thinking in your head, pies and cakes, pies and cakes, pies and cakes, pies and cakes. One of my favorite memes. Cakes and pies, pies and cakes. Let's go a little bit further.
Where the burden of proof, the standard of evidence has gone way down. And I think Me Too played a role in that. But anyway, that's a separate issue. Megyn Kelly fascinates me. And I'm someone who used to really like.
The standard of evidence way down. Are you kidding me? The standard of evidence is beyond a reasonable doubt. That hasn't changed. You understand law? The law doesn't change. The beyond a reasonable doubt stays the same. That doesn't change. I think what you're saying is now people might actually listen to testimony. How dare they? Because if you get 5 angry women who are looking to maybe get me an updated hairstyle, then they don't know what they're talking about. I like supercuts. They don't understand what they're talking about. And that's what you do, is you kind of shame them and blame them. That's what they did. Here's what I think of the Me Too movement. The Me Too movement was a bone that they throwed into the faces of victims. Here you go, here's a bone, Me Too, and here's another one. Here's another bone we're going to throw to you. And then when it got taken over, and I don't think by victims, I'm sure by greedy podcasters and people selling gold. Who knows? I could be wrong, because not everyone sells gold. There's a lot of people that don't nowadays. It got taken over and hijacked. So then the exact plan happened. Wow, look at all now. Look, we can't believe that one. Me too. Oh, you can't believe that one. Me too. You can't believe that one. Oh, look, it's Me Too. It's like satanic panic. That's making a comeback in Natalie's mind. But back in the day when it's happened, it's the same thing as Me Too, Natalie. I hate to make that analogy to you, but it's the exact same thing. Oh my word. How could somebody do that? How could somebody, because what happened with satanic panic is it got, again, hijacked. It was about people that believed in certain rituals, and they were conducting these rituals. And the big story happened in the McMartin preschool, and everyone said, oh, they're lying, that was just a waste of money, blah, blah, blah. But the people that actually investigated the case, the person you want to look up is Ed Opperman, McMartin preschool. You want the actual lowdown on that case, go to him. He's actually an investigator, a podcaster. He has more interviews than you probably have brain cells, Natalie. But let me tell you this. What the idea was, make it look like it's all just the heavy metal kids and people going into parks, putting on pentagrams, people taking scented candles and melting wax on themselves. Make it that. So everything else that's really happening, people aren't going to question because satanic panic. Satanic panic. The other one you want to look up is the Memphis 3. He's a really good. He has another person. He's William Ramsey. They're both like experts on the Memphis 3. You might want to actually have them on your show once, And you could say, oh, Mike P. That Mike. He's so annoying. He's always trying to text me and give me information and try to stand up for victims. It's so annoying. It's on my feed. I can't figure it out. I did put him on quiet. I put him in the quiet room. But you know what? I'm so tired of seeing this. How dare somebody come forward and say they're a victim of rape when I know for sure that the pop star that I had a crush on when I was 5, 6 years old couldn't do such a thing. Couldn't do such a thing. Wow. That's exactly what they said about Ian Watkins, by the way. That's why they wouldn't believe that prostitute that went 3-4 times to expose Ian Watkins, because she didn't come from the right side of the tracks. She didn't have money. And she, unfortunately, to live, she had to do something she didn't like. But as soon as they saw that, even though she had evidence in her phone, recordings, nope. Because the rich man, Ian Watkins, who was one of the biggest stars at the time from Lost Prophets, she was nothing. Kind of like these victims, how you guys view them. They're nothing. And Michael Jackson is the end-all, be-all. He is your Messiah. He is your David Miscavige wrapped up in a bow with a wig on, with pancake makeup and fake eyelashes and shoes that look like they came from JCPenney back in the 80s, and pants that are just quite not big enough because he's a growing boy, you see. Don't you understand that, why he did that? Always wore floods. Because look at me, I'm just like a teenager that I'm playing with. Look, my pants keep on I get a little bit of it bigger every day, even though my pants are the same size. I'm just making it look like I'm growing. But you wouldn't understand psychology. You wouldn't understand, I don't think you would understand literally how to make a Pop-Tart. But you know what? You got to have some yuck-yucks, people. You got to have some yuck-yucks. Like one of my favorite comedians, what is his name? Because I've been doing this for so long. my name. He did a lot of the roast. And he was an insult comic and probably one of the best. Don Rickles. You got to have those sort of quips and those quick lines because, if you don't, it's not going to, you got to entertain people. That's the most important part.
Like Megyn Kelly. I think I was on her show on Fox News Channel one time, and she seemed to like me. But she's a very smart, very attractive woman with a remarkable history. But she has really frustrated me in.
Is that because when she looked at you, she's like, that ain't happening?
Recent years on a whole number of issues, but this one really baffles me because I mentioned Brian Friedman previously. So Brian Friedman, saw my work on the Michael Jackson case, asked me to lunch. He asked me to do a few, go down a few rabbit holes for him. In the process of that, he told me that his client was going to publicly defend Michael Jackson against Leaving Neverland. That client was Megyn Kelly. Now, Brian Friedman is still, to my knowledge, working on the Michael Jackson estate and is still, to my knowledge, Megyn Kelly's attorney. So how in the world, this is baffling to me, that Megyn Kelly would defend Michael Jackson against Leaving Neverland, but now buys in to...
You know how insulting that is to Megyn Kelly? What you're saying, Megyn Kelly's just a woman. How could a woman actually have two thoughts that are different? That can't happen. I can't understand this logic. That doesn't make any sense. You're like a baby. You're a toddler. The fact there isn't pablum coming down your little mouth is beyond me. The fact that someone hasn't changed your nappy yet is beyond me. The fact that someone hasn't brought you your little, Quaker toasted oats is beyond me. You are insulting, she's beautiful, she's intelligent, but she can't keep two things at once. Michael Jackson guilty, and my lawyer thinks he's innocent. How can I have a different thought than my lawyer? We all think the same. We're all one sort of robotic type thing. Are you fucking... Every woman that is listening to this should be throwing stuff at the fucking screen. You can watch it. I'm telling you, it's all on Redacted. You can see this genius. It's titled, Why Everyone is Boycotting Netflix's New Michael Jackson. He hadn't even come out yet, you freaking moron. And you haven't even seen it. And you're already discussing how bad it's going to be. Let me tell you, I saw it. I would give it, out of 10 stars, a 4. A 4. All the knowledge, if they just consulted the right people. If someone wants to do a Michael Jackson documentary on the victim's point of perspective. I'm not talking about Leaving Neverland, but all the facts, all the information. If someone wants a consultant that will give you a film that will actually make people say, who the hell are these morons and why do we believe them? And to tell you how these podcasts are literally trying to make you think one way just because they have a bias or just because they think that, maybe if we just cross our legs and hope and pray, maybe Thundercats will make a revival.
These most recent stories and most recent revisionist history in a way that makes absolutely no sense to me. I don't know whether or not she and Friedman had a falling out. Is it possible Friedman and the Jackson estate had a falling out? I don't know.
Or it could be she's an intelligent woman that can hold two thoughts in her head. Now, I know you have a difficult time, Mr. Sigmund Freud, of, maybe something, chewing gum and maybe taking baby steps. But believe it or not, a lot of people can walk and chew gum at the same time. See, what the trick is that your mouth kind of goes up and down, it makes chewing motions, and then your feet go left, right, left, right, left, right. That's kind of how it works. But Megyn Kelly already knows that. Megyn Kelly, her intelligence, would probably wipe your ass so firmly on the floor. She would make you look like the pathetic little victim-shaming troll that you are. And I'm sure when Megyn Kelly saw you, she says, oh my God, I cannot believe that Ernie has made a comeback.
but it makes no sense logically. It makes no sense from a fact-based perspective, and it makes no sense from the personal relationship and connection perspective, because it was the connection with Brian Friedman, the lawyer, very famous lawyer here in Los Angeles, that was why Megyn Kelly became a Michael Jackson defender to begin with. So I'm completely baffled, Natalie, as to what's going on with Megyn Kelly.
Well, maybe Megyn Kelly said, you know what? I see a grown man sharing beds with children, and now you got 5, one from a whole family, that the state quietly paid off. And why they brought you in for coffee? Say, what are they thinking? Are they going to that level? You talk about Diane Demi and Solitaire. Literally, you're going to Sigmund Freud. The man names himself Sigmund Freud. You're going to him, who can't keep a straight face by talking about child rape. He thinks he's at, like, I don't know, hoo-hoos or yuck-yucks in New York City, thinking, oh my Lord, it's great comedy. He's so happy just to be noticed. Literally. He's literally like a toddler that you say, oh, you did good in your diaper. You get your nappies nice and clean. I'm making these sarcastic things because I want you to understand how literally these people are infants. They're literally, if I could call them newborns, I wouldn't. I would call them stillborns, because I think what happens is that some people, they reach a certain level, and then when they actually have to get out of the vaginal area and come up, and the doctor has to slap them on the butt and they have to cry. I think when they come out and the doctor slaps them on the butt, they think they got slapped in the face. And looking at, anyone can make that mistake.
Word documents. That's it. I format them, upload them to Amazon, and collect royalties every month. No website, no ads, no social media. Amazon handles the traffic. I handle the files.
Here's what I want you to do. Click the link below this video right now. That way, even if you get distracted, you won't lose this. You can watch the free training whenever you're ready. So here's how this actually works. Amazon has a platform called Kindle Direct Publishing.
Well, she did a great piece with the lawyer who was misquoted. Is that Brian Friedman in Leaving Neverland? The one who says we're going to come down on you? Who am I thinking of?
That's Mark Geragos. You're sitting, you have a passion, and you don't even know who Mark Geragos is. That's like somebody saying, you know what? I'm a huge Elvis fan, but, I'm a huge Elvis fan. I love Elvis. I think he's one of the most important people in the world. Elvis Presley is like the biggest person in the world. I am so big on Elvis that no one else can be a bigger Elvis fan than me. And then someone asks you a question. You're like, "What's Graceland? I never heard of Graceland before. What's that again?" That's what this is compared to. If you don't know who Mark Geragos is, and you think you're passionate about this, literally, you would literally, it's like grading somebody who's probably in college and you're a professor and you're thinking, oh my word, how did this person get past the 6th grade? Literally. That's, again, I'm not talking about her overall intelligence. I see Redacted, they put out some really good stuff sometimes. The pie plate stuff is a little bit kooky, but who am I to, because there's actually real crap that's going on. Talk to Stephen Greer if you actually, I met him several times at several conferences. But when you talk to people like good old, Miss Dara here, what happens is that they, if you can't get that basic piece of information, it should roll off your tongue. Mark Geragos. Mark, 1 syllable. G, 1, 2, 3. 3 syllables. 4 syllables total. Mark Geragos. Easy. Just keep that in your Mark Geragos. Okay? But here we go.
Mark Geragos.
Right. So he was on her show recently, and I thought that was a fantastic piece. Most of what she did recently, it was her guest that had presented
Yeah, but she the reason, first of all, when you have a guest on, especially when you don't attack them, you're essentially vouching for them. You're giving them a softball treatment because you want their story to be heard by your audience, and that's what she did most recently. And Mark Garagos is a lot like Megyn Kelly, all over the map on this case. I mean, so I don't trust Mark Garagos at all. Maybe Mark Garagos has gotten into Megyn Kelly's head. I don't know.
You don't trust Mark Garagos. But hey, everybody, see the guy that kind of looks like Ernie or kind of looks like Elmo? That guy looks like Elmo. The guy that looks like Elmo, you can trust him because he's so bubbly and giggly, especially when he's talking about, awful acts that happen to children. I'm really bubbly. It's like it's like a child in a high chair that bounces up and down. It's like someone's paying attention to me. That's literally the figure when I see this man. And you know why I can't stand these people? Because, again, I'm going to define a victim shamer. Not someone who just says, I believe this individual. It's someone that goes out of their way to say that these individuals are lying, that they're dumb, that they're money grabbers, that they're grifters, that they're frauds. But yet, if I challenge Natalie, literally, if I was on this thing, say, Natalie, quick, who are the accusers? She might get 5. And I can't blame her because 5 is a very magic number to her. Figure it out. So anyways, the fingers are in your hand. So anyways, I have to laugh or I'm just going to get so pissed. So anyways, that's the problem. So you got people like this. Now she's going to try to downplay the information that this man gave on Megyn Kelly's show because Megyn Kelly just been duped. She's been duped and I'm here. I know all about it. Granted, I can barely draw with a crayon, but I'm going to give you the inside scoop. I hope this video gets to you, Natalie. I hope it gets to your audience. I hope it gets to your friends, your family, your co-workers. I hope it gets to the planet Mars. I hope it gets to Venus. I hope it gets to everywhere. So people finally see, look at the big channels for entertainment. Kind of put them in the background, but if you want the real hardcore shit, you want that in your veins, then you look at the small channels. The channels that actually aren't making money. The channels don't give a shit if you buy a bearskin hoodie. The channels that all they want you to do is listen to a message. Because I've been doing this now for a long time, and there's the case that's coming up in November, but now with the Casio, a lot more information coming. And these people are stuck 20 years ago.
But Mark Garagos is no longer a trustworthy or credible person on this case, in my opinion.
Okay. And one of the things that she went so hard on recently that a lot of the Michael Jackson communities are standing up for is the books, that there were these books that were found in Michael Jackson's book cabinet and that they are NAMBLA sponsored books. But I believe the evidence shows that his fingerprints were not on the inside and they were not shown to the children and that they were a gift from a fan. So can you debunk the bit about the books?
Natalie, to me, this is a classic example of what I talked about previously about what kind of evidence should we expect if Michael Jackson was actually guilty and in comparison to what we actually have. It is very understood that every child sex abuser, serial child sex abuser, has lots of pornography. Lots of pornography. Yes. If you know anything about this topic, it's the way law enforcement attacks this. The first thing they do after they get an allegation is they get a warrant for the computer. They get the computer and the phone. Inevitably, there's lots of child porn. They charge the child porn, and then they plea bargain on the other stuff. That's the way this happens well over 90% of the time. So they know that they need to come up with something when it comes to child pornography, because why would Michael Jackson not have any child pornography? And they've never found any child pornography. So the best they can do is these 2 books out of thousands that were found on the Michael Jackson estate, which were commercially and are still commercially available. It was never deemed to be pornography. The jury in Michael Jackson's trial never felt like it was pornography. It is complete, desperate revisionist history to try to...
Now you're hearing what he's saying. Now let's hear the truth. See, this is when you're surface. This guy talks about surface. See, the surface that you have all over you, sir, I could literally take it and clean the floors of my kitchen. You have much, I apologize. Different joke, go back. Kind of like Willy Wonka. Let's repeat. No, the surface that you have literally could cover the floor of my kitchen. And here's what he's saying. Well, yes, in 2026, the biggest thing that if you watch any Predator channels or any channels that fight for victims or whatever it may be, what happens is a lot of these, and the sad part is it's becoming more prevalent, especially among women. People don't realize that because what happens is something called desensitization. So what happens is a lot of these people that get into CP and child porn and all this disgusting stuff keep on desensitizing. And then nothing really stimulates anymore. So they keep on doing, and then they have to go to the taboo type section. Now, some people will stop at, S&M or stop at certain levels, but then you get the people that just, I'm so addicted to pornography. The next thing I'm going to do is do one of the worst things you can do. Now, that's a very small part of the population, but it's growing because we need to, know different. And this is what the hacker, the hacker that does all these things. I think what he's saying is you got to make sure that we now start looking at pornography, period. Maybe it should never be free. If you want to look at porn, it can't be free, and you have to be able to 100% prove X, Y, Z. When you put it all free on the internet, the problem is that children now get access to this at younger and younger ages. So then what happens is it's normal child play, 2-3-year-olds playing house or whatever. Now what happens, that gets progressively worse. And then children see this and don't know what to think of it. So now it gets so bad that it becomes rampant. But I digress. Now I taught you a little lesson there. Okay, Mr. Sigmund Freud, I taught you a little lesson. Now you write that down in your little chalkboard. You take your little lunch pail and we'll talk later, okay? So what really happened is now, that you did surface. Now let me do deep dive. Our motto here is, we don't dabble in topics like redacted and Sigmund Freud. We do the deep dive. We actually give you the accurate information. So what Michael Jackson had were 2 books that were edited by pedophiles for pedophiles. How do I know this? Because in order for you to know, you have to look at the history of any book. It's not pleasant. It's not something that I like. It's not something I even want to deal with. But if I'm going to talk about it, I have to do the fucking research. A man by the name of Martin Winthrop Swithenbank. That's his name. He, with a name by a guy named Ronald Drew. Now, Swithenbank, I think, went by a pseudonym, St. Martin's, and then Ronald Drew went like Ronald Drake or something. But that's the actual individuals. Now, what they did is, and this is what Natalie doesn't understand. My God, did you even watch your podcast, or did you just stick your fingers in your ear and go stick your fingers in your ear and go twing-a-ling-a-loo? That's a Benny Hill song. Stick your fingers in your ear and go ting-a-ling-a-loo. Again, one of my favorite comedians. I think he's one of the most underrated comedians in the world. So sometimes I have to digress. I gotta, make it a little lighter. So anyways, what happened was they got together, and I'm sure they found backers, and they said, look, here's what we have to do. We're gonna contact all the people that are in our group, and we're gonna see if we can get, photographs that look innocent. They're out in nature. Nature, trees, Mr. Sigmund Freud. Sometimes you see a yellow thing in the sky and there's like puffy things. That's nature and that's the outside. Okay? So sometimes they have to do that, Mr. Sigmund Freud. They had to go outside, not inside, not like the picture behind you, crooked and whatever that little dead thing is behind you. They have to go outside. There's an old joke, I'm going to tell you this before I start this. There's an old joke, again, a Benny Hill joke, one of my favorite jokes. Someone says, you know what? The very, very slow man was asked. He was asked, you know what? I see you're always washing your clothes. And, you have the detergent brands, you have, whatever, and then, Tide or whatever. And he says, I see you always washing your clothes. He goes, why do you always do it here? You know that I have to get my stuff done. And even though it's not the most convenient place, we do have a washing machine in the garage. It's one of those, it's not really a garage, it's a carport. But we have a washing machine there that you can use. But because you're kind of a guest and we just rent you a room, I need you to use that one. I can't use that one. This reminds me of Mr. Ziegler. I can't use that one. You don't understand? No, I need you. I have to understand something. What do you mean? And she goes, listen, I have to ask you a question. The question is, I see you and you always have this big box of Tide detergent. So my question to you is, why, there's other better detergents that you could use that would work phenomenally with that washer outside that are more environmentally friendly and don't oversuds. But why on earth do you always use that cheap brand? It's not a good brand of Tide. It's really awful, sort of knockoff, but it's Tide. It's cheap, real cheap, watered down Tide. So why the heck? This is like a Mr. Ziegler type guy. Why in the world why do you always have to clean your effing clothes in Tide? And Mr. Ziegler goes up and he goes, well, it's too darn cold outside. Oh, I love that joke. If you look it up in Benny Hill, it's like one of the oldest jokes he ever told. And I used to tell that joke because it's so stupid and so just absolutely just, it's, cringy and all that. But I just love that joke. But I could see him doing that. Huh? So let's go further with the wonderful Mr. Ziegler.
Claim that, this is the smoking gun. No, can you use your brain for a second? This is consistent with nothing that we know of.
No, that you know of. But you got to realize you don't know much. I'm surprised you probably know, the days of the week. But what happens is most, these child predators, you got to realize this is not 2026. This is 1993. So really way, way before computers. Even DEN, that sort of organization that was on an open secret that kind of used, computers, the things that you can type in, pictures come up, that sort of thing, Mr. Ziegler. That company that actually was trying to lure boys in and then put them on this content that we couldn't see because everything was on dial-up. They weren't even in business yet. But that's when they found the books, is 1993, not 2005, genius, or 2003, not 1997, not like Prince, 1999, not like your IQ 74. I'm talking about the year of 1993. And in 1993, you didn't have all that crap. So what Michael Jackson had to do is he had to find legal pornography. And that's what Martin Swithenbank and Ronald Yu were doing. They were canvassing all photographers that were what they call boy lovers. Isn't that a wonderful, God forbid, NAMBLA is called North American Man-Boy Love Association. I thought that organization was stamped out, and partly because of Howard Stern. He would go to the meetings, Howard studying John, they would make fun of them, they would literally make them look like absolute jackasses. And Norm Macdonald did a pretty good job with it too by his Michael Jackson comments. But anyways, now we have minor attracted people. Because look, just like Michael Jackson says, and again, this is a quote. If you look at this stream, you'll hear it. Michael Jackson says, when he was asked about turning an adult at 21, he says, I don't believe in manhood. Because that was the question, do you believe in manhood? He goes, no, you don't understand. A 5-year-old could be a man, and a 30-year-old could be a child. I think manhood is not important because it doesn't really exist. That was his thought process. So if you think a man that's now going to be 21, that could probably sleep with because now he's one of the biggest pop stars ever, could sleep with almost every Playboy playmate you can think of, kind of like in your dreams, Mr. Sigmund Freud, but way, way not possible. He actually, in that situation, he instead of saying, wow, I'm going to be a man, no, he didn't want to do that. He wanted to regress. And then the other famous quote, which I quoted earlier before, he was asked about child marriages. Do you know this, Mr. Sigmund Freud? Mr. Sigmund Freud, you go so beyond the surface. Like kind of like a hedgehog. You go right under that surface. Mr. Sigmund Freud, that what you don't realize is he made a quote in 79, which was about child marriage, where he said, they asked him about India, and he had a guru that he was working with that for some reason he had sort of an obsession with. But the guru took him around, and he came back, and he was so excited, and they said, what is one of your first things about India? What's something that really, just totally blew your mind? You're going to a whole other country. That's something that's not in the United States, Mr. Sigmund Freud. There's different countries. So India is, it's not here. It's across. Okay, well, maybe you'll know. I don't know. So anyway, and they have really great curry. I don't know if you know that. So anyways, so what he did, Mr. Sigmund Freud, is he said, you know what? I was shocked. I was fascinated. In India, you have parents giving up their 11-year-old girls to 30-year-old men. When you come back here, you think it's kind of strange, but then you go there, they say we're wrong, we say they're wrong, but who knows? I find it fascinating. He found it fascinating, found it intriguing. This is a man that said he would slit his wrist if he ever saw harm come to a child. But yet when he sees a 30, and it probably wasn't a 30-year-old man, he maybe saw maybe like a 70-year-old man. No, that wasn't you. A 70-year-old man with this, kind of like the flower behind you, with a little pink rose, and an 11-year-old that probably can barely stand up in heels. He thinks, oh, well, look, we're meant to be together. Granted, I might have only 4 years left, but hey, it's 4 years you're never going to forget. And that's what Mr. Jackson thought. Gee, what a great thing. Instead of going up to the man, finding whatever object you can find, I don't know, I don't know, get one, I don't know, whatever you can find in India. I would say, I don't know, whatever, stick, rock, whatever. And going up to him and literally bashing his head in. Instead of doing that, which you talk about men, that's what most men would do. They would find this man and they would probably beat this guy to a bloody pulp. Kind of like what they did to Evan Chandler, Jordan Chandler's father, just so you remember. Instead of doing that, he thought it was wonderful. Now, this is the man that's supposed to save children. This is the man that's going to heal the world. This is the man that, if there was no children in the world, I would jump off a bridge. This is the man that said all those amazing things. But yet when he saw actual child abuse, real child abuse, right in front of his face, because it was a different culture, and because it wasn't what we do, he said, I guess he said, well, I can't, fight their culture. Instead of coming back, and if he didn't even have to do it there, and you could have got some pond bread and then kind of, flew back home, and then you could have came back and made a huge press conference. I want to end child marriages. I just went to India. It's the most horrific sight I've ever saw. My whole life is about protecting and saving children. So I'm going to make sure that there are no more child marriages in this world. Instead of doing that, what he did is he thought it was fascinating. But you know why he probably thought it was fascinating, Mr. Sigmund Freud? Is because in 1976, just 3 years earlier, no, it's 3 years, okay? That's like 36 months, I believe. Yeah, 36 months. So just kind of use that math. He, at the age of 17, almost turning 18, by the way, just right there, talking to Danny Bonaducci, and he was asking him about chicks and bras, and he walked away, kind of looked all dazed and confused. He actually stopped when Danny Bonaducci asked him, looked at him. Well, the first thing he said, Danny asked him, well, why do you talk? Why do you, I always see you. We worked together once when you were like 7 or whatever. He never said, how are you doing? He goes, because all I'm thinking about is God. So then Danny Bonaducci, he was like kind of rolling his eyes going, what are you talking about? What about chicks? What about broads? What about babes? What about whatever? Because that's what 17-year-olds essentially are on their mind constantly. If they're heterosexual and homosexual, it'll be different, and bisexual, and then if it's pansexual, whatever the heck the new flavor of the month is. Whatever you want to be, as long as you're not hurting anyone, as long as you're with two consenting adults, and as long as you know what you're doing is healthy for your situation, I could care less as long as no elderly people hurt, no children hurt, no animals. So if you want, there's people that literally will like to take like a plush animal or go on AI and make a little love robot. That kind of reminds me, Mr. Ziegler. Those people, if they want to do that, that's their business. They're adults. Okay. But so what happens? I'm digressing. I'm going all over the place because right now I am just, I want to make sure I get this point out. It's so important. So when you're talking about slitting your wrist, if you can see that and not come back in a rage and not say, I have one of the biggest, I am the most famous person in the planet. If I made a speech on the White House lawn, which I'm sure Ronald Reagan would love, jumping up and down, and said, my speech is this: I don't want to make a Bill of Rights for children. That sounds cool and nifty, but it's not. It's not about you, Michael Jackson. It's about the people you're protecting. If he came back and he said, you know what? I saw something called child marriage. I'm not from these countries, and a lot of people think, everyone has a right to their own sort of, their culture and religion and all that. But one thing we don't have a right to is how we treat children. He wanted a Bill of Rights for children. Well, here's what you do. You make that statement. And I would guarantee you, if Michael Jackson stated back then, I cannot tolerate child marriage, I will not go to anywhere that prohibits it. And if you do prohibit it, unless you condemn it in the next week, I will never show up to your country. Child marriage would probably have been eliminated. And I knew you love Michael Jackson so much, you think it's the best thing since sliced bread, but that was an action. Not creating a foundation that's going to have the Neverland Foundation, or it's going to basically embolden him. What you want to do is you want to embolden the people that you're helping. Okay, so that means that if he had done that, and you could give money, there's been so much money thrown to the homeless that never gets to them. But if you actually care about the cause and you do what's going to work, you don't do what's going to be tax shelter, tax write-off, or even something that might be the sort of chic thing to do.
With regard to child sex abuse from a serial abuser, there would be massive amounts of unambiguous pornography. The pornography that is found when it comes to a child sex abuser is unambiguous.
So again, there's something called dates. I know this is hard. Like when you write a check, or if you do, maybe you have play checks. When you have to write the day, okay, and then you have to write, the month, the day, and then there's something called the year. Now, the year that we're talking about is not 2026. See, not everything's right today. There are things that have happened, something called the past. I knew you might not grasp that. It might be a little more difficult for you there, Mr. Ziegler Freud. But you know what? Something called the past. And back in 1993, you didn't have that proliferation because it wasn't available. Wasn't available. So a lot of these creeps and freaks and geeks and these predators, what they had to do was find ways, creative ways to get it and pass it off to each other. So what they did is, again, if you read the history of the book, it's not pleasant. I don't recommend it on if you have a full stomach, but if you read it, you'll understand it. Martin Swithenbank, Ronald Drew, what these guys decided to do is contact all their friends, get nature photographs. And what you want to do, you want to get some pretty graphic ones, but to play it safe, get a couple of them, maybe their clothes are on, or maybe they're shirtless, whatever it may be. And then what you do is you pass it off as art. Isn't that brilliant? That's amazing, right? You would think, oh my word, how could somebody do that? That's so cuckoo. It's crazy. Put in a lot of child porn that you would look at when you see the picture of the child that has his legs spread wide open, Mr. Ziegler, and like you would see in a gay hardcore porno magazine, or you would see when you're doing your role play with your stuffed animals, when you see that, Mr. Ziegler, and you see it's a child, and then you see pictures kind of sprinkled in there back and forth. And then you see the fact that Michael Jackson wrote a inscription, and he used the same verbiage that Martin Swithenbank used, that Ronald Drew used. It was all about the wonderments. It was about, these children, look at how they are. And now this is a very important line. He said, that's what I wish for my children. That's what I wish for their boyhood. Not childhood. Not childhood, their boyhood. Well, you know what? If I had a son or a daughter or whatever, fortunately I haven't been blessed with that, but I have had nieces and nephews. But if I ever saw that and they said, you know what? I think I'm going to walk around in nature and say it's some sort of, oh, this is a nudist camp that's right next to the place where we're staying. I'm going to just take all my clothes off and I'm going to say, you know what you're going to do? If you take one step, what will happen is, and I'm not a violent person, but I will give you such a backhand that you'll never forget it. Because my job is to protect you. It's not to have you go on whatever the local trends are. My job is to say, there are people that are at that camp, not because they really like looking at 7-year-olds naked. I'll take a pause there. Or 50-year-olds, 55-year-olds, possibly on the other side there, naked. They don't want to see that. No. That's just blockage. That's just like having a big fern. You're trying to take a beautiful picture of this object that you wanted to get, maybe this bird, or maybe this, this fox, whatever it is. Trust me, not Natalie. And there's something in the way. And it's that 70-year-old or 80-year-old. No, they want to see that child. And they want to get pictures of it. And what these guys did is they pretended they were nature photographers. They took tons and tons of pictures. And then they sprinkled it in that book. I know it's hard for you to understand. I know you're black and white and you're, it's like, oh, if I don't see it on the TV, it can't be real. Baby talk. I know you probably, probably chewing on a biscuit right now and sucking your thumb. But guess what, Mr. Ziegler Freud? That's what happens. And you know what the percentage is? I'm going to give you a stat. Now, stat is short for statistic. Statistic, Mr. Ziegler Freud. We should debate. Because I can teach you all these biggie words, Mr. Ziegler Freud. I can teach you statistic, and I can teach you Twinkie, and I can teach you cupcake, and I can teach you a whole lot of things I'm sure you like at your little birthday party. Because I'm talking to a toddler. What they do is, and what pisses me off is the man keeps on talking about child rape, and the people that are affected by it, and he can't stop laughing. And for those who think that that's odd, go look up Michael Jackson, Daily Mail, and when he's being questioned about Macaulay Culkin and child rape, he's doing the exact same thing that Ziegler Freud is. Ziegler, did you coach him on that one? Do you say, look, come on, when you get there, just kind of giggle and hold something over your face? And everyone's going to think that's super cool and cute. Instead of looking at you like the slimiest looking, snake oil salesman you could possibly think. Someone that you would go to a used car lot to and literally say, you know what? I can't afford a new car. I'm totally broke, but I'll spend the extra $50,000 just to get out of this fucking lot. That's Mr. Ziegler Freud. My humble opinion, of course. Everyone has opinions, Opinions are so here or there. But going on, so that's what they did. And they commissioned all these pictures, and they picked the best ones, and they pictured the ones that are going to make it so they could actually make it legal. Kind of like what happened to Brooke Shields. And believe it or not, they went to court and they called it legal. So you know what, Mr. Ziegler Freud, you said, it's legal, now you can have it. So because it's legal, that must make it amazingly amazing good. Anyone can own it, so it must be fine. Brooke Shields did something called Sugar and Spice. And something that you might know, it was in a Playboy magazine, because I'm sure that might be one of your favorite magazines. Maybe you have to change the last 3 letters, I'm not sure. No, 3 or 4, it just depends. But what happened was that they got her, a photographer got her at 11, convinced her mom, who probably, if I was Brooke Shields, I would probably take my mother and I would probably dope slap her to the point where she's like crying in a corner for this. Let's have this photographer take these beautiful pictures of you at 11 and have them look like pornography pictures. Because that's what he did. Exactly what he did. Because he's the most beautiful human being on the planet. If you can look at a child and say the child's the most beautiful thing on the planet, then you need your fucking head examined. Child's not the most beautiful thing. What's the most beautiful thing is seeing them grow up and have an amazing, healthy life. That's the most beautiful thing. And you as a parent, what you have to do, or as in your case, if you're probably bringing up Furbies, what you want to do is you want to make sure that they have the best chance at getting there. So, Mr. Ziegler Freud, let me go on. So then what they tried to do, they tried so hard to get those pictures destroyed. But the judge, oh, wonderful judge, says, nope, sorry, it's not your property. They can publish them. An 11-year-old in a pornography magazine called Sugar and Spice. And technically, because of what the judge did, it's legal. So here's my suggestion, Mr. Sigmund Freud. Go find a copy of Sugar and Spice. And what you can do is go to your church or go to your, I don't know, your local fruit stand, or go to your neighbors, or go to your latest cookout, or go to, you know, I'm sure your favorite place, Chuck E. Cheese, whatever sort of you're into, and you have that magazine in hand, and you just start glancing at it, and you say and then when people start looking at you and they want to beat the living shit out of you, you can say, hey, it's legal. Hey, there was a courtroom. It's legal. Do you know I have any idea what happened to those children that were in those pictures? Because everyone thinks, oh, they just take a picture of a naked child and it's art. Usually what happens when those children are taking pictures like that, usually the photographer that was in this, he was a known pedophile. There were several photographers, but there was one that was really notorious. So the reason why I think it was CP now, because the children that were depicted in those pictures were abused by the photographer, some of them. And some of them were nude. So does that make a difference now? Does it make a difference that it's not art if the photographer decides that he wants to rape one of his subjects? So if like Natalie or Clayton goes to Glamour Shots and, you know, the pimply faced 30-year-old wants to take a picture of him, but he decides to do something naughty with Clayton, and take a picture of it. Is it because, you know, he took a picture and Clayton said, you know, wanted the picture? Does that make it legal? I don't think it does, Mr. Sigmund Freud, because the legality comes in what was the circumstance when the picture was taken. And if the picture was taken when these children were being intimidated and abused, it's no longer just art. It's pornography. And if you can't understand that, if your little brain can't giggle itself out, if you got like bubbles up your nose and things like that, you might want to, you know, put your little boy's pants up. You know, put a little belt on your boy's pants. Maybe do what Aldo had to do. Put a backpack on. And think about, gee, if I was 8 years old and I was raped by the most popular man on the planet, and I had to face that every single day, and I had Sigmund Freud saying, well, the pictures he had, it technically was legal, I would probably go nuts. Because when we have to have arguments about children being buck naked and the people who produced it being pedophiles, here's my suggestion for you. You have a god-awful painting behind you. It looks like, literally, it looks like maybe a puzzle or a paint-by-number set. Say that painting and paintings like that was your favorite thing in the whole wide world. Even beyond like peanut butter and fluff sandwiches, okay? We use it that way. Say it's the most favorite thing in the world to you, and you had a book of it. And just pictures just like that. You know, pictures that look like maybe a preschooler, you know, it had sort of a naughty day or something. When you have pictures like that, just picture after picture after picture, and then flowers kind of like all lined, kind of like the ones you have behind you. And someone looks at this book and says, wow, this is an interesting book, but why did you buy it? It's because I love these types of pictures. The artist that did it, I think his name was Barney, he does the most amazing pictures. I've never seen anything like it. A lot of the times there's a lot of purple in it, but most of his pictures are really nifty. So I got a huge book of those pictures. You would understand that. You like really tasteless art. That's my humble opinion, of course. I'm sure it's beautiful. I really do. I'm sure that maybe it's the frame. The frame looks like something you got at Hobby Lobby on clearance. But what do I know? So anyways, as I'm sitting there, Mr. Sigmund Freud, if then you get a book, and this person is Michael Jackson, who has an obsession with young children, and has had an obsession for years, Mr. Ziegler, Mr. Sigmund Freud, Mr. Sigmund Fraud. And then you find out he's sleeping with children. You find out, because Natalie always gets it wrong. There were two dancers, and then they happened to ingratiate themselves to Michael Jackson. I read it, or I saw it on Square One, so it must be true. See, this is the idiots I'm dealing with. Daily. You do not know my frustration. Because I've had to work for every single subscriber I've had in my channel. I have had to break my ass trying to dealing with literally morons like you. It's America. You know what? 250 birthdays coming up. That's a big number, Mr. Ziegler. It's on, okay, think of this, 7/4. That means July 4th. And because it's 150, can you guess what year we're talking about that we started? Come on, you can do it. It was 1776. If you put your mind to it, Mr. Ziegler, you can do it. I can guarantee you, if you put your mind to it, you will finally be able to draw a Winky on the back of a fucking matchbook card. But keep trying. You're getting there. I have to use humor because if I don't, I'm really just going to rip into that little smiling geek that's in front of me. I'm seriously think if you took that picture and you put it, say, with padded walls around it, if you, maybe that's why he's so zoomed in. Maybe if you zoom out and all you see is a picture, him, a bunch of padded walls, and then maybe a futon or maybe a beanbag chair and maybe one of those little, I don't know, maybe a pinwheel somewhere. That's what I can picture. But I digress. So now you have a book of little boys all over, and they have boys dressed, undressed, clothed, etc. And there's two of those books. One of the books has a boy stark naked standing on a rock. So you know what's going to be in there. It's not like a guess. Let me see. I don't know if I'm going to like this subject. It's a book. Doesn't have Barney on it. Doesn't have like those paint by number pictures. Doesn't have a boy on it. I don't know if I should really go for that one. Well, but what's in the book is all like boys naked over and over again. Like just really, really creepy shit, sick shit all over the books. And then you somehow acquire those books. You say, oh, it was the fan that gave it to them. So let's throw the fan under the bus because the fan is the pervert pedophile, not Michael Jackson. It's the 8-year-old fan that wants, learn ABC or maybe is still trying to learn how to do the moonwalk. That, sending books like that to Michael Jackson. Because Michael Jackson likes children and not one says boy on it. Funny how nobody sent him, the U2 albums that had, the first album was called Boy. I'm surprised he didn't get a caseload sent to him. Because, hey, it's a child and it says boy. You would assume that man who had 2 books, not 1, 2, and he had magazines to match. Because a lot of the same photographers that put the pictures in the book also worked for the nudist colonies, and they were taking pictures of children and putting it in the nudist magazines. So this is what happens when you talk about surface. You're talking surface. I'm talking deep dive. You're talking bullshit. I'm talking facts. You're talking, let me see if I can color with my little paintbrushes and keep it, and maybe I can draw a donkey or maybe an ass, because that's the real name of it. I'm talking, here's the hard fucking information. So, he had it in a locked filing cabinet, not just anywhere. Because if you have books like that, Natalie, and you think they're so amazing, and yet this guy's misquoting somebody, why don't you display them? If you're so proud of the fact that they're a new boy's spread eagle, why don't you take it and why don't you display it? Here's a suggestion for you, Mr. Ziegler. Go buy one of those boy books. And what you want to do, buy both of them, actually. I think you have the money. I think if you crack open your little piggy bank, you might find some quarters. And if you really like, you might even find, one of those coins that are a dollar bill, but in coin form. You can take all those and you can buy those books. Then here's what I want you to do. You go and you put them right on your coffee table, Mr. Ziegler. You proudly display them on your coffee table. And then what I want you to do is I want you to invite a group of women, because you would say women are much more understanding. I want you to grab a group of women to your home or your trailer, or your knapsack, or your padded room, or, I don't know, your Days Inn, or your, I don't know, your escape room, whatever it may be. You invite them. You get cookies and milk, your favorite meal, and maybe some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, whatever you need to make. You invite them and you leave those books out there. And you say, we're going to have a meeting about child safety and child rights, just like Michael Jackson would. You let them look at those books and you see how long you're standing. And God forbid if a father decides to come in the room and decides to join the mommy, you better run your little pasty-faced ass out the door, because you won't last about 10 seconds. Because the men that usually understand that may have experienced it. And most of those men, when they see a pasty-faced little freak like you that's giggling to himself over child rape, that has his host that's also kind of giggling, because she just wants to hear what's ever going to sort of be a confirmation bias in her brain, because the hamster now is getting sick and she needs to get that wheel going again, because that damn hamster just won't keep on that damn wheel. Why isn't that hamster doing what it's supposed to do? I told that hamster, I got to keep on running or my brain won't work. So in order for you to do that, you're the person that's going to keep that hamster wheel going. Granted, you're going to hear rocks and marbles, and you probably hear, I don't know, there probably could be confetti coming up. I don't know. I don't know, in somebody's skull who victim shames. I don't know if that's really what happens. See, because my thought is, these are very powerful people. Natalie and you and your husband are powerful people. You have a message that you ought to get across to your audience. And when you're discussing the topic of child rape that a lot of people have experienced, and I'm going to make sure this goes to every single victim group that fights for victims. Not you. No. You like the headlines. You like the Epstein headline. You like the Jared Fogle headline. You like the DC, the Democrat headline. You love the headlines, but you don't like the topic. And let me tell you, you think this is an easy topic for someone who lived through it? You have no effing idea how difficult it is. Because my job is I have to go through the sludge and the grime and the filth. Yes, I'm talking about the Michael Jackson fans. I have to deal with them on a daily basis. And because so many think they actually know what they're talking about, they actually think that they actually have a functioning frontal cortex, I have to sit there and debate them and argue them. I literally had one person I was trying to debate that couldn't fucking figure out how to use X spaces. This is a person, a journalist, someone that has written about Michael Jackson from here to, Kingdom Come. Her name was Pearl Jr. Notice the first name. Trust me, it doesn't suit. It's definitely not a pearl. Absolutely not a pearl. Definitely. Maybe a pebble. Maybe a grape nut. Maybe a tumbleweed. Maybe a cuckoo clock, but not a pearl. And what she said, she thinks Michael Jackson's alive. And I said, you know what, Pearl, you don't understand, but the argument you're making is actually, you're insulting Michael Jackson. Because you tell me what man, if he said he faked his death, what man would fake his own death and then make his children carry that burden for the rest of their lives? Now, they might know he's alive, but now they have to lie for him for the rest of their lives. And what man, if he's so innocent and believes in all the things he believes in, and he thinks he's the greatest thing ever, why would that person want to literally fake their own death? That doesn't sound like somebody who's healing the world or who's the most giving person. That sounds like someone who's the most selfish person. That they're so wrapped up in their own little, stardom. They don't realize the people they're hurting around them. So don't you understand that? And she looked at me. Literally, I think I have the tweet somewhere. She goes, of course he contacts his kids occasionally. Duh. D-U-H. Journalist. She's probably in her 60s, maybe 70s. You can tell her, literally, if you've ever seen the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, they have these these mushrooms that you could kind of put your hand in and there was marshmallow fluff. You would love it, Mr. Ziegler. You would absolutely love it. But it had that weird shape to it. Picture that with a head on it. But the hair it's just one shade. It didn't have that little squig lines on it. But that was her argument. And then when I said, I almost got her to debate. Almost. But couldn't figure out how to use X spaces. This is a journalist. This is someone that says, I can do any debate, literally, without even blinking an eye. I've been on this, 8-10 hours. I haven't really stopped talking. And I have more stories and more stories and more stories. See, I can back up my shit, Mr. Ziegler. I don't have to look there and make funny faces and think that I know what I'm talking about because the Michael Jackson estate thought I